Chapter 101. Bandits. After saying his farewell to Shi Shuiyun, Yi Tianyun began his journey to Xiao Lian's home, where he wants to help her regarding her father's condition and do his best to help her family too. He already made plans about the next move he will make after visiting Xiao Lian, which is to buy materials and keep forging and refining new weapons and pills. He would sell the weapon he makes to earn crazy points that he would later use to level up his lucky aura. He realized the importance of the lucky aura after the previous war. He really needs the lucky aura to help him improve faster. If I have enough materials, I would experiment a bit. I want to know if I can make myself divine tools as well, which would help me earn more crazy points. As of his ability to make soul tools now only on 10% chance of success rate, even with luck aura at most, the success rate is 20%, so rather than risk it, he'd rather forge peak-grade spirit tools. He immediately arrived in the vicinity of Wind City, but he is not here to enter the city. Xiao Lian's home is located in a remote place far from the city, but it's still in the same direction of the city. I have to find this Gong village. I need to ask for directions. Yi Tianyun already know the name and somewhat the directions of her village, but he still didn't know how far and the accurate direction into her village. After asking around a little bit and passing a few mountains as he goes, Yi Tianyun finally sees the outline of a village in the distance, although he is not entirely sure is it the Gong village or not. As he starts walking in the directions of the village, he notices a commotion in the village entrance. This is quite a sight, he thought to himself as he notices that a group of people is currently robbing something from villager. After observing for a while, he notices Xiao Lian in the villager crowd. This immediately changed his plans about how to approach the event. Sir Yun, we already handed the money you want 3 months ago. Don't we have to pay once in 6 months' time? Please, Sir Yun, we don't have enough money to get by if you still take the money from us this fast. At this rate, the villager will be starved to death. Wu Liquan, the head of Gong village, trembling as he speak and begged to the group of people in front of him. It seems to Yi Tianyun that the group of people in the entrance is a villager and the next group is a bandit. He proceeds to use his appraisal eye to the group of bandit to find out more. He immediately noticed that the head of the bandit group is named Yun Tiansheng, with a cultivation at 2nd level spirit refinement, and the people behind them is far more superior than him at 4th level spirit refinement. This group of bandits' cultivation is definitely not bad, but they didn't have the required innate ability and intention to join any sect. As far as their concern is to have as much freedom as they can and get as many resources as they hand can get. And they for sure don't want any sect to control their way of living. Who said that I would take the money every 6 months? I said I would take them whenever I want to. Now who is smart enough to say that I'm wrong here? Small village like yours better do what I say, Yun Tiansheng said with a loud voice. There is nothing the villager can do. There is no strong enough cultivator to fight them, and there are too many old people and children in there. But sir, we really have no money to pay you right now. Could you at least give us more time so that we can earn more money to pay you? Wu Liquan kneels and begs to the bandits. If you can't pay me, that's fine. I see you have few strong men in your village. I will have them for now. Yun Tiansheng immediately gave gesture to his man to grab the man from the village. The men from the village that he mentioned sure look strong, but they are still in their teen, around 16 to 18 of age. This threat scares Wu Liquan, and he immediately said, "No, stop. We will give you your money." He immediately signaled the rest of the villager to give the bandit the money they want. They handed the bandit 52 silver coins. One would say that this is not that much of a money, but if situated in a village like this, that much money would be a fortune. Yun Tiansheng stared at Wu Liquan and quickly kicks Wu Liquan with enough power to send the old man flying. This move really set the villager off. They are angry before, but now they are furious. Wang Dechuan rushes to Wu Liquan's side to check his condition. How could you still hit him even after we pay you money? He shouts at the bandit while hugging Wu Liquan, who keep coughing and vomit a little bit of blood. Why? Well, he said that the village doesn't have money but eventually still gave the money after some threat. What would you say to that? Basically, he is saying that the village has more money but won't give it to me. Now, I'm really hurt of this kind of treatment. I've been trusting you guys this whole. I haven't even burned a house, and you still lie to me? Yun Tiansheng talked with sneers. Ooh, yeah. I almost forgot the beautiful girl is back, isn't she? And I heard she brought with her much silver from her sect, isn't she? Now, bring her to me now. Don't bother try to hide her. I will make sure to search this entire village if I have to. All villagers suddenly becomes pale. They didn't know how this kind of information can reach the bandit. Who the hell in their right mind wants to reveal this kind of information to the bandits? Oh, you don't want to speak all of the sudden? It's okay with me. You just made it easier for me. I will start beheading one of you every several minutes. No one speak where she is, and I will start with your incompetent village head. Wu Tiansheng pointed at Wu Liquan and took out his longsword. Wang Dechuan immediately blocked the bandit who would drag Wu Liquan to Yun Tiansheng feet. If you want to kill the village head, you need to take him over my dead body, Wang Dechuan said with enough confidence. Who? We have ourselves a makeshift hero. Yun Tiansheng's sarcasm is really made every villager on their toes with fury. Fine, we will start with you. Yun Tiansheng points to Wang Dechuan with bored face. Wang Dechuan was dragged into Yun Tiansheng's feet, and Yun Tiansheng without hesitation make a move to cut down Wang Dechuan's head. Immediately sound of a sword hitting something hard echoing through the village. Yun Tiansheng frown. It's unusual to meet resistance in this village. Wang Dechuan was saved before the sword could make it through his head. You bandits, here I am, no need to continue this sick game of yours. Xiao Lian comes out and glared at the bandits. She couldn't hide knowing someone would die just for her. Xiao Lian, why would you come out here? Wu Liquan asks while trembling from the previous impact. I don't want anybody to die just for me while I'm hiding like some coward. Xiao Lian speaks with anger clearly on her voice. Oh, feisty, I like it. Yun Tiansheng licks his lips and said, I also heard you brought with you an extra amount of gold and some pills, right? If I were you, I would just quietly obey and comes with me. I guarantee your safety and everyone you care about. How about that? Interested in my offer? Yun Tiansheng backed Xiao Lian into a corner while talking to her. Xiao Lian reached her limit just listening to his nonsense. Chapter 102, Rebels. Chapter 102, Rebels. Yun Tiansheng doesn't really care at this point whether this village will retaliate against them or not, because Xiao Lian has quite a lot of fortune with her. Besides, he didn't exactly protect them because there's no threat around there except for themselves. In your dream, Sister Xiao Lian won't go with you. Wang Dechuan stood up for her, holding a wooden stick. But that wooden stick is basically a toy for them. They could even send him flying with one finger due to the gap of their cultivation. Yun Tiansheng ignored him completely. He just said to Xiao Lian, hurry and make your choice. If you don't want to, I will kill the villagers one by one in front of your eyes. If you agree, I will exempt this village from the tax for 3 years. Not a bad deal, I would say. It's not like Xiao Lian is weak, but the gap between them is too huge. She realized this when she tried to parry Yun Tiansheng's strike. Xiao Lian bit her lips. She basically doesn't have any choice but obey Yun Tiansheng because she's not strong enough, and if she refused, Yun Tiansheng will kill the villagers one by one until she's the only one remain and drag her with him anyway. Sister Xiao Lian, I'll fight. Even if I die trying, it's better than letting these scums do whatever they want. Wang Dechuan made his resolve to stand his ground. He is afraid of death, but more than that, he's so furious at these bandits. Oh, how inspiring. But go ahead and ask her whether your futile resistance really amounts to anything. Yun Tiansheng gave him a condescending look. We would rather die than let Xiao Lian go with the likes of you. You held my son captive. I have nothing else to lose. I'll fight. Yes, I've had enough of this crap. At this time, everyone else was inspired by Wang Dechuan and decided to stand up and oppose this tyranny. They are afraid of death, but living like this is basically the same as dead. Don't be hasty. We should listen to Sir Yun's words and let Xiao Lian and Sir Yun go to avoid further casualties. I'm sure it would be an honor for Xiao Lian to sacrifice for this village, a man said from the crowd while running to Yun Tiansheng. Besides, we'll be exempted from protection fee for 3 years. This would have been unthinkable before. If it is not for Sir Yun's protection, we would have fallen prey to demon beast long ago. Niu Ji, what are you talking about? Wang Dechuan said with anger. Protect us? From what exactly? There is no demon beast nearby. We don't need their protection. Yes, Niu Ji, how can you side with that scum? Don't tell me you're the one who leaked the information about Xiao Lian. Someone suspected him as the one who leaked the information. Information? Niu Zhu said with a sneer. Xiao Lian brought back lots of things, but barely gave us any. The villagers can't believe what they just heard, and Xiao Lian is so furious. It's true that she didn't give everything she brought to the villagers since she has her needs as well, but she already gave most of what she brought here. She was not that familiar with Niu Ji, yet she still bothered to give him some of her fortunes, only to be stabbed on her back. You're a traitor. Wu Liquan was so furious he never expected one of the villager would become a traitor and side with bandit. Traitor? I'm doing this for this village's sake as well, Niu Ji said with a sneer. The most logical decision to make is to obey Sir Yun. You think you can defy Sir Yun? There is no doubt that he is the traitor. No wonder Yun Tiansheng already returned here even though it's still 3 months from the previous extortion. You, I will kill you, Wang Dechuan screamed and about to smash Niu Ji's face with a wooden stick, but was quickly stopped by Xiao Lian. Hold it, you can't fight them. Xiao Lian was also full of anger. It's been a while since her last return to her village, and she gave the villagers a lot of things. But somebody snitched on her just because he's dissatisfied with what she gave him. There's no point in saying anything now. Yun Tiansheng and his men is too strong for her. At least you understand that much. Last chance to make your choice, before I'm running out of patience. Yun Tiansheng looked at her full of disdain. Xiao Lian looked back at the villagers and finally grits her teeth and said, All right, I promise you, she has no choice but to accept. If she refused, Yun Tiansheng will kill the villagers one by one, and she can't fight them all. Xiao Lian, do not go with them. These son of a bitch will kill you. At this time, one man on a crutch came out of the house, limping. After a few steps, he fell to the ground. Xiao Lian ran and propped his father. Why did you come out? You have to rest. I didn't expect you to be her father. I did remember injuring your leg. I'm sorry. If I know you're her father, I will definitely show my mercy. Yun Tiansheng smiled cruelly, showing no remorse at all. However, since you agree to come with me, then I will leave some healing pills. Xiaolian trembled. She thought that the cause of her father's injury is a serious illness. Turns out it's Yun Tiansheng's doing. Old Lu, it's an honor for your daughter to go with Sir Yun. Why do you get in her way? Niu Ji chuckled. Villagers are disgusted seeing his wretched expression. You traitor, leave at once, Old Lu said with anger. Don't let me see you again, or I will kill you. No hard feelings, I just choose side based on logic, and I will go with Sir Yun. How can I stay in this poor village? Niu Ji doesn't look sorry at all, as Yun Tiansheng promised to take him in, so he's not worried at all. The villagers just looked at Niu Ji with contempt. Having a scum in Gong Village is really embarrassing and frustrating. It's about time, let's go, Yun Tiansheng said solemnly. Xiaolian immediately signaled the other villagers to come and help her father to return to the house. Instead, they immediately walked to Yun Tiansheng. Sister Xiaolian, don't go. Xiaolian, come back. Don't go, I'll fight. At this time, Yun Tiansheng's men quickly pushed them back. They could not resist due to their lack of strength. Take care, Xiaolian is about to cry. All she could is a small sacrifice. Yun Tiansheng enjoyed this kind of scene unfolding before his eyes to tear apart someone from their loved ones. Who dares to take you? At this time, a familiar voice fills the air, and everyone looked somebody blocking Yun Tiansheng's path with his cold eyes. Young master, when Xiaolian saw Yi Tianyun, she instantly shed tears. Chapter 103, Instant Kill. Chapter 103, Instant Kill. Xiaolian was very surprised when Yi Tianyun showed up in the village. She knows how busy Yi Tianyun is. Thus she never tells about her village conditions. Now that Yi Tianyun can see the situation himself, she hopes that Yi Tianyun can help her village. She looks at Yi Tianyun with tears on her eyes. Yi Tianyun always comes at such critical moments, before in Jade Palace, and now right when she's about to be taken captive. Yi Tianyun looks at the bandits with cold eyes. He already knew everything he needs to know about these bandits. Fortunately, he comes to the village in time, or Xiaolian would have been taken by these bandits. Random quest, Xiaolian, protect Gong Village reward, 50 W00, experience, 30 prestige, 50 Liu Menglian's favorability, 100 all Gong villagers favorability accept. He didn't even read the quest description. All he heard was something about protecting Gong Village and Xiaolian, then he quickly accepted it without any hesitation. I suggest that you all scram from this place and never return again, or you will be facing a dire consequence. All the bandits and the villagers are all shocked by Yi Tianyun's sudden appearances, while the villager are all grateful for a hero's coming. The bandits are all sneering when realizing it's just a little boy playing a hero. I thought a real hero with amazing cultivation made his grand entrance, but it turns out to be a titty-sucking kid who doesn't even know how to pee. Boy, you shouldn't play hero when you don't know the real situation you are in, Niu Ji said with much venom in his words. Yun Tiansheng at the side also feels the same way as he adds, I don't know anything about you, but you come at the right time to show these people what happened if anyone crossed me. Shall I show him what the afterlife looks like? Immediately, one of his men reached out for a knife and quickly rushed over to Yi Tianyun's position. With the slightest hint of hesitation, he positions himself to stab Yi Tianyun on the heart. That slight hesitation makes it easier for Yi Tianyun to counter him, and Yi Tianyun immediately kicks the man's chest, sending him flying into the forest and never to return again. Yi Tianyun doesn't like this situation at all. Killing this small fry doesn't increase his experience nor his mastery. They are all just a waste of time. But he sure does hate the people who made his loved ones cries. He will make sure to kill every single one of these bandits with a gruesome ways. He walks over to Yun Tiansheng very slowly, as he's still pondering about how to finish every single one of these roaches. You have some skills, but I advise you to beg for mercy as you already succeeded on killing one of his men. I am sure you will immediately face the wrath of Sir Yun. Niu Ji doesn't stop kissing ass in front of Yun Tiansheng. As Yun Tiansheng himself was slightly intrigued by Yi Tianyun now, there is not much people have the power to defeat someone with one move like that. It seems that you have a decent cultivation base. With a little practice I am sure you can get stronger, but still, as of now, you are no match for me. Let me give you a chance to use your life better. Join me. And I would give that girl to you. I have much more beautiful woman than her. In fact, if she doesn't satisfy your need, you can discard her when you get tired of her. Yun Tiansheng says with smirk on his face. What do you say again? Care to repeat it for me? I don't think I hear you quite right. Yi Tianyun sarcastically says to Yun Tiansheng. His heart becomes furious, hearing every word Yun Tiansheng spill out of his mouth. You still have quite the fire. It's better to accept the offer now, little boy. There is not that many chance that you can have a better life like this. The influence of Dragon's Treasure Stronghold is quite big, you know. You can have a better future than to live it off in this shit-stained little village. Niu Ji keeps on giving a compliment to Yun Tiansheng while encouraging Yi Tianyun to take the offer. I will give you one last chance. Join me or die, Yun Tiansheng says with all seriousness on his voice. Despite a contrary belief, I am not merciful enough to let you live, Yi Tianyun says with venom. You sure got guts, I can tell you that. But as you have chosen your path, there is nothing in it for me anymore. Now you die. Yun Tiansheng immediately take a stance and release his aura of spirit refinement cultivation, and immediately rushed over to grab Yi Tianyun's head with his Eagle Claw martial arts technique. Yi Tianyun is just standing there waiting for Yun Tiansheng. This move he chooses is considered to be stupid by the people who watch him, either the villager or the bandits. Haha, this kid is really asking to die, not accepting Sir Yun's proposal. Niu Ji laughed at Yi Tianyun as he thought Yun Tiansheng surely would kill Yi Tianyun in one move. The villagers are all scared to look as Yun Tiansheng gets closer to Yi Tianyun. Die! Yi Tianyun screams loudly when Yun Tiansheng is in his reach. He immediately reaches and grabs Yun Tiansheng's wrist and slams him to the ground, stunning him by the shock of the slams. The power of the slams itself is amazing, as it almost kills him. He is still alive for now, but he knows that several of his bones are already broken by the impact. You have a garbage cultivation and even more shitty martial art and you dare to threaten me, Yi Tianyun says with furious look on his face and a potent killing intent. Yun Tiansheng himself doesn't know how exactly he got his martial art, but all he knows is the martial art gives him a quite good cultivation base, while the martial art itself is not quite reliable as most martial art he sees in expert use, but it still meets his needs. Your cultivation base, Yun Tiansheng now knows that he's up against an expert, but he still needs to do something to escape from death. He immediately stands up and punches Yi Tianyun on the chest just to hurt his own hand. You sure are a fighter. Doing completely useless shit despite knowing you can't win. Yi Tianyun quickly grabs Yun Tiansheng's hand and twists it forcefully, resulting in Yun Tiansheng's painful screams. On the side, Niu Ji gasps, seeing what happened in front of him. Chapter 1-4, Eliminate. Chapter 10-4, Eliminate. Where is that arrogance you showed me earlier? Yi Tianyun steps on Yun Tiansheng's hand. I beg you, let me go, master. It's my pride talking. Please, master, let me go. I am a nobody. There is no point on killing me, master. You will gain nothing. Yun Tiansheng says while screaming in pain. The pain itself is unbearable and enough to make him faint, but Yi Tianyun never let that happen so Yun Tiansheng can enjoy the pain as he constantly inflicted to other people throughout his life. Then nobody, you are nothing more than a dust in the sand. Your life is pointless as a small ant lost in the desert. Yi Tianyun immediately stomped on Yun Tiansheng's arm and cut it off immediately. This act of cruelty shocks everyone. They never imagine a teenager is able to do this kind of cruelty. After his hand is cut off, Yun Tiansheng screams so loud that make people in the vicinity having chills down their spine. Niu Ji on the side is shaking from fear from what he is currently witnessing. Now it's your turn? Are you guys ready? Yi Tianyun looked cold. Yi Tianyun's words scared all the bandits as they began to flee while pissing their pants. They know if they don't escape, they'll meet the same fate as Yun Tiansheng. To them, live with no arms is just the same as death. Why so eager to leave? Yi Tianyun's eyes were cold. He buried his feet in the ground to build momentum and chase after them. His first target is Niu Ji. When Niu Ji senses a murderous aura catching up with him, he was scared shitless. His foot began to numb as he is taken over by his fear. Due to this, he eventually falls down as his feet refuse to move. He immediately begged for his life to Yi Tianyun as Yi Tianyun walks ever so slowly to him. I am sorry. Please forgive me. Spare my life, master. We were wrong. We will not trouble anybody else after this. I beg you. Spare my life. Yi Tianyun doesn't seem to care about the man begging in front of him. He kicks Niu Ji into the villager directions because he thinks that Niu Ji would be more appropriate to leave his punishment to the villagers. He immediately set his pace to catch up on the rest of fleeing bandits. Not long after, he kicks the bandit one by one into the direction of the village, but didn't really hold back his kicks as the system keeps giving him notification as he kills someone. Eventually, Yi Tianyun goes back to the villager and see that Yun Tiansheng is still cowering from pain in front of the villager. Please let me go, master, Yun Tiansheng begged again as he knows his life can be decided on a whim by Yi Tianyun. When you disregard Xiaolian as a human being before, doesn't you know that everything you said have consequences? You garbage, I can't control my anger when I see you. Better to dispose of you before you infested another human with your disgusting way of thinking. Yi Tianyun said with cold stare and venomous word. I am only joking, master. Yun Tiansheng feels remorse after all he's done. There is nothing he can do now, but he surely doesn't want to pay it with his life. Oh, you are only joking. Ha ha ha, that joke sure is funny. Yi Tianyun hit Yun Tiansheng's head with his palm, lift his body, and take him to the villager. I am Yi Tianyun, sworn brother of Sister Xiaolian. I came here to help her solve some of her problems. Now these two idiots are yours to judge. It is not my place to kill them in this situation. Yi Tianyun said with confidence. Younger brother? All the villager looked into each other as they didn't understand the meaning behind Yi Tianyun's word. They don't think that Lu Menglian ever had a brother. However, their focus soon turned to Niu Ji and Yun Tiansheng. The anger in their eyes and weapon in their hands tells everything that they want these two to be judged. Everything I did is for the sake of the village. There is nothing. Niu Ji stops talking after he saw Wang Dechuan holding a long stick. He began to tremble as he believes this is the end for him. His previous action just can't be forgiven by the villagers. I suspect there's already a spy long before Xiaolian's return. Like how they always find out when we're about to collect spirit herb, making the money needed for this nonsense protection fee even harder to get. But I never thought that it would be you, Wang Dechuan said angrily. You two really made my day a living hell, Wang Dechuan adds. After Wang Dechuan finished speaking, all the villagers holding a wooden stick wave their weapons and immediately pummel both of the criminals in front of them. They both die painfully in the chaos. Yi Tianyun chose this moment to come and talk to Liu Menyan, or more known by Yi Tianyun by the name of Xiao Lian. Sister, it seems that there are still things you hide from me. You never mention about this village's circumstances. Yi Tianyun huffed at Xiao Lian. He really feels that Xiao Lian didn't trust him enough. I saw that young master was busy with stuff. I didn't dare to make this your problems too. Xiao Lian keeps rubbing her eyes from the tears that she shed a while ago. After a while, she couldn't hold her emotions any longer and hugged Yi Tianyun while thanking him over and over again. If you happen to be taken by the bandits, what would you think Aunt would do? She surely would be devastated by that news, you know. Yi Tianyun adds as he envisioned his aunt enraged by the news. Next time I don't want you to hide your problems like this anymore. I told you over and over again that we already saw you as a family. Don't you ever dare do this again? Yi Tianyun said with a bit frustration in his voice. He quickly adds, what if next time you do this and I am not coincidentally nearby? What would happen to you then? Young master, I am very sorry. I will tell you the next time I have a problem. Would you forgive me? Xiao Lian's tears poured out from her strong emotions. Random quest completed reward, 50 W0s in experience, 30 prestige, 50 Lu Menglian's favorability, 100 All Gong villagers' favorability. The reward comes out almost immediately. While he received the reward from the quest, his heart wasn't happy. All this quest do was pointing more profoundly that Gong village was attacked. Chapter 105, Dragon's Treasure Stronghold. Chapter 1005, Dragon's Treasure Stronghold. Wu Liquan comes over and saw Xiao Lian still in Yi Tianyun's arms. Based on Yi Tianyun's act before, he is definitely a trustworthy person. Xiao Lian, can you tell us a little about our young hero? Who is he? Xiao Lian immediately rose to her feet and her face became red from the embarrassment caught in Yi Tianyun's arms. Yeah, she said, this is young master of the Jade Palace. Her face is all red from before and proceed to not look everyone in the eyes. A young master? Everyone who hears Xiao Lian word becomes surprised. They never had such an important person coming to this village. The one that come to this village is just a criminal at best, and they all come from the Dragon's Treasure Stronghold. I remember now that the Jade Palace is the sect that Sister Xiao Lian joined. I never expect that one of the most important person of that place to come here and help us like this. Wang Dechuan was mesmerized by Yi Tianyun's fighting prowess earlier, and he quickly adds, Big brother, you are clearly a powerful cultivator. Can you teach me to become strong like you? So that I would be able to defend the Gong village. What are you talking now, Wang Dechuan? It's not easy to pass martial arts, you know. You must possess compatible affinity to be able to cultivate it, Xiao Lian said with confidence. Hearing Xiao Lian's explanation, Wang Dechuan is down with a frown. I'm just saying. Wang Dechuan didn't finish his word as Yi Tianyun interrupted him by said, That's all right, I will teach you later, but you must work hard. You can't just quit halfway because it would be bad for your own body if you did that. Hearing Yi Tianyun agreed to teach him, Wang Dechuan became excited. Really? Really? You would teach me the martial art? Wang Dechuan said excitedly. Of course, would I lie about something like this? Yi Tianyun said with poise. No, you are our savior. There is no way you would lie about this. Thank you, young master, Wang Dechuan said while smiling happily to Yi Tianyun. After all said and done, we have to get out from this village soon. We can't let the people from the Dragon's Treasure Stronghold to come here. If they come when we're still around, we would be dead. Wu Liquan said with gloom atmosphere. Everyone immediately stops what they did and began thinking with sorrowful eyes. They didn't have any money to be able to live in another place. Furthermore, they have a family member being held captive in the Dragon's Treasure Stronghold. Yi Tianyun saw this solemn expression and immediately suggested, Let me go to that stronghold and take back the people being held there. There is no reason to leave this place just because a bunch of fools trying to rob you from your happiness. When the villager heard this word from Yi Tianyun, they become shocked. They only know a fact that Dragon's Treasure Stronghold is a group of violent and strong people. If Yi Tianyun is going alone, what will happen to him? Young hero, we couldn't let you do that. We couldn't let you die for our sake. They have many expert in there which is far more powerful than Yun Tiansheng was. Wu Liquan said while shaking his head. The other villager nodded at Wu Liquan's word. They really don't want Yi Tianyun to die just to help them. Yi Tianyun turns his attention to Xiao Lian and asks, Sister Xiao Lian, is this Dragon's Treasure Stronghold is really as strong as the people said it is? Xiao Lian was a bit startled by Yi Tianyun's question, but quickly answered. I don't really know the extent of their power, but they are definitely no match for you, I'm sure. Are you really going to help us, young master? Of course, I am already here, aren't I? Yi Tianyun said to clarify Xiao Lian. He adds, I would always help you if you're in trouble like this, sister, and maybe this is God's way to tell they've done enough. I'll go and end their reign. Side quest: eliminate Dragon's Treasure Stronghold reward, 150,000 experiences, 10,000 crazy points, 100 prestige points. A brand new side quest came out after he finishes speaking. The reward is great for an easy job. The prestige point is all he sees that is very worth the time. The effect of prestige is great by combining it with the lucky aura. The higher his prestige point is, the greater the lucky aura would be. The villager is still not convinced enough to let Yi Tianyun do this alone. If something happens to him, they would surely felt guilty for sending him to dangerous place. I will come with you, young master, Xiaolian said with confidence. After hearing Xiaolian, many villagers also expressed their intention to also tag along Yi Tianyun to retrieve their family member. Yi Tianyun just smiles and shook his head at the excited villager. Okay, I would bring several people with me, but the rest of you have to hold tight in this village. Everything will be over before you know it. I'll make sure you'll witness of the destruction of Dragon's Treasure Stronghold. He doesn't need to ask for another information. He already knows that the Dragon's Treasure Stronghold is not as strong as the three great factions. If it is strong as them, there is no way he never heard of it before. At most, they only had several great cultivators, but that would not be able to stop him from destroying the place. Old Lu come over to Xiaolian and said, "Are you sure this is okay? It would be our fault if something bad happened to him, you know." Xiaolian just smiles at Old Lu and said, "It's okay, young master is very strong. He definitely can destroy the stronghold and let us stay here." With the assurance they got from Xiaolian, the villager agreed to Yi Tianyun's plan to destroy the Dragon's Treasure Stronghold. But they surely have some concern left still for Yi Tianyun's safety. As far as they know, the stronghold is filled with terrifyingly strong cultivator. Chapter 106, Do Not Hope to Run. Chapter 106, Do Not Hope to Run. Yi Tianyun ensures everyone that comes along with him to get ready as fast as they can, and quickly set off to eliminate the stronghold. Yun Tiansheng, as the villager said, is one of the top brass of the place, and if he doesn't come back for a long time without anyone knowing anything, the enemy surely would get suspicious, and Yi Tianyun doesn't want them to come to this village while he was gone. In the road, Xiaolian leads the way to Yi Tianyun to reach the stronghold faster. Young Master Yi, the stronghold is just in front off that wall, Xiaolian pointing the location of the stronghold after walking for a while. Her eyes shone with anger as this place held bad memories for her village. After reaching a vantage point, he can finally observe the stronghold. Yi Tianyun saw that the stronghold is surrounded by a wall of mountain, making it quite impenetrable from all sides, while the main entrance is heavily guarded. Okay, I have seen enough, let's go, Yi Tianyun said to everyone. Xiaolian is a little bit confused. We will walk through the front door just like that, she asks. Yi Tianyun smiles, and he said in response, Yes, we walk through the front door. There is nothing we could do about it. There are no more entrants we could use to make it easier. Stay within 2 meters from me. After hearing Yi Tianyun's command, Xiaolian just nodded and didn't say anything else, as she completely obeys Yi Tianyun. When they casually walked into the front gate of the stronghold, the guard immediately stops them. Stop, you are entering the Dragon's Treasure Stronghold border. If you didn't know what you're walking into, turn around and leave, or you will be executed immediately. The guards already pointing their bow and the spears to Yi Tianyun's group. Yi Tianyun doesn't falter from such a threatening glare coming from the guard. He reaches into his pocket and throws a small stone in it into the guard directions. Ding, successfully killed Dragon's Treasure Stronghold guard, gaining 400 experience, 30 crazy point. This is sad, he thinks to himself. The guard is too easy to kill, and the reward from killing them doesn't amount to anything. Xiaolian is at loss for words. She doesn't expect a small stone can be used to kill a person. This revelation just makes Xiaolian respect Yi Tianyun more than before. Sister Xiaolian, let's go inside. Yi Tianyun wave at Xiaolian as a signal to walk closely to him. He pulls out his Chaotic Heaven's sacred axe. The size alone can cause others to tremble in fear. Not to mention the domineering aura Yi Tianyun emits as he pulls out the axe. Even an axe can be used to smash cockroaches. Everyone else was too speechless to say anything. Yi Tianyun quickly waved the axe at the thick door serves as an entrance into the stronghold. The thick door can't handle the power of the axe, and a big hole is formed on the entrance. Yi Tianyun and the villager walks inside, and he can see there are many houses, and the people inside which is either too shocked to move or just too scared to do anything. After observing many of the people inside using his appraisal eye, Yi Tianyun immediately knows that this people poses no threat to him. Sister Xiaolian. It's Sister Xiaolian. It really is Sister Xiaolian. Several people wave and shout at Yi Tianyun and Xiaolian. Disbelief is still clearly laced on their eyes. Xiaodong, Xiaoyun, Xiaolian also wave at them, and immediately anger took over her as she sees the condition of the people waving at her. They are full of injuries, and their ankle has been chained so that they can't get away from here. The bandit guard around the place finally rush toward the area due to the commotion, quickly reach over to where Yi Tianyun is currently standing. Who are you? As they readied their weapons to attack Yi Tianyun. Yi Tianyun just sighs at this view and said, I am just nobody and I am here to kill you. Yi Tianyun immediately split the guard in two with his axe. The blood splattered everywhere. The bandit he killed is at 7th level body refinement. It's not high at all, but soon the spirit refinement cultivator comes over to check the situation. But as they look at Yi Tianyun's powerful aura, they realized he's not an opponent he can handle, and quickly runs away while shouting, "Quick! Call over the fortress lord." Shortly after, the bells are ringing everywhere and the shouts are echoing everywhere. "Intruder! Intruder!" There are many of the bandits running around either to hide or to inform the others about the situation they currently in. Not long after, there is a booming voice comes from the house on the side shouting, "What the hell is happening outside?" An old man rushed outside the house immediately after. The old man watches as his man running wildly outside his house, clearly confused. He looks around and grabs one of his men as he shout at the poor man ear, "Why are you running around? What the hell is the situation?" he shout. The poor man point at the entrance of the stronghold, and the old man immediately notices Yi Tianyun and Xiao Lian standing there with blood splattered everywhere around them. "Who are you two? You dare disturbing me in my own place, you will die by my hand," the old man screams. He releases his own aura that in 6th level spirit refinement and pulls out his long knife. He ready himself to attack Yi Tianyun. Yi Tianyun just yawned at the old man display of power and quickly slashed his axe against the air in the direction of the old man. The axe made a wave of shockwave that quickly split the old man in two. The old man doesn't even have the time to do anything as the shockwave travels through him and ended on his house, completely destroying the house into crumble. The old man falls to the ground in two, splattering blood everywhere in his vicinity. "Don't hope any of you can run away today. I will make sure none of you bandits alive at the end of the day," Yi Tianyun said, emitting his powerful killing intents. Chapter 107, Fighting with All Might. Chapter 107, Fighting with All Might. Yi Tianyun's aura, combined with his killing, freezes every bandit on their feet. There is not much they can do now after seeing their boss was cut in two. Yi Tianyun begun cutting every bandit he laid his eyes on. "Aha! Run away! He is a demon. We have to escape." Every bandit starts to scream and shout. They scatters, but still they can't outrun Yi Tianyun. The place turns into carnage in the blink of an eye. There is blood everywhere. There is still a few of the bandits lying around, as they didn't have the courage to face Yi Tianyun. Suddenly, a girl comes out from the broken house earlier, covered with scars and quilt. Obviously, she was raped by the bandits. She still has the scared look on her face. She starts to look around scared, and when her gaze falls upon Yi Tianyun and Xiao Lian, she suddenly stops. "Sister Xiao Lian, Meng Hua," Xiao Lian said with disbelief. She doesn't know this Meng Hua is also captured by the bandits. Suddenly, one of the surviving bandit grab hold of Meng Hua's neck from behind and make her his hostage. Don't come over, or I will kill her." The bandit was pale, holding a short sword in his hand and pointing the sword on Meng Hua's neck. "Stop! Don't you dare!" Xiao Lian screams at the bandit, her heart thumping from anger. Meng Hua starts crying, but she doesn't care about her own life. She wants Yi Tianyun and Xiao Lian to get revenge for her and the villager that was caught. "Don't worry about me. My life is already over when this bastard caught me. Just help me get revenge and save the villagers," she said while crying. "Shut up, slut." The bandit handled Meng Hua rougher than before, halting her from talking any further. He's afraid Yi Tianyun will prioritize killing him over Meng Hua's life. He wants to use Meng Hua as a human shield to get out of this place and escape. Xiao Lian, standing beside him, starts crying too. Meng Hua is her childhood friend. She can't abandon her now when Meng Hua need her the most. She wants to get closer to her, but she can't risk her safety. Suddenly, a gust of wind drifting from the side, shocking Xiao Lian, while the bandit holding Meng Hua died with a hole in his head. Xiao Lian looks at the direction of the wind and find out it's Yi Tianyun's doing. Yi Tianyun throws a stone so fast it busts through the bandit's head. "No one can escape this place. There is nothing you can do about it." Yi Tianyun reaches out his hand for Xiao Lian to take. She immediately takes Yi Tianyun's hand and began to stand. "Sister Xiao Lian, you should stay here with her. She is still shaken by what happened here. No more bandits here, so it should be safe for you, but there is still half more place the bandit could go in this fortress, so leave the rest to me." When he rushes forward into the enemy's territory, he could feel a powerful killing intent comes from afar, followed by two core condensation cultivators. He raises his brows a little after knowing this fact. He doesn't expect to be fighting a core condensation cultivator in this remote place. "Who are you?" said Fortress Lord Long Batian. Meanwhile, Yi Tianyun is observing them using his appraisal eye, and the information shows at once. The three of them are the Fortress Lord of Dragon's Treasure Stronghold. They are in fact a brother by blood, and it seems the one in charge is Long Bashan, followed by Long Waishan and Long Quanton. Long Bashan, Cultivation 2nd level Core Condensation, Weapons Dragon Spring Blade, High-Grade Spirit Tool, Equipment Middle-Grade Spirit Tool Armor, Combat Power 18,000, Weakness Left Foot has been injured. Easy Difficulty Enemy. Killing may have obtained the item. There are Buddha Killing Palm, High-Grade Human Level Martial Art, Heavenly Wind Blade, Long Whitian, Cultivation 1st Level Core Condensation, Weapon Tyrant Heaven Blade, High-Grade Spirit Tool, Equipment Middle-Grade Spirit Tool Armor, Combat Power 16,000, Weakness the chest and the attack are easy to fall. Killing may have obtained the item for Buddha killing Palm, Heavenly Windblade, Long Quantian, Cultivation 8th level Spirit Refinement, weapon is, the details of their powers are showed by appraisal eye. The weapons, the armor, the martial art, even their weakness. Yi Tianyun is clearly smirking with himself when he sees that they are not too hard to handle. He chooses to fight them head on. There's no need to make a plan against these small fries. Oh, I am just a plain intruder who wants your life, Yi Tianyun said while smirking. He immediately jumps up into the air and cleaves his axe in the three brothers' directions. The core condensation cultivator immediately jumps out into safety, but the third one, who's still on his spirit refinement, didn't have speed to dodge Yi Tianyun attack. He immediately split the Long Quantian in two. His hard armor is basically a paper for Yi Tianyun's axe. Dun Young successfully killed Long Quantian, gained 32,000 experiences, 800 crazy point, got Buddha killing Palm, Heavenly Windblade. Third brother. The two brothers that dodge Yi Tianyun's attack is shocked seeing their brother died in front of them. They're filled with anger. You bastard, I will personally kill you with these hands, Long Weitian screamed and slashes his sword at Yi Tianyun's direction. Yi Tianyun clearly is not phased, he just dodges it easily, taunting Long Weitian more. Yi Tianyun put some distance between them suddenly, catching Long Weitian off guard, and he cleaves his axe into Long Weitian directions. Long Weitianyun wants to do, but he can't move to dodge Yi Tianyun's attack. He raises his sword to try to block the axe, but that move was in feint, as the axe easily cut the sword in half and smashes Long Weitian's body toward a nearby wall. Chaotic Heaven's Sacred Axe is really too powerful. With this axe only, he can kill his opponent with ease. There is no point in hiding against anything, as the axe will surely cut through. Chapter 28, Black Soul Dragon Vein. Chapter 28, Black Soul Dragon Vein, Second Brother. Long Batian hurried over and saw that Long Weitian was dying. His face already became pale from losing too much blood, just from one strike from the axe, and now he will not live for much longer. Long Batian looked at his brother with a little bit relief in his mind. At least his brother died an easy death, but death is still a sad thing to confront, so he stayed at his brother's side until Long Weitian's eyes turned white. Seems that your brother's wound is deep. He is dead no matter what you do. Now that you're the victim, do you understand how it feels when you take those people from their family? Yi Tianyun said with cold and venomous word. He just can't find mercy for them, especially after seeing Meng Hua's condition before. Long Batian gritted his teeth and glances at Yi Tianyun with hateful look in his eyes and proceeds to run inside, leaving his brother's body behind. Oh, now you want to run? You know I can catch up with you with ease, right? There will be no more Dragon's Treasure Stronghold after today, you know. Yi Tianyun said with playful smirk on his word. Long Baitian was very nervous about Yi Tianyun was so close behind him. He quickened his pace and shout, "Old ancestor, please save me." Yi Tianyun is a little bit puzzled. Old ancestor? But he chooses to ignore it and quickly swing his axe at Long Batian's back. Long Batian felt this attack coming and quickly used his Dragon Spring blade to try to resist Yi Tianyun's attack. An iron clashing with iron sounded on the hall they were at, the axe clearly winning. The blade was cut into two, like bamboo together with its master. Long Batian's eyes bulging out from surprise, and it seems that he wants to say something, but his mouth doesn't make any sound. At the end of his life, Yi Tianyun saw a hint of regret in his fallen enemy. Ding successfully killed Long Batian, earned 48,000 experiences, 2,200 crazy point, falling cloud armor, middle grade spirit tool, soul killing blade, high grade spirit tool. Ding successfully killed Long Weitian with 42,000 experience, 2,100 crazy point, heaven cloud armor, middle grade spirit tool, 1,000 drop blade, high grade spirit tool. There are no more bandits running around, as he is sure that he already killed them all. He regrets his move to not activate the luck aura or crazy mode for killing those three a little bit, but in the end he sighed. It really is not necessary just to receive a little extra. He starts to collect the equipment used by the Long brothers. He can sell them for a few thousand extra crazy points. When he is done collecting all he could get from the bodies, suddenly the area becomes duller and some dark aura creeping up on him. A loud shout is suddenly ringing inside the fortress. "Where are the intruders?" An old man voice shouting at random. He is covered with a black mist that seems to be connected with the darkness that emits from the land. Yi Tianyun is really intrigued by this old man's power. He immediately uses his appraisal eye to look at the old man's stats. Old ancestor Hai Hun, peak core condensation, controller of underground Black Dragon spiritual vein with Black Dragon strength. Combat powers at 210,000, with martial art of Black Dragon Divine Secret Art, Soul Extinguishing Palm. Weakness is the underground Black Soul Dragon Vein. Breaking the connection of Black Soul Dragon Vein will reduce his power by half. Killing May rewards, Black Dragon Divine Secret Art, Soul Extinguishing Palm, Black Dragon Spiritual Vein Crystal, Old Ancestor Hai Hun, controller of underground Black Dragon Spiritual Vein, Dragon's Treasure Stronghold. No wonder there are so many treasures and expert here. It seems like they're all to cover up about the Black Dragon Spiritual Vein. Yi Tianyun seen the details provided by the appraisal eye and immediately knew everything he need of this place. The dragon's treasure stronghold is obviously made to cover up this black soul dragon vein. But that is where his problem starts. He knows nothing about this black soul dragon vein. There is no additional information about it in Appraisal I. I am the intruder. Who are you, old man? I am just a pilgrim who granted the bandits here a salvation. What do you want to do now? Yi Tianyun said casually, not making any move to provoke the old man. He want to see what this old man can do. Oh, a good Samaritans want to save those troubled people brought by the three brothers. Are you sure with that kind of personality you will survive in this kind of age? Old Ancestor Haehun said with disdain in his eyes but smirked. But you clearly had the promising skill and cultivation. The three of them is now dead, and all the criminal activities they do doesn't concern me anymore. How about I offer you to be my warrior? I will give you an unlimited glory and wealth. Also, you can get your cultivation progress much faster under my guidance. Old Ancestor Haehun said with glorious smile. Why? Yi Tianyun said with a light smile. Is there any proof? All I heard is just empty words. Below my feet, there is a black soul dragon vein. Old Ancestor Haehun said. This word surprised Yi Tianyun a little bit. This old man doesn't bother hiding anything from a stranger he just met. As long as you agreed to become my warrior, I will let you absorb the black soul dragon vein as much as you like, and with it your cultivation will progress in much faster rate. After we reach a higher cultivation stage, we will open a new sect so that no one will mess with us. Old Ancestor Haehun said with confidence. In his eyes, there is nothing more powerful than this black soul dragon vein. So, what do you want me to do? Yi Tianyun asked. All you have to do is bring people here, whether they're cultivator or not, doesn't matter. All of them will be sacrificed to the black soul dragon vine. This way we can produce black dragon strength, and with it our cultivation speed would drastically increase. Old Ancestor Haehun said with smile. Yi Tianyun was quite shocked by these revelations, anger quickly taking his approach to this old man. So, this is why you abducted those people. You are just a sinned old man like your weakling subordinate. Are you not afraid of the consequences that you will receive? Are you not afraid of heaven? Yi Tianyun said, exerting his powerful killing intent at the old man. Heaven? What heaven? In here, I am heaven. No one can stand in my level in here. Old Ancestor Haehun said coldly and add, make your choice. If you choose to be my warrior, take this pill. If not, prepare to die. He held out his palm and a dark pill appeared on his palm. Yi Tianyun looked at it with appraisal eye and instantly understood the intention of taking the pill. Blackheart pill, after taking it, will have a poisoning effect after a while. In a long time will give a fatal effect. The pill he give is a mean to control his subordinate, the only way to hold back the effect of the poison eye by continuously consuming the antidotes for the rest of their lives, and with it he can demand many things from his subordinate to do in exchange of the antidotes. If they can't do it, there are no antidotes for them. If they can't get the antidotes, they will surely die a painful death. Are you sure you would kill me if I didn't eat this pill? Yi Tianyun asked. Ling He began laughing after hearing Yi Tianyun's question. Did you think I will let you go just like that after hearing all my explanation? I will make sure to make you a great sacrifice for the black soul dragon vein. To prove his word, he immediately emits his black chi around Yi Tianyun, and suddenly a black cage appeared around Yi Tianyun, blocking Yi Tianyun's path from escaping anywhere. Yi Tianyun is a little bit shocked by the old man's power. He never expect anything of this magnitude can be found in such a secluded place. It seems that I am destined to level up here. Yi Tianyun smiled lightly. He doesn't seem scared at all. All he sees is a huge energy waiting for him to absorb. Chapter 1009, Swallows Crazily. Chapter 1009, Swallows Crazily. Yi Tianyun looked at the black mist, trapping him from all sides. Unless he can fly, there is no escaping the mist. Yi Tianyun doesn't get panic over this entrapment he is dealing now. He chooses to fight back. He repositions his chaotic heaven sacred axe and slams the axe against the black mist, and almost instantly the ground and the mist was cleaved in two, making a gap large enough for him to escape the black mist. All I have to do is just rely on the axe, huh? Yi Tianyun said with careless attitude. You have a soul tool? Old Ancestor Haehun said with slight disbelief. Of course, who doesn't have it in this time of age? Yi Tianyun said while smirking. Old Ancestor Haehun shook his head. You choose to oppose me? Old Ancestor Haehun thought there's still a chance Yi Tianyun will submit to him. What do you think, old man? Am I not defying you enough? Yi Tianyun said while putting the axe back into his inventory and bringing out his frost fist. Although the chaotic heaven sacred axe was much better because of the effect of the set, but the frost fist is far more superior than that. Another soul tool? It seems that you're not just an average cultivator, but don't even think that with just a mere soul tool you can fight in par with me. Old Ancestor Haehun quickly waved his hand, and the black mist that surrounding the room immediately forms into a countless black dragon. In that case, become food for the black dragon's spiritual vein. Again he waved his hand, and now the black dragon rushes into Yi Tianyun, attacking him from every direction. Yi Tianyun quickly raises his arms and uses his absorbing star's great technique. The force of the technique makes every black dragon to change trajectory and sucked into Yi Tianyun's palm. Get 4,000 experiences. Are you done? Is that all? Yi Tianyun said with a mocking smile. Old Ancestor Heihun was shocked. Although this attack wasn't his best technique, but the attack at least contains 50% of his power, and sadly, it did nothing to Yi Tianyun, and this fact alone makes him confused. It seems that you possess an evil art. But how much can you endure until the darkness swallow you whole? Old Ancestor Heihun screamed, and suddenly the black dragons multiply from the ground and the black mist start forming like a hand around Yi Tianyun, clearly purposed to entangle him. Yi Tianyun doesn't get phased by this amount of attack. Instead, he quickly uses his Absorbing Star's great technique and activate his Crazy Mode immediately. Absorbing Star's great technique. Crazy Mode. Activate. When the black dragon come close into the vicinity of the force of the Absorbing Star's great technique, it quickly evaporated into XP. The same could be said with the black mist that comes near him. Get 16 Neuro Zeroed experience, 15 Neuro Zeroed experience, 21 Neuro Zero experience. Under the effect of Crazy Mode, he absorbed tons of XP from the old man's power. Yi Tianyun feels that this is all he needs for now. He keeps on killing everyone too fast, and that is not really efficient if his purpose is to increase his level. Almost in no time, the black mist that comes to attack Yi Tianyun already disappeared, absorbed by Yi Tianyun's crazy technique. Old Ancestor Heihun was stunned in the distance. All of his energy just disappeared in an instant. Your power is clearly not too bad. Do you still have another technique up your sleeve? This is not even enough to make me serious, you know. Yi Tianyun sneered at the old man. This word that leave Yi Tianyun's mouth immediately anger him. I don't believe you could absorb that much power so quickly. But how about I multiply it constantly? In an instant, Yi Tianyun is being swallowed by the amount of black mist that attacks him. The black mist is condensed around him, possibly purposed to squash him, but this attack doesn't seem to last long enough or fast enough to completely overwhelm Yi Tianyun. The black mist that surround him becomes thinner in seriously quick pace. Impossible. Let's kick it up a notch, shall we? Old Ancestor Heihun said while screaming, giving all his strength to make Yi Tianyun succumb into his power. This attack shakes the ground. It seems the core in the underground of this stronghold is shaken by how much power is being extracted from it. Get 23000000000000. Tianyun is sure to 00000 is 000 is skyrocketing through the roof. With the crazy mode activated, he receives 32,000,000,000 XP in average per second. With the amount of energy released by the old man, Yi Tianyun is sure to receive at least 1,000,000 points on his XPS. However, Old Ancestor Heihun doesn't want to stop. He is convinced that his power will finally overwhelm and kills Yi Tianyun. But then again, the reality is not in his side. As he keeps on adding more black mist to attack Yi Tianyun, the black mist itself keeps getting absorbed by Yi Tianyun. Yi Tianyun's absorbing rate win by big margin. This attack the old man keeps using eventually exhausts him. Yi Tianyun is smiling brighter than before. How can he not? The amount of XP he got from this fight alone is like killing a pack of core condensation cultivator at the same time. The difference in those cases is that Yi Tianyun can't absorb them just like now. The more enemy he faces, the harder it is for him to use the Absorbing Star Great technique to get more XP. He wants to keep this situation as long as possible, but it seems that it was not the case. As Yi Tianyun saw some flash coming from his side, he quickly raised his arm to try to block whatever danger it may be. And surely his instinct is reliable as usual. His Frost Fist suddenly blocked an attack from a sword that comes from Old Ancestor Heihun himself. Apparently the old man was fed up by Yi Tianyun constantly absorbing his attack and chose to attack head-on himself. Chapter 110, Really Happy. Chapter 110, Really Happy. The power from the old man's attack is not weak if the one in the receiving end is not Yi Tianyun. The old man will successfully pierce through them. Why don't you keep using the Black Dragon's strength? That would be much better than your sword technique, Yi Tianyun said while smirking. Old Ancestor Heihun becomes quite furious from Yi Tianyun's word. He Switfly sprints toward Yi Tianyun's direction and shouted, "Black Dragon Howler." The surrounding black mist was drawn into the old man's body just like when Yi Tianyun absorbed them earlier. A black dragon symbol is suddenly engraved in his sword, and his body continues to emit a more powerful wave of aura than before. The black mist that from the gap in the ground continuously strengthened him. The average combat power of a core condensation expert is 100 series 00, but the old man already broke through 200 series, and now it reached 200 series 100 series 00. Yi Tianyun is a little bit impressed by the amount he sees from the old man through appraisal eye. Yi Tianyun thinks to himself, this is the strongest opponent he ever faced that have this amount of combat power. It seems that the Black Dragon's spiritual vein is really capable to strengthen him to a level of spirit core. But Yi Tianyun isn't phased at all. He shouted, "Frost Fist, activate." He wants to show the old man what kind of move he is capable of. A wave of powerful frozen field blasted from the Frost Fist and immediately froze everything in its path, which includes the black mist that continues to exert from the ground. The old man is no exception, as he can't dodge the wave coming to him in a speed that shocks even him. Yi Tianyun know that this effect would not last long for a powerful cultivator like old ancestor Haihun. Not bad, completely frozen solid, Yi Tianyun said while humming at the frozen Haihun. Yi Tianyun walks toward the old ancestor Haihun, and the old man can only watch Yi Tianyun without doing anything. Yi Tianyun proceeds to grab the old man's hand and then slams his body to the ground. He continuously doing so while activating his Absorbing Stars Great technique. He absorbs tens of thousands ESP in one go. This is really great, Yi Tianyun said to himself, but just after roughly half a minute passed, the old man is already able to move, released from his frozen solid state. You are dead, brat. I will kill you slowly. Old ancestor Haihun shouts, and he quickly releases an extra power from his black dragon strength to throw off Yi Tianyun from his back. But Yi Tianyun doesn't get phased by the old man's strength. He chooses to activate his Dragon God Bloodline. Dragon God Bloodline, activate. After the Dragon God Bloodline power is activated, the dragon scale quickly covers his whole body. His power is greatly improved, at least several times higher than usual. After using the Dragon God Bloodline, his combat power is higher than old ancestor Haihun, this fact alone making it hard for the old man to escape from Yi Tianyun. He can't break free from Yi Tianyun's grasp. Yi Tianyun keeps absorbing the old man's spiritual power, making him weaker with every second passed. Brat, let me go. Let me go, you freak. The old man is visibly shaking from the amount of spirit power he lost from Yi Tianyun's technique. It doesn't matter whether he has a high combat power or not. If his spiritual power is constantly leaving his body like this, it's just a matter of time until he can't do anything anymore. Let you go? You are really stupid, aren't you? Let go of you so you can attack me again. At least now you can atone your sin from doing evil deeds your entire time. Consider me a punisher from God, Yi Tianyun said while sneering at the old man. Stop, get the hell off of me. Old ancestor Haihun screams out in anger. He keeps on whipping his black dragon's power around, letting the power he hold going berserk. This kind of power surely can hurt Yi Tianyun while he in normal condition, but as of now, when he activate his Dragon God Bloodline and combined with the Guardian title and Chaotic Heaven Divine Armor, it absolutely does nothing to him. As Yi Tianyun keeps on absorbing more and more of the old man's spiritual power, the old man is getting weaker and weaker by the second. The old man keeps on struggling even though his spiritual power is already drained. As Yi Tianyun absorbed more and more, old ancestor Haihun became weaker and weaker. Let me go, let me go, let me, old ancestor Haihun says while struggling. After a while, Yi Tianyun doesn't get the rush of XP from the old man anymore, so he said, What happens? There is no more spiritual power left for me to take. Are you not the master of the Black Dragon's strength? This is all spiritual power you have? When Yi Tianyun finished his sentences, he sees the old man's conditions. The old man already passed out on the ground when Yi Tianyun looked at him, and the old man's body seems to be covered in a black spot. Seems to be the negative effects of using the Black Dragon's power carelessly, as it didn't appear before Yi Tianyun froze the old man. The Black Dragon's power is a form of evil art. There are consequences from using it carelessly. After knowing the old man is already spent, Yi Tianyun has no other use for him anymore, so he proceeds to slam his fist on the old man's head, completing his intention to kill him. Remember to be a good person in your next life, so you don't have to get through with me anymore, Yi Tianyun says while smiling satisfied. Ding, successfully killed old ancestor Haihun, got 122,000 experience, 3,000 crazy point, Black Dragon Divine Secret Art, lower grade Earth level martial art, Soul Extinguishing Palm, lower grade Earth level martial art, Black Dragon Spiritual Vein Crystal, Black Dragon Skeleton. After killing the old ancestor Haihun, the reward is very good. 2 Earth level martial arts which can be used for fusion mastery, and he also got the Black Dragon Spiritual Vein and Black Dragon Skeleton, which is, he still didn't know what it's used for. Black Dragon Spiritual Vein Crystal and Black Dragon Skeleton, what are these items? He quickly checks the item with his appraisal eye, and the information quickly appeared in front of him. Black Dragon Spiritual Vein Crystal, Black Dragon's Energy Crystal which absorbs Cultivator for cultivation, suitable for Dark Attribute cultivation technique. Black Dragon Skeleton, Black Dragon's cheekbones, the main backbone of the Black Dragon, pair with the Black Dragon Soul and Black Dragon Spiritual Vein Crystal to summon the Black Dragon. What? Summon a Black Dragon? Yi Tianyun is really happy by the information he gets. A black dragon as a pet companion surely would be great, he thinks to himself. Chapter 1011, Investigation. Chapter 1011, Investigation. Yi Tianyun is feeling really enthusiastic about summoning a black dragon himself. If he really can summon the black dragon as a pet, he can fly with it, which is a very good means of transportation and battle strategy. A normal cultivator can fly on their own, but the thing is, the ability to fly is a basic ability for core transformation cultivator, and he still has a very long way to reach that level. But after a clear inspection of the requirement, he notices that he lacks a black dragon soul to summon the beast. Where can I find this black dragon soul? I should have used Lucky Aura before I killed the old man. I certainly saw that black dragon soul is listed in the droppable items for killing him. Yi Tianyun frowns from his own realization. He should have done everything he can to receive as many rewards from the old man as he can, and now he is very disappointed by himself for not doing so. What would I do now? Is there anyone else out there who has this black dragon soul beside the old man? Now that the old man is already dead, will I ever get this black dragon soul? He's really devastated from the fact that the old man is already dead, as he doesn't know for sure where else can he obtain black dragon soul. Old ancestor Haehun is dead. Old ancestor Haehun is dead. Great old ancestor Haehun is dead. Yi Tianyun heard a mumbling not too far from his spot. He approaches the directions of the voice. He was a little bit shocked to see that there is still a lot of bandits alive, and strangely enough, they are smiling, throwing Yi Tianyun off a little bit. It seems that a lot of you escaped from my earlier purge, but now that I see you, it won't happen again. Yi Tianyun prepared himself to once again attack the bandits in front of him, but as he charged at them, they fell to the ground and kneel to Yi Tianyun. Hero, we thank you from the bottom of our heart for killing old ancestor Haehun. You basically saved us. I hope you can find it in you to spare us. We are forced to join Dragon's treasure stronghold. He threatened to kill our family if we refuse. We have no choice but to obey him. We never go outside of this place as we are tasked to do cleaning, cooking, and other daily chores. They all are shouting the same thing at the same time at Yi Tianyun. They keep kneeling as they afraid Yi Tianyun would kill them. Yi Tianyun stops his attacks as he stares at them. What they blab at him makes sense. It's impossible to have this much of people without having anyone to do the cleaning and stuff, but he is not sure that's not the case for all of them. Whether what you said is true or not, that is not my position to judge, but if one of you do something funny, don't blame me for instantly kill you on the spot. Yi Tianyun proceeds to gather all of the bandits and lead them to walk outside. In the outside, Xiao Lian already gathered everyone from the village and do everything she could to make everyone comfortable. As she sees Yi Tianyun walks out the stronghold, she smiles, but quickly she changed her looks after seeing the bandits following Yi Tianyun. Young master, what are they doing here? Xiao Lian clearly doesn't like what she sees, doubting every move the bandit makes. They told me that they are brought here and forced to join the bandit against their will. But I doubt all of them have the same circumstance, so I hope for all the villager in here to filter those who are actually here against their will from all of these bandits. Yi Tianyun said, explaining things for the villager. Soon enough, the villager are all shouting one after another, claiming some of the bandits as their family. At some point, one of the villager recognized one of the bandit to be one of the band guys that joined the bandits voluntarily. Hearing the accusation, the bandit mentioned quickly try to reach one of the villager to be held hostage. But Yi Tianyun is much faster than him and quickly kills the evil bandit by throwing him out at the rocky exterior of the wall. Continue, I hope all of you can work together to recognize all of them, as no more bad thing can happen to the village. All the villagers continue to do so. After a while, these crowd of bandits naturally lessen, and eventually only a few of them left. They instantly try to run away. Some of them kneel in front of Yi Tianyun begging for mercy, but Yi Tianyun doesn't show them any mercy. He knows that this bandit do all this cruel thing in their own accord, and that reason itself is enough to not show them any mercy. After all the evil bandits all are dead, there is nothing left for Dragon's treasure stronghold. The place is already in ruin. Quest completed reward, 150W0 in experience, 10W0 crazy point, 100 prestige. The quest message popped up, proving there is no more bandits left anywhere. The villagers are ready to go back to the village, and Xiao Lian quickly said, Young master, come on, let's go back. Yi Tianyun seems to be thinking for a little while and quickly said, You can go back first with the rest of the villager. I still have something to do here. Xiao Lian frowns a little from Yi Tianyun's response, but quickly nodded her head and said, Then I will wait for your return at the Gong village. Be careful, young master. Yi Tianyun quickly nodded, and Xiao Lian quickly follows the rest of the villager returns to Gong village. Yi Tianyun immediately returned inside the dragon's treasure stronghold, exploring every nook and cranny possible of the place. He wanted to find the black dragon's spiritual vein and see for himself the extent of its power. Soon he found himself in front of a luxurious house in the center of the dragon's treasure stronghold. There is no doubt that this house belonged to the old ancestor Haehun himself. After entering the house, he notices that the house has already been looted. This is not surprising, as he himself is the one that suggests that the villager should loot the place down. They have rights, it's their own money to begin with. In those time, the villager looting the place, he senses some unknown power emitting from this place, and after he carefully searches this place, he finds a trap door that hidden carefully on the ground. He tries to open it, and suddenly a burst of evil power washes through him. He immediately walks down the stairs behind the trap doors, and the deeper he goes, the more powerful the wave is. As he finally reached the bottom of the stairs, a huge stone door blocks his path. He quickly pulls the door open, and the wave of power hit him harder this time, has realized that this power must be emitted from the Black Dragon spiritual vein. Is this the Black Dragon spiritual vein? I wonder if I can find Black Dragon soul in here. I hope this thing have it so I can summon my Black Dragon. Yi Tianyun said excitedly. He really is looking forward to have the Black Dragon soul and summon his own Black Dragon. Chapter 1-2, Black Dragon King. Chapter 1-2, Black Dragon King. The door was easily opened as Yi Tianyun pushed it a little bit. Behind the door itself lays a dark passageway. It's not entirely pitch black, but the light that shimmer in the end of the passageway is so faint that the path to it seems so dim. After Yi Tianyun walks through the door, a seductive voice can be heard so close to him. Do you want power? Would you like to be the strongest among all living creature? The voice says so sultry, and it also says, if you want power, come over to me, accept me, and I will make you the strongest. This voice kept on tempting Yi Tianyun, and he's clearly a bit tempted as well. The power itself is very strong. He himself already figured that out as he fought against old ancestor Hai-hun, so without any hesitation he walks forward to see what is waiting for him at the end of the passageway. After he reaches the end of the passage, he sees a dragon head sitting on a pedestal. The dragon head is surrounded by the black power, more potent than the one Hai-hun used beforehand. He inspects the head immediately and sees detailed information about the head. The detailed information is immediately presented. Black dragon's head, cultivation base, none, weakness none, possible drop items, black dragon soul, black dragon skeleton, and black dragon spiritual vein crystal. Black dragon soul. Yi Tianyun's eyes lit up with excitement. He's finally able to find something else that would drop a black dragon soul. Human, do you want a superior power? The head flashed a bright light as a voice can be heard speaking to Yi Tianyun, but the head itself didn't move. I guess no need to rush things? You need to talk, then talk. I will listen for a while, Yi Tianyun says, as he didn't really need to rush down here. He will listen to whatever the head would say and then determine his next move after that. Very good, a wise choice for a human like you. I already sensed your power upstairs. You are clearly very strong. If you combine my power into yours, you will be stronger than everyone. The head speak with such eagerness that Yi Tianyun actually started to believe it a little bit. What about the old man from before? Isn't he with you? I think he is weak. Yi Tianyun says as he remembers the old ancestor Hai-hun is not as strong as the head said. That trash is too weak to withstand my full power. If I gave him more power, he would explode. The black lights by the head continue to flash as the voice keeps coming. So what condition do you need to get this power? Yi Tianyun asked, as he always knew accepting something like this would always have the catch. There is no need for any conditions whatsoever. All you have to do is accept me by fusing with me and keep offering me sacrifice so I can make you stronger forever. At this point, it's clear for Yi Tianyun that the one actually speaking to him is the black light. If you keep accepting sacrifices and I am to be fused with you, what is the effect of that stuff for me? Yi Tianyun keeps asking a hard question to the head. There is no effect for your body. All it gives is unparalleled strength beyond everyone else. Reaching spirit core stage will be easy and core transformation stage is not that far-fetched. The black light keeps tempting Yi Tianyun to accept him. It sounds good. Yi Tianyun says while walking over to the head, what should I do now? Yi Tianyun says while inspecting the head a little bit more. You don't need to do anything. Just relax your body and let my energy enter your body. All will be over soon after that. The black light says excitedly, that sound easy enough? All you have to do is give me energy? As soon as he asks, Yi Tianyun grabs the dragon head and uses his absorbing star's great technique. Like this? Yi Tianyun says while smirking. What are you doing? The black light flashed wildly. Screaming voice continued to ring as he absorbs the head's spiritual energy. You said it yourself that you want to fuse with me by giving me energy, so I will just do something easier for you so we will not waste our time. Yi Tianyun is still smirking. No, I don't mean it like this. It needs to be for my own power. It's not going to work like this. The black light keep flashing wildly. Yeah, but I like it better this way. Yi Tianyun says innocently. The black dragon strength aura that's so potent in the room has continuously become thinner as Yi Tianyun keeps on absorbing it with incredible rate. Hearing that Yi Tianyun would not let him go, the black light flashed brightly and the area began to tremble and the ground shaken, like it's going to collapse anytime soon. Immediately, countless black energy like the one used by the old ancestor Hai-hun starts to appear and tied themselves to Yi Tianyun to forcibly pulls him away from the head. But Yi Tianyun easily counters it by using his dragon god bloodline and quickly his body is covered by the dragon scale. With absorbing star's great technique active, and instead of pulling him away from the head, the energy is absorbed by Yi Tianyun. After absorbing XP like crazy, Yi Tianyun finally leveled up. Level ups to peak core condensation. Finally, I am already at the peak core condensation. I can't wait to reach spirit core stage now, Yi Tianyun says excitedly. You evil! Release me at once. Please let me go. Yi Tianyun immediately looked at the black light again. He was not paying any attention to the thing before. He doesn't bother to, and he knows that the head can do nothing to stop him. The area is becoming far darker than before. The faint light that keeps the area not completely in total darkness becomes dimmer and dimmer in each passing moment. It seems that the light is connected to the black dragon head's power. It's relevant with how quick Yi Tianyun is absorbing the spiritual energy from it. Yi Tianyun doesn't listen to what the black light is saying. He will not miss this chance to have easy XP. The black light itself becomes dimmer as Yi Tianyun keeps absorbing its spiritual power. It seems to be dying anytime soon. Human, please, I beg of you to let me go. You won already. I will give you all of the martial arts I have. I will pass it all to you. The black light is begging for mercy from Yi Tianyun. It is his last soul. If it's gone, he will be dead permanently. Yi Tianyun grins. There is no way he would comply to it, and he continues to absorb the spiritual energy from it without care. Chapter 113, Pet Black Dragon. Chapter 113, Pet Black Dragon. The voice of the Black Dragon King is getting weaker in every passing minute as the wave of aura from the Black Dragon strength dissipates. I beg you, human, let me go. Stop absorbing my strength. I will die. I know a lot of secret, treasure, and stuff. Let me go and I will tell you everything. Black Dragon King keep begging Yi Tianyun to let him go. Unfortunately for you, I don't have interest for that stuff. Plus, all you want is to fuse with me so that you can take over my body and mind, forcing me to give you sacrifice for your resurrection. Am I right? I see whatever it is you are doing to the old man He-hun from before. His body is done for. There is no way he would live long enough with that amount of corruption in his body. Why? Yi Tianyun said while smirking. Yi Tianyun saw through this trick. He knows that old ancestor He-hun is also aware of this fact, but because normal cultivation method is just too slow, Yi Tianyun believes the old man let himself fall for the power. It is extremely risky to resurrect just by using the body it possesses. That's why it relies heavily on sacrifices to slowly store the power necessary for resurrection. The sacrifices is there to mitigate the negative effect, or it can be said that the sacrifices is there to make the resurrection successful without harming the body of the host. The Black Dragon King needs his host to be at the very least in legendary Saint King stage of cultivation, so the body can withstand the amount of power he will receive. There is no mistaking to reach that stage, countless sacrifices is necessary. This fact alone is all Yi Tianyun needs to kill this thing. There is no way his conscience will be okay, knowing if he let this thing go, he would be responsible for the death of many innocent lives. I don't need you to do anything for me. Just let me go. Yeah. Black Dragon King whispered and begged at the same time. Ha ha ha, you are funny. There is no way that I will let you go. You already killed too much. It's time for you to be put in your place. As Yi Tianyun finishes his speech, he smashes the dragon skull that he held. Aha, I curse you forever. The Black Dragon King screams as he reaches end by Yi Tianyun. Ding, successfully killed Black Dragon King's soul, earned 100,000 experience, 5,000 crazy point. Get Black Dragon Soul, Black Dragon Spiritual Vein Crystal. He successfully obtained the Black Dragon Soul and Black Dragon Spiritual Vein Crystal in addition after killing the Black Dragon King. He smiles a little bit, but he quickly realizes that at this point, the Black Dragon strength that waving across the room is all gone. There is no trace of wicked power left at all. Yes, I got it. I got the Black Dragon Soul. Yi Tianyun just doesn't care about this place anymore. He jumps back into his enthusiast to receive the last piece from summoning his own Black Dragon. While he jumps up and down from his excitement, Yi Tianyun feels the ground begin to shake. He quickly starts running outside the underground passageway. As he reached the top of the stairs, the tunnel behind him began to collapse. He starts running again to escape from the collapsing building. He just reached the entrance as the building completely folded inside, leaving no trace whatsoever of the previously big building. Phew, that was close, Yi Tianyun said while swiping his sweat. After resting for a little while, he makes up his mind to summon his dragon. He took out the Black Dragon Strength, Black Dragon Spiritual Vein Crystal, and the Black Dragon Skeleton. As he already gathered all three, the option to fuse the item appears in front of him. With almost no hesitation, he clicks the fusion button. The three items quickly merge together. At first, all Yi Tianyun can see is just a black vortex, but after a while, the black vortex shapes itself into a 3-meter-tall black dragon. It has all the characteristic that is needed to be a dragon. It has a huge wing in its back, it has a huge and sharp claw, and it also has a black scale covering its entire body. And Yi Tianyun just gasps in the side while looking at the dragon in awe. Black Dragon, first level core condensation, the whole body scale is comparable to the lower grade soul tool rank, indestructible. The claw is equal to the lower grade soul tool weapon rank, unbreakable. The potential is 5th class rank. As the cultivation base gets stronger and stronger, the body will become bigger and bigger, and the flame breath will become more powerful. Very powerful. Yi Tianyun smiles brightly. He has a bright future ahead of him with this kind of familiar. He now has 2 familiar. The Snow Wolf that has the 2nd class potential, and now the Black Dragon that has a 5th class potential. But that potential level really bugs Yi Tianyun a little bit. How come a dragon has a 5th class potential in 10th potential rank system? He can't help but wonder what kind of monster that have a 10th class potential are. Roar. The Black Dragon roars as he sees Yi Tianyun and quickly rubs its head to Yi Tianyun's, clearly showing a familiar bond. Okay, you are my pet now. You are going to help me with everything that I need you to do, and I will make sure all your needs is fulfilled. Yi Tianyun said while patting the dragon's head. The Black Dragon just whimpers and nods a bit, showing its willingness. Yi Tianyun smiles and feels very satisfied by the outcome. He really needs more familiar to aid him fighting against a large group of enemies in the future. Now he needs to make sure that the Black Dragon cultivate efficiently so that it also would be a huge help for him in the future. After the Black Dragon is content, Yi Tianyun quickly opened his status and inventory windows. He needs to organize all the weapon and martial art he got from the previous fight. He got a lot of Earth-level martial art that he immediately sold. He felt that he doesn't need to level up his Dark North Divine Art, as of now it's sufficient to leave it at the current level. After selling the Black Dragon Divine Secret Art, he opens his status windows. Host, Yi Tianyun level, 30 peak core condensation. Experience, 187532, 8500,000, Crazy Point, 138 to 728 Prestige Points, 230 Cultivation Technique, Dark North Divine Art, Dragon God Secret Art, Xuantian Divine Art Martial Arts, Absorbing Stars, Great Technique, Blood Fiend Soaring Heaven Weapon, Frost Fist, Blood Fiend Divine Spear, Sword of Endlessness, Chaotic Heaven Sacred Axe Armor, Snow Wolf Battle Boots, Deity Armor, Shadow Cloak, Chaotic, Heaven Divine Armor, Chaotic Heaven Battle Boots, Divine Ability, Crazy Mode, Luck Aura Bloodline, Dragon God Bloodline Adornments, Forging God Hammer, Power Bracelet, Power Ring, Power Belt, Blood Fiend Bracelet, all items, Recovery Medicinal Pill, 18, Double Experience Pill 5, 30 Level 1 Gift Pack, Life 1, Bad Luck Divine Pill Treasure, Purple Fire Divine Furnace Title, Guardian Flame, Immortal, Fire. When he saw the experience needed for the next level, he sighed. How long would it take to accumulate a total of 85 million EXPs? Phew, forget it. All I need to do is just do anything step by step. I don't need to rush things. And now I need to get back to Sister Xiaolian. I don't want to worry her because I took too long to get back. Yi Tianyun proceeds by gesturing the Black Dragon to take a kneeling position, and then Yi Tianyun climbs the dragon's back and said, "Let's go back. Now fly." The Black Dragon quickly flaps its wing and flew up into the sky. The speed is much faster than riding the Snow Wolf, but the comparison is a little bit unfair as flying didn't have any terrain obstacle. Chapter 114 re-enters Wind City. Chapter 114 re-enters Wind City with the speed of Black Dragon. Yi Tianyun arrives at Gong Village at an incredible pace. He doesn't bring the Black Dragon into the village. He chooses to stop at the nearby forest and unsummon the Black Dragon. It's for the safety of the Black Dragon and the people around him. He doesn't want some advanced sect to come steal his dragon or do something worse to acquire it. Just like Snow Wolf, Yi Tianyun can summon it whenever he wants, which can be used for surprise attack. After doing what he must do, Yi Tianyun walks into the village with a smile, but as soon as he enters the village, he still can see that some of the villagers still has a sorrowful look in their faces. Yi Tianyun quickly understands that it's a given that not everyone managed to return to their family back in the village. There is still a family member that didn't return with the group earlier, but it is clear for anybody else what that means. They are all already dead. Young Hero is back. Yi Tianyun can hear a shout the moment he stepped into the village. The entire villager is quickly flocking into his direction, whether to be grateful or to be remorseful. The latter make Yi Tianyun a bit uncomfortable. They are bowing their head to Yi Tianyun while said, "Young Hero, we don't have anything in this village to give you for your reward. If it's not for you, we would have died. We are truly sorry from the bottom of our heart. The least we can do is to make you our elder, so that we can worship you with our own way. This is our only request to you. We hope that you're okay with this." The entire village falls into their knees in front of Yi Tianyun, including Xiaolian. "Young master, this is all we can do to repay your kindness," Xiaolian says while kneeling down. Yi Tianyun feels helpless of the current situation. In one way, he doesn't want to be treated like this, but at the same time, he can't reject them because it's the same as not appreciating their effort. After he lets them express their gratitude toward him, he let them stand back on their feet. He still sees everyone smiling gratefully toward him. On the dusk, every villager of the Gong village already is busy with their own task at hand to prepare a banquet for Yi Tianyun. They took out all their provision like rice, chicken, ducks, and cows to the slaughterhouse. They cook it all to make this banquet satisfying enough for Yi Tianyun. Sacrificing livestock and food stock doesn't deter them. They already get many treasures from looting the dragon's treasure stronghold. They can compensate the food stock and livestock later. Yi Tianyun saw this atmosphere with smiles. He was happy that everyone in the village is already appeased enough from the bandits' attacks. In the morning, the atmosphere of happiness from before quickly changed. It is time for Yi Tianyun and Xiaolian to go back to Jade Palace. There is no more reason for Yi Tianyun to remain here. He already did what he can for Xiaolian. He also healed the leg injury of Xiaolian's father. Meanwhile, the village is already in good condition to stand on their own, with all that treasure they looted. Yi Tianyun doesn't want them to move out from this village to follow him. They rely from the mountains to live. They're already a farmer and hunter for as long as they know. There is no way they could get used to new place that easily. Besides, no more bandits left. They no longer live in fear from the bandit attacks. However, he did leave some human-level martial arts to some of the young cultivator that has some degree of innate ability, so that in the future they can defend themselves. Xiaolian, young hero Yi, is a good person. He has my blessing to take your hand as my son-in-law. Old Lu, Xiaolian's father, says with satisfied grin on his face. This word, however, makes Xiaolian blush, coloring her face into a deep shade of red. "Father, stop that. There is no way I am worthy enough for young master." Xiao Lian says as she longingly looks toward Yi Tianyun. Xiao Lian, you are worthy of what you make effort of. You already joined Jade Palace with your own effort. There is no greater honor than to value your own effort. Old Lu says with a smile. Xiao Lian has his eyes red from unshed tears. She knows that this is her father's way to encourage her to do what she wants, to make efforts for what she wants in life, and don't be discouraged from anything. I promise I will work hard. Xiao Lian nods to her father directions, finally looking at him in the eye. Hey, look at that. You grew more and more like your mother with each passing day. If by any chance she is still here with us, there is no way that she wouldn't be proud of what you have become. Old Lu says with now red eyes too. They quickly hug as they don't want this father-daughter moment to finish yet. Yi Tianyun bid farewell to the entire villager. Now he is just waiting for Xiao Lian to show up so that they can return to Jade Palace. After a while, Yi Tianyun finally sees Xiao Lian bouncing towards him with beautiful smile on her face. Young master, I am ready to go, Xiao Lian says as she stops in front of Yi Tianyun. You are awfully happy. Is there something going on I must know? Yi Tianyun says with smile and slight teasing. Xiao Lian just shrugged and says yes to Yi Tianyun question. This mood, Xiao Lian, indefinitely amuses Yi Tianyun. Now, onward to Wind City, we have to buy a batch of materials before we go back to Jade Palace. Yi Tianyun says with smiles. Of course, yeah, let's go, Xiao Lian says, while looking into Yi Tianyun's eyes while smiling brightly. They reach the Wind City outpost in just a few hours. The Wind City is not that far away place from Gong Village after all. One of his goals here is to earn Crazy Point. He doesn't have any idea about how to earn this Crazy Point quickly. With the amount he has now, there is no way it's going to suffice his needs. There is just too many abilities and martial arts that he has to level up right now. He makes his way into the Rain Pavilion. As there is no more Wind Pavilion, all of Wind City's market is now under direct control of Rain Pavilion. With so many changes around, there is no more hostility towards him. He can enter the place with ease now, but that doesn't change that some guards still recognize him. Yi Tianyun, says one of the guards. For a while, all of the guard in Rain Pavilion went into panic mode. Some of them doesn't know what to do while fidgeting around, while some of them rushes upstairs and to the back to find someone. As it undoubtedly will be, Zi Yue. She quickly rushes downstairs after hearing her guard about who is coming to her front door. When she arrives at the door, she looks at Yi Tianyun with complicated feeling. She feels a little bit guilty and ashamed about her hesitation to Yi Tianyun back then. Pavilion Lord Z, long times no see. Yi Tianyun says with smile, with no hint of hate or grudge in his voice. He also wave at Zi Yue. He knows that the action Zi Yue do in the past is justified. Rain Pavilion didn't have the power to fight back, nor do they have a good backup. He doesn't blame Zi Yue at all, but it's clear to Yi Tianyun that he can't have a close relationship with Rain Pavilion when he forged a high-grade spirit tool in here back then. Rain Pavilion doesn't choose to keep him as their blacksmith or anything. Zi Yue even barely talks about that with him at that time. So, all Rain Pavilion going to be to him is just a partnership for buying or selling an item. However, this fact also proves that Rain Pavilion also feels somewhat remorseful from the past circumstances. They've heard about Yi Tianyun's inhuman cultivation pace. They know that it's too late to have a close relationship with Yi Tianyun. There are so many regrets from the people of Rain Pavilion, but this is not the case for Zi Yue. Chapter 155, Face. Chapter 155, Face with the good relations between Zi Yue and Yi Tianyun. Rain Pavilion's headquarters gave Zi Yue a permission to keep her Pavilion Lord title, even grant her more authority than before so that she can assist Yi Tianyun in the time to come, or at the very least prevent the shameful circumstances like the one in the past. Even with that much power, Zi Yue still find it a little bit pointless. She already knew that Yi Tianyun's cultivation already reached the point where he doesn't need the help from small pavilion like Rain Pavilion anymore. Yi Tianyun even managed to suppress the Wind Pavilion, which is much larger than Rain Pavilion, alone. Helping him now doesn't mean anything to him anymore. Young Master Yi, you are here. Zi Yue doesn't have a word to say to Yi Tianyun. She never expects Yi Tianyun to come here again. I am here to buy some materials. I wonder if I can get some discount. Yi Tianyun said with small smirk on his face, clearly teasing Zi Yue. Yes, of course there is. In fact, you don't have to pay at all, Zi Yue replied with a touch of nervousness in her voice. Seeing this display of emotions by Zi Yue slightly disappoint Yi Tianyun a little bit, he expects that Zi Yue could be able to become his friend or at least act normal around him. I am only joking. There is no need for that anymore. Just sell them to me with their normal price. Zi Yue just smiles a little hearing Yi Tianyun words. She's clearly still nervous in front of Yi Tianyun. After looking around and picking up materials he needs, Yi Tianyun asks Zi Yue for certain materials he doesn't seem to find. Do you have Soul Tools materials? Yi Tianyun asks politely. Soul Tool material? I don't think we have it anywhere in the city, but we'll see if we can get our hands on some of it later on. Zi Yue quickly replies with rush as she was shocked to hear Yi Tianyun asking for something so advanced. The ability to forge Soul Tools class weapon is in master level. Even in that level, the success rate is still crap. The Rain Pavilion doesn't even have master level blacksmith. It's pointless to stock the materials needed to forge a soul tool. There's barely any blacksmith who can forge something as advanced as a peak grade spirit tool around here. Blacksmiths capable of forging above this level will only be found in 3rd level faction and above. Okay then, I guess I will buy all of these materials now, Yi Tianyun said with a defeated look on his face. There's nothing he can do about this. Most faction around here are low-level factions, so most pavilions only provide low-level materials as well. It would be a different story if there's a 3rd-level faction or above around here. He bought off all of the materials Rain Pavilion has that can be used to forge peak-grade spirit tools, which in this region is already shocking enough to have. I will buy off all materials used for peak-grade spirit tool. How much is it? Yi Tianyun said with a smile. Oh, okay. Wait a minute, young master. Ziyue quickly her men to gather all of the materials needed by Yi Tianyun. Afterwards, she immediately put it into a small inventory ring and gave it to Yi Tianyun. Yi Tianyun immediately checks the content of the ring, and he is hit again with a wave of disappointment. The materials collected didn't have the quantity he wants. It's too few to forge for literally a faction. He can't blame this on Rain Pavilion. He knows that the person who can forge a peak-grade spirit tools is so scarce in this region, therefore the materials needed for forging it lose its value due to lack of demand. Is this all you have? Yi Tianyun said, not even hiding his disappointment. We are sorry, young Master Yi. This is all we have for the time being. We can bring more later from the headquarter if you like, Ziyue hurriedly replies. Well, if it's not an inconvenience to you, I would like that idea. I will take all of the materials you can provide for me. That includes materials for refining pills too. The higher the grade, the more quantity I will buy. But as of now, I don't have that much gold yet. How about we strike a business deal here? I will forge and refine a batch for you. I will say 1 weapon for 2 materials. Is it good enough? Of course, this includes pills as well. Ziyue can't help but to be surprised beyond belief. The business proposition that Yi Tianyun just mouthed off just now is undeniably a cost-effective deal. The blacksmith she usually asked to forge a peak-grade spirit tool didn't have the confidence Yi Tianyun shows right now. Normally forging a peak-grade spirit tools will only successful in 1 out of 4 or 5, and Yi Tianyun only needs 2 materials for his room of error, which basically said he can only fail once for him to basically have a profit. Deal. We agree with your terms. Ziyue quickly said, Nice, if that's the case, I would like to go now. When you have procured the materials needed for our agreement earlier, you can transport it to Jade Palace for forging, and when it's finished, you can your men to pick up the goods. The materials he just bought already depleted all his gold. He doesn't have the amount needed for the next transactions, and therefore the business deal he just suggested comes to mind. He certainly will have the amount of peak-grade spirit tools he needs for Jade Palace to advance with this method. Of course, young master, we will immediately collect the materials needed from the headquarter and immediately transport it to Jade Palace, Ziyue said excitedly. Now that everything's settled, this is my payment for the materials I just buy. Yi Tianyun takes out all the gold he has in his inventory in the middle of the room. He never uses gold for anything before this, so that is his entire gold from the time he can use crazy leveling system. After handing off the money, Yi Tianyun starts to walk away. Ziyue doesn't make any effort to stop Yi Tianyun this time. The elder behind Ziyue quickly shouted, Master Yi, please wait a moment. Yi Tianyun immediately stops and said, Yeah? Is there anything else I can help you with? Yeah, that is. I just want to say that we are sorry that we didn't extend our hand to help back then. Actually, we want to help you, but our Rain Pavilion is weak, so please, I ask for your understanding from our positions. The elder said while looking remorseful. Yi Tianyun just smiles to the elder explanation. I don't blame Rain Pavilion for anything. I understand where you're coming from. As of now, I don't really care. This word from Yi Tianyun relieves the pressure from the elder, but the elder immediately added, Oh, what about the thing about you become our honorable guest? Honorable guest? I thought I'm already one. I already promised you to become your guest official in the past. I am not going back with my word now. But I am sorry if the time of my visit is short. I have other responsibility to uphold now. Yi Tianyun said with smiles. He then proceeds to walk out without looking back. This word from Yi Tianyun stuns the elder, making his face pale. Yi Tianyun's word earlier is basically soft rejections. The elder quickly turns to Ziyue to help him. Palace Lord Z, hurry up, help me persuade him to stay. Are you not in good relations with him? The elder said anxiously. Elder, he will come again if he needs something to buy. I can't persuade him for anything, and I will lose his respect for doing that. Sometime, we have to let go what we already miss. Ziyue said while sighing deeply. With Rain Pavilion's shortcoming to help Yi Tianyun at that time, Ziyue is amazed that Yi Tianyun still wants to step his foot in here. Rain Pavilion should be glad that Yi Tianyun comes to buy stuff from them. The elder hearing Ziyue word is left speechless. He sure feels terrible right now. What is an honorable guest if the host can't protect them at all? Even from Yi Tianyun's understanding for their situation, there can't be anything more from him for Rain Pavilion. Chapter 11:16. Profound Azure Mansion arrive. Chapter 11:16. Profound Azure Mansion arrive. Yi Tianyun and Lu Menglian soon returned to Jade Palace without any problem. Yi Tianyun's well-known cultivator around these parts now. Besides, ever since the complete annihilation of three great faction, there's no other faction strong enough to pick a fight against Yi Tianyun. In terms of faction level, Jade Palace, although being a first-level faction, has surpassed most second-level faction and almost comparable to third-level faction. However, almost is not as close as everyone thought. Third-level faction is far superior compared to second-level faction, because the condition to become third-level faction is having at least 3 Spirit Core experts and more than 10 Core Condensation experts. And this is merely primary condition. Of course, an actual third-level faction will have more powerful cultivators, even having core transformation cultivator is possible. And to be promoted to 4th-level faction, the condition will be even more difficult. But so far, there's no 4th-level faction around here. Next is main quest. With this many pill, I'm sure reaching 2nd-level faction is not impossible. Reaching 3rd-level faction will be difficult for now, but 2nd-level faction won't be a problem. That's what Yi Tianyun thought. Young master, we are finally back to Jade Palace, Lu Menglian said with a smile. Yi Tianyun nodded. The moment they enter the gate, they could see several luxury feather carriage and several big footprints on the ground which belongs to several restless giant eagle. This is the giant eagle, Lu Menglian cried out in surprise. She was shocked when she saw this giant eagle. Yi Tianyun squinted at these luxury feather carriage, and this giant eagle is at 8th level spirit refinement. This is already a level of a demon beast. Their specialty, of course, is flying. They're the one pulling the feather carriage, although they're not that much faster than normal carriage. As the name suggests, this carriage is filled with feathers, and it is engraved by divine rune, which makes the whole carriage light and sturdy. It seems like we have a visitor. The fact that these two belong to them means they're not from an average faction. Even 2nd-level faction can't afford these. It's undoubtedly expensive. He quickly rushed inside with Lu Menglian. He can hear voices vaguely. It seems like there's a discussion. Palace Lord Shi, please reconsider. If you join our Profound Azure Mansion and become our affiliates, you'll acquire lots of benefits. Even just being our subsidiary, you're already considered a 3rd-level faction. I see no problem. The voice is very aloof and condescending. Although this is a discussion, it's more like he's just the one throwing opinion. Inspector G, I'm sorry, our Jade Palace has no intention to be a subsidiary of any faction for the time being. We will maintain our status and respect the will of our old ancestors. Shi Shuiyun euphemistically refused. Inspector Gi frowns. There are not that many guests coming, 3 in total, but all of them is core condensation cultivator. In fact, Inspector Gi is at 7th core condensation, at the same level as Shi Shuiyun. Although their cultivation base is the same, he is stronger than Shi Shuiyun. As a member of Profound Azure Mansion, obviously he possessed several high-level martial arts. Of course, 3rd-level faction have more Earth-level martial arts compared to 2nd-level faction, although not that many. Hey, are you sure really refusing an invitation from a 3rd-level faction? Inspector Gi is extremely dissatisfied. No factions ever refuse us. In fact, so many of them ask to join under our wing, yet they can't. But today we trouble ourselves coming to this remote place and you refuse? If you refuse our invitation, don't ever think you can even become a 2nd-level faction. Shi Shuiyun raised her eyebrows. Inspector Gay just keeps going on and on with no intention of stopping, although she herself already had a clear image of Jade Palace's future, and becoming 2nd-level faction day and nightly won't be a problem. When she's about to say something, Yi Tianyun, who just entered the room, quickly interrupted. How is it impossible? Yi Tianyun walked in with Lu Menglian and looked at Inspector G. Of course, compared to Profound Azure Mansion, Jade Palace is still like a little bird. They have more than 10 core condensation cultivator, and there are a few spirit core cultivator. That's why they look down on lower-level faction. Inspector G frowns looked at him and was very dissatisfied with his sudden interjection. Palace Lord Shi, is this one of your disciple? Isn't it rude to suddenly come and just say whatever he wanted? When Shi Shuiyun saw Yi Tianyun coming in, she smiled and immediately said to Inspector G, of course with a indifferent tone, he is Elder of Jade Palace and is qualified to discuss this matter. Elder of Jade Palace? Inspector G frowns. He can't believe someone at this young age can become an elder. They just heard the rumor about Jade Palace, but they don't really know about the details, so they've never heard of Yi Tianyun before. Yes, I am 4th Elder of Jade Palace. So let me ask again, why can't we become 2nd-level faction? Yi Tianyun said indifferently, I believe that in the near future we can become one. It's not that difficult. Hearing the name Profound Azure Mansion, nothing good comes into Yi Tianyun's mind. Even though they're already on friendly terms with Jade Palace, they didn't send any reinforcements back then when 3 great factions attacked Jade Palace. And Jade Palace decided to sever their relationship with Profound Azure Mansion. Now that Jade Palace gains more reputation, suddenly they wanted Jade Palace to become their affiliates. It makes Yi Tianyun sick. Inspector G feels a bit uncomfortable with Yi Tianyun's question. Even if you manage to reach 2nd-level faction, the gap from 3rd-level faction is too big. If you want more resources, you have no other choice but to join us. Our profound Azure Mansion has a lot promising disciple. If they marry your disciple, a promising offspring will be born, and it will strengthen our relationship, considering we become united and completely merged, and with better influence you'll have no trouble. Blah blah blah. That day, when the three great faction attacked, why didn't you send reinforcement? Now you want us to join? Yi Tianyun coldly said. Other elders are having the same opinion with Yi Tianyun, as they fight that day filled with fear and no reinforcement came. And now that Jade Palace gained some reputation, they want Jade Palace to join them? Is there any guarantee they'll keep their word this time? Chapter 117, Mansion's Elder. Chapter 117, Mansion's Elder. When Tianyun brought up the situation regarding when Profound Azure Mansion didn't send any reinforcement the day three great faction came to attack Jade Palace, really caught Inspector G off guard. It's not that Profound Azure Mansion is in the wrong, but the choice of not helping Jade Palace in time of need basically means Profound Azure Mansion doesn't want anything to do with Jade Palace. There is nothing wrong with this decision we made. The three great faction was supposed to be strong, but they decisively lose to you, so there again we reach our hand for you to take so you can become more powerful in the future. Inspector Yi said, without remorse at all. I understand your reason, but we decided to be an independent faction. We didn't intend to refuse you solely due to the earlier problem. We just don't want to be reliant of another sect for now, but thank you kindly for the offer. Tianyun responds indifferently. Tianyun's words moved the elder's heart. They nodded vigorously at Tianyun's word, showing their agreement. They completely agree to not join a sect that previously abandons them like a piece of trash. It is true that Profound Azure Mansion doesn't have the obligations to help Jade Palace, but there are many Jade Palace's disciples already married Profound Azure Mansion disciple, but they don't even consider this relations. It is a natural decision that Jade Palace chooses to not join the Profound Azure Mansion as the trust is not there anymore. Inspector G, seeing these newfound determinations, just claps his hands sarcastically. You talk about self-reliance to us now? Are you sure you can support a sect on your own? You only succeed on defending against 3 small second-level factions, and suddenly you think you're strong? A third-level faction can kill you effortlessly, Inspector G said exasperatedly. The eyes of all Elder of Jade Palace turns cold, as they heard Inspector G's words sounds like a threat. Sure, any third-level factions surely would be too much for us, but if we don't do anything to provoke them, then there is nothing interesting in this remote place, ch101 said with a smile. Are you some new kind of stupid or what? Are we not a third-level faction? I am done talking some sense into your head. You get 2 options. You can either obey us and join, or you can prepare yourself to be annihilated, Inspector Gi said, clearly getting annoyed. After he stops talking, the 3 men behind him release their aura. A core condensation aura fills the room, making the Jade Palace's elder steps back a little. Their aura is much stronger than the old ancestor that the Jade Palace fights against in the previous war. The reasons are simple. It is because the one in front of them is still young, and they have much better equipment than the old ancestor. Tianyun looks at them with his appraisal eye to see their status. Inspector G, 7th level core condensation, wearing the peak grade spirit tool armor, synthesized combat power is 160,000. Weakness is wood attribute and can be restrained. Possible items dropped: transforming heaven palm, lower grade earth level martial art, netherworld step, lower grade earth level movement technique. Inspector Feng, the data appeared almost immediately. The combat power they have is rather impressive. Without a weapon, their combat power already reached 160W0. With a weapon for sure, it would break through at the very least 10000. The power of third-level factions is surely something else. This much power can't be compared to the old ancestor from before. It seems that you already planned this from the very beginning, ch101 said coldly. Yes, so stop being a stupid bitch and pledge loyalty to us. If you refuse me now, I will attack immediately. The 3 great faction was originally the one who would merge with us to rule this area. It is much unexpected that they are destroyed by your faction. Now, if you refuse to join us, we will go to another sect, but as I said before, there will be no more Jade Palace after that, Inspector G said with serious manner. It seems that you are underestimating us, ch101 said, while also releasing her own aura. She already broke through 8 levels core condensation, while Tianyun went to Xiaolian's village. But Inspector Gi is not even phased after seeing ch101. I know that you are not the one who took down the 3 great faction old ancestor, so bring him here, stop wasting time already, Inspector Gi said while sneering at ch101. It seems that they come to Jade Palace without knowing the vital information about Yi Tianyun. A few of Jade Palace elder hold their laugh. Inspector G didn't acknowledge Yi Tianyun at all. In his eyes, Yi Tianyun is just a weak little boy. Tianyun doesn't care about this kind of treatment, he's already used to it. After a few minutes that no one else shows up, Inspector G runs out of patience. Where is this helper of yours? Is he afraid to come out, knowing that he will lose, or is he literally not here in the palace right now? Whatever then, whichever it is you need to decide now. Either you join us, or today will be your last. Inspector Gay said to Shi Shuiyun with smirk splattering his face. But, Palace Lord Shi, whichever it is the decision you took, you will have to come with us. Our mansion lord is waiting. He requested you to be his concubine. With your innate ability, your offspring with him definitely will be promising. As Inspector G ends his speech, Yi Tianyun immediately jumps to the front and slaps his face so hard that his teeth break, covering his face bloody. I dare you to insult my aunt one more time. Your mansion lord is a pig. There is no way he is qualified to become my aunt's partner. Just tell him to partner up with a sow. It seems more appropriate that way. Yi Tianyun said to Inspector Gi that's lying on the floor holding his face, shocked by Yi Tianyun's sudden attack. Chapter 118, Spirit Core Expert. Chapter 118, Spirit Core Expert. Inspector Gay wants to insult Shi Shuiyun as she let her guest be slapped in front of her, but the powerful slap left him stunned. He can't react to it. It's not because the slap was so fast, but it's because it came from the person he least expected from. And other inspectors gasped, "This boy! How dare he insults our mansion lord! Kill him!" Inspector Gay says while fuming with anger. He quickly pulls out his peak-grade spirit sword, ready to fight. But Yi Tianyun is much faster than him. He's already in front of Inspector G in a blink of an eye and slaps him some more. Who you gonna kill? Did you say I insult your mansion lord? Consider that a praise for someone like him. A pig is so much better than what he actually is. Yi Tianyun says while holding Inspector Gi's head in his hand. Inspector Gi wants to say something, but when he's about to say something, Yi Tianyun quickly slaps his face. In the end, Inspector Gi can't say a word anymore. His face is beaten to a pulp. The two other people with Inspector Gi released from their state of trance quickly rushes to help Inspector Gi. Shuiyun sees them rushing to fight Yi Tianyun off, and she quickly jumps in front of them to block them. With her cold aura weaving through the air, both of them is shaking from the sheer pressure. As this happens, suddenly there is a clap sounding from the outside of the door. As the door opens, a middle-aged man comes in while smiling. To think the hero would be a boy. With what I have seen, clearly you are already at peak core condensation. I'm more intrigued with the fact that you become an elder here in Jade Palace, despite being a male. Is it because your exceptional talent? Wei Chang Elder. Elder Wei. Inspector Gi immediately crawls into the man's leg. Yi Tianyun quickly analyzed the old man with his appraisal eye. Elder Wei, second-level Spirit Core, wearing lower-grade Soul Tool armor. The martial art will be Burst Claw, middle-grade Earth-level martial art, Dragon Cloud Steps, lower-grade Earth-level martial art, and so on. Synthesized battle strength is 288,000. Weakness is good at melee attacks, and long-range attacks can disrupt their positions. Possible drop items are Burst Claw, Dragon Cloud Steps, 280,000 combat power, second-level Spirit Core. Yi Tianyun is a bit surprised. He looks over to the people of Jade Palace and saw that all of their expression changed. Shi Shuiyun and the entire elder from Jade Palace can feel the powerful aura in the room. He finally realizes why the inspector was not afraid of insulting the Lord of Jade Palace. Elder Wei looks at Yi Tianyun and said, "Do you still want to slap this man?" while releasing all the power he has. Great Elder Mo Yu's face contorted to a frown. She already tries everything in her power to break through to the Spirit Core, but her effort was for naught. Now she hopes that Jade Palace's first Spirit Core cultivator would either be Shi Shuiyun or Yi Tianyun. Inspector G was startled when Elder Wei holding him up by his face and said, "Go on, hit him again. I have all day to play." Inspector G was left speechless by the Elder's order. He saw Elder Wei in the eye and see the Elder was looking at him with disgust. Soon after another slap lands in his face, the power behind the slap is enough to make him flies from the Elder's grips. Yi Tianyun was the one slapping him. This move left everyone in surprise. This is really a bold move by Yi Tianyun. You think I am some scared child? If you want to be entertained, just say so. I will be glad to give you more surprises. Yi Tianyun says while cleaning a little bit of blood from his knuckles. Elder Wei was shocked a little bit, but quickly regains his composure. Very good. There are not many youngsters brimming with courage like you nowadays. Too bad you'll have to die today. Elder Wei slams his foot into the ground, breaking the ground like a spider web. The next moment he rushed swiftly to Yi Tianyun's direction. Shi Shuiyun quickly realized that the elder doesn't play around, quickly shouts Yi Tianyun's name and leap in front of Yi Tianyun without hesitation. She immediately released her aura at full power, creating a frozen field appeared across the room. This frozen field technique is strong, it can freeze everything in its radius, but this technique is nothing compared to the Elder's cultivation. Such insignificant techniques, stop wasting my time. Elder Wei turns his hands into a dragon claw and immediately slashes his way through the frozen field. He doesn't seem to stop even though Shi Shuiyun is blocking his path. Shi Shuiyun already accepted the fact that she may not be able to hold this man's power, but suddenly she felt a warm palm rubbing her waist, gently drags her to safety. When she sees what is holding her, she only sees a scaly arm, but when she looks behind her, she sees Yi Tianyun smiling warmly at her. These warm smiles make her blushes a little, and after Yi Tianyun let go of her, Yi Tianyun quickly turns to the Elder Wei direction and slaps him across the face with a powerful energy behind it. Elder Wei was thrown out into the wall with broken teeth and bloodied face. I am brave, but I am not stupid enough to throw a fight I can't finish. You don't need to say anything anymore, but today is not my end, but you are. Yi Tianyun activates his Dragon God Secret Art and Dragon God Bloodline at the same time. His combat power is rising up explosively. Chapter 119, Expert that you are looking for, is me. Chapter 119, Expert that you're looking for, is me. Yi Tianyun isn't afraid of the Elder in front of him, not even the slightest, so what if he's at Spirit Core? For him, all that matter is how much combat power one possessed. With a slap alone, the Elder was already blown away, proving no matter how high the level of cultivation is, the combat power is all that matters. You're pretty tough, Yi Tianyun says while cracking his fingers, ready to strike again. How dare you hit me? I will kill you, you brat, Elder Wei says while fuming with anger. He immediately takes out his weapon, a pair of claw, a lower-grade soul tool, and stand up again. He immediately rushes over to Yi Tianyun direction, ready to shred Yi Tianyun to pieces with his claws. Yi Tianyun doesn't fight empty-handed, he takes out his own personal weapon, the Frost Fist. Seeing this weapon Yi Tianyun uses, Elder Wei becomes more enraged. You dare to fight me using a gauntlet? How far would you underestimate your opponent, boy? You will die a painful death. Elder Wei quickly uses his technique, Burst Claw. He screams out while slashing his claws downward into Yi Tianyun's head. The Elder wants to kill Yi Tianyun so badly, he decides to use this technique right off the bat. The extreme speed from the Elder technique makes the air quaking around the claw. Yi Tianyun doesn't even flinch in front of the Elder technique. Inspector Gay on the side was looking pretty happy by the situation right now. He really resent Yi Tianyun for slapping him around and in front of enraged Elder Wei. There is no way Yi Tianyun would be able to survive. Yi Tianyun immediately uses his Froze Fist special ability, Froze, and immediately after he shouts the word, the fast Elder Wei approaching Yi Tianyun becomes gradually slower and eventually turn into an ice sculpture. Yi Tianyun slaps Elder Wei's face again in his frozen state, making the Elder's body stumble to the side. Not very long after, the Elder's body completely thawed from the frozen state he was in. He looks at Yi Tianyun with horrified look on his face. He feels lucky that Yi Tianyun doesn't kill him while he was frozen earlier, but no, he was frozen from fear. He has never seen such an overpowered technique before. Yi Tianyun himself is not eager to end the fight so quickly. He wants to evaluate himself so he would be able to assess his next fight against an opponent in the Spirit Core level. Didn't you say that you would kill me? Are you going to stop attacking me after a few slaps? Yi Tianyun says while smirking. He knows now the effect of the Froze Fist only lasted roughly 5 seconds for the Elder. He understands that the amount of time enemy would be frozen would be increased by the Froze Fist level, not his cultivation's level. So he made up his mind to level up Froze Fist again in the near future. The scene unfolded in front of everyone else in the room leaves everyone speechless. They are really surprised and equally stunned from what Yi Tianyun had done to a Spirit Core expert. The first slap is considered a lucky shot, but the second slap clearly means to destroy the enemy's morale. It's like Yi Tianyun is blatantly stating the fact that he is more powerful than the Elder in a really bold way. ch101 on the side is looking pretty satisfied with Yi Tianyun's power. She could relax knowing her nephew would not get injured for fighting Elder Wei. Earlier, she feels really worried by the Elder's weapon. She knows if Yi Tianyun gets slashed by that claw, he would be in another world by now. You, what kind of evil martial art did you use? Elder Wei says to Yi Tianyun, while still shaken by Yi Tianyun's power. Do you really need to know? Does it concern you? Yi Tianyun says indifferently. He already had enough of each of his opponent always asking his martial art. It's not like they would be able to give that information to anybody else even if they know. They would be dead after fighting Yi Tianyun, so it's not necessary for them to know. Elder Wei is frowning with Yi Tianyun's answer. He wants to know what kind of demon that Yi Tianyun made a pact with to receive that kind of power. He never expects Yi Tianyun is even at his level, but it's clear that Yi Tianyun is very strong cultivator. Are you done talking now? Then, it's my turn to attack now, so we will not waste any more of our precious time. Yi Tianyun says while simultaneously activating his crazy mode. His power increased exponentially. The crazy mode increased his combat power 4 times. Originally, he has only around 100 to 00 combat power, with all his equipment. Now, after using crazy mode, it get into 3090-000 combat power. The combat power is not totally multiplied by 4, because the combat power he received from the equipment isn't multiplied by crazy mode. If crazy mode also multiplies the combat power from equipment, he would be the strongest cultivator in no time. Elder Wei with his equipment have a combat power around 32W00. With Yi Tianyun's combat power of 3090W00, it's clear that he could defeat the Elder with ease. The explosive power that Yi Tianyun showed just now sent chill down Elder Wei's spine. If he wasn't sure that Yi Tianyun is of Spirit Core cultivator, he is sure now. Yi Tianyun is definitely a Spirit Core cultivator expert. Yi Tianyun's aura is far stronger than his own aura. Oh yeah, I forgot to mention that the expert that you all wanted to know so badly is me, Yi Tianyun says while smirking. Chapter 110, Complete Instant Kill. Chapter 110, Complete Instant Kill Elder Wei never thought for a second that the one helping Jade Palace was a young boy. Furthermore, the young boy mentioned have a high-leveled cultivation too. This is impossible. You are so young. How can your cultivation be so high? Elder Wei says while shaking from shock. He thought that Yi Tianyun undergo a normal cultivation training like others, not knowing Yi Tianyun cultivation method is nothing like others. That is not something for you to know. You from Profound Azure Mansion don't get the chance to blame us for doing this. You force our hand to retaliate, Yi Tianyun says while taking a stance to attack Elder Wei. He starts to run into the Elder's directions with an aura like a dragon enveloping him. Dragon God Secret Art, Second Style, Dragon God Fist. Yi Tianyun shout out his technique as he punch Elder Wei's chest. Elder Wei tries to retaliate by throwing his own attack with his claw at Yi Tianyun, but with the effect of Frost Fist constantly slowing everything on its path, Elder Wei's attack never connect. Yi Tianyun's technique can't be blocked by Elder Wei's armor, completely piercing through his armor like butter and boring a hole in the Elder's chest. The wall behind Elder Wei doesn't miss the aftermath of the punch either, cracking and breaking like brittle. Elder Wei doesn't die immediately by Yi Tianyun's punch, while he is still alive, but then again with such a huge injury there is no way he would survive. Elder Wei began coughing blood as the second passed. There is nothing he could do to fight of Yi Tianyun at this moment. Meanwhile, he is dying. Your body really is tough. Punching it through is not as easy as I thought. Yi Tianyun says, smirking while looking at the Elder in the eye. Activate Luck Aura. Yi Tianyun activates his Luck Aura as he already levels it up beforehand. With a Luck Aura level 2, he now has the effect of 5 times enhanced luck with a consumption rate of 100 points of crazy points per second. This consumption rate is what makes Yi Tianyun reluctant in using this ability like before. He doesn't know that the reward he would get on killing things would be rewarding enough to spend a high amount of his crazy points. But now, he wants to use it against such a high-leveled enemy. Say your prayer, Yi Tianyun says while pulling out his Blood Fiend Divine Spear. If you kill me, Profound Azure Mansion would not turn a blind eye for you. Jade Palace will be crushed. After the Elder ends his speech, Yi Tianyun drive his spear through the Elder's heart, instantly ending the Elder's life. Ding, successfully killed Elder Wei, earned 200-0-0 experience, 5-0-0 experience, 5-0-0 crazy point. Obtained Martial Art Burst Claw, Dragon Cloud Steps, Thundercloud Claw. Obtained the Stage Prop Dragon Skeleton Divine Armor, Tyrant Dragon Claw, 5 times experience card, and Blast Divine Pill. A lot of things were rewarded to Yi Tianyun as he successfully killed the Elder. Although the item was good, as his opponent was from a Spirit Core cultivation, but there was nothing of interest to Yi Tianyun. Even with this much luck, there is still nothing that excites me from this list of rewards. Yi Tianyun says while shaking his head. He turns his head, and his focus shifts to Inspector G. Inspector G was shaking profoundly. He didn't expect Elder Wei would lose. He comes with the Elder to avoid having a dire situation, but now, the Elder is already dead. Now he finally believes the power of Yi Tianyun, the power of limitless potential. What are you going to do now? You killed our Elder. If you still want to live, you better escape now while you have the chance. Otherwise, our Mansion Lord will crush you all. But I will give you another options. Let us go, and we will try to appease the Mansion Lord for you. Inspector Gay tries to negotiate with Yi Tianyun. Clearly he's afraid to die. But Yi Tianyun doesn't put off his killing intent. He makes it stronger, making Inspector Gay and 2 other men besides him completely shaken with fear. Wow, did you think I am stupid? I am not a 3-year-old kid you could deceive. What is it that you have that would reassure us to really do what you said? Did you really think that I would trust you to plead for our situation? If I let you go now, the Profound Azure Mansion would just come back with you again in just a few days. Am I wrong? It's better for you to die here than for you to be killed in a useless war. With your dead, you get the chance to help me a little. Yi Tianyun says while sneering at the shaken inspector. The inspector suddenly turns pale. It is clear now that Yi Tianyun would not let any of them go. No, you have to listen. Inspector Gi doesn't get the chance to finish his sentence as Yi Tianyun's spear pierced his heart. Ding, succeed fully killed Inspector Gi, earned 140 W000's end experience, 3800 crazy point. Obtained Martial Art Transforming Heaven Palm, Netherworld Step, obtained the Treasure Heaven Breaking Sword, 100 Delzen experience pill. More rewards than a normal opponent, and he is lucky enough to receive an experience card from killing Elder Wei before. But the reward is still not good enough for Yi Tianyun. He can't complain now as he knows that this enemy in front of him now is not an elite opponent. There is no way a non-elite opponent will grant a great reward. Now, it's your turn. Yi Tianyun says while shifting his sight into a trembling Inspector Fang. There is no doubt what's on the trembling inspector's mind is he finally encounters a real living demon. Chapter 21. Worry. Chapter 21. Worry. Inspector Fang has no means of escaping Yi Tianyun now. Even the most powerful person tagging along as a bodyguard is already dead. Inspector G is also dead in one shot. How can someone with lower cultivator like Inspector Fang be an opponent to Yi Tianyun? We won't say anything to anyone. Inspector Fang says while still trembling from Yi Tianyun killing Aura. What are you talking about now? Could you please make sense for once? Stop wasting my time. Yi Tianyun ignored their act for mercy and start to walk in their directions. The two of them, seeing Yi Tianyun doesn't acknowledge them, become more scared than ever and start to run away from Jade Palace. But before they can leave the room, Yi Tianyun used his absorbing star's great technique, sucking each of them into his palm. In a matter of seconds, the two of them become an empty husk, but they are not dead yet. He got a rough total of 700 XP from the two of them. This is so much higher than killing them instantly. Profound Azure Mansion wouldn't let you go, Inspector Feng says while already looking like a mummy. Yi Tianyun sighed. I told you already, Profound Azure Mansion would not bother me if I don't ask for trouble. In turn, if they did otherwise, I would gladly come to them, Yi Tianyun says coldly at the two near-dead man. He activates his lucky aura and kills them immediately. Ding. Successfully killed Inspector Fang of Profound Azure Mansion. Reward. 160 to 00 in experience points, 3600 crazy points, transforming heaven palm martial art, netherworld step technique. Ding. Successfully killed Officer Zhang of Profound Azure Mansion. Reward. 160 to 00 in experience points, 3600 crazy points, transforming heaven palm martial art, netherworld step technique, 1x heaven ancient. Spear, 1x dropping clouds boots. Yi Tianyun notices that they are dropping the same martial art, but nonetheless it is still Earth-level martial art, so he can't complain. He can always sell it for the crazy points. He also gets disappointed as he also notices that even with the effect of Lucky Aura, he still can't get all of the probability item reward he could get for killing them. Suddenly, his attention is shifting to Shi Shuiyun as she talks to him. Yi Tianyun. You're already broke through into Spirit Core? Shi Shuiyun asks while sense of bewilderment is very visible on her face. She was still in shock from watching Yi Tianyun brought down Elder Wei with ease. In fact, everyone else besides Shi Shuiyun have the same question. They are bewildered by Yi Tianyun's inhuman cultivation speed. They refrain themselves from asking Yi Tianyun this question because when Yi Tianyun shows his power, he's already too far ahead of them, leaving them too embarrassed to ask such question. No, I am still in the core condensation level. Yi Tianyun answered lightheartedly. This answer from Yi Tianyun makes them more bewildered than before. If Yi Tianyun already able to fight of a Spirit Core cultivator in only his core condensation level, then what would happen when he reaches the Spirit Core level? This kind of question fogs their mind as they look at Yi Tianyun. They find a new kind of respect from Yi Tianyun, a terrifying one. But as soon as Yi Tianyun starts to relax, everyone snaps back to reality as one of the elders said, "What will we do now? Profound Azure Mansion surely will attack us after they hear about what happened here." Yi Tianyun thought the elder's words over. He has some ideas about what to do, but he's still reluctant to break the information to all elder this fast. But he clearly has no choice now. He can't have the Jade Palace to be destroyed. Not only Shi Shuiyun is fond of Jade Palace, but also Jade Palace was tied to his main quest. The worries show themselves at the elders and Shi Shuiyun's face. They know if they fight the Profound Azure Mansion head-on, the only weapons that can, at the very least, put a fight is only Yi Tianyun. This time, the level is so much bigger than the three great factions Yi Tianyun fought before. There is no way Yi Tianyun would be able to fight a dozen of Spirit Core at once. I believe I can do it. I can crush the Profound Azure Mansion, but this will undeniably be a difficult battle, Yi Tianyun says solemnly. The elders are understandable enough that Yi Tianyun needs time if he really will crush the Profound Azure Mansion. We believe that you are able to do it, sure, but we think that at the very least you need some time for it. Now is not the time. Hearing the elder's reasoning for him to not head over to Profound Azure Mansion on his own, making Yi Tianyun sighs, as he knows they are right. Therefore, he had no choice as he needs to build advantages for Jade Palace. There is somewhere I need Jade Palace to see. I think several elders and Aunt Shi should come with me, Yi Tianyun says as he looks Shi Shuiyun in the eyes. Shuiyun immediately understood that Yi Tianyun would do something for the sake of Jade Palace. Shi Shuiyun immediately tells a disciple to go back inside, and she also told Xiao Lian the same thing. After the elder that will accompany Yi Tianyun has been decided, Yi Tianyun quickly waved them over and took over one of the Profound Azure Deer Giant Eagle the inspector used for coming over earlier. As they began the ride with Yi Tianyun, they have no idea where Yi Tianyun would bring them to. This fact alone makes them confused. But, as they pass some familiar path, they immediately recognize that Yi Tianyun is bringing them to somewhere they are familiar with. This is the way to Heaven's Immersing Ancient Ruins, is it not? One of the elders says very confidently. Yes, you are right. Yi Tianyun says with a light smile on his face. The fact that Yi Tianyun brings them to somewhere they couldn't enter makes them even more confused than before. In Yi Tianyun's side, Shi Shuiyun only smiles while looking at Yi Tianyun and didn't voice any question at all. She knows that Yi Tianyun have something very important to show them when they arrive. Chapter 122, Calm. Chapter 122, Calm with the Giant Eagle as their means of transportation, they arrive at Heaven's Immersing Ancient Ruins entrance rather quickly. With a wave of his hand, Yi Tianyun successfully opens the door of Heaven's Immersing Ancient Ruins. This scene makes the elders and Shi Shuiyun a little bit stunned as they immediately realize that Yi Tianyun have a complete control of the ruins. "Stop standing around, come in," Yi Tianyun shouts as the elders are still in shock. Shi Shuiyun only smiles and proceeds to enter the ruins following Yi Tianyun, and not long after her, the three other elders come following up. "We really can go in," the three elder mutters to each other as they still can't believe that they really can enter this place again. "How did you do this, Yi Tianyun?" Shi Shuiyun asks. "It's a rather simple story. When I was looking for martial art in front of Smelting Trial Stone Tablet, I solved the puzzle inside it, and with it I received the inheritance of the entire place. In a way, everything in here is mine, and there is one other person that has control over the place, and he is the old man Xuan." With a wave of his hand, Yi Tianyun summons old Xuan, and the old man appeared in front of them with a smile. The sudden appearance shocks everyone else. They notice that the old man in front of them is not a real person, but rather an illusion. "Young master brought some people this time. I welcome you all to heaven-immersing ancient ruins," old Xuan said in welcoming manner. They all nod at old Xuan, doesn't know how to properly respond, and old Xuan also give off intense presence, causing them having a hard time to relax. Heaven-immersing ancient ruin doesn't have any treasure anymore, as you may know. But as a cultivation place or as a sanctuary, this place is perfect. We need to immediately move the disciples here, as Jade Palace is not safe enough for them to cultivate, and this place is a much better cultivation environment. There is absolute no way that Profound Azure Mansion can enter this place, even if they happen to get information about us evacuating here. 1111111111 11111 11111 11111 1111 1111 There is absolute no way that Profound Azure Mansion can enter this place. Just like that, we abandon Jade Palace. We have to think very clearly for making the decision, Rokunin said, breaking the silence. After a while, all elders seems to arrive at the conclusion they need. They all agreed to use this place as a fortress against Profound Azure Mansion, rather this than being annihilated. They would never agree to surrender to Profound Azure Mansion. If they do, Jade Palace is the same as gone. Compromising this kind of thing is nothing more than giving up. For Yi Tianyun, the one reason he will not let Profound Azure Mansion wins is that he doesn't want all the female disciple of Jade Palace to be bounded to Profound Azure Mansion's disciple. Furthermore, he doesn't want to give up his beloved aunt to Profound Azure Mansion Lord. There is absolutely nothing to worry in here. There is no other way to enter this place other than with my permission. And with this place's environment, the disciple can cultivate with better efficiency. Yi Tianyun said, and Shi Shuiyun quickly added, "After our strength is good enough, we will surely come out, and at that time, there is no way they can look down on us anymore. This time, there is no way for them to fight Profound Azure Mansion. Yi Tianyun wouldn't be able to defend everyone by himself." The elders surely understand this too. They need to be stronger for their own sake and for Jade Palace. Now, it's best for us to accommodate the Jade Palace disciple to move here and make sure that all we need is enough for a couple weeks, Shi Shuiyun said confidently. All the elders quickly nod and prepare themselves to accommodate the entire disciple before it's too late. "Aunt, I need to go somewhere for a while," Yi Tianyun said to Shi Shuiyun as he already said what he needs to say to the others. "Go where?" Shi Shuiyun was startled. With Profound Azure Mansion ready to attack any time, Yi Tianyun still risked going outside. "I still don't know, but I can't stay here. I can't break through in here," Yi Tianyun said very confidently. Heaven's immersing ancient ruins is good, but he can't absorb experience in this place, or this place wouldn't hold. The last time he uses his Absorbing Stars Great technique, this place is shaken like an old house on the verge of collapsing. The great array of Heaven's immersing ancient ruins has been somewhat broken. In his current level, there is no way that he can fix it. He needs to be at least in Divine Rune Master level to even consider fixing it. Yi Tianyun, Shi Shuiyun, is very much reluctant to let Yi Tianyun go, but she can't find the word to say her feelings. "Aunt, don't worry, I will be back soon enough," Yi Tianyun said while knowing Shi Shuiyun's concern. He quickly pulls out his 100 Transformations mask and wears it on his face. His face instantly changes into someone else. "Look, do you still recognize me?" Yi Tianyun said cheerfully. "How? I never saw this kind of treasure before. This is truly amazing," Shi Shuiyun said with awe. Her previously solemn attitude suddenly brightened seeing Yi Tianyun's item. "With this item, you don't need to worry about me. There is no way they could recognize me," Yi Tianyun said cheerfully. The 100 Transformations mask is the perfect item to use when there is a lot of enemies searching for you. Chapter 23, Abnormal Experience Overlay. Chapter 23, Abnormal Experience Overlay. After Yi Tianyun showed the 100 Transformations mask to Shi Shuiyun, she's a bit relaxed. After he calmed Shi Shuiyun down, Yi Tianyun proceed to go back to Jade Palace and immediately throw himself into forging and refining tools and pills, which later he sells for crazy points. He really needs all crazy points he can get to make sure he can level up his martial arts again. Peak grade spirit tool, selling price of 5,000 crazy point, confirm, sell. Third grade pill, price 3,000 crazy point, confirm, sell. Peak grade spirit tool, crazy points. I need a lot of crazy point, Yi Tianyun says as he sells everything. At least he needs to level up Dragon God Bloodline, as he knows that leveling up crazy mode would be asking too much. After all that fiasco, he opens up his status windows to see his own progress. Host, Yi Tianyun Laval, 30 peak core condensation. Experience, 18875328. There's a new 0. Crazy point 298728. Prestige, 230 cultivation technique, Dark North divine art, Dragon God secret art, Xuantian divine art ability, absorbing stars great technique, Blood Fiend soaring heaven weapon, Frost Fist, Blood Fiend divine spear, Sword of endlessness, Chaotic heaven sacred axe armor, deity armor, Shadow cloak, Chaotic heaven divine armor, Chaotic heaven divine armor, Shadow cloak, Chaotic heaven divine armor. Boots divine ability, crazy mode, luck aura bloodline, Dragon God bloodline adornments, Forging God hammer, power bracelet, power ring, power belt, Blood Fiend bracelet, all items, recovery pill. 18, gift pack level 31, life 1, bad luck divine pill, 5 times experience card, blast divine pill treasure, purple fire divine furnace title, guardian fire, immortal fire, immortal fire. He realizes that he still has a long way to go to breakthrough to spirit core. He sighs as he feels so powerless right now. There is nothing he could do, as of now. Killing monsters is not going to cover the X required to level up in such a short amount of time, and he has limited amount of resources for forging and refining. The material he used before already depleted. He needs a new batch of materials, but he knows that it's going to take a while before the new batch from Rain Pavilion is delivered. He thought of the EXP card, but it's just too expensive. Is it worth it if he chooses to buy it? He thinks to himself. As of now, he looks over to Dragon God Bloodline and sees that he has enough crazy points to level it up. He immediately chooses to do so. Level up Dragon God Bloodline. Ding successfully levels up Dragon God Bloodline into level 3. Next level up cost 500 crazy points. The level up process costs 100 crazy points, which is still an absurd amount of points in Yi Tianyun's perspective. I still have 200 crazy points left, and there is nothing else I can level up with this amount. He sighed again, feeling defeated. He thought over his earlier plan and immediately makes up his mind. It seems that the only thing I can do with this amount of points is to buy the Experience X10 card. I believe it costs 50,000 crazy points for one card. With this amount of crazy points I have now, I can buy 4. It has to be worth something. He immediately opens up the Crazy Points shop and immediately proceeds to buy 3 cards. Ding, not enough crazy points to buy the exact amount of items. Yi Tianyun was a bit shocked by the system message. He was very sure of his math. He changed the amount of card he will buy into 2. The purchase is successful, but once again he is baffled by Crazy Point Shop's ridiculous system. At first it costed 50,000 for 10 times experience card, but now it costed 150,000 crazy points. What the hell is this? This is a ripoff. This is not fair. Yi Tianyun keeps on cursing the system. He feels cheated. He continued to check the system for explanation, and he immediately finds it in the card's detailed information. Consumables purchase will double the product prices. No limit prices. This is an absolute bullshit. He curses out loud as he feels very annoyed at the system of his Crazy Points shop. He chooses to go back to heaven immersing ancient ruins for now. He wants to at least be there for his aunt and see what else do they need, and then he will go out again to level up. As he arrives at the ruins, he can see that the disciple face is adorned with awe and surprises. They always dream to cultivate in the ruins. They all already heard about the heavens immersing ancient ruins to be blessed with abundance of cultivation energy, so they expect to at least enter one time for them to speed up their own cultivations. Now, the fact that they could enter SP easily makes them shocked. After he sees that he's no longer needed in the area, it is time for him to leave. Aunt Shuiyun, it is time for me to leave. I will be back soon, and the control of this place is already shared with you, so you could control who can enter and leave the ruins as you please. You are basically the second owner. If you need anything, I believe old Xuan would be glad to help you. Yi Tianyun says as he walks toward the gate. You be careful out there, you hear? Shi Xuanyun says sternly. Yi Tianyun looks at his aunt and smiles at her, and then he walks out of the gate to go levels up on his own. After leaving the vicinity of the ruins, Yi Tianyun proceeds his plans on leveling up in Heavenly Border Continent. This continent is a different continent as he is on right now. This continent he is currently resides is called Earthly Borders Continent, and this place didn't have any faction above second level faction. The Heavenly Border Continent is much different as the continent houses a large number of third level faction, and Profound Azure Mansion is there too. He chooses the Heavenly Border Continent for his level-up purpose because the continent houses a stronger demon beast than the one in this current continent he is on. He needs a higher-level demon beast to level up quickly. Chapter 24, Heavenly New City. Chapter 24, Heavenly New City. Yi Tianyun took a ride in the Black Dragon's back so that he can arrive at the Heavenly Borders Continent quickly. Once he came across the oceans, he could see the Heavenly Borders Continent in the horizon. He could sense the strong spirit in the atmosphere even though he hasn't entered the continent. He finally understood why the continent is so much powerful than the Earthly Borders continent. In a way, normally ones would go to the Heavenly Borders continent using the boat, as flying mount is so rare, and flying with skill in general has gotten far in higher cultivations level. Many sects from the Heavenly Borders continent is migrating to Earthly Borders continent in the past, Jade Palace being one of them. This occurred because the high competitive environment in the Heavenly Borders continent. There is too much skirmish happening there so that there is no other choice but to go away from the heat if you want to survive. For this reason too, Heavenly Borders continent didn't have any first level faction. The minimum here is second level faction. Although that being the case, second level faction also must have many spirit core cultivator for them to survive. Since Yi Tianyun have Black Dragon in his arsenal, he uses the Black Dragon to cross the sea. The Black Dragon draws many onlookers' attention on the ground because a dragon is one of the most powerful creature in the cultivation world. Not only that, but nobody ever heard of Mountable Dragon before. A commotion begins to arise down there, as they began to murmur while looking at the dragons above them in awe. Look, that's a black dragon. Yes, it's really a black dragon. I didn't expect anyone to take Dragon Clan as mount. This is incredible. How did it happen? The person riding it seems to be very young, they said to each other. Yi Tianyun, who rides the black dragon in question, completely ignore them. He knows that the dragon would attract onlookers, but he didn't care. He needs to arrive at the Heavenly Borders continent quickly. He doesn't have time to think about others at this point. Based on his calculations, the Profound Azure Mansion would attack in 2 or 3 months. That is, if they could pinpoint that Jade Palace already relocated into Heaven's immersing ancient ruins. But he needs to think for the worse, bringing him time to cultivate in this continent for maximum of 3 months. With the current conditions of the Heaven's immersing ancient ruins, there is no doubt that Profound Azure Mansion would be able to break through the gate if they get the information about Jade Palace's evacuation. Since he wears 100 Transformations mask, he doesn't need to be afraid to blowing his real identity. When he lands in the continent, he felt the abundance of spirit power in the area. At the very least, there are 3 times more spirit here than Earthly Borders continent. It's no wonder that so many people chose to come to this continent for cultivations. The cultivations environment is much better here, Yi Tianyun said as assurance to himself. But, because of so many cultivators reside here in the Heavenly Borders continent, it is common for conflicts to happen among the cultivators here. Earthly Borders continent in comparison is more peaceful than here. Before he lands, he already look over as to where he would go next, and he sees a city not far away from the shore. He needs to get to the city first, as it is important to obtain informations, and plus that he didn't know where the demon beast would be, so all he needs to do for the start is to have information about the place in general, although he can always just fight others to meet the XP requirement faster, but he doesn't want to do this. Although he already killed many people in Earthly Borders continent, he is not a murderer. He doesn't want to kill if the other person didn't provoke him. Soon he reaches the city gate and read the name of the city for the first time. Heavenly New City. The name of the city is engraved boldly on the top of the gate. It is to state the fact that the city is controlled by a strong person or faction. At the very least, the leader would be the Spirit Corps, if not more. After that, Yi Tianyun strolled down into a queue in front of the gate. He sees that the guard asking for some gold as a toll to the city. After waiting for a while, he's finally close enough to hear the guard speak from his position. Are you new here? You need to pay 10 gold for you to get in. The person in front of him looked at the guard with confusion. The guard sighed and points his finger to the sign near them. You can't read? This is stated here that you need to pay 10 gold to get in. The cultivator only frowns looking at the sign and unwillingly gives 10 gold into the guard's hand. Soon it was Yi Tianyun's turn, and he immediately turns in the entry gold into the guard's table. That amount of gold doesn't worth that much for him, because he knows that the gold is supposed to be his own safety and protection fee. There is a rule in the city. There is no fighting allowed. The protection fee also makes sure that everyone on the city didn't come across any demon beast, also the protection from robbery and such. As this heavenly new city located so close to the sea, there is no doubt that this place is meant for the beginner that come from Earthly Borders continent. This city is supposed to be the city where the new cultivator can cultivate safely, and then with this place as a base, they could always venture deeper to the continent as they see fit. Chapter 25, Star Pavilion, Chapter 25, Star Pavilion. After entering Heavenly New City, Yi Tianyun found himself in the middle of bustling streets. Most of them are cultivators, although their cultivation is not that high. Relatively speaking, it is much safer here, but without money, it's impossible to stick around here. Becoming Heavenly New City's resident is the simplest way if you want to leave and enter the city at will. Becoming Heavenly New City's resident is actually pretty simple. All one need to do is assist with the quest at Heavenly New City. For example, picking Spirit Herb, slaying a demon beast, or even a wanted criminal, and earned contribution point upon completion. After accumulating a certain amount of contribution point, one can exchange it for lifetime residency and other things. It's basically the second currency in this city. With sufficient contribution points, one can even exchange it for Earth-level martial art, but of course an abundant amount of contribution point is necessary. However, Yi Tianyun does not care about this. What he needs right now is information. He went straight to a shop and took out a piece of gold and casually said, "Give me the details of Heavenly Borders continent." When the shopkeeper saw the gold, his eyes sparkled. "Okay, a moment." He immediately brings out several miscellaneous books containing the most detailed information of Heavenly Borders continent. Yi Tianyun took it and have a quick skim, and there is quite a lot of information inside. The most important things are marked, for example, the power balance, topography. The price is quite cheap too. After skimming it for a while, Yi Tianyun frowned. The information about dangerous zones is included in the book, but it's not detailed. It's like saying that a knife is very sharp, but not mentioning who made it, what it's made of, etc. He can't just go to dangerous zones with this amount of information. "Is there any detailed information about dangerous zones?" Yi Tianyun asked to the shopkeeper. "About that kind of information is only available at Star Pavilion. You can obtain more information there." The shopkeeper locks his palms and look apologetic because Yi Tianyun gave him 1 gold while the book only costs 2 silver. Star Pavilion seems like no choice but to go there. After hearing what the shopkeeper said, Yi Tianyun finally realizes that Star Pavilion has a similar status here to Rain Pavilion. It has a variety of things to sell, including information. Here you can buy everything and even deliver a message to Cultivator. But of course, nothing is free, everything has its price. Given the right price, Cultivator can obtain almost anything there. The Star Pavilion has branches throughout the Heavenly Borders continent, and it's quite influential in this continent, equal to a 3rd-level faction, so no one dares to mess with them. With such influence, they decided to open pavilion branches and treasure houses, and thanks to their reputation, the business runs smoothly. Immediately, he turned to the front of the Star Pavilion and looked at the towering pagoda in front of him. He was amazed upon seeing it. The reason is because of its material. Profound iron, a material used to forge high-grade spirit tool, is used to create a pagoda. Not only in Heavenly New City, but also in other cities, as a symbol of the Star Pavilion. This pagoda is almost like a fortress. Average cultivator won't be able to break through the door. Star Pavilion? Why not Star Tower? Yi Tianyun chuckled and walked inside. When he entered, the guards stared at him. Their cultivation base was 8th level spirit refinement. But that's all, they just stared. After entering, he can see core condensation expert walking around, probably another guards. Yi Tianyun couldn't help but sigh, and in this area the cultivation's average level is higher, and the cultivation is easier to notice. "What can I help you with?" The female cultivator next to him greeted him, smiling. "Any guests coming here will be welcomed with the best smile." Her cultivation is not high, only 2nd-level spirit refinement. In the 1st-level faction, she would have become a promising disciple, but only as a poster girl here. This is the gap between the regions. Yi Tianyun glanced at the good material in 1st floor, but none of them piqued his interest. "I want information," Yi Tianyun said all of a sudden. "Yes, please come with me." The female cultivator took him upstairs to 3rd floor and took him to the innermost room, an old man with his eyes closed inside. Even when the door is opened, he's still not waking up. "Deacon Huang, there's a guest," the female cultivator whispered. This Deacon Huang woke up. The moment he opened his eyes, he immediately turned his eyes at Yi Tianyun and smiled after a good look. "Good brat, young and calm. Is this your first time coming to Star Pavilion? What is this?" Yi Tianyun squinted. This Deacon Huang cultivation is at 5th level of core condensation, which is relatively high. I can't see your exact cultivation is, but I know you're not some average cultivator. You contain your aura, and I've never seen you around here, so I'm sure you're not a resident here. Deacon Huang smiled. Am I wrong? In just a short while, this old man seems to figure out a lot about Yi Tianyun already. How about both? Yi Tianyun smiled lightly while evading the question. I want to buy information. Where is the dangerous zone populated with many demon beasts with core condensation level? He casually asked without hiding anything. That's how Yi Tianyun approached this case. How the old man responds is none of his business. Chapter 126, Devil Sea Dangerous Zone. Chapter 126, Devil Sea Dangerous Zone. Yi Tianyun doesn't care what the other thinks. Anyway, now that he's outside Earthly Borders continent, he doesn't have to use 100 transformation mask anymore. Deacon Huang looked at him. He's having a hard time believing what he just heard, which was very straightforward. It seems that our friend here is going to hunt Demon Beast. Deacon Huang's eyes sparkles. What Yi Tianyun said really piques his interest. I can give you the information you need, but first I have 2 choices. The first one, I'll give you this information for free as long as you sell the demon beasts you slain to us, of course for a reasonable price. The second choice is, you can buy this information from me for 1,000 gold. I personally prefer the first choice. Both of us gains benefit from this, because we need some demon beast for material and you can earn more gold. No problem, but instead of gold, can you pay me with your material instead? Yi Tianyun is excited. This trade is pretty beneficial for him. Deal. For Yi Tianyun, this is like killing 2 birds with 1 stone because extra quest related to this popped up and he instantly accepted it. Ding successfully accept hunting demon beast mission. Hunt 100 core condensation level demon beasts. Earned 500,000 experience, 1,000 gold, 10 W0 crazy point, 10 free lottery draw, 100 favorability for Star Pavilion. Whenever favorability or prestige is involved, Yi Tianyun will always accept the quest without any hesitation, especially if it's Star Pavilion favorability of Of course, he wants to have a better relationship with Star Pavilion. It's the most influential pavilion in this continent. To be honest, there are a few places where many demon beasts gathered, especially those above core condensation level. Because the higher their level of cultivation is, the less possible they will live in a group. Based on recent information, one of this place is Devil Sea Dangerous Zone, said Deacon Huang. Devil Sea Dangerous Zone? Yi Tianyun frowned. Heavenly Borders continent has a total of 5 dangerous zones, one of which is the Devil Sea Dangerous Zone. Just as the name says, it's really dangerous there, but mainly because the area mostly consists of water. Movement is very restricted, of course. Even with good cultivation level, it would still be difficult to hunt in this area. Those demon beasts are in the sea? That's bad news. Even Yi Tianyun can't figure out how to kill the demon beast residing in sea. Even with Black Dragon, it won't be easy. It's impossible. Even I can't do that. I'm not at core transformation level yet. Deacon Huang said solemnly. The one I'm talking about is Devil Cloud Island. It is located in Devil Sea Dangerous Zone. I don't know what happened. Suddenly there was a group of demon beasts gathered there. A large number of demon beasts climbed up from the seabed. Their cultivation varies from spirit refinement to the core condensation. That's all the information we managed to gather, and we do not rule out the existence of demon beasts with stronger cultivation. Yi Tianyun is excited. As long as there are a bunch of them, using 10 times experience card will greatly boost his XP gain. Deacon Huang said solemnly, but the Devil Sea Dangerous Zone is very dangerous, and most people can't fly, and it's even more dangerous to use a boat there. Basically, the most challenging task at hand is reaching the island. As far as I know for now, that's the only area with the matching criteria as what you requested. That's a lot. I really need this information. Yi Tianyun is very satisfied. He can't obtain this information from average informant. Because the Devil Sea Dangerous Zone is extremely dangerous, average cultivators can't even go there, let alone obtain information about it. I'm thankful if you're satisfied with this information, but still, this is very dangerous. Are you sure you want to go? If you just wanted to hunt Demon Beast, I have other places. Their cultivation base is higher, but they're scattered around the place. Deacon Huang offered, but Yi Tianyun has no need of such information. No thanks, I'll stick to the first one. Yi Tianyun said with a light smile, I'm going to Devil Cloud Island to hunt Demon Beast. You Star Pavilion doesn't plan to gather more information there? Or hunt those demon beasts? Our Star Pavilion is very powerful, but not everyone is willing to go, especially this dangerous zone. We need some deacon or elder to go there. That's not worthwhile. Deacon Huang said with a smile, we will simply provide information. That information, by the way, who else buy it? Yi Tianyun asked with a wink. I'm afraid I can't tell you. Yi Tianyun also smiled and asked about that matter any further. So, do we need to sign something? Yi Tianyun asked. No, that matter is already concluded when you made a deal with me earlier. The demon beasts you slain will be sold to us. You can keep a part of it, but the rest must be sold to us. If you violate our agreement, you'll be completely banned to conduct any business with Star Pavilion. Deacon Huang said with a light smile, and his tone is full of confidence. However, Star Pavilion will not eliminate Yi Tianyun. It's just he will be blacklisted by Star Pavilion, and if he is, it would be troublesome since Star Pavilion is the most resourceful treasure house in this continent. Rest assured, I'll keep my promise. Yi Tianyun said with a smile. I believe in you, Deacon Huang said. What else do you need? Maybe a ship or something. This won't be necessary. Just provide me with the route to the island, Yi Tianyun said. Of course. I will give you the exact information now. You can take a closer look. Deacon Huang got up and walked in the room behind him looking for something. He quickly came out holding a star plate. After taking the star plate, Yi Tianyun read the information inside. It is a very detailed map of the entire Heavenly Borders continent, among which there is a bright spot outside the Heavenly Borders continent. That is where Devil Cloud Island lies. This is Devil Cloud Island. Just follow this route. Deacon Huang points out and smiles. Okay, then I will gladly accept this. Yi Tianyun put away the star plate and turned and prepared to leave. Young master, wait a minute. How many companions are you planning to go with? Deacon Huang asked. I am going by myself. Yi Tianyun smiled lightly, leaving Deacon Huang, who was speechless as he watched Yi Tianyun's back. Chapter 127, Heaven's Top Mansion Disciple. Chapter 127, Heaven's Top Mansion Disciple. After Yi Tianyun left Star Pavilion, he heads straight to Devil Cloud Island without wasting any time. After Yi Tianyun left, a figure is watching him from the crowds and tail him. When he reached City Gate, Yi Tianyun is nowhere to be found. How can he disappear just like that? Did he notice me? He is responsible for tailing Yi Tianyun. The moment he blinks, Yi Tianyun is gone. He doesn't know where Yi Tianyun go. With a disappointed look, he said, I'm definitely going to be punished for this. Deacon Huang wanted to make sure whether he's really going alone or not, whether he's bluffing or not. Deacon Huang, I lost him all of a sudden, he's just gone. The guard who came back shook his head looking guilty. It's alright, I pretty much guessed this is going to happen. His cultivation is unfathomable. I can't accurately sense how strong his cultivation is. Considering he intended to go to Devil Cloud Island alone, he must be quite strong. Deacon Huang dismissed the guard and said, I don't blame you for this, you may go now. The guard is relieved, he thought he's going to receive some sort of punishment. Deacon Huang is wondering, I don't know what's the deal with him. Is he really planning to go to Devil Cloud Island alone? Although the Star Pavilion is in need of demon beasts, they can't afford to send their force to hunt, because it requires a lot of human resources, like core condensation cultivator or spirit core expert. If they assembled such force simply to hunt demon beasts, it will cause deficit instead of profit. Demon beast's body part can be utilized to produce alchemy material or blacksmith material. Some people even buy it as it is. However, Star Pavilion don't specifically hunt them. As long as they manage to procure these demon beasts, their business is going to be stable. Outside the city gate, Yi Tianyun obviously realized that someone is following him the moment he left Star Pavilion. He didn't really care who it is. He just used his stealth ability and hide from plain sight. After leaving the city gate, he found a remote place and summoned the Black Dragon. He flew to Devil Cloud Island riding his Black Dragon with unbelievable speed. Soaring higher into the sky and increasing its speed, like an arrow, from afar the Black Dragon is like a shadow flashing through the cloud. Let's keep going at this pace. Yi Tianyun flew for 2 days, while paying attention to the star plate. He's almost halfway there. If he happened to go using a boat, it would probably take a month or even longer, assuming there's no problem on the way. He'll never even consider taking this quest if he didn't have this Black Dragon. In fact, he'd rather wreak havoc at Profound Azure Mansion, but since he's not strong enough for now, he changed his mind. Along the way, he saw a beach. There was a big ship surrounded by more than a dozen boats there, but these boats are pulled by flying sharks. Taming these flying sharks isn't as easy as slaying a demon beast. Hey boss, there are several charming girls aboard. We can have much more fun this time. My mouth is all watery. The pirate next to him grinned and drooling as he watched one of the female cultivator turned pale. Indeed, they certainly look much more appealing. They're definitely from a good sect. Bai Yuntao looked at the cultivators on the boat. His eyes are full of insidious and lust. Approached one of the cultivators and said, I advise you to surrender. Don't ever think of fighting us on the sea. This is our turf. They're not bluffing. With their flying sharks, they have total advantage on the sea. All these cultivators on the ship turned pale. Their cultivation base is not high. Most of them is in spirit refinement. The highest is at early stage of core condensation. Meanwhile, the pirates have 3 core condensation cultivators, and they can control these flying sharks, which is clearly an advantage for them. We are all from Heaven's Top Mansion. I advise you to leave us if you don't want to incur our sect lord's wrath, one of the male disciples shouted loudly, but the sound was not enough. Heaven's Top Mansion? Bi Yuntao said with a sneer. You mean that puny sect? Even second-level faction is much stronger than that puny sect. Deacon Qian, what should we do? One of the beautiful women in yellow clothes was scared shitless. They can imagine what would happen to them if they were taken away. They're all thinking of the same thing, and all they can do is looking at Deacon Qian, with highest cultivation among them, hoping he can do something to deal with this. They came here thinking it would be safe, and just their luck, they're suddenly ambushed by pirates. Cases involving pirates are pretty much rarely happened, but when it happened to you, you know that you're screwed. Deacon Qian didn't panic. Instead, he said with a casual expression, we should surrender. We don't stand a chance. What? The female disciples on the ship is speechless, and they thought they will have an all-out battle, but suddenly, Deacon Qian told them to surrender. Deacon Qian, what are you talking about? One of the male disciples stood up and yelled, Deacon Qian, we must fight together even if it's futile. I don't care if I die trying. I won't let these scums do whatever they want. Only this male disciple voices his concern. Other female disciples can't say anything even if they wanted to. Although it's almost impossible, wouldn't it be better if they fight together? That's what the male disciple. Deacon Qian suddenly rushed toward the male disciple and kicked him toward the sea. Bang, the male disciple was sent flying and sank into the seabed. If you want to die that bad, I'll let you die first. Deacon Qian looked at the other female cultivators coldly and said, who else refused to surrender? Old Qian, you don't really have to make a move. I haven't had enough fun. Bi Yuntao smiled and just laughed. The cultivators on the ship are all shocked. They did not expect their deacon is in cahoot with these pirates. Chapter 188, Rescue Chapter 188, Rescue Deacon Qian, you betrayed us. They glared at Deacon Qian, pale and powerless. They never thought it would turn this way. Deacon Qian looked at their shocked expression and immediately said with a sly and cold smile, Heaven's Top Mansion will perish soon without resources, influence, and power. Can I reach Spirit Core if I stay there? Of course not. It's much better to follow Brother Bai. In this sea, even Profound Azure Mansion won't dare to come here. It's totally safe. Deacon Qian himself admitted that he colluded with the pirates, which obviously shocked all Heaven's Top Mansion's disciple. But what he said is an undeniable truth. Heaven's Top Mansion has been declining these past few years. It isn't even comparable to second-level faction, and the resources have depleted. Definitely not a good environment for a core condensation cultivators who wanted to break through. No wonder you proposed to have a journey with us out of the blue. You've planned this all along. The women dressed in yellow, named Yang Shishui, who has the highest status and cultivation among them, finally realizes what's going on. Indeed, as expected of Miss Yang Shishui, seems like you're not the best innate among other disciples for nothing. Deacon Qian stares at Yang Shishui from the top of her hair to the bottom of her toe and said with a smile, Little lass, I like you. As long as you obey me, I promise no one will touch you. Yang Shishui bites her teeth, saying, "Get out of my sight, you fucking traitor. I'd rather die than become your plaything." Right after saying that, she takes the sword, aiming the tip to the neck. Some other female disciples also follows Yang Shishui. Deacon Qian knew what they are planning and swiftly snatches the longsword from Yang Shishui's hands. "Like I'll let you." Deacon Qian looked cold. And suddenly, several male disciples rushed toward the female disciples and snatched their swords as well. "Senior sister, what are you doing? Aren't you satisfied with us?" they sneered. Turned out Deacon Qian is not the only traitor. A few male disciples also defected to the pirate side. "Wise move. Come with us. We'll satisfy your needs. And rest assured, we will treat you well. After all, you'll give birth to our child." Biyuntao chuckled. The female disciples become even more panic. They'd rather die than becoming these scum slaves. "Huangsheng, you, could you?" The rest of the male disciples who did not defect is fuming while trembling. There are a total of 20 people boarding the ship, including Deacon Qian. And several male disciples along with Deacon Qian already defected. Hey, didn't Deacon Qian mention it earlier? Joining them is more promising. There is no future at Heaven's Top Mansion. Why bother remaining loyal? Yes, and with the lack of resources, maybe it will last for another month. Then it'll perish. Heaven's Top Mansion? More like Heaven's Top Palace. Ha ha ha. They sneered and continuously insult Heaven's Top Mansion. They think this Heaven's Top Mansion is a garbage, and they don't deserve to be part of that sect. Stop, Yang Shishu angered. Although we don't have that much resources, but many experts already went out of their way to train us, the least we can do is appreciate them. Although our sect is declining right now, I believe one day we will achieve more glory than ever, she said proudly. Other female disciples think so as well. They just nod their heads. I don't care if one day Heaven's Top Mansion achieve glory again. I only care about now, and the current Heaven's Top Mansion better perish for all I care. Deacon Qian coldly snorted and said, "Take them into custody. Release them when they finally understand what I mean when I said Heaven's Top Mansion is trash." Heaven's Top Mansion is quite blessed having disciples who still believed in them. This time, a black shadow descended and landed on the ship. A mere thought of pirates plundering a ship already infuriates him. Now even a deacon along with several disciples are in cahoot with those pirates. He can't sit idle much longer. He thought because it's already in a level of mansion, a reinforcement is definitely coming to help them. Turns out, let alone help, even their own deacon and disciples are traitors. Greed really is fearsome. It can corrupt people's mind this easily. Who is it? Deacon Qian and all these pirates are alerted. All of a sudden, an unknown figure appear among them, without them realizing it. Besides, where on earth did he come from? Everyone's eyes are focused on Yi Tianyun, who's standing on the ship and stare everyone indifferently. An ally of Heaven's Top Mansion. Immediately after, Yi Tianyun quickly used Absorbing Star's great technique, targeting Deacon Qian. Deacon Qian screamed due to surprise, but he's already too late. His spiritual power is continuously absorbed by Yi Tianyun. In a matter of minutes, half of his spiritual power is already absorbed by Yi Tianyun. What is this wicked arts? Deacon Qian tried to break free out of Yi Tianyun's clutch, but his body can no longer move at all. All he could do is watch as Yi Tianyun keeps absorbing his spiritual power. Everyone else was shocked. The moment he appeared, he already managed to immobilize Deacon Qian all by himself. "You're an easy prey," Yi Tianyun lightly said with a smile. "Save me, quick." "What are you doing?" Deacon Qian realized at this rate all his spiritual power will be gone in no time and quickly asked Bai Yuntao for help. Bai Yuntao quickly come to Deacon Qian's aid using the flying sharks to come over here, but when he's about to reach the ship, a huge black dragon flattened them from the sky. They didn't have time to react and was sent flying. Bang! When they were sent flying, the black dragon breathes intensely hot flame to their direction. The pirates, which were ignited by the flame, jumped to the water to extinguish the flame, but turns out that the flame was not extinguishable by the ordinary seawater. As a result, their bodies are burnt to ashes. Facing this sudden disaster, Biyuntao, the rest of the crew, and the traitors are all shaking. What is happening? How come there is a black dragon here? Chapter 29, Mass Kill. Chapter 29, Mass Kill Black, Black Dragon. Biyuntao was shocked by the scene enveloped in front of him. They never expect to confront a divine beast, let alone a dragon. "Do you like it?" Yi Tianyun said with a smirk. "Get rid of these trash," Yi Tianyun said to the black dragon. Making them wonder is Yi Tianyun is the owner of the black dragon? But they can't prove it because the black dragon immediately roared and swiftly slashes his claws into the pirates' directions. "Retreat!" Biyuntao screams out in horror. He quickly jumps into the water, as he thought that the water is the only safe place from the dragon. But this move by Biyuntao was proven to be a fatal mistake. The black dragon roared so loud, and its mouth was immediately full of flame. As soon as they see the dragon's mouth full of flame, the flame is quickly aimed into Biyuntao's direction. The dragon shoots black flame at the water. After the black dragon finishes his breath attack, at that exact location, a burst of bubbles can be seen, and not long after that, bodies of the pirates hit by dragon's attack float to the surface, completely charred and lifeless. Ding successfully killed Bai Yuntao. Rewards: 48W000 KP, 200 crazy points, flying shark control, earth level martial art. Ding successfully killed Lu Yucheng. Rewards: Ding successfully leveled up Black Dragon to 2nd level core condensation. The Black Dragon is successfully leveled up. The rest of the pirates died one after another at the hands of the Black Dragon, but some of them successfully escapes. But Yi Tianyun doesn't care about the small fries that escaped. He is more concerned about killing all the leader of the pirates. The disciples of Heaven's Top Mansion who defected were so stunned they're shaking, they're beginning to regret their betrayal now. They didn't know that Yi Tianyun is this strong. They immediately jump overboard, realizing they stand no chance against Yi Tianyun. But the Black Dragon is so much faster than them. The Black Dragon immediately throws them back on the ship, and suddenly there is a voice said, "Not even asking your deacon here before escaping? How cold," said Yi Tianyun, mocking their futile struggle. "Okay, now it is all over. What do you think about their punishment? Should we just execute them here, or leave the decision to Mansion Lord?" Yi Tianyun asked about what to do with these traitors. He doesn't mind to spare Deacon Qian for now. This is all a form of respect he could give to Heaven's Top Mansion. Xuantian's Spirit King already gave him a lot. Even Heaven's immersing ancient ruins helped him sheltering Jade Palace as he speaks. Yang Shishui was the only one who stood bravely and walked toward Yi Tianyun and his Black Dragon. All the traitors is not immediately killed by Yi Tianyun. They're lying on the floor, losing all the will to struggle. Yang Shishui looked at Yi Tianyun and asked, "Are you Heaven's Top Mansion's ally?" she asked with a slight tremble on her voice, clearly still a little afraid of Yi Tianyun. In short, yes, I am Heaven's Top Mansion's ally. Yi Tianyun doesn't know how to explain his side of story right now. He chooses to agree with them for now. He still has a couple of things to do first, but he makes up his mind to visit them later on. "If I may, would you come with us to Heaven's Top Mansion? I am sure that your help with dealing with the traitor just now would be greatly rewarded by the Mansion Lord," Yang Shishu said while hoping that Yi Tianyun would agree to her invitation. "I can't do that now. I still have something to do. You all need to go back quickly now. There is no telling what you will encounter if you remain in this place any longer. Now there should be no more pirates hanging around this area, so you can make your way back fairly safe. Go back, and send my regards to your Mansion Lord. With your determination, Heaven's Top Mansion surely would regain its glory." "Many thanks, Senior," Yang Shishu said to Yi Tianyun excitedly. She is happy that there is still someone who believes in Heaven's Top Mansion. "When you come to Heaven's Top Mansion, we would surely repay our debt to you," she adds immediately before Yi Tianyun rides his Black Dragon. "Sure, I will come around later," Yi Tianyun said while waving his hand. Once he's already at the back of the Black Dragon, he adds, "I'm looking forward to see you again. I'm sure when we see each other again, I can expect a lot of great things from you." After he say that, he immediately takes off with his Black Dragon to Devil Cloud Island. "Senior Sister Yang, you said that man is still young. How can he reach that level of cultivation at his age? Plus that Black Dragon as a mount? He is so amazing. How can he be an acquaintance with our Heaven's Top Mansion?" one of the junior disciples said to Yang Shishui with awe. "I don't know him myself, but if there is anyone who can help our Heaven's Top Mansion, I believe that the person is him," Yang Shishui replies with confidence. She immediately snapped from her longing look at the horizon and turned her attention into the traitors that's already bound together. "Take them all into the Mansion Lord Palace. Let the Lord judge them for their crime." She ordered all the disciples standing around her. They all immediately shout their confirmation. Their voice latched with anger. If it is not their sworn loyalty to the Mansion Lord, they would be executing all this traitor themselves right here, right now. Chapter 130 Slaughters Crazily. Chapter 30 Slaughters Crazily. Yi Tianyun never expects to encounter Heaven's Top Mansion on his way to Devil Cloud Island. He sure didn't expect to save them in the middle of the sea, but even if the one down there was not from Heaven's Top Mansion, he would still try to help them out. At least he knew who was right and wrong in that situation. Ding successfully complete achievement. Saving a life is more prestigious than building a 7-floor pagoda. Reward, save your title. Permanently increase 200 prestige points. A system message popped up, letting him know that he completed a hidden achievement. This title's effect was great. There was no need to equip other armor and stuff. He gets a permanent buff just like that. I never thought I would become a savior that easy. It must have been an accumulation of all people I helped up until now, Yi Tianyun thought to himself. He had this smug on his face. After he checked the title thoroughly, he saw that this title is different than the Guardian title. This title can be developed, which means that if he keeps saving people from their predicament, this title can rank up too. If it can be ranked up, this title would reach a terrifying degree at some point. Adding a permanent prestige point was not a child's play. Prestige point can improve his luck, whether it's a forging success rate or an attacking rate. He proceeded to check his forging success rate and see that forging a soul tool has increased from 10% to 20%, and if he uses his lucky aura, he will have a whooping chance of 50%. This information stuns Yi Tianyun a little bit. With this success rate, it would be easy to level up his martial arts if he ever get his hand on the material needed to forge a soul tool. After a while, he finally had his eyes on an island. There was no mistaking that this island is the Devil Cloud Island. As the name implies, the island have a dark cloud looming above the island, and the cloud seems to remain in one place. The dark clouds constantly shooting thunder to the island, making it one of the most terrifying scenes a person could see in their life. The thunder could kill a core condensation cultivator in one hit. Once he set his vision to the shoreline of the island, he noticed something strange. There was a bunch of demon beasts lying around that was usually found on the seabed of the ocean. There were giant octopuses, giant sea shark, and giant manatees among many others. This Devil Cloud Island is so strange, Yi Tianyun thought to himself. There is no clear explanation about these demon beasts' behavior. They varied from the level of 5th level spirit refinement to 8th level core condensation. These beasts' habitat is underwater under normal circumstances. In land, their power is surely weakened. Even with their weakness exposed, Yi Tianyun doesn't seem to find any cultivator trying to hunt them anywhere. Yi Tianyun was satisfied with no other cultivator nearby. Now he could kill a bunch of these demon beasts without competing with others. This is great, I have to start now, Yi Tianyun said to himself. He immediately activates all his buff. Dragon God Bloodline activates. Crazy Mode activates. 5 times Experience card activates. 10 times Experience card activates. Double Crazy Point card activates. He activates all XP and Crazy Points buff he got and proceed to jump off the Black Dragon to catch these demon beasts off guard. The demon beasts sense a great power looming above them, and they immediately looked up. But it's already too late for them to dodge Yi Tianyun's surprise attack. Boom! Yi Tianyun lands with a bang, splitting apart the demon beast he lands on with his Chaotic Heaven's Sacred Axe. The same situation happened with the Black Dragon. It swooped in from above and teared a demon beast apart with its huge claws. Ding successfully kills Giant Octopus's rewards. 200 near 0 XP, 4 to 0 XP points, 1x Octopus Feeler, doubles the power for short period of times. Ixding successfully kills Giant Manatee rewards, 350 to 0 XP, 6 to 0 XP, 6 to 0 Ecstasy Cowhorn material. Ding successfully kills Giant Walrus's rewards, 400 XP, 6 to 500 Crazy Points, 1x Walrus Skin material. With so many EXP and Crazy Point buff he is using, he gets a lot of XP and Crazy Points from these demon beasts. And with his Prestige Point from the Savior title, he got so many items dropped from the Increase Item Drop Chances effect. The best thing is, these demon beasts wasn't afraid of Yi Tianyun. They keep rushing at Yi Tianyun with the intention to kill. Yi Tianyun doesn't have to make extra effort to hunt them one by one. They approached at their own will, and his XP card lasted for an hour, which was great. He didn't have to waste any time running around. Ding's pet Black Dragon successfully levels up to 3rd level core condensation. Ding's pet Black Dragon successfully levels up to 4th level core condensation. The Black Dragon leveled up quickly due to the Black Dragon's level is lower than Yi Tianyun, whereas Yi Tianyun needed a lot of XP to break through to Spirit Core. I just need to keep doing this for a while longer. EATME, beasts. Yi Tianyun shouted at the demon beast to aggro them faster. Yi Tianyun keeps on slamming his axe at the demon beast that come close. With this intense power, Yi Tianyun exerting no demon beast was able to stop him. Chapter 13.1, Triple Level Up. Chapter 13.1, Triple Level Up. Ding successfully kills Giant Walrus's reward. Yi Tianyun and Black Dragon of his continues to kill many monsters in the island. It's a little bit of a shame that Snow Wolf didn't come with him, because if the Snow Wolf is also here, killing these monsters would be so much faster, but nonetheless it is still a quick kills for him and the Black Dragon. After each kills, Yi Tianyun stored the demon beast into his storage ring. The Star Pavilion would make a good use of it later on. After a while, finally Yi Tianyun successfully leveled up. Dings, congratulations to player Yi Tianyun, successfully break through to 1st level Spirit Core. Yi Tianyun felt power surging inside his body. He immediately checks his fighting power in his status, and sure enough, it rose quite considerably. Before it was around 309000 and now it rose to 500 combat power. Of course, this is all because of his other buff that he activated, like Crazy Mode and Dragon God Bloodline, rising his combat power that high. He immediately tried to kill a couple of demon beasts in his current power, and much to his surprise, the demon beasts are all smashed like a paper. It is so much easier to kill each demon beast in his current combat power. This is the power of Spirit Core? This is too strong. I never expect my combat power to rise this high just by improving my cultivation. Yi Tianyun says in awe with his own power. But there is still something that is not quite right in Yi Tianyun's mind right now. With his breakthrough to Spirit Core, his own aura surely would be getting more powerful than before. But the demon beasts on this island still ferociously tries to attack him without any fear at all. This is very odd. Have all this demon beast lost their senses? Yi Tianyun wondered. It's a common knowledge that a demon beast didn't have a high intelligence, but they still have their own instinct like wild animals. They supposed to still know fear, as they would try to run and hide from something that is much more powerful than them. Well, I suppose that's not important. It saves me trouble from finding them anyway. And there's no end to these demon beasts. They keep coming from the sea as soon as one of them in the island is dead. After killing the demon beasts in the island for roughly an hour, the effect of the 10x XP card and Crazy Point card is gone. He reactivated them again by buying them from the system shop and continues to kill them off. A while after that, he checks on his status and Black Dragon status. He saw that the Black Dragon level is already at 7th level core condensation. Not long after that, he get notification about his own level up. Congratulations to player Yi Tianyun, successfully break through to 2nd level Spirit Core. He kept on killing all the demon beast as fast as he can. He doesn't want to waste time as he wants to use his 10x XP card and Crazy Point card as effective as possible. But as the time goes, he notices that the demon beast is not as many as there are before. However, as the hour mark of his 10x XP card and Crazy Points card timer is almost up, he successfully leveled up again. Congratulations to player Yi Tianyun, successfully break through to 3rd level Spirit Core. Yi Tianyun didn't expect to level up once again, but he is happy nonetheless. Now that the demon beasts on the island already diminished, he felt his body become a little bit heavy. He quickly kills off the remaining demon beasts that's still circling the island. At the time he finished all of them, the island shore is covered in blood. Not long after, the sound of thunder can be heard not far from their location, and it began pouring, sweeping all the blood in the shoreline into the ocean. Yi Tianyun looked around himself and saw that there was no more demon beast around. With the quiet atmosphere along with the rainfall, Yi Tianyun finally feels the fatigue of fighting for 2 hours straight. His arm is a little bit numb for holding the heavy axe for so long. He can't help but feels a little bit disappointed. The amount of XP he received is a little less than what he expected. It's too slow, at least that's what he thought. He decided to check on his status at the moment. Host, Yi Tianyun level 33, 3rd level Spirit Core. Experience, 52 to 639, 500 not 30 to 6500. Crazy Point, 878, 538 Prestige. 430 Sin Points, 231 Cultivation Technique, Dark North Divine Art, Dragon God Secret Art, Xuan Tian Divine Art Ability, Absorbing Stars, Great Technique, Blood Fiend, Soaring Heaven Weapon, Frost Fist, Blood Fiend Divine Sphere, Sword of Endlessness, Chaotic Heaven Sacred Axe Armor, Deity Armor, Shadow Cloak, Chaotic Heaven Divine Armor, Chaotic Heaven Battle Boots, Divine Ability, Crazy Mode, Luck Aura Bloodline, Dragon God Bloodline Adornments, Forging God Hammer, Power Bracelet, Power Ring, Power Belt, Blood Fiend Bracelet, All Items, Recovery Medicinal Pill X10, Gift Pack LV31, Life X1, Bad Luck Divine Pill, Blast Divine Pill, Walrus Skin X8, Octopus Feeler X6, Sea Cow Horn X8, etc. Treasure, Purple Fire Divine Furnace Title, Guardian, Savior Flame, Immortal Fire. He received a lot of materials from the demon beasts on this island, but he didn't get any other kind of item from them. The likes of weapons, armor, or any other items is nowhere to be found. But the one thing that caught his attention is his XP needed for leveling up. It is close to 15 million XP. No wonder it takes him quite a while to level up, given this amount of XP needed. Chapter 32, Sin Shop. Chapter 32, Sin Shop. Seeing his own status, he kind of understands the difficulties to level up. There is opponent many enough for him to level up faster. But after carefully investigating his status, he found something unusual. Wait, what is this Sin Points? I never seen this one before. Yi Tianyun notices the Sin Points in his status. He proceeded to investigate it as he wanted to know what kind of parameter it was. Sin Points, with the current level of the user, Novice Protection has been turned off. Successfully activated Sin Points system. As long as the user kill any life form, Sin Point would be rewarded as an additional reward. The higher the Sin Points, the easier it is to attract any hostile life form. The more wicked life form the user kill, the higher Sin Points would be rewarded. Sin Points can be used to redeem Crazy Point, Mastery, Experience Point, and purchase items from Sin Shop. What? I am still in Novice Protection this whole time? Yi Tianyun was a little bit shocked. He didn't know he was still in Novice Protection all this time. With that fact, he concludes that reaching Spirit Core is the lowest requirement to move from Novice level in the crazy leveling system. He wonders how high is the system standard. Spirit Core should already be a high cultivation level, but no. The system seemed to regard it as intermediate level. But he didn't dwell on it too long. He is more excited about the Sin Shop. He got another shop. He hoped this shop didn't turn out to be a complete ripoff like the Crazy Shop. Before checking into the Sin Shop, he considered opening the level 31 gift pack first. Open level 31 gift pack, Yi Tianyun says, commanding the system to open his long-awaited leveling reward. Successfully opened level 31 gift pack, get 20x experience card, 1 hour, 3x crazy point card, 1 hour, 4x mastery card, 1 hour, level 41 gift pack, Sin Shop opening permission. He was very satisfied with the items he got from the gift pack, especially the 20x XP card. He can combine the ESP card effect with lower ones, multiplied it even more. This is great, I can't wait to hunt again. But what is this Sin Shop really is? What is the difference with Crazy Shop? Yi Tianyun wondered to himself, and proceeded to open the Sin Shop. After the Sin Shop opened in front of Yi Tianyun, he feels stupid for expecting something out of the crazy leveling system. The shop only consists of one category only. The Sin Shop only sells suit. And it is ridiculously expensive too. He investigated the suit in the shop directory and saw that only 2 suit that met his requirement for now. Evil Dragon suit requirement, leave 30 effect. Power X10, Defense X20, Flight, Phagocytosis. Suit can turn the user into a huge evil dragon with 100 meters high. Price, 10,000 Sin Points. Swordmaster suit requirement, leave 30 effect. After equipping the Swordmaster suit, the user will be given the ability to control Sword Array. Sword Array would give the user the power to control any longsword within the rank of high-grade Spirit Tool and below. The user would be able to control up to 10,000 longswords at a time. Price, 10,000 Sin Points. Great. Another godly equipment with unreasonable prices. Yi Tianyun was shocked after seeing the suit effect. Although only 2 suits that met the minimum requirement, the effect is completely above any other items he ever encountered, but it comes with a purely hard-to-get prizes. To have 10-000 Demon Beast, and he doesn't know how much he could get for killing Cultivator. But one thing is certain, he can't just go killing anyone he wants. If the person isn't a bad person, he wouldn't get any sin points. Moreover, he's afraid that he would get a reverse effect on killing innocent people. He was afraid his sin point would be subtracted as penalty, or worse. His level could drop as his sin points reach 0. Even if he can get sin point for killing any ordinary people, he won't be able to do it. After all, he had his own moral compass. He wouldn't be able to do such a cruel thing to anyone who didn't wrong him or anyone under his protection. I have 2 options of suit in here that I can buy, but the question is, how could I afford 10,000 sin points? Yi Tianyun was thinking while frowning. He knew he didn't have any option on how to earn a big amount of sin points now. He snapped out as he suddenly sensed something coming from the skies. He immediately unsummoned the Black Dragon, and walks away from the shoreline, so making it seem like nobody is here. Not long after, Yi Tianyun notices that 2 giant eagles flew into the island direction, pulling a familiar-looking feather car. Yi Tianyun raises his brows, clearly not expecting the familiarity of the car. Those feather car looks awfully familiar. Is it? No, there is many other sects using a feather car. There is no way that is them, Yi Tianyun said to himself, trying to assure himself of what to come. The sect that owns a feather car is not uncommon in this land. It's not like only Profound Azure Mansion could afford it. Soon enough, the feather car arrived at the shore of the island, and a luxurious young man comes out from the car wearing a luxurious clothing while holding an umbrella. With one glance, Yi Tianyun can see that at least the young man is almost at Spirit Core stage. Yi Tianyun can't help but admire the young man a little bit. He sure looks very handsome and elegant with a friendly face. But as Yi Tianyun really observed the young man, his face fell. He noticed the young man's clothes embroidered with profound azure insignia. He sighed and immediately used his appraisal eye to get information from them. Name, ch101, Cultivation, 8th level core condensation. Equipment, lower grade soul tool, soft golden armor. Lower grade soul tool, heaven's level umbrella, martial arts, transforming heaven palm, netherworld step, etc. Combat power, 400 000s. Of course, no need to read until the end to know that this young man belonged to Profound Azure Mansion. Chapter 133, Meets Again, failed to download Chapter Body. Chapter 134, Taunt. Chapter 134, Taunt. Yi Tianyun looked at him mockingly. This young man was supposed to be a genius disciple of Profound Azure Mansion. But he couldn't even read this engraving on the stone tablet. Now he is lying in front of these 2 girls to show off. This man is a fraud and a trash. Can you really tell us what is written in here word by word? Yi Tianyun knocked on the stone tablet, indicating the row of word in the stone tablet for ch101 to translate. Did you understand it yourself for you to be so brave to challenge me? ch101 said with spite to Yi Tianyun. Yi Tianyun just looked at ch101 with a bored expression and said, shame on you. Not only I can understand this kind of thing, I can even tell you the content of this one. Yu Shiqian and Zhao Yu became excited knowing Yi Tianyun could decipher the stone tablet for them. ch101 was a bit surprised by Yi Tianyun's statement, but he suspected that Yi Tianyun was just saying things to demean him. Well then, would you be so kind to explain what engraved here then? ch101 said with a slight smirk. Yi Tianyun smiled knowingly and said, this is easy. The text used on this stone tablet is not a regular rune used for the usual stone tablet. This text used the spirit race language. The content is nothing so extraordinary either. It is just a headstone for a tomb. The name is Huan Qin's tomb, and the name of the expert who wrote it was called Lei Yun. There is nothing you would obtain from this stone tablet. Yi Tianyun didn't bluff on the stone tablet's fact. He studied the spirit language, as Jade Palace have a similar stone tablet with spirit language written on it too. Nonsense. Clearly you are lying. ch101 was basically shouting. His face was completely red from embarrassment. He will not admit that he didn't know anything about this stone tablet in front of the 2 young lady behind him. Now I'm the one who talked nonsense? If you want to waste your time trying to get something from this stone tablet, then be my guest. Although this place is renowned as a dangerous zone, that doesn't mean no one was ever here. The spirit language sure was rare and complex, but there was still some people left who can understand it. If you really were able to find something from this tombstone, then you are a real genius. Would you prove yourself? Yi Tianyun said sarcastically. Hearing Yi Tianyun's explanation, Yu Shichen and Zhao Yu felt more reassured and at the same time wondered, what did Qing Luyun expect from lying to them? Wow, you are good. Clearly you are clever, but do you think any of us would believe you? Qing Luyun said in anger. If nobody believes, that is fine. It's not like I am waiting for approval from any of you anyway. Yi Tianyun said. He's too lazy to argue with Qing Luyun. Qing Luyun surely felt anger rushing in his body with the way Yi Tianyun completely disregarded him. Qing Luyun turned his attention to Yu Shichen and tried to smooth-talk her. Don't listen to that man's word, little Shi. The stone tablet is not a tombstone at all. He can't seem to find a good word. It's fine. It doesn't matter. All I need to do is find some spirit language expert later. Junior Zhao, let's go. We need to search the island for demon beasts. It's strange not to find any demon beast around here. Yu Shichen walks away with Zhou Yu in tows, leaving behind Qing Luyun and Xiao Zhenren without looking back at them. Qing Luyun, frustrated that his plan didn't work because of Yi Tianyun, he just bit his lips in frustration as he saw the two young lady walked away from him. He saw Yi Tianyun walked away with a cold eye full of killing intent. Big brother, I am sorry that I can't help you earlier, Xiao Zhenren said while watching Yi Tianyun walked away with anger in his eyes. There is nothing you can do. Sometimes people are too busy meddling other people's business that they don't know when to stop. Now you go around him, we will let him know what's the consequence of messing with us. Qing Luyun said to Xiao Zhenren with a killing intent. Yi Tianyun arrived at another area, walking around reading many engraving along the path. It seems that the runes are indicating there's a cemetery on the island, but where is it? Yi Tianyun wondered as he keeps walking forward. After a while he felt something ahead of him and he shouted, "Stop hiding and come out," he said, slightly shouting. It seems that you're not all talk, Xiao Zhenren said, showing himself in front of Yi Tianyun. Qing Luyun Alcei came from behind, completely blocking Yi Tianyun's escape. What is the matter now? Yi Tianyun said while raising one of his brows at them. There is nothing serious. It is just you succeed in provoking us. As soon as Qing Luyun stops talking, Xiao Zhenren immediately attacked with a short sword in his hand. Heavenly Tiger Stamp, he shouted. A bursting energy can be seen in his feet, which slightly shook the ground a bit. Xiao Zhenren immediately rushed forward with his technique to attack Yi Tianyun. He leaped around the ground like a sprinting tiger. As he got close to Yi Tianyun, a tiger can be seen behind Xiao Zhenren, the short sword in his hand sparkling from the light of the tiger behind him. Yi Tianyun looked at Xiao Zhenren lazily. He didn't even try to dodge Xiao Zhenren's attacks. Die! Xiao Zhenren shouts as he was in range to attack Yi Tianyun. Down, boy? In a flash, Yi Tianyun slammed Xiao Zhenren's head down into the ground. His power shook Xiao Zhenren's body, rendering him incapable of moving. With his new cultivation level, Yi Tianyun didn't have to go all out against this kind of opponent. There is no need to use Dragon God Bloodline, as his level was already high enough to deal with them. Chapter 135, Reminder. Chapter 135, Reminder. Xiao Zhenren was easily pinned down to the ground. Xiao Zhenren had a decent cultivation, but Yi Tianyun was much more powerful. Yi Tianyun twisted Xiao Zhenren's arms while pinning him down on the ground, making Xiao Zhenren scream so loudly from the pain. It's definitely fractured from the sound of the bones cracked in Yi Tianyun's palm. Triply A-A-H. My arm. Get off me, Xiao Zhenren screamed and shouted while also struggling to break free from Yi Tianyun's grip. Yi Tianyun is starting to get fed up from the struggling of the boy pinned beneath him, quickly grabbed Xiao Zhenren's short sword that fell as soon as he was pinned down and stabbed Xiao Zhenren right on his heart. Xiao Zhenren fell into silence with wide eye, stared at Yi Tianyun in disbelief. Soon enough, his eyes lost its light and his body stopped moving. Ding successfully kills Xiao Zhenren. Reward, 68W0 XP, 1 to 700 crazy points, transforming Heaven Palm Earth level martial art, Netherworld step skill, recovery pill. Yi Tianyun feels a little strange when he realized everyone from Profound Azure Mansion that he killed was using exactly the same martial art, but it's still Earth level martial art nonetheless, so he didn't complain much about it. He can sell it or fuse it for mastery. In the end, Earth-level martial art still has some good value. Yi Tianyun quickly turned his attention to Qing Luyun, who was already in a stance to attack Yi Tianyun. It's your turn now, Yi Tianyun said playfully. Qing Luyun feels threatened by Yi Tianyun's power. He got scared after seeing what Yi Tianyun was capable of doing. The long sword in his hand was shaking because his hand was trembling. You killed my junior brother. Do you know who we are? Qing Luyun said with disbelief on his eyes and scared at the same time. He knew there's no chance he could defeat Yi Tianyun in one-on-one duel. He wasn't that foolish for not realizing the difference between their power. He honestly thought that Yi Tianyun was just some mouthful brat that passing by this island. He didn't expect that Yi Tianyun would be this strong. Now you threaten me using your sect? Is that wise? I certainly know from what sect you are if you flaunt it everywhere on your clothes. Did I care? Profound Azure Mansion doesn't scare me. Even your Elder Wei and Inspector Gay is already dead by my hand. Don't you think you are an easier prey compared to them? Yi Tianyun said in mocking manner. Hearing Yi Tianyun's word, Qing Luyun was shocked in disbelief. Elder Wei and Inspector Gay is dead? How can this be? He knew, in fact every disciple of Profound Azure Mansion knew that Elder Wei is at Spirit Core Cultivation. If he was killed by Yi Tianyun, then just how high is Yi Tianyun's cultivation? Yi Tianyun already expected this kind of reaction from Qing Luyun. The news about the death of Elder Wei and Inspector Ji didn't come all the way to their headquarters. Of course he is dead. He came all the way to Jade Palace demanding us to surrender and force our palace lord to become your mansion lord's concubine, so I kill them as a punishment for being disrespectful. They act like Profound Azure Mansion is invincible. How pathetic. Ha ha ha. Yi Tianyun laughs heartily remembering the time he killed Elder Wei. I didn't want to kill you. You seem like a gifted youngster, but you forced my hand. Don't blame me. Blame your own bad luck and bad attitude for your own death, Yi Tianyun added. Jade Palace? You are that rumored person constantly being spoken about, so when you said you killed all the demon beasts in this area you didn't lie? Qing Luyun trembled after knowing who Yi Tianyun really was. He wondered how Jade Palace had such a strong expert with them. I have been telling the truth all along, but you decided to not believe what I said. Now that you finally realize it all, it is already too late. Yi Tianyun rushed at Qing Luyun with an unbelievable speed, Qing Luyun unable to react fast enough to defend himself. Qing Luyun swinged his sword randomly as he panicked seeing Yi Tianyun's speed. Yi Tianyun didn't even care about Qing Luyun's futile struggle. He moved Qing Luyun's hands, which holds the sword, to the side and hit Qing Luyun with his shoulder. This move by Yi Tianyun easily thrown Qing Luyun to the nearby trees with such a force that his body almost split the tree in half. Stop! I don't want to die. I don't want to die. Qing Luyun's expression was full of horror. He was still young. There was still so much thing he wanted to do. You don't want to die? Why don't you think about that before trying to kill other people? Now, regret for making me your enemy. Nothing can save your life, Yi Tianyun said with a cold tone. He picked up Qing Luyun's sword that fell close to his feet and stabbed Qing Luyun with it. Qing Luyun's eyes widened from the shock and the disbelief he felt. You, old ancestor of Profound Azure Mansion, would avenge me, you will see. Ding successfully kills Qing Luyun. Reward 72W00X 1-800 crazy points. Transforming Heaven Palms Earth. Level Martial Art. Netherworld Step Skill. Flowing Clouds. Longsword Lower Grade Soul Tools. Revenge. Ha! There will be no revenge, as I will come destroy them myself, Yi Tianyun said after he checked Qing Luyun and Xiao Jianren's belongings for something valuable and proceeded to burn their corpses with immortal fire. Their bodes turned to ashes, leaving no trace behind for someone to discover anything. He then continued his search around the island in case there's something extraordinary left. While he was wandering around, he crossed path again with Yu Shiqian and Zhao Yu. Young master still hasn't left yet, Yu Shiqian said to Yi Tianyun with a slight smile in her face. I still have something to do here. What about you? Found any demon beast? Yi Tianyun said while also smiling to Yu Shiqian. I didn't find any, and be aware of Qing Luyun. You provoked them when we last crossed path, and I assume they are now looking around for you. If you stay here any longer, they could find you, and it may be get bloody, Yu Shiqian kindly reminded Yi Tianyun. Thank you, young lady, for kindly remind me, but I still have many things to do in here, so I am afraid that I can't leave just yet. Yi Tianyun smiled, and he was relieved that there was still some decent human being in the Profound Azure Mansion. In that case, I can only pray for your safety, and be cautious for both of them. Yu Shiqian proceeded to walk toward the shoreline where they first come. Let's go. There is nothing to do here. We should probably go back, Yu Shiqian said to Zhao Yu. That man is weird. We advise him to leave, but he refuses. I don't know which sect he belongs to. On top of that, he is alone on the island. His courage sure is admirable. And how can he understand the spirit language? Zhao Yu said while still looking at Yi Tianyun from afar. I think all he said is true. Forget it. He has his own agenda. We can't change a man's determination so easily. I hope he doesn't encounter Qing Luyun again, Yu Shiqian said while stealing a glance to Yi Tianyun direction. Yi Tianyun walked away from the two girls merrily. He didn't have anything to be afraid of around here. He was thankful for Yu Shiqian's reminder, as he knew that she hated Qing Luyun. But no one knew that he already dealt with the two young men before and burned them into a pile of ash. Chapter 136, Spirit Race, Young Lady. Chapter 36, Spirit Race, Young Lady. Yi Tianyun, constantly walking around the island while thinking, there has to be something valuable here. Maybe it's something related to Spirit Race, or something related to why the demon beasts around the island acted weird. Since there was a tombstone located in the island, he thought that maybe there was a battle in the island long ago, and the one who died in the island was buried here, so there would be a memorial left behind to remember them. After walking around the island for a while, he didn't see anything unusual in the island. He became a little bit disappointed. It's weird, I don't see anything weird around the island. Is there really nothing here after all? Even after his disappointment, he didn't want to give up. He chose to walk around the island one more time, but this time he intended to look for some symbolic engraving or something like that. Sure enough, he found several carving on trees around the island carved in spirit language. This carving, it's spirit language, Yi Tianyun says, shocked to find it in the most conspicuous place. He tried to read it, but to no avail. He became confused after reading the sentence, "The door to heaven?" After he recited the word a few times, the less make sense it was for him. Is this all useless now? He feels that the word etched on the trees was connected to some kind of teleportation array that he can't seem to understand how to use it. He tried to study the structure of the island and tried to find some clues about the array activation and the words etched around the trees on the island. After some time, he finally found out that he was right about the Great Array and its activation using spirit language, but he already tried it and failed. He walked to a tree that stated the gate for using the array and tried to spell the activation word using the spirit language, but still to no avail. After a while, he thought about releasing his aura and then spelled the activation word. He came to conclusion that maybe his spirit core cultivation aura has something to do about the spirit language as an activation word. As he spelled the activation words once again after releasing his aura, sure enough, something magical can be sensed around the island, and the trees around him began to glow. After a while, the lights from the tree began to envelop him, and immediately after, he vanished from the spot, leaving no trace behind. Yi Tianyun himself just felt like someone just turned off the light for a brief moment, and suddenly he was standing outside of a cave with luminous pearls illuminating the passage inside the cave. Finally, this kind of thing usually leads to a treasure, Yi Tianyun says while looking around the cave. Yi Tianyun's eyes sparkle while imagining what treasure he can get on this place. This is amazing. I am very thankful to Aunt Shi for teaching me spirit language. This won't be possible if she didn't teach me spirit language. He was happy for whatever circumstance that ch101 had that require her to learn the language, but he was happy that she also taught him. I don't know what would I find here, but this place is supposed to be a graveyard. But what's certain was, this place was called Tomb of Huan Qin, and there was no information about him anywhere in the island too, which was weird. Yi Tianyun wondered for a while, but he knows that no matter what, he had to be careful on exploring the cave. There is no telling what kind of trap in there await. Later on, he found out that the place has no harmful traps, but as he went deeper and deeper inside the cave, he noticed that the air becomes hotter and hotter and the space becomes larger. However, the heat doesn't bother him at all. With his spirit core cultivation, he can withstand the heat no problem. He walked into an open space inside the cave. He was suddenly by what he saw inside the room. The room was filled to the brim by fire dragon stones. This much fire dragon stone would fry a normal human entering this place. This fire dragon stone vaguely looked like a real dragon. It had very rich amount of fire attribute, spirit power, making it famously valuable and used by mainly cultivator with fire attribute. Yi Tianyun didn't expect to land his sight on something so amazing in here. Who was there? Suddenly, a woman's shout can be heard from the center of the room. Yi Tianyun turned his sight to the direction of the voice immediately and set his sight to the cage made from the fire dragon stone itself. Yi Tianyun instantly jumped up and saw what is inside the cage, and he saw a young lady sitting delicately, but her expression was full of vigilance and anger. A living person? Here in the tomb? Yi Tianyun was very surprised by this turn of event. He really, though, that this place was a grave like the stone tablet on the island mentioned. He expected to find a dead body somewhere along the path, but instead he found a delicate young lady. She didn't even seems to be older than 17 or 18 years old. On top of that, the young lady was very beautiful. She had long silver hair, but she looked quite miserable. That can be seen from her beautiful silver eyes that was full of anger, ready to be violent once she escaped the prison. She even had the aura of an expert emitted from her body. Yi Tianyun judged that she was at least at core condensation, and with her trapped inside a prison without any nourishment and above all this unusual way of imprisoning her, Yi Tianyun was certain that this young lady had much higher cultivation than what he expected her to be. Another interesting fact supporting Yi Tianyun's theory is the intensity of cold wave she constantly radiated that instantly freeze her surroundings, but the moment she froze the prison, it was immediately thawed from the heat the fire dragon stone produced. Yi Tianyun immediately realized that she has been imprisoned with so much effort to render her power useless. This fact made him question every information he gathered in the island before coming here. The stone tablet said that this place was a grave called Tomb of Huan Qin, which meant that she is Huan Qin, but as the name implied, it was supposed to be a tomb made for a man, not a woman, which confused Yi Tianyun further. As to make it more confusing, the young lady had several runes engraved on her face, which meant that she was from the spirit race. This fact was known to Yi Tianyun because in the past ch101 once told him story about the great spirit race and their outward appearance. He also knew that spirit race could enhance the effect of this runes to its limit, making them very effective runes user. But still, most of all, Yi Tianyun was really surprised to find a young girl from a spirit race trapped here in the forgotten tomb in a very dangerous island. Chapter 137, Quest of Reformation of the World. Chapter 137, Quest of Reformation of the World. According to the stone tablet outside, this place should be a grave for someone, but intriguingly this place was not a grave for the dead. A living person was trapped in here. In fact, the one trapped here was not even human at all, but a spirit race. You are not from the spirit race, are you? The young lady said with a little shocked expression. She knew this for the fact that Yi Tianyun doesn't seem to have divine runes on his face. The spirit race had a strong connection to runes. They always had runes engraved to their face. They even had strong innate ability on the divine runes. I am not from the spirit race, I am just a passerby. I wondered, are you the one who has been called Huan Qin? There is a stone tablet outside mentioning that this place is Huan Qin's tomb. Yi Tianyun asked curiously. He looked at her and understood that living in here was probably hard for her. How do you know my name? The young lady was surprised that Yi Tianyun knew her name, which confirmed Yi Tianyun's curiosity. Like I said before, there is a stone tablet mentioning that this place is Huan Qin's tomb, and on top of that, this stone tablet seems to be left behind by someone called Lei Yun. Yi Tianyun explained the situation to Huan Qin. Lei Yun, it seems that you are telling the truth. He puts me here and make everyone believe that this is my grave, Huan Qin said with a furious look on her eyes. She became a different person all of a sudden. She doesn't look like a beautiful lady that Yi Tianyun saw before. Huan Qin snapped out of her fury though and turned her attention to Yi Tianyun once again. How could you enter this place? Only spirit race can enter this place. Did someone help you getting in? Is it Lei Yun? Yi Tianyun looked at her and completely understood her suspicious toward him. I don't know anything about this Lei Yun fellow. I knew a little about spirit race language, and from what I see outside of this place, I conclude that this place must have some kind of treasure in it, so I search my way in, and here I am. Yi Tianyun explained as simple as he could, because he was not obliged to help this girl trapped here. He didn't know her circumstances, why she is being imprisoned in here. Maybe she did something unforgivable or something. He didn't want to jump to conclusion too quickly. Huan Qin can't argue with that logic. She knew that it is normal to be curious about something extraordinary. This is just my train of thought. No need to be defensive. Can you maybe help me out of here? I believe you. If you save me and help me out of this place, I promise to give you reasonable rewards. I will give you an earth-level martial art and a lot of pills to help you cultivate. How about that? Huan Qin though that this reward was enough for commoners, but that was not the case for Yi Tianyun, unfortunately. The reward was reasonable, but how do I know I can trust you once I open this cage for you? How do I know that you are not some kind of monster that imprisoned here for a reason? Yi Tianyun replied as he stated the logical reason. Huan Qin fell silent. She had no answers for Yi Tianyun's question. All Yi Tianyun has said was very logical. If I am a monster, then everyone else in this world is no better than a devil himself, Huan Qin said, looking desperate and vulnerable. Yi Tianyun raised his brows hearing Huan Qin's word. He replied, well, I barely know anything about spirit race, so I don't know who you are and what your problem is. If you want me to save you, at least you have to tell me why you are being held here. Yi Tianyun thought that at least he can judge a character. He didn't think that Huan Qin is a bad person, but at least he wanted to know the reason she was being held here. Huan Qin watched Yi Tianyun silently, pondering whether she could trust Yi Tianyun or not. After a while, she began to tell Yi Tianyun the reason behind her imprisonment. The reason I'm in here was very simple, because I don't want to change the spirit race's perspective. There is no way I would sell out my brethren for power. I am the next saintess of the spirit race, so with me being captured and imprisoned in here, I can't ruin Lei Yun's plan. She told her story with eye full of sorrow and anger. Yi Tianyun observed her expression while she speaks very carefully and didn't find any sign of lie. A spirit race saintess? That title reminded him of Zhu Lingyun. Was Zhu Lingyun also from the spirit race? But he didn't find any trace of spirit race from Zhu Lingyun. A quest for power is inevitable, even from a peaceful race such as spirit race. Yi Tianyun wondered, why would a minority race such as spirit race wanted to fight over power? Wouldn't that backfire and diminish their own numbers? Hey, you are thinking about our race as some kind of barbarians now, right? It's not like that. My race is a harmonious race. This is all because Lei Yun, he became a lapdog for Netherworld Empire. Netherworld Empire wanted our race to join them. There is no way I would allow it as a saintess, so he planned all of this so that he could make decision in my place, Huan Qin said furiously. She certainly despised this Lei Yun fellow so bad. But realization quickly came to Yi Tianyun, Netherworld Empire's lapdog. Netherworld Empire was a 4th level faction, which had many core transformation expert. They even had Void Spirit expert on their hands. Netherworld Empire supported Lei Yun to become the next patriarch for the spirit race with a condition that spirit race became their vassal. Our spirit race never sided with other faction. We have been maintaining our neutrality until now. Netherworld faction only wanted us so they can rise in rank of their faction, Huan Qin said with anger. Yi Tianyun realized now how to quickly rise the ranks of his Jade Palace quickly. Din Chidden quest unlocked. Rescue Spirit Race Saintess's description. This quest will affect the fate of the world. Please proceed with caution. Will you accept the quest? Affect the fate of the world? Yi Tianyun was startled by this notification. He immediately smiled. Interesting. How can I not accept this rare opportunity? I will accept it. Ding's quest rescue the spirit race saintess's rewards. 200 to 00 compute, 10 to 00 crazy points, 100 Huan Qin favorabilities. Chapter 13.8 eradicates seal. Chapter 13.8 eradicates seal. This is the first quest he encountered with this big impact on the world, but still, it didn't mean much to him. He still didn't have that many profits in the fate of spirit race as of now. With that thought, he didn't particularly care if this quest failed, but it still intrigued him to complete this quest anyway. If he somehow could clear this quest, his relationship with Spirit Race would be greatly beneficial in the future. He could get support from them or at least make them an ally for Jade Palace. I understand now. I believe what you said at the very least. Okay, I will try to break this cage now, Yi Tianyun said with a light smile plastered on his face. Wait, you have to break the seal first. Once the seal is broken, I can break out from here on my own, Huan Qin said hurriedly. Yi Tianyun became confused as he didn't know what seal Huan Qin was talking about. Seal? What seal? I didn't see any seal pattern here. He responds confusingly. The seal is not in here. It's the stone tablet outside. It is connected to the great array that keeping me sealed in here. As long as you break it or throw it away, it would dramatically weaken the effect of the seal in here. After that, I would break out with no problem, Huan Qin said, explaining the way to help her to get out. Yi Tianyun wondered for a little bit and asked Huan Qin about the phenomenon that was happening in the island. Are you the one that keep attracting the demon beast to come to the island? Yi Tianyun asked. Demon beast attracted to the island? No, it wasn't me. I can't affect the outside world from here. But from the look of it, you already encountered these demon beasts you're talking about. Devil Cloud Island is very unusual. Every once in a while, a group of demon beasts would gather around the island and then they would die from the thunder constantly striking the island. It looks like some kind of sacrificial ritual from what I saw. Because Lei Yun decides to imprison me here, he thinks that with demon beast constantly flooding the area, there would be little to none cultivator comes here. With Huan Qin explanation, Yi Tianyun was somehow satisfied. Yeah, that's still the case as we speak. Well, glad to know. With this, I could finish a bunch of demon beast in a short amount of time. Yi Tianyun glad to hear how this island worked. He can use the XPX20 card as efficient as it can be. We don't know the truth of this island yet, demon beasts aside. This island also reproduces a lot of fire dragon stones. It's ironic, I would say, as I am the one who discovered this place, and now I am the one being imprisoned in this place, Huan Qin added. She looked so solemn as she thought about the ironic nature of her imprisonment. No point to depress yourself thinking about that. I will get you out of here, don't worry, Yi Tianyun said confidently, and started to make his way outside, when suddenly Huan Qin called him out. Wait, she said. What? Don't you trust me, or you don't want me to leave? Yi Tianyun said while lightly smiling at her. No, that's not it. I just want to give this to you, Huan Qin said while throwing a small bottle of pill to Yi Tianyun. This is some recovery pills that I said I will give as a reward. Also, there are some runes on the cap that would help you break the seal on the stone tablet. If you read it, you could do damage to the stone tablet, she explained to Yi Tianyun. You aren't afraid that I would run with this pills? Yi Tianyun asked. Huan Qin just smiles and said, No, I don't think you're that kind of person. Yi Tianyun smiled a little at her and disappeared through the passage earlier. After Yi Tianyun returned to the island, he immediately headed to the stone tablet and checked his surroundings. It would be troublesome if someone came while he's breaking the seal. He didn't sense anyone on the island at the moment. It seems that Yu Shiqian already left the island. With Devil Sea Dangerous Zone, he doubted that anyone would be coming anytime soon. He began to investigate the stone tablet and became quite mesmerized by it. He couldn't stop to think that a stone tablet as a seal was a wonderful way to throw people off from finding the truth. Afterwards, he quickly tried to destroy the stone tablet, or lift it to hurl the rock to the side. He soon found out that his effort was wasted. This stone tablet sure is sturdy. No wonder she stops me from going out blindly. Yi Tianyun quickly pulled out the small bottle of pills Huan Qin gave him earlier and immediately read the rune in the cap. The rune itself was a simple rune, not a complicated rune that took quite some time to understand. The runes read, Break Divine Imprints, he wondered. How could such an easy words become the word to break the seal? But nonetheless, he tried again, and this time he used the rune to break the stone. He channeled all his power and tried to lift the stone as he spelled the word, Break Divine Imprint. And sure enough, the stone was lifted ever so slowly. But as time goes on, he still couldn't lift the stone high enough for him to hurl it to the side, but the seal on the rock began to regain form, and the stone suddenly became heavier. Yi Tianyun was surprised for a while before he regained his composure and once again spelled the word Break Divine Imprint, while also activated his Dragon God bloodline. With his power suddenly rising, Yi Tianyun quickly lifted the stone and hurled it to the side. I don't believe it. Lifting such a small stones would be this hard. If I don't have Dragon God bloodline, I would surely give up this farce, Yi Tianyun said while panting lightly. Not long after the stones fell to the side, a burst of light suddenly appeared from the initial position the stone tablet was placed. Yi Tianyun concluded that this light was a sign that the seal was already broken. I changed my opinion about the spirit race. I didn't expect a spirit core cultivator as myself to have such a hard time to break it, Yi Tianyun said while in awe of what he went through. He suddenly remembered Heaven Immersing Ancient Runes Great Array. If his level was high enough to repair the divine runes compiling the Great Array, the ruin should be impregnable from the outside, but as of now, his level was too low for that. I have to find the time to increase my divine runes proficiency. I have to fix the Heavens Immersing Ancient Ruins as fast as I could, Yi Tianyun said as he made note to increase his divine runes proficiency later. He knew that divine runes master have such a high regard in Cultivation World, so it wouldn't hurt to raise the skill. After catching his breath for a while, Yi Tianyun quickly returned inside Huan Qin's tomb to meet Huan Qin once again. When Huan Qin saw that Yi Tianyun came back, she was grateful for meeting such a wonderful man. She whispered softly, "Many thanks to you, my savior," while looking happily at Yi Tianyun. Yi Tianyun just smiled and said, "There is no need to thank me just yet. You can hurry up and break out from there. If there is no problem, then you can thank me properly." Yi Tianyun said, encouraging her to break out. "There is no need for that. I will surely break out from this damned place," Huan Qin said coldly and prepared herself to break out. Chapter 39, Absorb the Shackles. Chapter 39, Absorb the Shackles. Without further ado, Huan Qin attempted to destroy the cage by constantly freezing the cage surrounded by fire dragon stone with her ice power, and then break the cage. But the thing is, she was obviously lacking in power. No matter how much she froze the cage, it was quickly thawed by the surrounding fire dragon stone. After exerting all her power but to no avail, Huan Qin was desperate. This is her only chance. Not enough power, Yi Tianyun walked into the cave. Once again the heat suddenly blew on him, but since this is not the first time, Yi Tianyun is used to it. "I broke the seal. How is it still so hot in here?" Yi Tianyun frowned. "In fact, it's even hotter in here, probably. No wonder Huan Qin was having a hard time freezing the cage. Even surviving this long was unbelievable." The moment Yi Tianyun saw Huan Qin again, she already sat on the cage looking powerless. Yi Tianyun, who was worried, said, "No luck, huh? I tried freezing this cage several times. Although seal was lifted, I'm too weakened. In this state, I couldn't break this cage. I appreciate your help, but I think this is the end." The look on Huan Qin's eyes moved Yi Tianyun. "Can this cage be destroyed from outside?" Yi Tianyun asked. "It can be, but it requires even stronger force to break it from outside. Are you?" "Yes, I will help you break this cage." Yi Tianyun winked, rolled his sleeve, and said with a smile, "At first I didn't want to make a move, but it's a waste just letting this energy just sit here." What? Huan Qin had some doubts and didn't know what Yi Tianyun meant by letting this energy just sit here was a waste. "Just stand back and watch." "Dragon God's secret art," Yi Tianyun mumbled, followed by a dragon-like roar, and thick dragon scale emerged from his skin, and power surged from within his body. The scale helped him resist the heat, too. Huan Qin was flinched. She didn't expect Yi Tianyun could transform, and his appearance drastically changed. How much divine beast blood essence he consumed to transform like this, that's what Huan Qin wondered. Absorbing Star's great technique. Yi Tianyun grabbed the cage and began to absorb. To be precise, what Yi Tianyun drained was the Fire Dragon Stone because it contained energy, and Yi Tianyun can absorb that energy. With Crazy Mode being activated as well, the XP Yi Tianyun absorbed increased. 2 of the Fire Dragon Stone gradually dimmed as Yi Tianyun absorbed the energy. But as it became dimmer, all of a sudden it lighted up again. No matter how much Yi Tianyun absorbed it, the Fire Dragon Stone kept emitting heat. Are you trying to absorb the energy in this Fire Dragon Stone?" Huan Qin asked with amazement. "Yes, as you said," Yi Tianyun said with a light smile. He came here for experience. Even after killing so many demon beasts, he still couldn't reach the level he wanted. However, Fire Dragon Stone is different. Absorbing this many Fire Dragon Stone. Just how much XP can he get? Absorbing this much at once, are you sure about this? Huan Qin worried. She thought there's a certain limit to how much Yi Tianyun can absorb the energy. "Don't worry, just leave it to me." Yi Tianyun smiled and continued to absorb the energy. Huan Qin saw Yi Tianyun's confident expression. She still can't believe everything Yi Tianyun did and said, but she refrained herself from interrupting. Activate 10 times experience card. Activate 5 times experience card. After using 2 experience cards, ESEP's absorbed turned into 19 times. Experience card or crazy mode didn't affect the absorption rate, but the XP he gained definitely increased by a large amount. Damn, this is awesome. I wish I have leveled up this skill to high-grade Earth level martial art. I will be able to absorb more XP. Yi Tianyun wanted to upgrade his martial art, but 300,000 mastery was not a small amount. He only had 100,000 points so far. It's still a long way to go to reach 300,000. Unless he had so much crazy points and bought enough Earth-level martial arts to fuse as mastery, but of course that method wasn't worthwhile. But this was so-so. The XP he gained here was just as much as killing the monsters outside anyway. After an hour of absorbing, finally a notification. Level up to 4th level Spirit Core. Good, I'll keep absorbing more. Once again, the Fire Dragon Stone gradually dimmed. Yi Tianyun thought maybe he can get one more level here. Seeing Yi Tianyun's persistence moved Huan Qin. The man in front of him went this far to help her. Not to mention, this place is irrationally hot. Nobody knows that Yi Tianyun is doing this for his own sake, not only to complete the quest, but also to level up. This is basically killing 2 birds with 1 stone, and Huan Qin was not a bad person anyway. It wouldn't hurt to help her. Chapter 140, Heavenly Thunder, Great Array. Chapter 140, Heavenly Thunder. Great Array. Yi Tianyun absorbed the energy continuously, earning him so much XPS. Meanwhile, Huan Qin couldn't do anything except staring at Yi Tianyun with her blue eyes. At this point, she didn't care anymore whether she could get out or not, but rather Yi Tianyun's well-being. She thought Yi Tianyun is pushing himself too far for her sake. Are you sure you're okay? You can take a break, you know, Huanqin worried. I'm fine really, just sit tight and I'll break you out of here in no time. Yi Tianyun smiled. What Huanqin didn't know was, Yi Tianyun was totally fine. In fact, he was ecstatic to be able to find such abundant XP source. Suddenly, the XP he gained plummeted, which means the 10 times experience card and 5 times experience cards effect expired, and he decided not to buy any more for now. Because buying additional experience card was just not worthwhile at this point due to the price kept increasing after each purchase. 10 times experience card costed 250,000 crazy point, and the 5 times experience card costed 100,000 crazy point at this point, which was very costly. It seems that all I can use is crazy mode. Yi Tianyun shook his head. Even if he kept the crazy mode active, the consumption rate was also quite a lot. At this level, he consumed 100 crazy point per minute. That's not much considering he only activated it for about an hour now. Besides, earning more XP is more important right now. Obviously, now that the effect of experience card expired, he gained less XP, and it will be harder for him to level up. Experience was reduced, but since the absorption rate wasn't affected, the all-fire dragon stone surrounding the cage was almost extinguished. Already, Huanqin was so excited that Yi Tianyun could absorb the energy this fast, and from the looks of it, he seemed fine. Yi Tianyun absorbed all the energy, all fire dragonstone was extinguished. This was too easy for Yi Tianyun. Like I said, this is nothing. Zap. Suddenly, a divine thunder immediately condensed in the air and struck Yi Tianyun down at an unbelievable speed that Yi Tianyun can't dodge it, sending him flying toward the wall. Hey, he squirmed and there was a blood on his lips. He was slightly injured due to the thunderstrike. Thunderstrike? Yi Tianyun felt as if his body almost split in half. He could have been killed if he hasn't reached Spirit Core, and luckily he activated Dragon God Bloodline, so the impact from the thunderstrike was subsided. His whole body was numbed. It really wasn't an easy task to break this cage. This is Heavenly Thunder Great Array. Lei Yun engraved his Heavenly Thunder Great Array to this cage. Huanqin said in horror, "Stay away, go." He uses the lightning of this Devil Cloud Island as the last line of defense in case something happened to the Fire Dragonstone. If you come any closer to this cage, you will be killed. Yi Tianyun stood up, wiped the blood on his lips, and said with confidence, "Do you think I will give up that easily? I'm a little numb, that's all. This is nothing." He wouldn't give up that easily. He drew more power from Dragon God Bloodline, boosting his power. Zap! Divine Thunder struck again. This time Yi Tianyun raised his hand and used Absorbing Star's great technique to absorb the energy of the Divine Thunder. Humph! Yi Tianyun was sent flying once again. His absorption rate couldn't keep up with the momentum of the Divine Thunder. Unless he leveled up the mastery of Absorbing Star's great technique, there was no way he could absorb that Divine Thunder. You must stop. This Heavenly Thunder Great Array will gradually become more powerful. At this rate, you will definitely die. Huanqin begged Yi Tianyun to stop. "I know how you feel, but just go, leave me." Her eyes turned red. She wanted to get out, but she couldn't let Yi Tianyun die helping her. Although she acquainted with him only recently, she couldn't bear seeing Yi Tianyun die in front of her. "Do not worry, I can handle this. I got more tricks up my sleeve." At this point, Yi Tianyun was well aware that he couldn't take that Divine Thunder head on, so he observed the Divine Thunder for a while. The next moment, he took out the Shadow Cloak, which granted 5 seconds invincible. Immediately, he rushed up again toward Huanqin, and at the same time he looked at Huanqin's sad eyes and shook her head. She really didn't want Yi Tianyun to come closer and put himself in danger. That look made Yi Tianyun even more determined to save her. Zap! Divine Thunder struck again, but this time he used Shadow Cloak. Boom! When the thunder struck him, he remained unscathed thanks to the effect of Shadow Cloak. He quickly reached the cage and grabbed the cage with both hands. Roar! Yi Tianyun made a dragon-like roar, firmly gripped the pillar of the cage and bent it to each sides. A squeaky sound was heard as he bent it. A small crack appeared, and Yi Tianyun bent it even harder to the point that the veins in his hands are bulging. Crazy mode, double power. Yi Tianyun screamed and tried to tear the cage open. At the same time, and wicked fire emerged from the stone pillar and tried to enter his body through his arm. However, since the effect of Shadow Cloak was still active, it was negated. This wicked fire was set up here beforehand. Yi Tianyun immediately knew what it was. Obviously, Lei Yun prepared this trap beforehand to prevent anyone from breaking the cage from outside, and in case Yi Tianyun didn't activate the effect of Shadow Cloak beforehand, he could have died by now. Turns out there were 2 traps in addition to Divine Thunder to prevent anyone from rescuing Huanqin. Chapter 141, Innate Ability Shift. Chapter 141, Innate Ability Shift. The wicked fire circled around Yi Tianyun's body because at the moment Shadow Cloak was protecting him. Quickly, when Huanqin saw the wicked fire, she exclaimed, "This is the wicked fire came from inside of the Fire Dragonstone. It was designated to target the one who tweaked the Fire Dragonstone." Yi Tianyun gritted his teeth. The light in his eyes didn't diminish. The clock was ticking and his time before Shadow Cloak's effect expired was short. Hi-ya! Yi Tianyun screamed. He kept bending the pillar, causing more crack on the cage, and finally 5 seconds passed and Yi Tianyun still couldn't create enough gap on the cage for Huan Qin to go through. When the Shadow Cloak's effect expired, the wicked fire immediately entered Yi Tianyun's body and began to burn his insides. Yi Tianyun decided to ignore it for the moment and continued to bend the cage. Fortunately, because his physical prowess was quite exceptional, he could brush aside the pain at the moment, although how long he'll last before this wicked fire began causing damage to his internals even, he himself didn't know. Even if you're exceptionally tough, at this rate you will die. Huan Qin looked at Yi Tianyun with teary eyes. She couldn't help but shouted. She couldn't let her savior die. I won't die until I rescue you. Believe me. Yi Tianyun looked at her and smiled faintly. You? Tears fell down Huan Qin's eyes. She bit her lips because of her powerlessness. She was glad someone would help her. But with Heavenly Thunder, Great Array being activated, she can't do anything. Otherwise she wouldn't just sit in a cage crying while seeing Yi Tianyun tried his best to break her out. Haya. Along with the roar, Yi Tianyun summoned more power from within his body. His arms became a bit bigger, and he continued to bend the cage to each sides. Bang! Finally, the pillar shattered after Yi Tianyun's effort, and Huan Qin walked out of the remnants of the cage. With the cage being destroyed, Heavenly Thunder Great Array was disabled, but at the same time, Yi Tianyun felt a pain inside of him. Wicked fire inside his body have caused quite some damage. His internal organs was scorched. He fell, and he barely can open his eyes, but when he was about to fall, someone held him. He tried to open his eyes, and he saw Huan Qin's teary eyes, and he said something, but Yi Tianyun could not hear it. His consciousness gradually faded away. Even peak spirit core cultivators could have died if this wicked fire entered their body. All Yi Tianyun could do was endure, and hope that eventually this wicked fire would diminish. Not long after, he felt a cool breeze inside his body, extinguishing the wicked fire inside him, and suddenly the pain subsided, and he felt better than ever. He slowly opened his eyes. Then came the eye-catching Huan Qin, who was crying, hugged him really tight as if not willing to let him go. Yi Tianyun noticed that a divine rune on Huan Qin's forehead disappeared, which was engraved on his chest now. He realized it because that's where the cool breeze came from. He didn't know what side effects it would cause, but he knew this was something costly for Huan Qin. Transferring the innate ability Divine Rune not only will reduce one's lifespan, but also reduce cultivation base. The most important thing is Huan Qin's innate ability has been transferred to him. To say Huan Qin's innate ability was reduced by half wouldn't be an exaggeration. She judged that transferring her innate ability with ice attributes was the best way to save Yi Tianyun at that moment. Yi Tianyun was moved, he couldn't say anything, but one thing for sure, he didn't regret saving Huan Qin. Ding. Obtained Heavenly Eye's innate abilities. He heard a notification in his head that just obtained innate ability. You transferred Divine Rune to me, why? That's something very valuable, it's priceless. Yi Tianyun shook his head and sat up. He thought it will be quite a while before his internal injuries fully healed, but it seemed like Huan Qin's Divine Rune really worked like a charm. I refuse to owe anyone anything. Huan Qin wiped his tears and tried to help Yi Tianyun to get back on his feet. She didn't even care about how valuable her Divine Rune as long as she could save Yi Tianyun. It's okay, I can stand by myself. Are you sure about it? Transferring Divine Rune is really a big deal. It will impact your lives from now on, Yi Tianyun asked. This is not a big deal. Like I said, I refuse to owe anyone anything, Huan Qin said with a light smile. You are willing to save me, giving you that Divine Rune was not a big deal. Just consider it a gift. This is priceless. How is this a gift? Yi Tianyun smiled, and the sad atmosphere disappeared, but the trap he set here is really devastating. Yes, I didn't expect that Lei Yun had 2 great arrays. Even with the seal outside being destroyed, I still can't destroy the cage. Huan Qin looked gloomy. Seems like you really can't let me escape this place. Could it be? No doubt about it. Let's get out of here for now. We can't stay here too long. Yi Tianyun stood up. He was worried that Lei Yun would do something else, like sending mercenaries to kill them. Huan Qin nodded and quickly evacuated with Yi Tianyun. When they were about to leave, he thought of something. Wait a minute. Then, in front of Huan Qin, Yi Tianyun took the luminous pearl embedded in the wall. At least I'll take this as compensation. Huan Qin was speechless. She thought that Yi Tianyun needed to do something important, turns out. Chapter 142, Instruction. Chapter 142, Instruction. After leaving the cave, they quickly hid themselves. We are leaving right now. It would be troublesome if Lei Yun notices something, Yi Tianyun said solemnly. Huan Qin nodded while looking around and said, There is no boat in around here. Do you have something in mind? Don't worry, I think there should be a giant eagle around here. He came to the shore with Huan Qin and saw a carriage there. It was Qing Lu Yun's carriage. Since they died, no one used that carriage. I didn't expect a carriage to be here. Does it belong to someone? Huan Qin was surprised. Yes, it was, but they ticked me off, and then I killed them. Yi Tianyun said with a light smile. I don't know who is that foolish. They are simply courting death. Huan Qin knew how strong Yi Tianyun was, but the most important thing was reaching Spirit Core at such a young age. That was something else. Let's leave this deserted island as fast as possible. I can't stay here much longer. Well, that's true, but I think this is where we part ways. I'm pretty sure we have different destination in mind. I want to go back to Heavenly New City nearby, Yi Tianyun said, but there's only one carriage. You have to go back by boat. The next moment, Yi Tianyun summoned a black dragon, which of course surprised her. Why would I need one? Yi Tianyun said with a smile. Who are you really? You even have your own divine beast. Because it's not like Huan Qin didn't know anything about Divine Beast. Having Divine Beast was the prestige of 4th level faction. It goes without saying Spirit Race had their Divine Beast as well, which made Huan Qin so curious regarding who Yi Tianyun really was. I am just an elder of a faction. Just consider me a lucky guy. Yi Tianyun did not hide the fact about Black Dragon. Sooner or later people will find out about it anyway. Moreover, he concluded that Huan Qin has no sign of hostility toward him, so there will be no problem. Just an elder? Huan Qin said with a smile. You are too lucky then if we're talking about Lick. You can say that. Yi Tianyun just smiled lightly. You saved me out. I haven't returned the favor. Huan Qin was interrupted before she finished her sentence. Giving me this rune to save me is way more than enough. Besides, you can't trade this with money. It's priceless. Yi Tianyun put his hand on his chest and smiled. No, I insist. I'll give you one more thing. Huan Qin smiled lightly and moved her hand around. All of a sudden, golden light was disappearing into the rune at Yi Tianyun's chest, and along with the golden light, a knowledge entered Yi Tianyun's mind. That's my way of returning of the favor. Yi Tianyun was shocked after knowing what knowledge it was. What Huan Qin gave him was not the sum martial art, but the divine runes engraving method. Divine rune are divided into several categories, and most of them are common knowledges for the spirit race. Although he could learn Rune Master based on his status bar, but that doesn't mean anything if he had no knowledge about it, and by gaining mastery in Rune Master he could use more variety of rune. Regarding this, it's not just Rune Master. It also applied to blacksmith and alchemist. For example, the technique to forge a spirit tool differed among all other blacksmith, and different technique resulted in different effect for the spirit tools. He didn't know anything about the existed runes, which will be a task for him at a later date to look into it. For now, maybe he could try things out based on the knowledge he just learned. But the most important thing was, Huan Qin inherited Yi Tianyun, a secret art belonged to the spirit race, which was under normal circumstances couldn't be inherited to anyone. But because Huan Qin was a saintess of the spirit race, inheriting that knowledge was possible. But if anyone found out about this, Huan Qin could be exiled. Why did you give me this knowledge? Yi Tianyun can't comprehend why Huan Qin went this far for him. Nonetheless, he was really touched. It's true that he saved Huan Qin, but she gave him more than he could imagine in return. I forgot to mention it earlier, but I entrust it to you not only to return the favor, but also for the sake of spirit race. Huan Qin smiled and said, I'll go back to my hometown. In case I can't defeat Lei Yun, spirit race will be controlled by Netherworld Empire. So I passed on this secret art to you in case spirit race couldn't resist Netherworld Empire. Yi Tianyun was shocked, because even if that's the case, wouldn't it be better if she just inherited it to one of the spirit race and order her to run and hide herself? This is definitely what Lei Yun after. Do you trust me? Yi Tianyun's eyes are very complicated. I don't know why, but seeing your determined self-saving me back then encouraged me to trust you. Huan Qin smiled. You're the first one who is willing to go that far for me. Can I entrust you on this? Yi Tianyun wanted to comfort her and made sure she could trust him, but no words are coming out of his mouth. You know what? It's not like I have to go back to the city right away. I'll tag along and help you. Yi Tianyun couldn't help but blurt out. That's all he could say. He knew that Huan Qin was trying to solve an internal conflict, and fighting her own race might be inevitable. I appreciate your help, but I can see that you still have something to do, especially when you were lose consciousness earlier. You're calling your aunt the whole time, and your cultivation, to be honest, is a bit low. Huan Qin smiled and patted his head, said with a smile, I understand your feelings, but it's better if you utilize the secret art to its maximum potential, and maybe if your cultivation is higher later, next time you can come and help me. Even with my current cultivation, it's still considered low? Yi Tianyun was a little surprised. Yes, spirit core cultivation is not bad, but my enemies be core transformation, even void spirit, and of course, spirit core. My cultivation was core transformation. Now because of the seal, my cultivation dropped down to core condensation. I think you're really ahead of yourself if you're trying to help me. Am I wrong? Huan Qin said with a light smile. But you are very young. Give it some time and you'll be much stronger. Stronger than anyone, I guarantee it. These words excited Yi Tianyun. He'll definitely become the strongest, and stood at the top, overlooking all the scenery of the world. Chapter 143, Distinction. Chapter 143, Distinction. Stand on the top. That's a good idea, actually. Yi Tianyun smiled slightly. The best way to protect his loved ones is to become stronger. Stronger than anyone else. Hey, save your narcissism for later. I'm still here, you know. Huan Qin said with a smile. May I know your name? Yi Tianyun. He mentioned his real name and took off his 100 transformations mask, revealing his real face. This is my real face. The face you've seen just now is fake. When Huan Qin saw Yi Tianyun's real face, she was shocked. You? Are you for real? In front of her stood a 17-year-old boy, which was too young. The face Yi Tianyun created with 100 transformation mask judged by appearance looked at least like a 25 years old man. Even being a spirit core cultivation was already surprising, and now that he revealed his real face, it's even more shocking. Spontaneously, she stretched Yi Tianyun's face, trying to make sure whether this was his real face or not, which, of course, ended up in failure. "Are you done?" Yi Tianyun said helplessly. "Is this a joke or what?" Yuanqin was shocked. "You're already at spirit core at this age? Are you a genius of divine nation?" "Like I said, I'm just an elder of a small faction," Yi Tianyun affirmed. "Your innate ability must be amazing," Huanqin shook his head. "If only we're not in a conflict right now, I would have invited you to our country and I'll grant you a title. You're just exaggerating right now." Yi Tianyun suddenly smiled. "It's not an exaggeration. You'll definitely become an amazing cultivator in the future," Huan Qin said with a smile. "I'm looking forward to see your growth the next time we meet. This is where we part. And yes, Huan Qin is not my real name. It's just my title in the spirit race. My real name is Ye Qing. She soared to the sky riding the carriage drawn by the giant eagle. "Stay alive and well. I will catch up with you as soon as I finish my business," Yi Tianyun shouted. "If you can find me and I am still alive, I will marry you." Ye Qing smiled and turned to look at him and finally shouted, "But before that, be careful." Immediately, her carriage disappeared from his sight. Ding, quest completed reward. 200 experience. 10,000 crazy point. 100 Huanqin favorability mission completion message popped up. There was no continuation quest. Perhaps if Yi Tianyun decided to come with her, there would be one. It's just that he has something to do now, so it's impossible to leave with her. Profound Azure Mansion is his main goal now. Immediately he checked his status bar. Level 34, Force Level Spirit Core. Experience 12,71529, 2000 numbers certain mind 000. Crazy point 818538 prestige 430 sin point 231 cultivation technique dark north divine art dragon god secret art Xuan Tian divine art martial art absorbing stars great technique blood fiend soaring heaven transforming heaven palm 2 netherworld step 2 weapon frost fist blood fiend divine spear sword of endlessness chaotic heaven sacred axe flowing clouds long sword armor, deity armor, shadow cloak, chaotic heaven divine armor, chaotic heaven battle boots, divine ability, crazy mode, luck aura bloodline, dragon god bloodline, innate ability, heavenly eyes accessories, forging god hammer, power bracelet, power ring, power belt, blood fiend bracelet, all items, recovery medicinal pill, 10, gift pack Lee 41, life 1, bad luck divine pill, blast divine pill, 20 times. Experience card, 3 times crazy point card, 4 times mastery card, walrus skin 8, octopus feeler 6, sea cow horn 8, luminous pearl 6, etc. Treasure, purple fire divine furnace title, guardian, savior flame, immortal fire. More than 800,000 crazy point, need another 200,000 to level up crazy mode. Yi Tianyun was so happy, killing so many demon beasts earlier gave him so much crazy points. He can even level up Dragon God Bloodline or Appraisal Eye now, but he decided not to because he needed to level up Crazy Mode as fast as possible. Next level will grant 8 times effect. Which means he could get 8 times more XP. That's almost like using 10 times XP card. Sell all these. Yi Tianyun sold Netherworld Step and other unnecessary thing for crazy points. His current goal is so simple, accumulate another 250,000 crazy points. After selling those items in martial arts, his current crazy point was 870,000 crazy point, another 130,000 crazy point to level up. Luminous Pearl is not bad, it is worth 5,000 crazy point. Yi Tianyun smiled and immediately rode Black Dragon and leave the island. He planned to return to Heavenly New City for now. There are still some Fire Dragon Stone left inside the cave for Yi Tianyun to absorb, but it would be a hassle in case Lei Yun sent someone to the island because the cage was torn apart and his traps were dismantled. When he left, he saw a light from the island. Boom! Out of nowhere, something rammed into the island, creating a crater. A muscular man came out of the crater holding a giant sword in his hand, and his eyes were cold. His footsteps were really heavy, shaking the ground, and he himself was 2 meters tall. He then walked into the cave where Ye Qing was imprisoned before. Then he came out again immediately. His face was gloomy. How could this be? Both Sir Lei Yun's great array was dismantled? Did the Elder of Spirit Race came here? It seems that I have to go back and inform Sir Lei Yun about this. Then he held his sword firmly and swung that sword, just with one swing. Everything was leveled in the area, leaving nothing but the ground. Immediately, the man jumped and rode the longsword. Strong divine rune can be sensed from his sword, which then soared into the sky, with that man riding it. It was several times faster compared to Yi Tianyun's Black Dragon. Fortunately, Yi Tianyun has left the island. That man would be a troublesome opponent even for Yi Tianyun. Chapter 14.4, Little Sister. Chapter 14.4, Little Sister Yi Tianyun rode the Black Dragon back to Heavenly New City. He headed straight to Star Pavilion to finish the business as fast as possible. Before entering Heavenly New City, he quickly wore his 100 transformation mask to cover up his identity once more. He didn't want anybody to recognize his face. It could ruin his plan on getting his way to Profound Azure Mansion. Once he entered the Star Pavilion, he quickly gave a sign to the employee to take him to Deacon Huang. When Deacon Huang met Yi Tianyun, he quickly asked Yi Tianyun, "What's the matter? Is there something else that you need for your travel?" As he thought that Yi Tianyun hadn't departed to Devil Cloud Island, because it's only been a few days since the last he saw Yi Tianyun. "No, I already finished killing all the demon beast in the island. Here are the corpses, take whichever parts you need," Yi Tianyun said straightforwardly. "And as you promised, you can pay me with materials," Yi Tianyun added with a light smile on his face. "You what? How can you do it so fast?" Deacon Huang completely shocked by Yi Tianyun's statement. All he knew was that to reach the island, anyone needed at least half a month with a boat or a ship. Unless Yi Tianyun was using some special method, there was no way Yi Tianyun could go back and forth with such a little amount of time. "You can check it for yourself if you don't believe me. It is all in here," Yi Tianyun said while putting his storage ring on the table. Deacon Huang stared at Yi Tianyun in disbelief. It must be a joke, he thought. Deacon Huang take Yi Tianyun's storage ring and inspect the content to confirm Yi Tianyun's word, and he can't believe his own eyes when he saw the demon beast's corpses are stacking like a mountain, completely baffled his train of thought. This much amount? You hunted this much by yourself? Deacon Huang did not believe his eyes. This amount he saw was just not normal. "No, I would say I do it with a friend. Is there a problem?" Yi Tianyun said. He didn't state the truth. If this amount already surprised Deacon Huang, imagine if he said he actually hunted this much all by himself. "No, there is no problem at all." Deacon Huang seemed somewhat relieved by Yi Tianyun's answer. "Can you do things a little bit faster? I still have things to do," Yi Tianyun asked while looking indifferent. "Yes, we can speed things up. One thing, what material do you need?" Deacon Huang asked while counting every demon beasts in the storage ring. "There is no special materials I want. I just need the materials to forge soul tools," Yi Tianyun said, not looking that interested in the conversation. "Forging a soul tool? Are you the one forging this soul tools, or is it your friend?" Deacon Huang asked, looking very surprised and very interested. Yi Tianyun was somewhat confused by Deacon Huang's expression. "Does it matter?" No, but all I know is there are not that many blacksmiths who can forge soul tool around here. So if there is another person who can forge such a weapon, then we from Star Pavilion are hoping to negotiate that he would forge for us too," Deacon Huang said while also looking a bit embarrassed. Yi Tianyun's eyes flashed. This seems like a good proposition. But he quickly realized that he needed to level up faster to fight a Profound Azure Mansion. Leveling up by forging was too slow. "I am sorry, my friend is busy at this moment. Perhaps some other time." Hearing this rejection from Yi Tianyun, Deacon Huang didn't seem to mind at all. He just nodded and said, "If by any chance your friend has some time to spare, our offer still stands. We will pay a generous reward." This attitude was very common, and Yi Tianyun also knew this fact. Blacksmith was a very respectable profession. They were welcome anywhere. "About the demon beasts you slew before, we finished counting. We can exchange them for 15 soul tool materials. Is it okay with you?" Deacon Huang generously asked. "Fine with me." Yi Tianyun was fine with that amount. Ding, quest completed. Reward, 500 DXP, 2W0 golds, 10W0 draws, 100 Star Pavilion favorabilities. Yi Tianyun was a little satisfied by the quest. The quest was easy with a good reward. "Please wait a minute. Little Zhu, come, I need your help," Deacon Huang said while calling over someone. Not long after, there was a woman's voice replying to Deacon Huang calls. "What's wrong, Deacon Huang? Did you call?" A feminine figure stepped out from the hall. Seeing the women in front of him, Yi Tianyun's eyes widened with surprise. "Pavilion Lord Zi?" Yi Tianyun said, can't contain himself. "Pavilion Lord? No, you must be mistaken. I didn't have the qualification to become a Pavilion Lord," the woman said while giggling at Yi Tianyun. Still unsurprised, Yi Tianyun took a closer look at the woman and immediately found out that she really wasn't Ziyue like he thought. But with 90% similarity between the two, he was convinced that the woman in front of him is her twin sister. Name, Zhu Yuxuan, Cultivation, 9th level spirit refinements, equip, high-grade spirit tool, martial art, turning cloud plan, the cloud walk, etc. Combat power, 16-0 season weakness. He didn't bother read the rest of her status, he didn't care about it that much. "Do you have a sister?" Yi Tianyun asked after regaining his composure. But before the woman in front of him can say a word, Deacon Huang immediately interfered. "Young master, are you saying that you know someone who looks just like her?" Deacon Huang's expression convinced Yi Tianyun that he is really serious about this matter. Yi Tianyun remained calm and casually replied, "Yes, I know someone, and somehow she looks very similar with this pretty lady in front of me." Yi Tianyun said indifferently. Deacon Huang immediately laughed out loud. "Very good. Now, would you tell me where she is? I will give you a big reward for that," Deacon Huang said while looking very sullen to Yi Tianyun. When Yi Tianyun wanted to answer Deacon Huang, Zhu Yuxuan immediately said happily, "You have seen my younger sister. Where is she? Come on, tell me," Zhu Yuxuan said while jumping around happily. She was very excited and immediately jumped to Yi Tianyun's shoulder. But she immediately realized what she was doing and stepped back trying to regain her composure. "Sorry, I became too excited from that news. You see, she already gone for so long. I have not seen her for so long and there is no news about her. She was running away and she never told anyone about herself," she said while looking embarrassed. "Running away from home?" Yi Tianyun wondered. "Yes, she was. She has left for several years now. I don't know her condition, so can young master tell me where she is?" Zhu Yuxuan said excitedly. Yi Tianyun blinked and immediately turned his attention to Deacon Huang. "You never find out about her?" Yi Tianyun asked Deacon Huang to confirm some theory he had in mind. "No, the world is too vast for us to find her. There is so much place outside of Heavenly Border Continent, so we can't afford to waste any manpower and resources for her," Deacon Huang said while smiling. Yi Tianyun could sense that Deacon Huang didn't lie about anything while speaking. Now he knew that Ziyue didn't want to be found. She even changed her surname from Zhu to Zi. Chapter 14.5, Family Work. Chapter 14.5, Family Work. What is her name? Yi Tianyun asked. Zhu Yue. Zhu Yuxuan said quickly. Yi Tianyun was right. Ziyue definitely didn't want to be found. But Yi Tianyun never expected her to run away from home, although this fact also made sense for why a young woman like Zia Yue could become a pavilion lord. "I don't know the reason why she ran away from here, so in that respect I can't tell you her location. Or perhaps you can enlighten me with some explanation?" Yi Tianyun asked. "There is nothing to tell to you. This is our family's business. Just let us solve it by ourselves," and gave us her information. "I swear that we will reward you the best we could." Zhu Yuxuan's tone suddenly changed. She didn't want to talk about why her sister ran away from home. The reason was too embarrassing to tell a stranger. "Well, I am sure that you can deal it on your own. I can't tell you where she is as I can't betray her. Plus, she definitely has her own reasons," Yi Tianyun said calmly. "Young master seems reluctant to share an important information to us. Why do you care so much anyway? A family sometimes has a secret or two that they couldn't let people know about. We would do nothing that could somehow hurt her anyway," Zhu Yuxuan said while looking cold to Yi Tianyun. "That's not what I'm saying. If you want to know where she is right now, you just have to tell me the reason why she left." Yi Tianyun pressed on, knowing that he doesn't have the obligation to tell them anything. Ziyue had a good relationship with Yi Tianyun. When he was in the Wind City, he could sense her honesty. For that, Yi Tianyun would consider her a friend. There was no way Yi Tianyun would sell her out. Yi Tianyun turned around, ready to leave, when suddenly Deacon Huang shouted, "You doesn't seem to know where you're at right now. She is very important for us, Star Pavilion, right now, so you better say where she is right now, or you will not leave this place unscathed." Deacon Huang quickly snapped his finger, and 3-core condensation cultivator quickly stepped into the room. One of them asked Deacon Huang what the problem was, and Deacon Huang quickly filled him in about their situation. The middle-aged man suddenly turned serious and asked, "You really have information about Ziyue? Just tell us about her already. We will give you a hefty reward for her information. I assure you of it. We don't want to harm you. After all, you are a patron for us." The middle-aged man kept on negotiating with Yi Tianyun. "I already said that there is no room of negotiation regarding that information. As a friend, I respect her choice, so stop demanding shit. I don't care about your problems," Yi Tianyun said, looking annoyed by their stubbornness. Deacon Huang looked irritated by Yi Tianyun's word, immediately ordered his man to capture Yi Tianyun. "Capture this brat. We can't let him go," Deacon Huang shouted loudly. Yi Tianyun sighed. This could be the beginning of a good relationship, but it could crumble just because of something so trivial. One of Deacon Huang's men suddenly rushed forward, ready to attack Yi Tianyun. As Yi Tianyun already knew that these men didn't have any intention to kill him, he can't kill them, he dodged the man's attack and quickly grabbed the man's collar and spin it, slamming the man into the hard floor, rendering him unconscious immediately. Yi Tianyun's fast movement stunned everyone else in the room, halting their movement. "I advise that you stop this foolish act right now. Next time I will not be lenient enough," Yi Tianyun says coldly, sending shiver down everyone else's spine. They knew that with that small amount of time Yi Tianyun used to instantly incapacitated their companion, that they would not have a chance against Yi Tianyun. So what now? "Are you still suicidal enough to harass me with your stubbornness, or you want to talk?" Yi Tianyun said while still checking their shocked expression. They quickly realized that they can't agitate Yi Tianyun more than this and choose to compromise this time. "We don't really want to do this either, but Zhu Yue is very important to us. She has been away for years. It caused a lot of trouble for Star Pavilion," Deacon Huang said while sighed. "Let me guess, she must have been forced to do something that she wouldn't want to do. Then she chose to leave? I know her enough to know that she is very well behaved and a responsible person. There is no way that she could make this decision without a reason," Yi Tianyun said solemnly. Zhu Yuxuan was silent for a moment and quickly stepped forward. She immediately looked Yi Tianyun in the eye and said, "Since you have made up your mind to know about her, then I will tell you the truth. My sister is running away from marriage. She would be married to a powerful sect so that Star Pavilion could maintain good reputation in this continent." She ended her speech as she looked at Yi Tianyun hopefully. "Running away from marriage?" Yi Tianyun was startled by Zhu Yuxuan's answer. He didn't expect Ziyue to be a rebellious type. Chapter 146, Truth. Chapter 146, Truth. Yes, she ran away from a marriage. She was already betrothed to someone. She isn't supposed to run away. After receiving the news about her engagement, she sneaks her way out and doesn't leave any information behind. Zhu Yuxuan sighed. I know we forced this matter on her, but this is for her own good. With her marrying someone from the big faction will help her in the future. Who was betrothed to? Yi Tianyun asked. Profound Azure Mansion's second elder's son. We conclude that the young master she would marry have great influence over there. Had she carry on the marriage, it would be good for her and Star Pavilion. So let me ask you a question. Is it bad to be betrothed to someone from the big faction? Zhu Yuxuan wondered while looking at Yi Tianyun. Profound Azure Mansion? I don't think I have a say on this. If she agreed marrying someone from there, then she wouldn't run away now, would she? With her running away like that, I am afraid that I still can't tell you her whereabouts. But at least I could tell you that she is happy and healthy right now, so rest assured. Yi Tianyun said, although he couldn't believe the Profound Azure Mansion have a relation with Ziyue. Are we done here? If we are, please give me the materials I need. I still have something to do. Yi Tianyun said while waving his hand and turned around planning to leave. Zhu Yuxuan quickly moved to block Yi Tianyun's path toward the exit and say, Young master, I beg of you, please tell me where she is. If I haven't had a Dao companion, I would take her place. Please. If she isn't found soon, Zhu family is doomed. Yi Tianyun got startled by Zhu Yuxuan's determination. Yi Tianyun believed this young lady wouldn't go this far if it's not something urgent. Doomed? Can you explain? He asked while wondered. Zhu family's status is declining in Star Pavilion. At this rate, we will lose our standing in Star Pavilion anymore. Zhu Yuxuan said solemnly. So you going to rely on Zhu Yue and Profound Azure Mansion to improve Zhu family's standing in Star Pavilion? Yi Tianyun said bewildered. Yes, I know this is not the best behavior giving away your family, but there is no other way. Zhu Yuxuan gritted her teeth, feeling guilty for sacrificing her own sister. Yi Tianyun gave her a deep, meaningful look and said, Honestly, you guys are so naive. There is no point in relying on others. If you really want to stand strong, there is no other way than become strong yourself. If you rely on others and they abandon you when you really need them, what would you do then? Zhu Yuxuan was at loss for words because what Yi Tianyun said was right. When she was about to say something, Yi Tianyun beat her to it by saying, This is enough. There is nothing else to say for this matter. Prepare my reward. I have made my decision. I won't say where she is. Deacon Huang already knew that nothing else can be said to convince Yi Tianyun. He sighed and instructed Zhu Yuxuan to prepare Yi Tianyun's reward. Zhu Yuxuan looked at Yi Tianyun and prepared his reward and loaded into Yi Tianyun's storage ring. Yi Tianyun immediately took the ring and checked the content of the ring. Once he was satisfied by the reward, he quickly said his goodbyes and left the Star Pavilion. In his way out, Yi Tianyun checked the favorability he had now with Star Pavilion and noticed that the favorability he got earlier from completing the quest already dropped down to 20. It seems favorability is not affected solely by a quest. If something happened, favorability could drop in minutes. But he was still quite curious about Zhu Yuxuan. Out of everyone in Star Pavilion, only her whose favorability wasn't reduced. In fact, her favorability increased by 5 points, making it at 105 points. Yi Tianyun remembered something and quickly turns back to Zhu Yuxuan and say, Oh yeah, I almost forgot. If you're still keen on searching for a sect to back you up, I suggest forget about Profound Azure Mansion. Why would that be? Zhu Yuxuan wondered. That sect will be destroyed anytime soon, Yi Tianyun said while smirking. Yi Tianyun immediately left after he dropped this sentence, and everyone in Star Pavilion looked at his back as he walked out of Star Pavilion. After Yi Tianyun can no longer be seen, Deacon Huang said, The young man has a confidence in his voice. I don't know anything about him, but he seems to come from a big sect. He said that Profound Azure Mansion would be destroyed, that feat needs at least top 3 faction to complete. Another deacon immediately said, Maybe we should trust him, or tail him just in case. Forget that. He is stronger than anyone in here? Are you sure you can track him down? He will immediately notice, and then what would you do if he deems you hostile? He even has someone who would forge him a soul tool. There is no way that he isn't from the Great Faction. I'm not really sure that they could destroy Profound Azure Mansion, but at least we don't want to provoke him. Deacon Huang said dismissingly. But what about Zhu Yue? Without her, how can we find backing for Zhu family? Another deacon stated his concern, feeling dissatisfied. I am going to chase him, Zhu Yuxuan said, and quickly ran downstairs and headed toward the front door. Deacon Huang immediately ordered another deacon to chase after her. Zhu Yuxuan saw Yi Tianyun from afar and shouted, Young master, wait! Yi Tianyun quickly turned around and noticed that Zhu Yuxuan was going after him. He quickly smiled at Zhu Yuxuan. He shook his head a little, seeing Zhu Yuxuan's stubbornness. If you see my little sister again, I want you to give this pendant to her, Zhu Yuxuan said while catching her breath, and she immediately handed over a jade pendant to Yi Tianyun. Zhu Yuxuan quickly noticed that Yi Tianyun didn't understand, and she immediately explained, This is a jade pendant that I always bring with me. She will instantly notice this was mine. I need you to tell her that I want her to never come back. I am so very sorry for everything that happened to her. I can't let her think that I didn't love her. With this, I hope she knows that I'm really sorry, Zhu Yuxuan said while looking sad and about to burst into tears. What? And here I thought, you're really keen on having her back. Yi Tianyun said while frowning, is all Zhu Yuxuan said earlier is just an act? After racking his brain a bit, he quickly realized that if he was in Zhu Yuxuan's position, that's what exactly she must do in front of Deacon Huang and others if she wanted to protect her sister. You can bring the pendant back with you. Zhu family is dead. At least she escaped and found happiness after all we did. Zhu Yuxuan smiled and tears fell from her eyes. She quickly left afterwards. Chapter 47, Forging Tool. Chapter 47, Forging Tool. Yi Tianyun found a place to rest for a bit. With 3 months to spare, he wasn't in a hurry to leave the city. He looked at the memento left by Zhu Yuxuan for her sister Ziyue, the jade pendant. He sighed. He finally understood why Zhu Yuxuan's favorability wasn't reduced, and he finally realized why Ziyue have never been found before. Zhu Yuxuan must have done something to disrupt the search, if not completely halting it. She must have realized her sister went to Earthly Borders continent. Ziyue must have been in search for power, knowing that to restore her family's name, power was all she needs. But if she kept looking for helping hand instead of strengthen herself, it was all going to be in vain, Yi Tianyun thought to himself. Yi Tianyun thought for a while. He realized that he was still far too weak to challenge Profound Azure Mansion by himself. He must push himself to become stronger. He needed to try some new things to see what happened. With that thought in mind, Yi Tianyun quickly attempted to forge. Start forging tools, he shouted. Yi Tianyun took out all materials he had to forge Soul Tool and made a preparation to forge them. Once he finished preparing, Yi Tianyun checked the success rate to forge Soul Tools and he was shocked due to how low the chance is. What is this? How can it be this low? Only 20% success rate. He thought for a second and tried adding another effect. Activate Luck Aura, he shouted, and once again he checked the success rate and this time it increased to 50%. But this chance still left Yi Tianyun wondering, how is it not 100%? Yi Tianyun didn't understand what's with this success rate. With Luck Aura activated, his luck is supposed to be increased by 10 folds. He checked his forging skill and his Luck Aura. He found out that it will not improve the chance to forge advanced equipment higher than 50% if he really wished a better chance. He needed to find other way to increase the success rate. He understood this rule, as he experienced before when he was in heaven immersing ancient ruins. He could find the array thanks to his luck, but that's all. He didn't have the skill to fix the array, nor the knowledge about it. It seems that the system is trying to keep things fair. I still didn't have enough power to forge this. Yi Tianyun was a little bit frustrated as he couldn't level up faster with this method. However, setting gain XP aside, if it was just to forge low-level soul tools, he would do it even if the success rate was just 50%. And suddenly he remembered that he had an item for forging. Oh yeah, I still have Forging God Hammer. He immediately equipped it and noticed that his success rate improved by 10%. This trinket is very nice, he shouted in excitement. After taking a deep breath, he began forging immediately. He started by melting the material with his immortal fire and then tempering it. Ding, successfully forge a lower grade soul tool reward, 100,000 XP, 500 forge masteries. 100,000 XP, this is not bad. But he soon felt otherwise. With the time he had left, he couldn't use forging as a reliable method to level up. It was too slow for his liking. In fact, after he calculated the time he forged one earlier and the chance the forging failed, he could forge 40 to 50 lower grade soul tool at most. It was just not worth his time at the moment. Sell a lower grade soul tool, he shouted as to check how much it costed. The system notification immediately popped up, giving Yi Tianyun information about the price. 10W0 crazy points. He thought over it for a while and concluded that 10W0 was a fair amount for that. After a while, Yi Tianyun decided to forge all material he got and then he would hunt Demon Beast afterwards. He proceeded to forge the batch of materials he has and many of them were successful, but some were failed. Although the chance is as high as 60%, there is still room for failure. Ding successfully levels up Immortal Fire to Earth level. Immortal Fire effect enhanced 10x. Forging speed of tools and pills reduced by 50%. Success rate increased. Next grade, 100,000 acquired. After the notification popped out, Yi Tianyun was shocked. He forgot about Immortal Fire's mastery completely. Not once did he check the status nor the need to upgrade it. After he read the upgraded effect very carefully, he was completely surprised. This Immortal Fire is amazing. Increased success rate and shortened forging time. He immediately checked the success rate to forge soul tools and noticed that now he had 80% success rate. This is very amazing. He checked immediately if Immortal Fire can be leveled up by feeding it any item to increase its mastery. Soon, Yi Tianyun noticed that he can only feed Immortal Fire with the same item to increase its mastery and by buying another Immortal Fire itself on the shop. He still needed 100,000 crazy point for it. He only shook his head seeing this huge amount of crazy point needed. He quickly paid the crazy point needed to buy another Immortal Fire and increase the mastery with pitiful feeling in his chest. Chapter 148, Startled Change. Chapter 148, Startled Change with Immortal Fire leveled up to Earth level. The speed and success rate of forging the soul tools was greatly improved. He tried to forge 15 soul tools and completed it in a mere few days, which normally would take 10 days to finish. Yi Tianyun chose to sell all of the soul tools he successfully made. He sold 12 soul tools to the system because 3 out of 15 materials failed. Yi Tianyun has collected 1.1 million crazy points after selling all soul tools he forged just now, and this amount overflow him with joy. He could level up his crazy mode with this amount. Level up crazy mode, he excitedly shouted. DING deducting 1W00 crazy points for leveling up crazy mode. Crazy mode successfully leveled up to level 3. Crazy mode effect was enhanced to 8 times. Due to leveling up now, the user can selectively enhance damage, ESF, and mastery. 1W0001 crazy points per minute. Next level requires 10W00 crazy points. Yi Tianyun had a mixed feeling about this effect. He was happy to have X8 effect, but now he had to selectively choose what he would enhance out of 3 choice the system gave. But he was happy to see that mastery points was now available to enhance, making it easier to level up mastery. He believed that next time this crazy mode leveled up, he could get crazy points as one of his enhanced choices. 1,000 crazy points per minute is not bad compared to Lucky Aura that consumes the same amount of crazy points per second. Yi Tianyun thought to himself. The consumption rate of crazy mode was very cost-effective. Not long after, Yi Tianyun turned his attention to the 10 free draw he got earlier. He immediately opened the lottery roulette and used all of the free draw he had. He got a lot of things from it, mainly a lot of XP pills and some common iron-level armor and weapon. None of them piqued his interest. He didn't need any of it, especially the iron-leveled armor and weapon. With his level, it was basically useless. He sighed and realized that he needed to get out and find some new information about Profound Azure Mansion. He hasn't left this place for a full week. He had to investigate about his enemy to be fully prepared to face them later. Apparently, he didn't have to bother searching too far. He hasn't even gone down the stairs of the inn he stayed in when he heard the discussion some people had downstairs. I don't know what the real situation is, but Profound Azure Mansion seems to send out their force somewhere. I saw 7 or 8 giant eagle has been dispatched, Man A said, stating what he saw. I heard that they are going to seek revenge against some faction. Apparently some of their elder and disciple was killed, Man B said in a serious tone. What? Which sect is powerful enough to make Profound Azure Mansion as their enemy? Man C said while looking shocked. The entire inn seemed to join in after that. Every one of them seemed eager to discuss what happened in Profound Azure Mansion. Yi Tianyun's complexion changed. He quickly dropped a piece of gold on the table rudely and said, "Anyone who knows the real situation about the Profound Azure Mansion will get this gold if you tell me the information." People who previously was interrupted rudely by Yi Tianyun was kind of irritated by his rude behavior at first, but it all changed when they see the gold on the table. I know. Based on what I heard, an elder of Profound Azure Mansion was killed by some third-level faction. One man said while standing up. This statement earned some headshakes from a number of people. You know nothing. Stop talking bullshit. I heard that a first-level faction that has attracted Profound Azure Mansion's attention has killed one of their elder. Some man said while shouting. From the looks of it, he said it because he disagreed with what he heard earlier. But his statement quickly became the talk to the people around. There is no way a first-level faction is able to kill an elder of Profound Azure Mansion. You are the one who talks bullshit. At least a third-level faction killing an elder of Profound Azure Mansion is more believable. There is no way a first-level faction is able to kill a Spirit Core cultivator. The two of them immediately fell into a heated argument about their own statement. Yi Tianyun quickly slammed the table in front of him to silence everyone and quickly pointed his finger to the man who said about first-level faction and said, "You. Tell me everything you know." The man became excited when Yi Tianyun chose him and he excitedly said, "I heard that some first-level faction provoked Profound Azure Mansion. This is the main information that I heard." When did Profound Azure Mansion know about this? Yi Tianyun asked. They know about a few days ago. This morning several groups of Profound Azure Mansion's force headed to the direction of Earthly Borders continent. I don't know where their exact destination is, the man said, unsure. Yi Tianyun's face suddenly turned pale. He thought that he had 3 months to prepare himself, but in less than a month, Profound Azure Mansion already sniffed out the news about their elder's death and already took action. This was too fast for his liking. He immediately tossed the gold to the man and said, "This gold is yours." He quickly left the inn. The man joyously shouted, "Why, yes, this gold is mine," causing the people around him to call him a liar. "Hey, I did not lie. That's what I heard from some disciple of Profound Azure Mansion, but I don't know if it's true or false. Anyway, he believed me," he said, defending himself. They began to argue about their own opinion. Meanwhile, Yi Tianyun already reached the city outskirt and rushed outside of the city. "I miscalculated this. They react a bit faster than I thought, but it will take time to find heaven's immersing ancient ruins," Yi Tianyun thought to himself. He still had at most half a month of time. Any longer than that, Profound Azure Mansion would eventually find the place. If he wasn't there when it's happened, he was afraid that Heavenly Jade Palace would be destroyed. Unbeknown to Yi Tianyun, someone already followed him and saw all the commotion in the inn earlier. When they tried to follow Yi Tianyun to the outside of the city, they decided to stop tailing him and went back to Star Pavilion. Elder Huang, the man, already left the city. It seems that he has inquired about some information regarding Profound Azure Mansion and immediately left after that, the man said, reporting back to Elder Huang of Star Pavilion. It seems that these problem Profound Azure Mansion is currently facing is connected to him in some way. But the problem is related to Heavenly Jade Palace. Is he from Jade Palace? But something's off. Heavenly Jade Palace is just a first-level faction. How is somebody that strong being the member of a lowly first-level faction? Elder Huang said, full of question in his head. What do you suggest we do know, Elder? Asked the previous man. Investigate Heavenly Jade Palace as detailed as you can. I would like to know whether or not Zhu Yue is there, Elder Huang said solemnly. Elder Huang still didn't give up about finding Zhu Yue whereabout. He didn't care whether Profound Azure Mansion is destroyed or not. All he really cared was Zhu Yue. Chapter 49, Being Stranded. Chapter 49, Being Stranded. Find them. They ought to be around here somewhere. Kang Haoshen, a core condensation expert leader of Profound Azure Mansion, currently searched for Disciple of Jade Palace at the dense forest in the outskirt of Wind City. He led a dozen of Spirit Refinement Cultivator with him. The forest was searched thoroughly by Kang Haoshen's men, and the once peaceful forest was filled by killing intent at the moment. Fortunately, there was no civilian around the forest, or they could be killed by this massive killing intent alone. Inside some cave in the forest, some Disciple of Jade Palace and Elder Mo Yu currently hid, and they could sense that there are some people nearby heading toward them fast. Elder Mo Yu could sense the fear and panic in her disciples' faces. Elder, are we really safe here? One of the female disciples asked Mo Yu worriedly. It should be okay, as long as they don't get too curious. They could easily miss the secret passage. Great Elder Mo Yu tried to console her disciples, but the truth is she was panic as well. This was supposed to be a quick in and out. They just procured some food and was on their way back to Heaven's immersing ancient ruin. They already made arrangement with Wind Pavilion to prepare food for them, although Jade Palace was self-sufficient in the past. But as many of them now currently focused on cultivating their martial arts and cultivation, plus they just recently moved to Heaven's immersing ancient ruin, there was just not enough time for them to be self-sufficient at the moment. After they explained their situation to Zhu Yue, the current Pavilion Lord of Wind Pavilion, she immediately agreed to help them and conducted the transaction at a secluded place. They never expected the Profound Azure Mansion to be able to sniff their path. Elder Mo Yu figured Profound Azure Mansion's movement a little bit too late, making her late to respond and evacuate. Great Elder Mo Yu tried to keep calm. She racked her brain trying to think of some way to escape this situation. She could in fact escape by her own, but she couldn't bring herself to abandon her disciple to die here. Suddenly, they could hear some noises approaching their location. Check that side. Elder Mo Yu heard a man's voice. The sound was gradually closer and closer by every second. Profound Azure Mansion's force was just too many for Mo Yu to handle alone. They even had 2 core condensation expert with them. Great Elder Yu, what should we do? All Jade Palace's disciple trembled from fear. Mo Yu just sighed deeply and thought for a second before looking at her disciples with a sad expression. Maybe this is the time where we must stand and fight for our lives. The noises from Profound Azure Mansion outside became louder with each passing second. They all quickly realized they couldn't stay here any longer, for they didn't have another exit. They could be trapped here, and that would be their end. We have to sneak out from here. We would escape one by one, and if you get caught, prepare yourself to fight till the end. Don't let yourself get caught. Elder Mo Yu steeled herself and her disciples to prepare for the worst if they got caught. We will, all her disciples said at the same time, with resolute on their eyes, although they still didn't want to die, but it was better than what could happen if they were captured. Elder Mo Yu quickly paced herself and her disciple to exit the cave sneakily. Mo Yu observed that there was no one outside the cave and quickly made their way toward the Heaven's immersing ancient ruin. After just a few steps from the cave entrance, they were startled by a man shouting, "They are here! They are here!" Immediately, Profound Azure Mansion men that are scattered around the forest looking for them surrounded the in front of the cave, leaving them no place to escape. Elder of Jade Palace, why so eager to leave? Can you tell us what happened to our elder and deacon that we sent here not too long ago? They disappeared without any news. Kang Haochin said while smirking at Mo Yu. He knew that Jade Palace must be the one responsible for that, seeing that they quickly escaped and leave behind their palace. A sound of sword quickly heard. The disciples in both sides have drawn their sword out. Elder Mo Yu and her disciples felt desperation creeping out on them. They couldn't escape the 2-core condensation expert who was watching their movement like a hawk, and the number of spirit refinement cultivators surrounding them was just too much. I don't know about them. We have nothing to do with them, Elder Mo Yu said coldly, admitting to none of their accusation. Are you serious? Do you think we believe your bullshit? If you really have nothing to do with it, then why Jade Palace running away? You must have imprisoned them or killed them for whatever reason you have, making us your enemy, Kang Haotian said while sneering at Elder Mo Yu. But Elder Mo Yu stood strong. She couldn't show any sign of weakness, or that would be the end. Someone quickly stepped in front of Elder Mo Yu, startling her. What is happening here? Zhu Yue suddenly shouted. She didn't know anything about Jade Palace's situation, but she knows that Jade Palace are in some sort of trouble. She didn't know that it had something to do with Profound Azure Mansion. Pavilion Lord Z of Wind Pavilion, what are you doing here? If there is no reason for you to be here, I ask you kindly to leave, Kang Haotian said solemnly. Pavilion Lord Z, Profound Azure Mansion, is quite strong. Leave us. There is no need to get yourself in trouble. Mo Yu quickly said to Zhu Yue, as she didn't want her to be troubled by Jade Palace's problems. Zhu Yue's eyes suddenly darkened, and she quickly pulled out her sword and began attacking Profound Azure Mansion. This attack was actually a signal for her man waiting behind her, making them join the fight as well. Zhu Yue's action shocked both Kang Haotian and Elder Mo Yu. Zhu Yue suddenly attacked without any explanation. Why would you attack Profound Azure Mansion of all people? You will be stripped off your status from Wind Pavilion, you hear me? All your act has nothing to do with us anymore. An elder of Wind Pavilion shouted at Zhu Yue in horror as he took his leave. Zhu Yue quickly killed him and a few guards following him. Come on, we have to flee from here. Zhu Yue signaled Elder Mo Yu to escape from here. This was the beginning of the chaos ensued between Profound Azure Mansion and Jade Palace. At the same time, Yi Tianyun was heading to Earthly Borders continent as fast as possible to help out. With Black Dragon's speed, he would be there in no time. He also killed any Profound Azure Mansion carriage he saw along the way. I hope I am not too late, Tianyun said while looking gloomy. His cultivation base has improved, but it was not enough. He still had to level up somehow and fast. Chapter 150, Mean. Chapter 150, Mean. Zhu Yue helped Elder Mo Yu without hesitation, leaving Elder Mo Yu speechless. She never thought Pavilion Lord would do something like this, going against Profound Azure Mansion. Pavilion Lord Zai, Elder Mo Yu shouted after regaining her composure. Come on, hurry. I'm greatly indebted to young Master Yi in the past. Now it's my turn to help him in everything I can, Zhu Yue said confidently. All she had to do now is to stay at Wind Pavilion. She knew that Wind Pavilion had a challenge on its own, but as of now, Wind Pavilion could help them for a while. But if you help us, Profound Azure Mansion will target you as well. Elder Mo Yu still tried to not involve Zhu Yue, as she didn't think saving them would give Zhu Yue any good. It's ok. Young Master Yi is my friend. A friend of my friend is also my friend. I don't need a reason to help a friend, Zhu Yue said while smiling at Elder Mo Yu. Elder Mo was grateful that Zhu Yue felt that way, but she couldn't help but kept thinking that they were not worth the trouble for Zhu Yue later. Well, as long as we can get through this, you will become our special guest at Jade Palace, Lord Z, she said to Zhu Yue. Get ready. We will fight them off, she shouted at her disciples with her sword at her side. She immediately rushed over to Kang Haotian and swung her sword at Kang Haotian's neck, tried to catch him off guard, and quickly went for the kill. Kang Haotian saw Elder Mo Yu coming at him, and he just sneered at her, and he immediately summoned his power, and a terrifying power could be felt across the area. Kang Haotian's murderous aura aimed directly at Elder Mo Yu, and she flinched after realizing how tremendous it was. But as she didn't have enough room to fall back, she continued onward, attacking Kang Haotian. When she already swung her sword for the kill, Kang Haotian immediately blocked her out. Immediately, the two clashed with their sword. With their cultivation base wasn't far apart, Elder Mo Yu and Kang Haotian almost clashed to a standstill. But Kang Haotian finally had the upper hand. His sword had a special property which could lead him to victory. He began showcasing his sword skill, creating a shockwave toward Elder Mo Yu. Elder Mo Yu, who didn't have a clue, fell victim to this skill, and she fell on the ground, coughing blood. Great Elder, shouted all disciple who saw her. This is only the beginning of the skirmish, and their great elder already fell. This fact decreased the morale among the disciple of Jade Palace. What an overbearing power, Elder Mo Yu said while trying to stand. What can I say? You are a strong woman. With you standing against me, I have no choice but to kill you. Kang Haotian sneered and immediately rushed at Elder Mo Yu to attack. The disciples of Jade Palace could only look at Elder Mo Yu in silence. They wanted to save their elder, but they couldn't even move a muscle from the tremendous killing intent coming from Kang Haotian. Suddenly, Zhu Yue leaped off and pulled out something from her storage ring and threw them at Kang Haotian's direction. When the black thing that she threw reached Haotian, it suddenly exploded. What the fuck? This is Heavenly Thunder's blast. Elder Mo Yu and disciples of Jade Palace were shocked by Zhu Yue's sudden and flashy entrance. Zhu Yue said to Elder Mo Yu and her disciples, thanks to the explosives she threw earlier, now there is a path opened in front of them that was less guarded than other route. Bitch, capture her. I will let that bitch know a hell on earth when I have my hands on her. Kang Haotian shouted at his men. Ning Chuan, what the hell are you doing standing around? Help me, goddammit. Ning Chuan, who was standing on the side watching the fight, have a cold look on his eyes. He was also a core condensation cultivator like Kang Haotian. Kang Haotian, seems like you've gotten weak. You are struggling just to capture a bunch of girls? Pathetic, Ning Chuan snorted. He immediately pulled out a long sword and immediately chased Elder Mo Yu and Zhu Yue. He immediately caught up with them and began attacking them. He began to sway his sword, making it transform into a sickle, and killed the disciple one by one. When he reached Elder Mo Yu, he made a move to cut Elder Mo Yu's neck, but Elder Mo Yu blocked this attack with her sword, but she couldn't block the sickle completely. Ning Chuan managed to inflict a deep wound on Elder Mo Yu's shoulder. "Great Elder!" cried the disciples around her, surprised to see a huge amount of blood flowing through her arm. Elder Mo Yu herself was experiencing an intense pain as of now. She almost fainted herself, but she tried to stay strong and tried to tell her disciple to call anyone from the palace. "Go! Get out of here!" Zhu Yue shouted as she made her way back to help Elder Mo Yu. Zhu Yue cleared a path again by throwing her Heavenly Thunder's Blast at the enemy. When she tried to run forward again, she suddenly saw a sickle nearly cut her neck. If she didn't stop quickly, the sickle might have taken her head. "Stop making things hard for us. Heavenly Thunder's Blast, huh? Not bad, it sure is powerful," Ning Chuan said while sneering at Zhu Yue. He immediately slapped Zhu Yue in the face, but Zhu Yue kept resisting. She rolled on the ground and immediately stood up again. "Oh, what a good reaction," Ning Chuan said while looking at Zhu Yue's body from top through bottom. "You have a nice body too. How about we have a good time and forget this fight for a while," he said, smirking. Zhu Yue's face immediately became pale. She immediately took out her sword from her storage ring. She attempted to stab herself, steeled herself to take her own life. Some disciple of Jade Palace also followed her example, but Ning Chuan quickly disarmed them all. "You all want to commit suicide? Wow, no, I couldn't let you all do that. Where is the fun in that?" Ning Chuan said while smirking. Zhu Yue and the disciples of Jade Palace turned pale hearing Ning Chuan's word. They knew that they would be tortured, even raped, if they were captured. "Despicable!" Zhu Yue shouted. "Despicable? Thanks for the compliment." Ning Chuan said, smirking. "I didn't know that Wind Pavilion partake in this war. Want to be destroyed like them?" Ning Chuan asked with a joking tone. "No, she has nothing to do with us." An elder of Wind Pavilion comes and hurriedly explained to Ning Chuan. "This is her own business. We didn't have a say in this. You are free to do anything you want with her. It wouldn't be a problem. We really don't want anything to do with this." Zhu Yue looked at this elder with disdain. "You used to say that you wanted to build a friendly relationship with Jade Palace, and now you go back on your own word? Pathetic man. What the hell are you talking about? This is your own problem for making Profound Azure Mansion as your enemy. Clearly you are stupid enough to make this move, and clearly you are an idiot if you think I would agree to this," the elder said, clearly angry. "I will replace you myself, and I will punish all the idiot that follows you." He immediately took a big sword from his own storage ring and was about to cut Zhu Yue's hand. Wrong choice? What is wrong from that choice? A calm and sinister voice could be heard from the forest, and when he revealed himself from the forest, he could be seen with a gloomy face. "Young Master Yi," Zhu Yue shouted in relief as she became desperate about her current situation. Chapter 151. All extinguished. Yi Tianyun appeared in front of them with menacing look. "You are that Yi Tianyun?" Elder of Wind Pavilion said, full of fear in his eyes. This confused Profound Azure Mansion's disciple. They don't know how strong Yi Tianyun was, especially Ning Chuan, who just looked at Yi Tianyun in wonders. Suddenly, Kang Haoxian felt that something was wrong. He began to look around, and when he didn't see anything unusual, he looked up, but it was already too late. A fire immediately engulfed him. He let out a high-pitched scream that causing shiver run down everybody's spine, but the fire was soon extinguished while leaving a pile of ash behind. A roar was heard not long after the fire were extinguished, and a dragon landed right where Kang Haoxian stood earlier. Everyone was surprised. What was a dragon doing in here? A divine beast normally never showed themselves up in a place like this. "Profound Azure Mansion, I didn't expect you to react this fast, but alas, how many did I have to kill now?" Yi Tianyun said coldly to Ning Chuan. "Kill all of them, Black Dragon." The Black Dragon roared one more time and immediately whipped his tails at the nearby Profound Azure Mansion's disciple, killing them instantly. The dragon kept on attacking them with its tails and claws. Ding successfully kills Profound Azure Mansion disciple reward. 14 Neuro 0 EXP, 50 Crazy Points, 10 Sin Point. Ding successfully kills Profound Azure Mansion disciple reward. Din Neuros. They became EXP for Yi Tianyun. "Ho, how did you control a black dragon?" Ning Chuan asked to Yi Tianyun with fearful eyes. "Who are you to think that I would answer your question?" Yi Tianyun said while his eyes trained to Ning Chuan. He quickly slapped Ning Chuan in the face, throwing him to the side with a broken tooth. He quickly helped Zhu Yue back on her feet and said, "I know that you already went out of your way to escape that place, but she still loves you and asked me to deliver this to you." While taking out the jade pendant given by Zhu Yuxuan and give it to Zhu Yue. When she laid her eyes on the pendant, she was surprised. She became teary once again remembering her sister. "You saw my sister?" she asked. "Yes, we will talk about it later, okay?" Yi Tianyun said, and he immediately shifted his attention to the Wind Pavilion's elder earlier. "What would you like to do with him?" he asked Zhu Yue. The elder just stared at them with a pale face. He didn't have the slightest courage to escape after looking at the dragon killing everyone. "Pavilion Lord Z, please spare me." I don't want to die, the elder hurriedly begged Zhu Yue. Before Yi Tianyun came, he wanted to kill Zhu Yue personally, and now when the tides has turned, he just begged. Zhu Yue was really disgusted by his behavior. Earlier you wanted to kill me yourself, and now you want me to spare you? When I have something you want, you began to act nicely. But if you have someone better at your disposal, you immediately turn away. Young Master Yi, help me catch him, Zhu Yue said coldly. I am very happy to help. Yi Tianyun smiled. He immediately rushed toward the elder and kicked him in the stomach, throwing the elder to the side. The elder vomited some blood when he tried to stand up again. Yi Tianyun dragged the elder's body to face Zhu Yue again. She immediately pulled out her sword and looked at the elder coldly. You have been a thorn on my side for so long, now I can get rid of you. Please, Pavilion Lord Z, spare me. We treated you well, didn't we? We helped you out when you were homeless and broke. The elder kept on persuading Zhu Yue to let him live. True. But all you did was for your own benefit, isn't it? You want me to marry the sect master of Wing Sect, don't you? If the person has some use to you, you will give them good things, and when they don't have any other use to you, you discarded them like garbage. Young Master Yi here already received that threat, didn't he? What a disgusting human you are. After she said all her mind, she quickly swung her sword and stabbed the elder, immediately killed the elder. She looked a bit relieved, as if a heavy burden was lifted off her chest. Kills whoever tries to escape, Yi Tianyun shouted, and the black dragon could be heard roaring once more. All the disciples from both sides was stunned on their spot. The black dragon released its own killing intent, making all of them literally froze on the spot from fear. Yi Tianyun quickly headed over Ning Chuan and glared at him. What information do you have when you came here? Yi Tianyun asked coldly. What do you mean? Did you think triple AH? Ning Chuan was completely engulfed in flames when Yi Tianyun didn't hear what he wants. Ding successfully kills Ning Chuan reward. 20-000 XP, 2000 crazy points, high-grade spirit tool, netherworld hook, 20 sin points. Hear me out, I will ask you a question. If you don't give me the answer truthfully, I will burn you to death. And now, you. What information do you have? He asked to one of Profound Azure Mansion's disciple. We don't know anything. Triple AHH, he too was burnt alive. What about you? Yi Tianyun asked to another disciple. I know something. We didn't hear anything for a long time from Elder Wei and the others, so something must have happened to them. So someone was sent to investigate it, and immediately they reported that Jade Palace already evacuated, and the elders all speculated that Jade Palace must have something to do with the incident, and they immediately sent people over. The disciple said, looking afraid of what Yi Tianyun wants to do. How many people was dispatched? Yi Tianyun asked. Basically all the elders and a bunch of disciple were sent. The disciple said in a hurry, he's afraid he'll be burned to death as well. How about Mansion Lord? Did he come as well? Yi Tianyun asked. Yes, he should be coming as well, said the disciple. Where are they now? Yi Tianyun asked, now becomes anxious. They went straight to heaven's immersing ancient ruins. Someone saw that Jade Palace going in and out of that place. The disciple explained in a hurry. Yi Tianyun became more restless. He didn't think that Jade Palace would be discovered this fast. Chapter 152, Start the Slaughters. Chapter 522, Start the Slaughters. Yi Tianyun knows the ins and out of the heavens. Immersing ancient ruin, he didn't expect that place to be found this quick. But if they really saw some disciple going in and out of that place, it can't be helped. Good answer. Now you can go, Yi Tianyun said to the Profound Azure Mansion's disciple he interrogated. After the disciple was freed, he trembled from the fear and walked back a few steps and fled. The other disciple also followed after him, trying to flee, but before they even took a few steps, the black dragon swooped in from above and burned all of them to cinder. The scream of pain and agony from the disciples as they were burnt can be heard from a mile away. The disciple that Yi Tianyun just let go earlier fell down on his knees, seeing the horror that Yi Tianyun displayed in front of him. I never say they could go, Yi Tianyun said indifferently. Are you really going to let that guy escape? Yi Tianyun said to the disciple of Jade Palace. They all quickly snapped back from their trance, and quickly took their sword out and immediately chased after the guy Yi Tianyun freed before. I surely did let you go, but I can't say the same about others. Yi Tianyun said indifferently. The disciple of Jade Palace soon caught up to the guy, and his scream was heard by Yi Tianyun, who smirked on the sideline. Yi Tianyun immediately walked toward Great Elder Mo Yu's direction, seeing her body rest on the tree. He immediately took out a medicinal pill and stuffed it inside her mouth. The pill took effect almost immediately, allowing her to recover for a little bit. Great Elder, you did well holding for this long. Rest for a while. Now, what is the situation in the ruin? Yi Tianyun asked as she finally could move her body. Finally, you are back. They all are supposed to be fine. We've been out for only a few days. The last time we were there, all of the disciple and the palace lord was fine. But the ruin is being sieged by now. I am afraid that it can't hold on for much longer. Great Elder Mo Yu coughed up a few times, and she was so pale. You don't need to worry anymore. As long as I am here, I will not let them do whatever they want, Yi Tianyun said, assuring Great Elder Mo Yu. Thank you, young master. Great Elder. Great Elder Mo Yu said while visibly relaxed. He let go of her and told several disciples to take care of her. He turned his attention to Zhu Yue. Your sister asked me to tell you that you don't need to go back to Zhu family, and she was sorry. Yi Tianyun said to Zhu Yue solemnly. Zhu Yue's tears instantly fell down from her eyes. Did my sister really say all that? She asked. Yes, she said all of that. Did she let you escape? Yi Tianyun asked. Yes. I don't want to go at first. I want to become strong like my sister and marry the man Star's Pavilion need for the backing, but my sister lied to me and forced me to go find my happiness. But that doesn't matter, I will go back there to see her soon. She said in tears and sobbed, Don't bother yourself. After I destroy Profound Azure Mansion, they will lose the reason to sacrifice you like that. Let's go there again after I settle things up. Yi Tianyun said, smiling brightly. He was still a bit startled that Zhu Yuxuan's word was actually true. Now he perfectly understood that Zhu Yuxuan really wanted Zhu Yue to be happy. Yi Tianyun also knew that Zhu Yue had become an independent woman. She didn't easily show weakness in front others, and she also returned the favor to whoever that helped her. Zhu Yue nodded and said, My sister pushed herself too hard. She shouldered all the family's burden. Yi Tianyun sighed deeply. He hated himself for doubting Zhu Yuxuan. She did everything for you. Very admirable, Yi Tianyun said. After hearing Zhu Yue's confession, he turned his attention to all disciple of Jade Palace and Zhu Yue. Now, find a place to hide. I will resolve the fight in heaven's immersing ancient ruin myself. They all nodded. They know that they would become a burden to Yi Tianyun if they come with him. Great Elder Mo Yu blinked for a few times and said, Be careful. Don't get yourself killed. We can't afford to lose you. I don't care if Jade Palace is gone, but you should survive for the future. Great Elder Mo Yu believed that Yi Tianyun would become a significant individual in the future, and not only her, everyone from Jade Palace thought so. Jade Palace will not be destroyed as long as I am around. Yi Tianyun smiled lightly and fly off with the Black Dragon. All the women watched Yi Tianyun flew off to the horizon. They prayed for Yi Tianyun's success. They once again witnessed Yi Tianyun growing more powerful. This time, he even tamed a black dragon. Young Master Yi, please be careful. Zhu Yue prayed as she watched Yi Tianyun disappear through the horizon. Yi Tianyun quickly flew to heaven's immersing ancient ruins. When he was close enough, he quickly jumped off from the black dragon and unsummoned the black dragon as he didn't want to lose his element of surprise. He secretly observed the situation outside the heavens immersing ancient ruins and planned out the ambush. After all, he can't blindly charge a large army like that. So to be more efficient, he used his sneak skill to observe and find more information about the enemies. The slaughter has just begun. Chapter 53, Chapter 53, surrounded Yi Tianyun carefully approached the heavens immersing ancient ruins entrance as not to be seen. As he got closer, he noticed that the door has been bombarded by the enemy forces. Enemies kept bombarding the door, leaving a dent here and there from their attack. He observed the enemy group as stealthily as he could. He saw that the group the closest to the entrance consisted of 8 Spirit Core expert that ranged between 2nd to 8th level Spirit Core, the Mansion Lord being the highest level cultivator among them. Behind them were the Core Condensation expert group, with about 30 cultivators in that group. The Spirit Refinement group was right beside them. This group was even bigger than the Core Condensation. Spirit Refinement group had hundreds of Profound Azure Mansion's disciple in it. The thing that baffled Yi Tianyun was the amount of people Profound Azure Mansion dispatched for a first-level faction. This is just too much. Yi Tianyun observed the entrance after he saw all the Profound Azure Mansion's forces. He realized that the door couldn't hold much longer under enemy attack. He couldn't let them breach the door, for that he needed plan. Prepare another round of attack, a middle-aged man shouted from the Spirit Core group. The man seemed to be the highest level cultivator, which meant that he was the Mansion Lord himself, Tianxun. I believe that this door wouldn't hold out much longer, while smirking. They wouldn't get away for killing our elder. Did you think you were safe in there? I didn't attack you earlier because of the stupid rules. Now that you have killed our elder, I have a good excuse to ignore it. Ha ha ha. Tianxun laughed as he stated his reason. There is a set of rules in Heavenly Borders Continent about Earthly Borders Continent. The factions on Heavenly Borders Continent may not attack the faction in Earthly Borders Continent as they please. This is because the gap of cultivation between the continent is too big. It wouldn't be fair. But Heavenly Borders Continent faction can send 1 or 2 people to make a demand for some faction in Earthly Borders Continent to become a part of their faction. This is merely a display of power from the more powerful faction. This rule has a little chance of breaking, because if the faction didn't have a good excuse, they could receive sanction from all faction in Heavenly Borders Continent. This is the case now. Profound Azure Mansion had a good excuse to launch an attack here, as their elder has been killed here. Many factions from Heavenly Borders Continent already knew this reason, which was why they didn't interrupt Profound Azure Mansion to come here. The elder of Profound Azure Mansion that become the reason of attack can be said a martyr. As he died, the door to invade were now opened. Suddenly, the Heaven Immersing Ruins door slowly opened, making Tianxun raise his hand to stop the attack of his man. After a little gap opened, a figure can be seen from outside the door. Aunt, Yi Tianyun said while gasping. Shi Shuiyun didn't look good. She was holding a bloody sword, her face was pale, and her aura was fluctuating. Clearly she received an injury while fighting earlier on. Seeing his aunt in this state infuriated Yi Tianyun more than before. Now he would be sure to spare no one from Profound Azure Mansion. Finally, you came out. Are we too noisy that we interrupt your slumber in there? Qing Tianshun said while smirking at Shi Shuiyun. Anyways, Palace Lord Shi, your sect killed one of our elder. As a payback, you have to kill the perpetrator or hand them to me and you have to become my wife. As Jade Palace is, it's obvious that Jade Palace would become our subsidiary sect here in Earthly Borders continent. The Mansion Lord was still obsessed with Shi Shuiyun. He didn't want to let go a strong woman. It's one of his many hobbies, conquering strong women. Shi Shuiyun just stood there, pondering what she would do next. I will go with you, but you have to let Jade Palace go, she said thoughtfully. Like I said before, first you need to kill the person that killed our elder. After that, may we negotiate other things, Qing Tianshun said coldly. Think wisely, lady. Did you think this place would stop us? This door would be destroyed in a day or two. Qing Tianshun clearly had an advantage here. He obviously had no intention to negotiate anyway. As long as the status quo was not balanced, there was no way he wants to negotiate. Then I will choose death. Shi Shuiyun shouted while expanding her aura. Any place that came in contact with her aura froze instantly. Don't come out from the ruins, Shi Shuiyun shouted to those inside the ruins. Palace Lord, no, don't go. Changyun screamed from inside the ruin, while the door are slowly closing again. There was so many expert in front of Shi Shuiyun, which mean there was a little to no room to escape them. In the distance, Yi Tianyun already thought of a plan that will ensure him to rescue Shuiyun. Wait for me, aunt, he said while he began to make his move. Chapter 54, Sneak Attack. Chapter 54, Sneak Attack. Qing Tianshun saw Shi Shuiyun's action and laughed at her meaningless attempt. He immediately ordered his man to capture her. How stupid, giving herself out like this. Capture her, don't harm her too much, he said while ordering his Spirit Core expert. Shi Shuiyun immediately getting flanked. The Spirit Core expert surrounded her with ease despite her ice-cold aura she emitted. The old ancestor and elder of Jade Palace just watched as she was surrounded. They really wanted to help her out, but they knew that they didn't stand a chance out there. Even though they have cultivated decently for the past month, a Spirit Core expert is too much for them. She would get through this. She will awaken her innate potential power and kick their asses, said one of the old ancestor. I doubt that she will live. There is simply too much Spirit Core expert surrounding her. But alas, she would create a time for heaven's immersing ancient ruins to recover. Another old ancestor solemnly said. Shi Shuiyun has the same thought on her own mind. She definitely wouldn't have a chance to survive against this many opponent. She was just stalling for the ruins to recover. Until then, she would do her best to delay the enemy's attack. You really think that I don't know that you're just stalling? Qing Tianshun said while keeping his emotions indignant. Shi Shuiyun knew that she had to at least injure Qing Tianshun somehow. She immediately forced her blood chi out and quickly integrated her blood chi to the cold ice soul jade. The result is instantaneous. She immediately reached the second level of Spirit Core. The cold temperature turns colder, and her sword was completely covered in ice. This newfound power she displayed struck fear into a few of her opponents. They took a step back. Even Qing Tianshun frowned seeing the intensity of Shi Shuiyun's power. This was actually a forbidden method to increase cultivation in Cultivation World. This method didn't go without risk either. She needed to constantly consume her own blood ki to keep herself alive until the aura was balanced and she was back to normal. However, she successfully fended off some of the Spirit Core experts surrounding her. They all screamed from the chill Shi Shuiyun's aura created. But as strong as she was, she couldn't overcome the side effect of her technique. She already reached her limit. Her face became pale, without a hint of blood on it. The elder inside then slowly closing door of heavenly immersing ancient ruins, all shouting for Shi Shuiyun to go back inside. They didn't want Shi Shuiyun to die at enemies' hands so easily. When Shi Shuiyun tried to stand up and walked back into the ruins, she found her body completely heavy. When she tried to look around, she found that her body was completely tied up by some thin wire. I already said it didn't? You will not run away from me again this time. Qing Tianshun smirked at Shi Shuiyun. He came over to Shi Shuiyun and placed his foot on Shi Shuiyun's back. But suddenly, a scream broke out Qing Tianshun's smirk. He quickly turned around and asked, what the fuck is going on? When he completely turned around, he became quite shocked himself. A lot of the cultivator he brought with him was lying on the ground without any clear reason. He didn't feel any killing intent or threatening aura from anywhere nearby. What is going on? What happened to them? Half of my force was defeated just like that? He asked one of his subordinate. They looked around silently, without a slightest idea. So many spirit refinement and core condensation expert have fallen. When they were distracted looking for the perpetrator, suddenly a figure rushed forward very fast toward Qing Tianshun and made a move to stab Qing Tianshun. Qing Tianshun sensed his life was in danger, immediately used his hand to protect himself from the attack, but he was a tad too late. The dagger quickly pierced his palm and pierced his chest, although it was pretty shallow. Blood gushed out of his hands and chest. The attacker realized he failed to finish him off and bounced backwards and spun through the air toward the other Spirit Core experts and sliced them in two. People began to scream due to this commotion. Nobody ever, though that someone would be able to kill a Spirit Core expert so easily. The figure began moving towards Shi Shuiyun, and when he was beside her, the figure immediately cut the wire tying Shi Shuiyun up. I am sorry I am late, Aunt. The figure quickly embraced Shi Shuiyun in a familiar hug, his voice also familiar with familiar scent too. Yeah, it's okay, Shi Shuiyun said while nodding gently, her pale face still showing a beautiful smile. Chapter 155, Chapter 155, 245 W00, Ding. Killed Profound Azure Mansion Elders Reward, 5W0 Experience, 11W0 Crazy Point, Martial Art Netherworld Step, Serpent Slaughtering Sword Material, 5 times Experience Cards Ding. Level up to 5th level Spirit Core. Yi Tianyun was killing many Profound Azure Mansion disciple before he saved Shi Shuiyun. With his stealth ability and the Scarlet set, it became super easy to kill someone before they got the chance to protect themselves. He even used the Crazy mode with 20x XP card and 3x Crazy Point card, so the amount of XP and Crazy Point he got skyrocketed. Initially, he wanted to save Shi Shuiyun quickly, but there were so many enemies here he couldn't jump there, knowing that it would be dangerous if the enemies decided to attack at the same time. So instead, he made his way through by killing the enemies starting from the weakest. Everyone was shocked to see a young man could kill several core condensation expert and one of their elder. Who are you? Qing Qianshun asked with a shocked expression written all over his face. Heh, I am the one you're looking for, Yi Tianyun said while putting Shi Shuiyun down and letting her go back into the heavens immersing ancient ruins. You are the one who killed Elder Wei? All the Profound Azure Mansion troops were shocked hearing Yi Tianyun's confession. Yes, it's me. You Profound Azure Mansion is too greedy. You think the entire earthly borders is yours? You even want to control our Jade Palace and make all of our disciple yours too? This is already going too far. I will personally annihilate you all now. Yi Tianyun said with a sneer. Disciples of Jade Palace inside the ruins was relieved after sensing Yi Tianyun's aura. Their morale was back now. With Yi Tianyun on their side, they will not be easily defeated now. Elder Yi is so powerful. He just left for a month and now he's already at Spirit Core, the disciple of Jade Palace said while whispering to themselves in the ruins. Impossible. You are too young. What faction did you came from? Qing Tianshun said feeling humiliated. He already lost so many disciples. There was no way that Profound Azure Mansion could recover from this damage in the near future. I am an elder of Jade Palace. I belong to Jade Palace, Yi Tianyun said coldly. Today is the day you die. Don't try to escape if you want a painless death. Yi Tianyun waved his hands in the air, and the black dragon immediately descended from the sky. It landed on the remaining core condensation expert and blasted them with its huge body. This is a black dragon, a divine beast. Qing Tianshun was shocked once more. At the same time, Snow Wolf walked limping towards Yi Tianyun while whimpering quietly. Yi Tianyun was surprised to see the Snow Wolf to be in such a state. It was obvious that the beast tried his best to defend Jade Palace. Good boy, now take a rest. El will handle this. After we're done here, you will come with me, Yi Tianyun said while giving Snow Wolf a recovery pill and petting its head. The Snow Wolf just whimpered lightly and walked back towards Shi Shuiyun. If it is not because the Snow Wolf, we would have been caught. It blocked many attacks from them so the ruins could hold on for this long, Shi Shuiyun said while petting the wolf's head. Yi Tianyun just stared at the Snow Wolf. It made sense that it could block so many attacks. It was already at the 2nd level Spirit Core. Even if he was far away from the wolf still received the shared XP. Well, I need to end this quickly then. Yi Tianyun immediately drew his Sword of Endlessness. This is the only sword that he never used, because there was no reason to use this sword before this. The effect was just too strong for casual use. The blade was radiating a strange light as Yi Tianyun gripped it firmly in his hand. The black dragon on the side already being surrounded by a few Spirit Core cultivators, but it should be okay. The dragon's scale was too thick for them to penetrate. 5x XP card activate. Crazy mode. Damage x8 activate. Yi Tianyun shouted. His aura immediately bursted. His combat power was raising like crazy. 200-0-0, 600-0-0, 300-0-0, 900-0-0, 1300-0-0. In the end, his combat power stopped at 2450W00. This numbers was much larger than a normal Spirit Core cultivator. Qing Tianshun was only at 670W0 when he observed the man with his appraisal eye before. This number, Qing Tianshun, currently had already included his armors and accessories and also his weapons. There was no way Qing Tianshun could win against him now. Chapter 15.6, Unilateral Surface Suppression. Chapter 15.6, Unilateral Surface Suppression. Shocked was not even close enough to describe Yi Tianyun's feeling right now. He just overturned the combat power of Mansion Lord dramatically. 2450-0-0 combat power was unnatural for Spirit Core. With this much combat power, who could stop him from annihilating Profound Azure Mansion? The difference before and after leveling up this crazy mode was absolutely divine. If he could level it up again and gain the effect of damage x116, that would be godly. Profound Azure Mansion, you are too arrogant. Today, I am just a tool to drag you down to earth again, but I can't say that you will not be squashed upon reaching the ground, Yi Tianyun said while walking toward Qing Tianshun and the other Spirit Core expert. Tianyun and his spirit core expert are all became pale and terrified. Never did they encounter such overwhelming aura. They speak to themselves hectically. This is not a spirit core aura. This is already a core transformation aura, one said. He is so young. How can he be a core transformation already? This is madness, another said. We have to escape. We can't win against him, another one said while trembling profusely beside their mansion lord. Tianyun that just stood still, he didn't know what to do, so hearing one of the disciples' idea, he shouted, "Go, escape. Run for your life." And he didn't waste any time to escape as fast as possible. Tianyun fled faster than anyone else. Yi Tianyun sighed as he had to make effort again for the inevitable. He caught up with one of the elder in a blink of an eye and swung his sword to split the man in two. The elder sensed his impending doom, attempted to block Yi Tianyun's attack with his own sword. This reflex of his will be proven fatal. As his sword clashed with Yi Tianyun, it instantly exploded, killing him immediately. Ding. Successfully killed Profound Azure Mansion Elder. Reward 680-00 XP, 12-00 Crazy Points, 30 Sin Points, Netherworld Step Martial Art, Heavenly Star Palm Technique, Violent Flames Blade, and Blast Shoe. Yi Tianyun was shocked with happiness. With the Crazy Mode and XP card, he can get almost 700 000 XP in one go from just an Elder. He basically excited to kill some more, and he even more exited to see how much he would get from killing a mansion lord. He quickly chased another elder and caught up with him easily. He immediately stabs the elder with his sword of endlessness, but the elder tries to resist. The sword hit an armor that glowing once the sword become close to it, but this is all for naught. The sword still pierced the elder like butter. The elder let a chilling scream as his life fade away. Ding. Successfully killed Profound Azure Mansion Elders. Reward 700 000 XP, 13 000 Crazy Points, 35 Sin Points, ETC's killing an elder became easy. The gap of power was just too overwhelming. Black Dragon on the side also did a proper job, killing all the core condensation expert that scattered when Yi Tianyun came out. Now, all that's left was a few elders and a mansion lord. There is no way Profound Azure Mansion could ever recover after this. This power, this is too overwhelming. An elder of Profound Azure Mansion Elder screamed while running away. They have never been in this position before. They were always the hunter, not the hunted. Like I said before, don't think about it too much. Yi Tianyun said while piercing the said elder's heart, instantly killing him. It's sink or swim, Tianyun said while running as quickly as he possibly can. His heart was aching. How many elders has fallen until now? How could he recover from this heavy loss? 1 down, 3 more to go. Yi Tianyun said leisurely. Yi Tianyun looked around and assessed the distance of the 2 elders and mansion lord with his position. He chose to attack the closest one for now and immediately chased the elder down. When he almost caught up with the elder, suddenly a red cloud formed on the sky ahead of him. A baleful aura and strong killing intent could be sensed from it. Old Ancestor is coming. Tianyun screamed with a little joy and relief in his voice. Old Ancestor? Yi Tianyun was startled. With the amount of baleful aura and killing intent from the red cloud direction, there was no question that the said Old Ancestor must be a terrifying cultivation expert. How much XP will I get for killing Old Ancestor? Yi Tianyun said to himself while grinning maniacally. There was no fear in his eyes whatsoever. Chapter 57, True Core Transformation Power. Chapter 57, True Core Transformation Power. The menacing aura from afar immediately covered the area in an instant. A deep pressure instantly enveloped ch101. This is from a core transformation expert, she said while standing up. She felt fear crawling upon her mind. This is an aura from the Old Ancestor of Profound Azure Mansion. Only them has this kind of power at their disposal. The Old Ancestor of Jade Palace said gloomily. Not long after that, a pair of water crystal coffin flew out through the air and landed in the middle of the area. The menacing aura seeping out from the coffin incited fear to Jade Palace's disciple in ruins. Welcome, Old Ancestor Blood Fiend. Tianyun said while bowing his head to the old man that came out from the coffin. Welcome, Yi Tianyun said while stabbing his sword towards the old man. The sword of endlessness shone brightly, and the water crystal coffin was sliced down, causing the old man to jump out from his place. Impudent child, the old man said. Yi Tianyun noticed that a constant blood qi was flowing to the old man from everywhere. The old man quickly raised his hand towards Yi Tianyun and in an instant shot a powerful wave of aura towards Yi Tianyun. But as the attack hit Yi Tianyun, it disappeared as quickly, the sword of endlessness apparently capable of absorbing the energy wave. This power, the old man could not believe what he just saw. He quickly charged toward Yi Tianyun in anger. Die, he said. Yi Tianyun quickly swung his sword in midair, creating a blade wave, forcing the old man to dodge. The wave hit the water crystal coffin once again and was blown to pieces. As the old man stops charging at him, Yi Tianyun used this opportunity to look at the old man's status with his appraisal eye. Name: Old Ancestor Blood Fiend's Cultivation, Second Level Core Transformation, Equipment, Middle Grade Soul Tools, Combat Power, 130-100's, Martial Arts, Blood Fiend Demon Palm, Blood Fiend Divine Art, etc. Weakness, Water Attribute Attack that can weaken the opponent's attack. He is in a second level core transformation rank. His combat power sure was amazing, but it was still nowhere near Yi Tianyun. However, Yi Tianyun noticed that the old man had not released his full power just yet. Such a young age, and you already reached this level, no wonder Tianyun asked for my help. It seems that I must settle personally. Old Ancestor Blood Fiend said, and suddenly, his eyes turned blood red and he absorbed blood ki faster than before. At this time, Yi Tianyun realized that the old man's combat power has increased by 30-00 points. This old Ancestor Blood Fiend is worthy of his title. Apparently, he could prolong his lifespan by absorbing blood ki from others. But this forbidden technique wouldn't last long. Basically, there are two ways to prolong one's life. The first one is to take a life fruit. This fruit can extend life expectancy, but it couldn't be consumed in large number, and it was so scarce that hoping to find one was almost impossible. The second way was to break through the cultivation level, which was the simplest way but also the hardest. It was clear to Yi Tianyun that this old man was stuck. He couldn't break through to the third level core transformation. People around the old man apparently failed to notice that the old man was continuously stealing their blood chi, but if the old man didn't find a life fruit soon, he would be dead eventually. That is why he used the water crystal coffin, which could contain his energy inside so that he wouldn't die as fast as he should. You really need to teach your sect some manner. Just look at your sect, invading a small sect and in the process, bring an end to themselves, Yi Tianyun said coldly. You have no say whatsoever about how we maintain our sect, delusional brat. Just because you're still young, you think you can do whatever you want? As long as our old-timer didn't kick the bucket just yet, it's still not your time, Old Ancestor Blood Fiend said, sneering at Yi Tianyun. As soon as he said that, the old man's body gradually transformed. His muscle and skin became tauter, and his complexion became more smooth and lively. The Old Ancestor Blood Fiend became younger. The menacing aura from before multiplied as Old Ancestor Blood Fiend combat power rose. 1-500-00, 1-600-00, 1-700-00, 2-100-00. This is the real power of the second level core transformation expert. He sealed his power earlier. Now that he released it, he became this powerful. Yi Tianyun became more excited seeing this transformation. What would happen once I finish this old man? What will I get afterward? Yi Tianyun mumbled to himself in excitement. Chapter 15.8, Powerful Suppression. Chapter 15.8, Powerful Suppression. The surge of power coming from the Old Ancestor Blood Fiend didn't deter Yi Tianyun, unlike everyone else, especially ch101. She was anxious about Yi Tianyun. This was a real core transformation expert, although Yi Tianyun also demonstrated a powerful aura comparable to core transformation, but everyone else thought that he wasn't stronger than the Old Ancestor. Tianyun, on the side, felt giddy after seeing the real power of his Old Ancestor. Old Ancestor Blood Fiend sure is strong, he said excitedly. Kill him, Old Ancestor. He has already killed many of our disciple and elder, he shouted, cheering his Old Ancestor. He began to bloat as he thought that his Old Ancestor would win against Yi Tianyun for sure. Is that it? Is that your real power? Yi Tianyun asked indifferently. He thought that the core transformation's power was not that far off from Spirit Core, but seeing the power of the old man before him made him realize that was not the case. Without using the effect of Crazy Mode, he would surely lose. However, he also knew that Old Ancestor Blood Fiend paid a hefty price for releasing his full power. If he didn't do it, he wouldn't be able to beat Yi Tianyun. With that in mind, it was already clear the difference between them. I'm a little bit rusty compared to my peak, but this is more than enough to get rid of you. Old Ancestor Blood Fiend sneered at Yi Tianyun. The Old Ancestor quickly made a move. He took a step forward and released his menacing aura in a wave towards Yi Tianyun. Being hit by the aura head-on would be devastating. It could affect one's mind, robbing them of their sanity, or worse, turn them into a mindless living corpse. Yi Tianyun, be careful of that aura, ch101 screamed, warning Yi Tianyun. It's too late. You will not be able to escape my aura field. Old Ancestor Blood Fiend smirked. I will suck out all your blood chi, he shouted, thinking that he would easily win. Is that so? Well, I have a similar plan. Let's see which of us could suck more. Yi Tianyun said, sneering. Yi Tianyun quickly changed his weapon to Frost Fist and activated his Absorbing Stars Great Technique to absorb all the spiritual power and experience from the old man. With the Absorbing Stars Great Technique and Crazy Mode activated, now he could absorb as much as 32 times the initial absorption rate. Stupid child. You think you could absorb my menacing aura? Old Ancestor Blood Fiend made a gesture with his hand, and the menacing aura once again accumulated around his hands and turned into a giant red palm. D.I. Old Ancestor Blood Fiend said while thrusting the giant palm towards Yi Tianyun. The aura exploded from impact, covering the surrounding with dust, preventing anyone from seeing what happened. A moment later, a whirlpool of aura could be seen where Yi Tianyun stood before. But it was quickly dissipating, leaving Yi Tianyun in the middle of it with a smug on his face as he was unscathed. Thanks for the snack. Yi Tianyun smiled smugly. Yi Tianyun always welcomed a free XCEP. But he wasn't in a hurry. He needed to absorb every single XP from the old man to the last bit. He still had another half an hour before his XP card expired. How can this be? Old Ancestor Bloodfiend was shocked seeing his attack had no effect on Yi Tianyun. There is nothing impossible here. Even if I am much younger than you, it doesn't mean I am much weaker than you. Yi Tianyun smiled once again, and he immediately rushed toward the old ancestor and activate the Frost Fist's effect. Burst, he shouted, and suddenly the effect of Frost Fist took effect. The area around them was immediately frozen, including the old ancestor as well. The effect of the Frost Fist wasn't entirely effective against the old man. It couldn't wholly freeze him. He was struggling, causing the ice that encased him to crack everywhere. It seemed that a mere second more he will be released from the ice. But a second was more than enough. Yi Tianyun immediately wrapped himself around the old man's back and slammed the old man to the ground, incapacitating him, and quickly used his Absorbing Stars Great technique to absorb all the XP he could get from the old man. A tremendous amount of experience flowed through Yi Tianyun. At this rate, he will be able to level up in no time. As the ice encasing the old man shattered, he has already been at Yi Tianyun's mercy. He immediately struggled as he sensed his spiritual power constantly left his body. Let me go, Old Ancestor Bloodfiend said as he struggled to break free from Yi Tianyun's clutch. He released his aura in waves again toward Yi Tianyun, but this was proven useless. As soon as the aura leaves his body, it was absorbed instantly by Yi Tianyun. Don't you want to suck my blood key dry? Come on now, you can do better than this, right? Yi Tianyun said tauntingly. He kept absorbing the experience out of the old man really fast. This situation left him wondering if he upgraded the Absorbing Stars Great technique once more, the absorption rate surely would increase. This suddenly came to his mind because he knew this old man's spiritual power was as vast as the sea. It would take a while before he could completely absorb his spiritual power. Xing Chenshun was shocked and stunned. The thought of Old Ancestor Bloodfiend would be suppressed by Yi Tianyun. This quickly never crossed his mind. He was utterly unable to move because of his fear for Yi Tianyun. Chapter 59, Double Eruptions. Chapter 59, Double Eruptions. Old Ancestor Bloodfiend was unable to move. His spiritual power was continuously extracted out of his body by Yi Tianyun. This put a humiliation to the prestigious old man pushed to this extreme by a young boy. Let go of our old ancestor, Xing Tianjun shouted as he ran toward Yi Tianyun. The two elders who were alive followed their mansion lord's example, running toward Yi Tianyun to attack. Sensing the attack coming, Yi Tianyun released his clutch against the old ancestor and stood up to finish off the remaining enemies. However, before he left the old ancestor completely, he slammed the old man's head to subdue him a little. Seeing Yi Tianyun focused his attention on them, the elders changed their direction and tried to run once again, but this time, their fear toward Yi Tianyun slowed their reaction. Come on now? Why would you run after I give you my attention? Yi Tianyun said playfully. He quickly rushed over and punched the two elders simultaneously, killing them instantly. DING successfully killed Profound Azure Mansion's Elder Reward, 670 to 000 XP, 11 to 00. Crazy Points, DING, successfully killed Profound Azure Mansion's Elder Reward. Now only Xing Tianjun left, the Mansion Lord of Profound Azure Mansion. He was running too, but the slowing effect of Frost Fist didn't affect him. He didn't want to be near Yi Tianyun as he didn't want to die. With his position as a mansion lord, his potential was huge. Brat, you really annoy me this time, Old Ancestor Bloodfiend growled from behind. Immediately, the menacing aura from before came back full force. This time, Old Ancestor Bloodfiend draws out Bone Blade that he immediately used to draw a little bit of blood from his wrist. The blood that splattered into the blade, creating a blood-red divine rune that glowed menacingly. As the glows became brighter, his combat power increased as well. This is the last resort the old man had to fight Yi Tianyun. This technique he used was called Burst Mode. This technique would burn the user's blood key, reducing the user's lifespan significantly. This technique was a taboo for a cultivator, but it seemed that the old man didn't care anymore as long as he could kill Yi Tianyun. 22000 00 22000 00 400. The old man's combat power rose to 4 million. He overshadowed Yi Tianyun in an instant. Core transformation expert sure is amazing, to have this ace hidden in his sleeve as well. Yi Tianyun said while smirking. He knew the technique the old man used was very taxing. He was burning his own lifespan. Yi Tianyun thought that this old man has gone senile for doing this. He proceeded by activating his Dragon God bloodline. His body was covered by a dragon scale in an instant, raising his own combat power in the process. 2500 00 to 600 00 to 800 00. Knowing that even with Dragon God bloodline he was nowhere near the old man's combat power, he quickly changed the Frost Fist to Sword of Endlessness once again. You will die soon enough, the old man shouted as he noticed Yi Tianyun became more powerful every second. The old man quickly swung his bone sword to Yi Tianyun's direction while shouting, "Blood fiend murdering the gods." A huge phantom-like creature appeared in the air with a massive bone blade in its hand. The phantom moved precisely like an old man and tried to smash Yi Tianyun with the massive bone blade. Luck Aura Activate. Yi Tianyun activated his Lucky Aura to increase the critical chance of the Sword of Endlessness. Even though the sword didn't have any critical properties, Luck Aura still enhanced the sword's power as if it had that property. He quickly parried the old man's attack. When their attacks collide with each other, a huge shockwave was created. This shockwave threw Yi Tianyun backward a couple feet away, but the old man also suffered hefty damage as well. His phantom-like creature was destroyed, and he was shaken up pretty badly from the impact, with his bone blade receiving many fractures. Qing Tianshun, who observed from afar, was struck with disbelief. Impossible. He even blocks Old Ancestor's attack, which consumes his own blood ki. Just dropped dead already. Old Ancestor Bloodfiend said furiously. This time he swung his blade recklessly at Yi Tianyun, creating many phantom-like creatures ready to attack Yi Tianyun. Shi Shuiyun at the side became more worried as she saw the old man's reckless attack. However, Yi Tianyun didn't feel any fear in front of this devastating attack. In fact, he was full of excitement. "Sword splitting the vault of heaven," he shouted. Instantly, the Sword of Endlessness began to glow as its divine rune was activated. The sword now had a double damage effect. He quickly charged through the phantom army and dodged every single one of its attacks, as it was just a reckless swing of a desperate old man's attack. As he got close enough, he quickly strikes the Sword of Endlessness through the old man's chest. A dazzling light immediately engulfed Old Ancestor Bloodfiend's body. Yi Tianyun used his appraisal eye to assess his own attack and saw that he was at 4,007 million combat power. Old Ancestor Bloodfiend screamed a chilling scream as he was swallowed by the light that immediately leaves nothing behind. Chapter 60. Annihilating. Chapter 60. Annihilating. After a colorful light burst off into the sky, the old ancestor fell to the ground, dead. As his life left his body, he returned to his decrepit former state. Ding successfully killed Old Ancestor Bloodfiend. Reward, 980 W0 XP, 15 W0 Crazy Points, 100 Sin Points, Blood Demon God Martial Arts Middle Earth Level, Heavens Devouring Divine Secret Art, High Grade Earth Level Martial Art, Rare Item, Blood Dragon Skeleton Blade, High Grade Soul Tool, Blood Fiend Divine Armor. High Grade Soul Tool, Blood Jade Rare Item, 10x Experience Card, 100,000 Gold, Coiling Dragon Treasure Map. Ding successfully killing an elite opponent. Extra reward, 100,000 Crazy Point, enhanced version of Lottery Roulette, 1 draw. Yi Tianyun was so excited after receiving so many rewards for killing a boss-level opponent. He even got 2 rare items. And the treasure map really piqued his interest. Maybe he could find something useful. However, everyone else on the site was utterly shocked, with their jaw wide open. Almost nobody expected Yi Tianyun to actually defeat the old man, let alone kill him. Qing Tianshun and one of his remaining elders looked at Yi Tianyun in horror. He could kill a core transformation expert all by himself? Without taking any damage too. You killed our old ancestor without receiving any injuries? Monster freak. They really had a lousy time acknowledging that a mere teenager was able to kill their old ancestor. Monster? Your old ancestor was the monster. He must absorb a lot of blood QI from so many people all this time to stay alive, Yi Tianyun said while sneering at them. Yi Tianyun knew this for the fact that he received 100 sin points for killing the old man. You must have done some bad shit crazy things to acquire that amount. In fact, sin point only would increase if you tampered human life, whether killing them personally or not. Qing Tianshun knew this fact that Yi Tianyun threw at him became speechless. He quickly turned away and fled, leaving his elder behind. He ran towards the giant eagle to escape this place by air. Mansion Lord, wait for me, his elder shouted as he went after Qing Tianshun to survive. Didn't I tell you, you can't leave as I'm still here? Yi Tianyun said coldly and instantly flashed near them. Seeing Yi Tianyun quickly close the distance between them, Qing Tianshun panicked. In his desperation, he grabbed his elder and threw him at Yi Tianyun. Realizing his own lord doing to him, the elder became hateful instantaneously. As Yi Tianyun slashed his sword to finish of the elder shouted at Qing Tianshun, cursed him for abandoning him like this. Die, you selfish bastard, he swore. He couldn't even finish his sentence as Yi Tianyun has already sliced him in two like butter. Qing Tianshun kept running, ignoring everything at this moment, doing all he could to survive. As he arrived at where the giant eagle was left before they sieged heaven's immersing ancient ruins, he quickly rode it to escape. But this desperate attempt of his turned to be futile as the eagle took off from the ground. It was instantly burned to death by the black dragon. At least you're optimistic if nothing else. You think you will be able to escape this place alive? How naive, Yi Tianyun said as he has already stood in front of Qing Tianshun. Please let me go. I will give you the Mansion Lord of Profound Azure Mansion position to you. I will be your slave if you want, but please spare me. Qing Tianshun begged Yi Tianyun for his life. Not a bad offer, but nah, I don't need that stuff. I don't need you breathing behind my back, waiting for the right time to stab me from behind, Yi Tianyun said while smirking down at Qing Tianshun. No, how can I do that to you? Please, I will do anything, Qing Tianxun said while begging some more. Blame yourself for looking down at our palace lord. She is my aunt, for fuck's sake. It's punishable by death. Now prepare yourself. Yi Tianyun said while swiping his sword to cleave Qing Tianxun's body. The sword of endlessness glowed as it pierced through Qing Tianxun's armor like butter, ignoring all its defenses. Since you've said all you need to say, now rest in pieces. Ha ha ha, Yi Tianyun said lightheartedly as he stored his sword endlessness back to his inventory. Ding successfully killed Profound Azure Mansion's Mansion Lord, Qing Tianxun. Reward, 780 to 00 XP, 13 to 00 Crazy Points, Qingyun Sword Technique, Martial Art, Azure Profound Step Technique, Jade Pearl Treasure, Command Treasure Book. Ding successfully leveled up to 6th level Spirit Core. Ding 20x XP card expired. Ding's 3x Crazy Point card expired. Precise as he wanted it. As the last enemy fell, his EXP card and Crazy Point card expired. Chapter 61, Rare Item. Chapter 61, Rare Item. Phew, it's finally over. Yi Tianyun was relieved. If he didn't upgrade Crazy Mode and use his Crazy Points to upgrade something else, he would have lost. If a second-level Core Transformation Cultivator could reach 2 million combat power, how about third level and above? It's true he did. He solved the crisis, but there was no guarantee. Same thing, if not worse, wouldn't happen in the future. Jade Palace had no choice but to become stronger if they didn't want to be the prey of other faction, because, even in this isolated place, Profound Azure Mansion still pursued them, proving there was no stopping those with malice toward Jade Palace. The best words to describe this world was survival for the fittest. Gaining more strength was the only way to protect yourself and the one you held dear. Now let's see what I got here. As usual, after a battle, Yi Tianyun checked his stats, inventory, sold unnecessary martial arts, weapon, etc., and sort his inventory afterwards. Host, Yi Tianyun level, 36, 6th level Spirit Core. Experience, 1837-227 UR 00000. Crazy Point, 137 UT 689 Prestige, 430 Sin Point, 1956. Cultivation Technique, Says, Dark North Divine Art, Dragon God Secret Art, and Xuantian Mysterious Heavens, Divine Art Says, and Heavens Devouring Divine Secret Art Martial Art, as Absorbing Stars, Blood Fiend, Soaring Heaven, and Qingyun Sword Technique, and Azure Profound Step Technique Weapon, Frost Fist, Blood Fiend Divine Spear, Sword of Endlessness, and Chaotic Heaven, Sacred Axe, Blood Dragon Skeleton Blade Armor, Deity Armor, Shadow Cloak, Chaotic Heaven Divine Armor, Chaotic Heaven Battle Boots, and Blood Fiend Divine Armor, Divine Ability, Crazy Mode, and Luck, Aura Bloodline, Dragon God Bloodline Adornments, Forging God Hammer and Power Bracelet and Power Ring, Power Belt and Blood Fiend Bracelet all item, Recovery Medicinal Pill X8 and Gift Pack, Li 4-1 and Life 1, Bad Luck Divine Pill, Blast Divine Pill and 10 times Experience, Card, Treasure, Purple Fire Divine Furnace, Blood Jade, Coiling Dragon Treasure Map, Jade Pearl and Command Treasure Book Title, Guardian and Savior Flame. Immortal Fire Yi Tianyun couldn't stop grinning after seeing he got 1 million Crazy Point thanks to the 3 times Crazy Point card. He got a lot of Crazy Point after slaughtering Profound Azure Mansion's disciples. As for Sin Points, he didn't get that many from the disciples. The notable amount was only by killing Old Ancestor Blood Fiend. What's more, he got some rare items. Heavens, Devouring Divine Secret Art, high-grade Earth-level martial art not upgradable, could automatically absorb the surrounding spiritual energy. Yi Tianyun was ecstatic. This meant he could absorb the surrounding spiritual energy to cultivate. It was like giving him free XP. No wonder it was called Rare Item. Blood Jade, a rare item which granted enormous amount of blood ki to the user, no usage limitation, but will disappear after granting a fixed amount of blood ki. Granting blood ki. Wow, this is one hell of an item. Yi Tianyun was shaken with excitement. Coiling Dragon Treasure Map contained the information about the location of Dragon Vein. Recommended cultivation level to enter, 5th level Spirit Core or above. Jade Pearl, increasing cultivation speed by 3-fold when equipped. Command Treasure Book, increase charisma and leadership when equipped. Yi Tianyun was beyond satisfied with all these rewards. It was worth activating Luck Aura. Although if the one Yi Tianyun killed had no items to begin with, even activating Luck Aura wouldn't help. Tianyun, you're too reckless. Shi Xuanyun was slightly wobbly while making her way toward Yi Tianyun. Yi Tianyun quickly ran toward her and supported her. Are you all right, Aunt Shi? No need to worry, I just need a little rest, that's all. The Shi Xuanyun was pale. Her blood chi was unstable due to forceful integration to cold ice soul jade. Yi Tianyun could barely sense her aura. Don't lie to me. Yi Tianyun turned serious. You don't really think I'd believe that after seeing your pale face, right? Yi Tianyun quickly took out that blood jade, Old Ancestors of Jade Palace, sensed enormous blood ki was emitted from an item Yi Tianyun took out. This amount of blood ki, what kind of treasure is that? Their eyes was completely locked on to Yi Tianyun's blood jade. These old coot thought that with that amount of blood qi they could stay alive for a little longer, and probably if they're lucky during that time they could break through to the next level of cultivation and increase their lifespan. However, they couldn't bring themselves to ask Yi Tianyun to give it to them. Seeing how frightening Yi Tianyun was when he slaughtered Profound Azure Mansion earlier, they didn't want to get on his bad side. Aunt, hold this jade. It will help you recover your blood, Tianyun said while placing the blood jade on Shi Shuiyun's palm. No, you've done too much for us. For this faction, I can't take this? I'll be fine after a little rest. Trust me, no. You don't look so well. If you're still being stubborn, I won't forgive you ever. Yi Tianyun was just as stubborn as Shi Shuiyun. Shi Shuiyun noticed how worried Yi Tianyun was. She sighed gently and held the blood jade in her hand. Blood qi flowed into Shi Shuiyun's body, into every nook and cranny. Old Ancestor just looked at Shi Shuiyun enviously, but since they knew Shi Shuiyun was in a critical condition, they decided to give up. At her current state, it would take years for Shi Shuiyun's blood qi to fully recover under normal circumstances. But as time passed, as long as Shi Shuiyun's blood qi haven't fully recovered, there was a possibility that Shi Shuiyun's cultivation would be reduced, and dulling her innate ability. I feel much better, I think that's enough. Shi Shuiyun quickly returned the blood jade to Yi Tianyun after just a few minutes. No, you can't fool my eyes. If you don't absorb all these blood qi until you've fully recovered, I'd rather smash this thing to smithrine. Yi Tianyun went as far as threatening Shi Shuiyun, so she continued absorbing the blood qi. Shi Shuiyun couldn't help but said, all right, you won. She had no choice but to do as Yi Tianyun said, and finally when the blood jade's color was starting to fade, Shi Shuiyun finally recovered. This is such a mysterious feeling. I've never been better. I felt like I'm even stronger than ever, Shi Shuiyun said cheerfully. Of course, it's from your beloved nephew, hee. Yi Tianyun said, looking a little bit relieved. Yi Tianyun was finally convinced that Shi Shuiyun was feeling better. In fact, when he saw with his appraisal eye, Shi Shuiyun leveled up into peak core condensation. One more level and she'd be a spirit core as well. Although technically she has already reached spirit core, although it was when she forcefully integrated the cold ice soul jade and afterwards reverted back into 9th level core condensation, and after absorbing blood jade, she became a peak core condensation cultivator. Cultivator was strange indeed. They could become stronger after recovering from a life or death situation, and Shi Shuiyun was the perfect example of this. After each battle, she became stronger. But of course, she was totally no match compared to Yi Tianyun's crazy leveling system. After receiving blood jade from Shi Shuiyun, Yi Tianyun felt some eyes staring him. Of course he realized it was those old ancestors ogling at his blood jade, but he would never hand it to them. It was such a rare item, there was no need to give it to them anyway. It would prolong their lifespan for a bit. But that was just like delaying the inevitable. It would be better to use it on someone else. Chapter 162, Arrangement. Chapter 62, Arrangement. Shi Shuiyun has fully recovered thanks to the blood jade. This feat couldn't be accomplished if she merely consumed some blood qi pills to recover her blood qi. It could take years to fully recover. The only alternatives would be blood qi divine pill, which was so expensive and it couldn't be found in Earthly Borders continent. And it would take decades to be shipped to Earthly Borders continent even if one could afford it. For a cultivator, blood qi was basically their life force, so unlike the young who could recover their blood qi in a relatively short time, those old ancestors couldn't afford to use their blood qi recklessly. That was the reason why blood jade was such a rare item, considering it could fully recover one's blood qi in a matter of minutes. Meanwhile, Jade Palace's disciple quickly rummaging through the enemy's corpses to find some spoils of war. They really looked up to Yi Tianyun as if he was a god. Yi Tianyun was surprised when he noticed a sudden increase in favorability of Jade Palace's disciple and elders, and he didn't even complete any quest which granted favorability. And he finally realized this was the most effective way to increase favorability through actions and interaction with others, not by completing the quest. After collecting all spoils of war they could find, all disciples returned to Heaven's immersing ancient ruins. Suddenly, the disaster which befell them just now seemed like a dream, and considering they weren't injured and they got the spoil of war, they had no complaints. Heaven's immersing ancient ruins played an important role too. If they didn't evacuate here and stay at Jade Palace, there would be no Jade Palace right now. The only casualties were elders, but it was not life-threatening. The rest of the disciples didn't even partake in the defense. It was not that they were scared or anything, but because of the fact that even if they did participate, it was simply courting death. They couldn't even buy some time facing so many experts. At this time, Zhu Yue and the disciples Yi Tianyun rescued before coming here finally caught up. But much to their surprise, everything was settled, and Yi Tianyun single-handedly crushed Profound Azure Mansion. Ms. Zhu, are you interested in joining Jade Palace? Yi Tianyun suddenly asked. Join Jade Palace? Everyone was startled when Yi Tianyun said it, including Zhu Yue. And instead of calling her Pavilion Lord Z, this time Yi Tianyun called her Ms. Zhu. Yes, I presume you have nowhere to return now. Yi Tianyun said with a light smile, might as well join us, how about it? And we could use someone like you as an elder. With your talents, I believe you're fit to be the elder of Jade Palace. Even Rain Pavilion thrive under your management. Rest assured, we'll provide everything you need to do whatever you deemed necessary. Become an elder of Jade Palace. That's Zhu Yue couldn't keep up with the conversation. After being invited to join Jade Palace, she was suddenly offered to become an elder too. The elders were confused too. They thought Yi Tianyun was too hasty in making this decision. He didn't even ask Shi Shuiyun, the palace lord's permission. If Tianyun evaluated her that highly, it just shows how trustworthy and talented Ms. Zhu is. Furthermore, you aided us when we were in need without hesitation, and I thanked you for that. And despite what's said and done, you did manage to become Pavilion Lord of Rain. Pavilion. That alone was a good enough reason, and I believe you'll excel in managing faction affair, Shi Shuiyun said with a smile. So what do you think? As for myself, I hope you accept this position. I agree. Back when we had a deal with Rain Pavilion, I saw with my own eyes her superb managerial ability, which I don't think there is anyone in Jade Palace could come close to her level. One of the elders shouted, voicing his opinion. She has grown fond of Zhu Yue. If it wasn't for her, she would have lost her life. Zhu Yue blushed to receive such an offer from Yi Tianyun, and even the palace lord and one of the elder acknowledged her ability. It became so hard to refuse this offer, especially now that she has nowhere else to go. I gratefully accept this honor, but I'll be especially strict with myself. If I can't bring betterment for Jade Palace, I'll resign as Jade Palace's elder. Zhu Yue looked very serious. And with that sentence, everyone, there was convinced with that level of determination they couldn't help but acknowledge Zhu Yue's resolve. Yi Tianyun nodded with a smile, and he believed that Zhu Yue was indispensable for Jade Palace's growth. Her management ability was exceptional. Jade Palace wasn't a pavilion which specialized in trading, but even so, Jade Palace could use some insight to the business aspect. For example, Zhu Yue would definitely be able to estimate how much budget would Jade Palace need buying spirit pill, recovery pill, materials, etc. And as an elder, I have an additional suggestion, which is appointing to reserve. Elder, Yi Tianyun said. The disciples were listening enthusiastically. Reserve elder? Who do you have in mind specifically? Elder wondered. The first one, Sister Xiao Lian. The second one is Sister Zhu. Yi Tianyun pointed both of them. Liu Menglian and Zhu Lingyun were surprised that their names suddenly came up, and becoming a reserve elder, just like Zhu Yue earlier, they were too surprised. The reason I recommended them as reserve elder was because Sister Xiao Lian and Sister Zhu performed outstandingly in this war. Not only they helped to treat Elder Ma's wound, but they also possessed extraordinary courage and leadership. I said this because I know both of them always nominated themselves to procure ingredients when Jade Palace stayed here, and in the war just now, instead of panicking, they showed an outstanding leadership ability to lead other disciples. Their cultivation might not be the highest, but their bravery and leadership was exceptional. Yi Tianyun just came to the realization that cultivation wasn't everything. Leadership skill was definitely indispensable when it came to being an elder. All disciples nodded, showing their approval. The higher cultivation disciples couldn't say anything because, despite the war just now, they just panicked and couldn't do anything as a result. To be honest, this is my first proposal as elder. The rest of the elders, along with Palace Lord, could discuss whether this suggestion will be beneficial for Jade Palace or not, said Yi Tianyun. There's no need to discuss it. I approve your suggestion. Shi Shuiyun instantly agreed without any hesitation. I'm well aware of what those two are capable of. If you didn't suggest it earlier, I would have proposed the same thing. Yi Tianyun smiled. Her aunt always took his sides no matter what happened, encouraging him to come up with more ideas. Other elders had nothing to say. They had no choice but to agree at this point. Through his strength, Yi Tianyun earned everyone's respect. Besides, what Yi Tianyun said was reasonable, so it wouldn't hurt to agree anyway. Perfect. Then I will leave things here to you all now. I'll go to Profound Azure Mansion and become the harbinger of their end. Yi Tianyun said coldly and full of killing intent. You're planning to have all the fun without me? Shi Shuiyun smiled lightly. Yi Tianyun nodded, said with a smile, if the palace lord wishes to tag along, how can I refuse? Several elders also wanted to go. Yi Tianyun prevented them from going. Stay here and leave the rest to us. From now on, there will be no Profound Azure Mansion. Chapter 63, Attack. Chapter 63, Attack. After taking care of things in the ruins, Yi Tianyun and Shi Shuiyun flew to Profound Azure Mansion HQ with the Black Dragon to save time. In the trip, Yi Tianyun found it strange as Shi Shuiyun never asked him anything. Aunt, aren't you going to ask me why am I able to cultivate so quickly? Yi Tianyun asked as he thought that Shi Shuiyun just didn't want to be rude to ask such a question. Why should I? As long as you are still the sweet Yi Tianyun that I adore, I will always support you no matter what, Shi Shuiyun said while smiling brightly. Even though you are doing something taboo or forbidden cultivation, I will always be by your side until you don't want me anymore, Shi Shuiyun added while still smiling. Yi Tianyun was utterly startled hearing Shi Shuiyun's word. He never thought to have unconditional support from her. He never thought Shi Shuiyun's love toward him was absolute. But because of the confession, the atmosphere became heavy and sad. I will give my life to save you, but then again, if I die, who else will support you? Until the time comes that there is someone else I could entrust you to, I will gladly watch over you. Shi Shuiyun said lovingly. This caught Yi Tianyun off guard. He never expected Shi Shuiyun to say this kind of thing so casually, but he felt all warm and fuzzy inside. He breathed hard to stop himself from shedding any tears. As Shi Shuiyun noticed that Yi Tianyun became silent, she said, "I don't know what happens to you. You used to not have any blood qi, and now you can cultivate so quickly. But still, you are my cute little nephew who I can rely on. Now, aunt, any more would be bad for my heart. Come here." Yi Tianyun said, didn't know what to say anymore. Shi Shuiyun did what Yi Tianyun told her to do. She rested her head on Yi Tianyun's chest, and they silently rode the black dragon to their destination. People on the ground could see the black dragon. Clearly, they were shocked to see that a divine beast become mount that some man and woman could ride on. They came to wonder, which emperor has come to visit the Borders continent this time? The cultivators who saw the black dragon was no exception. They all looked at the black dragon in wonders and amazement. At this moment, at Profound Azure Mansion. What is Mansion Lord doing now? I am sure that Jade Palace is already destroyed. I heard that Jade Palace is a woman sect. I hope that the Mansion Lord brought many of them back as a souvenir. One of the deacons of Profound Azure Mansion said lustfully, "Did they really? I hope the Mansion Lord brings back many little girls. Little girls have soft and tender skin. Toying with them is my personal favorite. After we are done with them, we can sell them to the brothel outside. Female cultivator is all exaggerated anyway, ha ha ha," another deacon said while laughing. This deacon's word followed by many laughter from many disciples of Profound Azure Mansion that gathered around there. They deserve this. They use a cheap, underhanded trick to kill one of our elders. At the very least they can do is be our slave, a disciple said proudly. Hey, we deacon will not just take any person for our slave. At least we must get one of those core disciples, and your disciple could get the rest of them. Ha ha ha, another deacon said menacingly. A garbage sect dare to mess with us. Profound Azure Mansion. No wonder they get thrashed like they're supposed to be, another disciple said proudly. In the middle of all these laughter filling the room, a black dragon suddenly landed in the middle of the field, making a quite loud noise and flashy entrance, shocking everyone in the vicinity. They've never seen any black dragon up close before, but they sure recognized one from the description going around. Who are you? One of the deacons approached cautiously. Me? Aren't I the garbage of Jade Palace that you so proudly look down upon? Why so cautious? Yi Tianyun said indifferently while summoning the snow wolf. Your mansion lord and all his men are already dead. Now I will destroy all of you, so there is nothing left. Yi Tianyun waved his hands to gesture to the black dragon and snow wolf to attack the enemy in front of them, and they quickly do so. After giving the signal, Yi Tianyun looked at Shi Shuiyun and say, "This is our spoils of war. We will take all of the martial arts and treasure that they have." Shi Shuiyun only nodded as she didn't have to do anything. The black dragon and snow wolf killed the rest of Profound Azure Mansion very quickly. Many tried to escape them by running around like headless chicken or hiding, thinking that they should be safe. Little do they know that the snow wolf could smell them and the black dragon could sense their presence. Ding successfully killed Profound Azure Mansion disciple. Reward 10,000 XP, 200 crazy points. Ding successfully killed Profound Azure Mansion deacon. Reward, they killed everyone in the vicinity, while Yi Tianyun and Shi Shuiyun were resting nearby. Yi Tianyun couldn't help but think that this is very dope. He could laze around and let his pets do the hard work. He wished that in the future he could have some more pets for himself. Chapter 64, Determination. Chapter 64, Determination. Yi Tianyun and Shi Shuiyun walked around to find the collection of books or treasure Profound Azure Mansion kept hidden. They soon stumbled upon an array that seemed to be protecting a room, but this array was nothing to Yi Tianyun. He broke it easily. Once he enters the room, he quickly saw a man that was clearly startled to encounter strangers. "Who are you?" he asked. "We are the one you want to destroy, but it seems that our position is reversed now," Yi Tianyun said while also slammed the guy into the book rack in the corner, instantly killing him. Ding successfully killed Profound Azure Mansion deacon. Reward, Yi Tianyun and Shi Shuiyun began to explore the room and took everything that worth their while. They got a lot of human and earth-level martial arts from this room. After they got what they deemed valuable in this room, they began exploring another place. Anyone trying to get in their way will be slain by Yi Tianyun immediately. Shi Shuiyun tagged along just to accompany Yi Tianyun. She didn't need to do any fighting so far. In another room, they found many medicinal pill and cultivation pills. They even stumbled across an armory. They stuffed every single thing they found there into the storage ring without exception. This would be a great help to strengthen Jade Palace. As they progressed through the chains of room, Yi Tianyun saw a hidden pathway toward the underground. "Aunt, look here. It seems that there is a path to the basement here." Yi Tianyun said to Shi Shuiyun, "I am sure there is some secret treasure there," Yi Tianyun added excitedly. They both quickly went down to see what was waiting for them down there. After some time walking through the path, they sensed disgusting smell and aura from the opening at the end of the tunnel. They quickly ran toward it and were utterly shocked by what they saw. In front of them was a pool full of blood. With this much blood, there must be a ton of dead people here. After they walked around the pool of blood, Yi Tianyun vaguely heard a sound of crying in the distance. He quickly looked around the room and finally saw a cage hanging in the ceiling of the cave. Upon seeing such cruelty, Yi Tianyun quickly pulled down the cage safely to the ground and unlocked the cage immediately. As if this wasn't shocking enough, it turned out the cage was full of children. They were crying and begging Yi Tianyun to spare them, but all Yi Tianyun could do was froze on his spot, shocked from the cruelty of this place. There, we wouldn't harm any of you, so please don't cry, Yi Tianyun said gently toward the children. Really? You wouldn't? But you are clearly different from that guy earlier, one of the kids said to Yi Tianyun. Upon hearing this, the rest of the children ran toward Shi Shuiyun for protection. Yi Tianyun quickly snapped out of his shocked state once Shi Shuiyun held on to the children. He promptly unlocked another cage and led all the children toward Shi Shuiyun. Aunt, bring them all outside and wait for me. Shi Shuiyun quickly nodded and led all the children outside. Once all the children were no longer seen, Yi Tianyun completely let his anger out. This must be the work of that old ancestor blood fiend. What a monster. Fuck. He quickly pulled out the immortal fire and burned the room thoroughly. He didn't even care to search for treasure at this point. He burned everything in the room without exception. Once everything is on fire, Yi Tianyun quickly ran out of the basement. When he got out, he was still suffocated inside. How can a human be this cruel? He thought. He even went so far as doing something this despicable just to prolong his life. Yi Tianyun really didn't understand this monster's way of thinking. After he shook his head for a while to clear his mind, he ordered the Black Dragon and Snow Wolf to destroy everything. He noticed that some disciples successfully escaped Black Dragon and Snow Wolf, but he didn't go after them, as he was not one who thirsted for the blood of his enemies. He let them escape to spread the news about Jade Palace, so there would be no more sect dare to disturb them in the future. Are you done yet? If you are, come on, let's take these children back to Jade Palace, Shi Shuiyun said thoughtfully. She couldn't bring herself to ask the children about their parents. There was no doubt that their parents already dead. No parent gave up their children to a monster willingly. You sure? Yi Tianyun asked to Shi Shuiyun. She only nodded her head confidently. Well then wait a minute, I need to do something first, Yi Tianyun said while immediately ran toward the large stone tablet of profound azure mansion in the middle of the field. He took out his blood dragon skeleton blade. This blade has a menacing aura around it. However, it didn't have any unique properties. It was just a powerful blade at high-grade soul tool level. Yi Tianyun immediately carved the huge stone tablet as to make a statement and also a warning on it. There is no more profound azure mansion. It is already destroyed. Whoever dares to rebuild it would encounter the same fate. This is the length he went for to completely destroy profound azure mansion once and for all. Become a patron to get advanced chapters for all novel in this site. Good deal, right? Chapter 165, Decline. Chapter 165, Decline. Profound azure mansion has successfully evoked anger in Yi Tianyun's emotions. Never did he think that the old ancestor blood fiend would go as far as using children's blood key to prolong his own life. There were just so many people who could do before stepping into a monster. Ding successfully completed the hidden quest. Rescue the trapped children from the devil's lair. Reward: 100 crazy points, 100 prestige point. Yi Tianyun noticed the system's notification, but not the slightest hint of happiness on his face. No, all he felt was anger towards such cruelty towards children. He couldn't think of what other old ancestors did to sustain their own life. After Blood Fiend and Black Soul, it became hard for him to see old ancestors in a different light other than disgust. Sure, he was not a saint either. He has his own share of sin, but never did he do it for his own entertainment. It was just in his nature to destroy anyone who wronged his loved ones and tried to harm him. Stop thinking unnecessary stuff. There are things that we couldn't stop, and there are things that somehow flies to our shoes. And fortunately, this is one of those that we could change for the better. So come on, let's go home and take care of these children, Shi Shuiyun said while smiling warmly to Yi Tianyun. You are right, better think of the future than pondering the past. Let's go. Yi Tianyun signaled the black dragon to lower his body and let the children climb onto its back. At first, all the children were scared of the dragon in front of them, but because Shi Shuiyun's kind and soothing words, they finally calmed down and climbed onto the black dragon back. After all the children safely rested on the black dragon back, Yi Tianyun signaled the black dragon to fly off towards Jade Palace, not knowing that there was a pair of eyes watching over them for a while now. Profound Azure Mansion is decimated. Who is this brat? He even has a black dragon under his control. I need to report this to the Emperor. There is unrest on this continent, said the middle-aged man as he stared at the black dragon flew into the horizon. He immediately left, leaving no trace behind. Soon enough, Yi Tianyun arrived at heaven's immersing ancient ruins, where there have been no changes whatsoever in the place. Due to the spoils of war from Profound Azure Mansion, Jade Palace was in a good financial state right now. It became Zhu Yue's responsibility to manage it, as well as Yi Tianyun suggested her. However, when Yi Tianyun landed and finished taking the children inside the ruins, he noticed that Zhu Yue was currently having a conversation with people from the Rain Pavilion. Pavilion Lord Z, we beg of you to return to the pavilion. You are indispensable for Rain Pavilion, one person said. Yeah, Elder Yu didn't know what he is doing, and clearly, we didn't have anything to do with him. He did everything on his own accord, another said. Yeah, if it is up to us, we surely will help you in Jade Palace. There is no reason throwing out a good relation aside, the final person said. Zhu Yue just sighed and said, but I'm pretty sure that Elder Yu followed me around, not only to monitor me but also to correct my actions deemed unfit. Was all an order from you, Pavilion Lord Wang, am I wrong? With a cold tone, she wasn't a fool, she knew when she has been undermined and betrayed. There may be a second chance, but the third one was out of the question. Now, after she finally decided to leave the pavilion to support Jade Palace, they finally realized their mistake. With her gone, the Rain Pavilion would have a hard time to make a good deal with Jade Palace again. Seeing that Jade Palace even successfully destroyed a powerful sect like Profound Azure Mansion, not having a trade deal with Jade Palace now was the worst-case scenario for them. Hearing Zhu Yue's word, the middle-aged man known as Pavilion Lord Wang of the Rain Pavilion was stunned. With the cultivation of 8th level of core condensation, he was clearly powerful, but he had to beg for Zhu Yue to return. We don't mean any of that. There is clearly a misunderstanding about Elder Yu. Now, if you want, I will make you the General Vice Pavilion Lord of Rain Pavilion. I can offer you this at best. He didn't get the chance to finish his sentences as Zhu Yue stopped him from talking by waving them off. She refused the offer without any hesitation. Seeing her this determined to not getting back to people who betrayed her, Yi Tianyun applauded while laughing loudly. Well said. Many thanks to you guys for keep throwing her aside. It really gave her the final push to join us. But I am very sorry, we still have many things to do here in Ruins, so that's all for now. You can drop by again later, okay? Yi Tianyun said, smiling sarcastically. Elder Yi, no, Great Lord Yi, we are sorry for troubling you at this time of day. We are hoping that we can pave our relations once more. I am willing to give you a 50% discount every time you purchase materials from our pavilion. Pavilion Lord Wang said while bowing a little to Yi Tianyun, showing his respect. This deal is far from profit, but he is prepared to have the deficit as long as Yi Tianyun and Jade Palace became their ally once again. But sadly, Yi Tianyun didn't see the necessity to accept their offer. We need nothing for a while, so please leave immediately, Yi Tianyun said indifferently. Pavilion Lord Wang sighed and turned to leave immediately. He was clearly upset and disappointed that they couldn't get a strong faction like Jade Palace as their partner, but there was nothing he can do now as it was clearly his mistake in the past. Well then, this is where we bid farewell. Nice meeting you, Elder Yi, Pavilion Lord Wang said while disappointment still lingered in his eyes. Chapter 66, Decision. Chapter 66, Decision. After the Rain Pavilion, Lord Wang and his men left the heaven-immersing ancient ruin. Yi Tianyun smiled to Zhu Yue. Elder Zhu, isn't it better for you to accept their proposal? It's not a bad offer, he asked. Elder Yi, you are joking, right? There is no way I would come back there again. They already undermined me and betrayed me a couple of times. I am sure they won't think twice to do it again. Since I became an elder of Jade Palace thanks to you, I will devote myself for Jade Palace, pledge my loyalty to Jade Palace, and die for Jade Palace if necessary, Zhu Yue said boldly. Everyone who heard her words was astonished for a second. They never expected Zhu Yue to be this resolved and loyal. Yi Tianyun, however, was a little embarrassed to have questioned Zhu Yue's choice when he himself was the one who gave her the elder position for Jade Palace. If you say so, then Jade Palace would give you the support you needed. I assure you that no one will betray you in this sect as long as I can help it, Yi Tianyun said solemnly. He knows that Zhu Yue had the talent to become a great cultivator in the future. Zhu Yue just smiled meaningfully after hearing Yi Tianyun's word. Miss, where are we? Said one child, breaking the silence. Everyone's attention shifted toward the group of children that Yi Tianyun and Shuiyun brought back from their journey to Profound Azure Mansion headquarters. They became curious about why they brought back this many children to Jade Palace. After seeing everyone's curious face, Shuiyun sighed and told them about the children's circumstances. She told them everything that happened in Profound Azure Mansion HQ from the start to where they found the children and the condition they were in. This story brought everyone to tears and fury in their heart. Their anger to Profound Azure Mansion intensified as the story ended. Immediately, Shuiyun took out every treasure that she and Yi Tianyun found on the Profound Azure Mansion HQ and distributed it to the elders of Jade Palace. The elders were surprised when they noticed that the treasure they brought back were rare and valuable. This much treasure, and all of them are absolutely magnificent in terms of quality as well. So many Earth-level martial arts too. We even got high-grade spirit tools and soul tools. This is unbelievable, Lord Shi, one of the elders said enthusiastically. That's not all, we also got our hands on cultivation and medicinal pills to help everyone to cultivate, another elder said. Everyone became excited about the finding. They were overwhelmed by the sheer amount of useful items they got. First was from the spoils of war in Heaven's immersing ancient ruins, and now this. This is great. With this, we can become a second-level faction easily, an elder said excitedly. Yeah, this is so great. Now, when should we return to the palace? Another elder asked with excitement. Go back? Do we need to go back? Why don't we just stay here and fix this place to accommodate us and use it as our new HQ, Yi Tianyun said seriously. Everyone became speechless after hearing Yi Tianyun's suggestion. There was shock on several elders' faces and contemplating look on another. I know that we have many good memories in that place and thus have a hard time to abandon it. But if we look from another perspective, this place has a greater spirit reserve and better defensive capabilities. That way, the disciple can cultivate without worry, but this is just my opinion. In the end, if majorities decided to go back, that is fine too. We can use this place as the cultivation base if that is the case. Yi Tianyun said, proposing his idea. All the elders became hesitant. They didn't know what to do. There is truth in Yi Tianyun's word. They knew that this place is so much better than the previous HQ, but on the other hand, they can't abandon the memories of the ancestor that easily. I agree with Yi Tianyun. This is not because I have a soft spot for Yi Tianyun, it's because what he said is unmistakably the truth. Our ancestors themselves migrated from Heavenly Borders continent. They too left their home because of the reason that was already forgotten. That too can happen to us. All I am saying is, this place is much better, and isn't it better for us to pursue the greater power if we have the chance and means for it? ch101 said solemnly. After hearing ch101's word, they came to accept the idea to move permanently here. Old Ancestor, how about this idea? Are you okay with it? Asked one of the elders to the Old Ancestor of Jade Palace. The Old Ancestor looked at them with a smile. This is your time, if that's what you want. Have some confidence and believe in your own decision. I personally wanted to relocate Jade Palace back to Heavenly Borders continent before my life burns out. But that is just my dream. If we couldn't pull it off, then so be it. The Old Ancestor said with a warm smile. Everyone acknowledged the Old Ancestor's wish and nodded their head in response. They didn't say anything else and dispersed to make some preparation to turn Heaven's Immersing Ancient Ruins to their new headquarters. In the following day, the Heaven Immersing Ancient Ruins sounded more lively than usual. Many elders were busy to plan this relocation. Zhu Yue began buying and bringing things they need to make the place suitable for becoming an HQ. Yi Tianyun left on his own with nothing to do. Sure, he could cultivate while things are proceeding smoothly, but however the amount of XP he could get was too little for his liking. As of his crazy points, he felt that he shouldn't use it carelessly. If, by any chance, he encountered an opponent more powerful than the Old Ancestor Bloodfiend, he had no choice but to level up his crazy mode. But as for now, he needed to save it to see what the future brought to him next. Old Xuan, can you fix the spirit gathering array in here? Please tell me everything about the materials you need. I will try my best to procure more divine runes needed for it, Yi Tianyun said as he shifted his attention to the great array that protected the Heaven's Immersing Ancient Ruins. If the great array were in peak condition, it would be easier to cultivate in Heaven's Immersing Ancient Ruins, thus make everyone's cultivation easier. Chapter 167, Heavenly Eyes Might. Chapter 167, Heavenly Eyes Might. Yi Tianyun tried to fix the great array scattered around the Heavenly Immersing Ancient Ruins on his own. Might as well try since he didn't have any plan for now anyway, even though he didn't know whether he would be able to fix it or not. You need to be at least reach 5th grade rune mastery to be able to fix most of it. Old Xuan said nonchalantly. 5th grade? Are you serious? Yi Tianyun said as he was startled by the fact. He, in fact, was at 5th grade of blacksmith mastery as well, but he spent a lot of time to achieve that level in blacksmith. There was no way he could achieve that in rune mastery soon, which was deemed harder than blacksmith. Yes, with 5th grade rune mastery, you would be able to fix almost all of it, but some of them require a divine rune master to be fixed. Old Xuan explained to Yi Tianyun. Yi Tianyun just took a deep breath from hearing Old Xuan's word, just how much amount of time that he needed to be able to cultivate the rune mastery to reach divine rune master. There was just no way that he would be able to fix it all in any time soon. On top of that, he wouldn't be able to find any divine rune master anywhere nearby. He remembered that Ye Qingxuan said that Divine Rune Master was so scarce even in Heavenly Border continent. Plus, he didn't have the status nor any acquaintance who was able to invite someone from that degree to help fix the place. And even if he got the chance to meet one somehow, he surely wouldn't be able to pay them as the cost to fix that level of an array must be really high. Nonetheless, unless that Ye Qingxuan can reunite the spirit race, he doubted that he could find any Divine Rune Master anytime soon. Take me to the easiest one to fix. For now, let's see what can I do for now. Ye Tianyun said to Old Xuan commandingly. Old Xuan just nodded and led the way to the easiest array to fix. This is a 3rd grade array. It is just a simple and small spirit converging array. As far as I know, the damage is not that severe, Old Xuan said solemnly. Yi Tianyun just nodded and checked the array immediately. As far as his knowledge goes, the array was working just fine even though that it was slightly broken as Old Xuan suggested. The knowledge he got from Ye Qingxuan is the only knowledge that he had for now, and it seems that fixing this was supposed to be easy, but since he didn't have any skill to do so at the moment, he immediately reached for Divine Wood and Divine Rune Stroke that he had. Divine Wood was the basic material for any Divine Rune works, either it to fix or to create any new array. Divine Rune Stroke was the tool needed to engrave the Divine Runes on the Divine Wood. You could also use your fingers to engrave the rune to the Divine Wood, but only those with the advanced level of rune mastery could master this. As for now, he needed all he could to increase the chance of success to fix the array. When he started to examine the array, he quickly searched for the vital spot to place the rune. He immediately remembered that Yi Tianyun left him some gift for this exact purpose. She has given Heavenly Eyes innate ability as a token of gratitude. Heavenly Eyes activates. Yi Tianyun's eyes flashed immediately with a blue hue light. His vision changed slightly. Now he could see a color play around him. This color that he could see indicating the existence of an array. Now he could see the array clearly and could see which part of the array was damaged so that he didn't have to examine every part frantically. Now, he finally really understood the meaning behind why Lei Yun didn't kill Yi Tianyun immediately. This innate ability was very useful. Innate ability couldn't be stolen. It is, however, could be transferred to another person. So, Lei Yun, who had his eyes on that innate ability, would do anything to obtain it, even torturing Yi Tianyun until she gave up and transferred the innate ability to Lei Yun. But a slight headache immediately hit him when he activated the Heavenly Eyes. He realized that Heavenly Eyes consumed a lot of energy to be activated. In his case, the Heavenly Eyes drained his spiritual power. He proceeded to fix the array immediately, as he didn't want to use Heavenly Eyes for too long. He stood at the place that the array splintered and broke apart a little of the divine woods, and began to engrave the woods with runes using the divine rune stroke. The woods immediately glowed in golden color, and the array's splinter connected again, indicating the array was fixed. Ding! Successfully repaired 3rd grade Spirit Gathering Array. Reward, 2W0SS XP, 50 basic level Divine Rune Mastery points. His hunch was right. He could get Divine Rune Mastery from actually fixing one. Now he could increase his mastery by repetitively fixing the array with low requirement around the ruins. The array began to glow with a slightly blue hue, and the spiritual energy around the ruins was slightly enhanced, which meant everyone in Jade Palace now could cultivate faster than before. It was perfect for his ambition to make the Jade Palace not only a 3rd level faction, but a 4th level faction, or even 5th level faction. Chapter 68 restores large-scale Spirit Gathering Array. Chapter 68 restores large-scale Spirit Gathering Array. Yi Tianyun goes on fixing spree for the Spirit Gathering Array around the ruins. Old Xuan, seeing this, was a little bit dumbfounded by the fact that his current master was capable of fixing the array. Ding successfully repaired Spirit Gathering Array. Reward, 2000 XP, 50 mastery points. Ding successfully. He finally finished fixing the Spirit Gathering Array that is easy to fix according to Old Xuan, and now the spiritual energy inside the heavens immersing ancient ruins has gotten denser and more concentrated than before. Only large Spirit Gathering Array was left damaged, which, according to Old Xuan, needed a Divine Rune Master to be fixed, but he will never know if he didn't see it for himself. Yi Tianyun, are you the one repairing all this Spirit Gathering Array? Shi Shuiyun suddenly came. Yes, did you feel the difference in the quality of spiritual energy? Yi Tianyun said with a smile. Of course I feel it. The quality is so much stronger, and even the disciples already feel it themselves. I never thought that you were capable of fixing the array. Shi Shuiyun said she was impressed yet again on Yi Tianyun's skills. This is just a skill that I newly discovered myself, Aunt. It's good that the disciple can utilize the effect of the newly fixed array. Now all that is left is the large Spirit Gathering Array, and I am done. But then again, with my current ability, I think that the ruins would only recover around 80% at the most. There is still so much skill that I need to learn to be able to fix all of these. Yi Tianyun said with a smile. You already know this much, take it easy. Shi Shuiyun said with a beautiful smile. That's the thing, the more you know, the more you realize that you're lacking. Yi Tianyun said solemnly. Don't be too stubborn, rest yourself and take it easy. You have done enough, Shi Shuiyun said, assuring. Yes, Aunt, I will rest in due time. Now that you are here, I have a proposal to make. Yi Tianyun said, changing the topic. What do you have in mind? Shi Shuiyun said, smiling. I have an idea to divide the disciple into different categories so that they can focus their cultivation in a more directed and applicable area from their innate ability, like blacksmithing, divine rune, alchemy, and such. This will develop Jade Palace much faster, Yi Tianyun said devoutly. He was convinced that his idea would make Jade Palace more powerful. This idea couldn't be used before because it would consume too many resources, and they couldn't afford it at that time. In this new environment, the disciples would have to consume many pills to cultivate as effective as possible. This could be said the same for the blacksmithing and pill refining, as they need more material to forge to progress their mastery. To put it bluntly, a sect must have a considerable amount of resources for this to be applicable. However, after the attack of Profound Azure Mansion, they got a lot of resources, enough to actually pull this off. I kind of have a similar idea as you. We have the resources needed for this. There is really nothing that stops us from doing so anyway, Shi Shuiyun said, smiling. With that in mind, I will assign Elder Zhu to be in charge of this plan. She was amicable with assigning the disciple in order. Yi Tianyun nodded and smiled at Shi Shuiyun as he agreed with her. With nothing more to say, Yi Tianyun proceeded to the 4th grade spirit gathering array that old Xuan said, requiring Divine Rune Master level to be fixed. He checked it with his appraisal eye, and sure enough, the success probability is only at 30%. He rechecked it this time using his heavenly eyes. His eyes immediately flashed in a blue hue, and shockingly, the success rate improved significantly. It improved staggeringly to 80%, leaving Yi Tianyun speechless when he saw the significant improvement. He immediately took out his Divine Rune Stroke and Divine Wood to begin fixing the array. Master, are you really going to fix the array yourself? Old Xuan asked, not sure that Yi Tianyun would be able to fix the large array. Yes, there should be no problem. Even if I fail, the repercussion wouldn't be that severe. Besides, I think the success rate isn't that bad, so I have to try at the very least. Yi Tianyun said boldly. He didn't just say this out of optimism. The amount of damage on this array was quite big, so if he somehow failed the reparation, the damage to the array wouldn't be more severe than it currently has. With that in mind, Yi Tianyun proceeded to fix the array like he said he would. With a great concentration and heavenly eyes constantly activated, he finally fixed the 4th grade spirit gathering array perfectly. Ding, successfully repaired the large spirit gathering array. Reward, 15T00 XP, 500 Divine Rune Mastery points. Ding, congratulations to host, basic level Divine Rune Mastery leveled up to middle level Divine Rune Mastery. He finally leveled up his Divine Rune Mastery just enough for him to not use his heavenly eyes anymore to fix the remaining spirit gathering array in ruins. After all the spirit gathering array was finally fixed, the heavens immersing ancient ruins was filled with a divine breeze, and everyone inside could sense the spiritual power has risen dramatically. Perfect. With this, the main quest should be completed in half a month, Yi Tianyun said excitedly. In addition, Jade Palace would be stronger. His own main quest would be completed. Chapter 69, Complete Main Quest. Chapter 69, Complete Main Quest. After Yi Tianyun fixed the large spirit gathering array, he continued to fix other array that he could fix for now. This time, he had a great advantage where he didn't have to activate the heavenly eyes to fix an array anymore. Old Xuan, who accompanied Yi Tianyun wherever he goes to show the way, was surprised seeing Yi Tianyun's capabilities. After all, he didn't know Yi Tianyun had a talent for Divine Rune. After fixing every 4th level array and below, the spiritual power around the ruins became stronger than before. This time, the spiritual power inside heaven-immersing ancient ruins was denser than those from the heavenly border continent. This is the real capabilities of a Holy Land. He was pleased with this fact. With this, surely Jade Palace could become Jade Sect soon, maybe even Jade Mansion. Now, let me see higher-level array than those that I already fixed, Yi Tianyun said to Old Xuan casually. Are you really going to fix a 5th-level array by yourself? Old Xuan asked disbelievingly. I will try to gauge the difficulties first, then make plans for it later if I think I couldn't do it right then. Yi Tianyun said calculatingly. If that's what you want, I would only serve. The array that you seek is right here. Old Xuan said while directing Yi Tianyun to the 5th-level array's whereabout. As Yi Tianyun examined the array with the appraisal eye, he could see that his chance of successfully fixing the array was as low as 10%. He was quite a bit startled by this number. He didn't lose hope as he activated his heavenly eyes once more to check the difference, and once again, he was disappointed and shocked. The success rate certainly improved, but sadly, it was nowhere near his expectation. It only improved to 30%. Yi Tianyun just sighed and progressed to analyze the pros and cons for forcefully fixing the array. After some thought, Yi Tianyun came to the conclusion that the demerit was too much. He didn't know when an enemy will strike, and he couldn't risk just being a sitting duck inside the ruins. Elder Yi. Elder Yi, suddenly, Yi Tianyun heard someone shouting his name to catch his attention. It turned out to be several elders who were looking bright from amazement. Elder Yi, the concentration of the spiritual power here was suddenly improved. What is going on? One elder said gleamingly. Oh, that's because I just fixed it. Now the disciples should be able to cultivate faster. Yi Tianyun said boldly. This is your doing? You can fix an array? One of the elders asked disbelievingly. This is too much. How can someone has it all? He can forge a weapon, refining pill, and now fixing array? It is just too much. The elder thinks to himself, amazed by Yi Tianyun's talent. Yes, but I still can't fix some of them. Yi Tianyun said humbly. Now that this place can gather more spiritual power, and we have quite an amount of pills at our disposal, I hope that you guys can help the disciples to cultivate faster so that our Jade Palace could become a 2nd-level faction soon. Yi Tianyun added dismissively with a smile on his face. The elders that came seeking him are all nodded immediately with a light smile. They immediately dispersed to do their own stuff to boost Jade Palace's power. After they all left the vicinity, Yi Tianyun immediately returned to his room and tried to cultivate his mastery. He forged and refined every single material he found at Profound Azure Mansion's headquarters, setting aside the Divine Rune at the moment. As the Divine Rune crafting requires a special requirement, Yi Tianyun couldn't cultivate his Divine Rune mastery right now, so he opts to do the mastery of the other developing skills. Without Yi Tianyun realizing it, about half a month has passed. When he was in the middle of forging another soul tool, a system notification suddenly rang, surprising him a little bit. Ding's congratulations to host for completing the main quest, the Jade Palace promotion. Successfully promote Jade Palace into a Jade sect. Reward, 1 near 000 XP, 1 standard lottery ticket, 1 improved lottery ticket, 1 improved lottery ticket, 1 near 000 crazy points. Ding's new main quest update. Strong sect promote Jade sect into Jade Mansion and relocate it to Heavenly Borders continent. Completion reward, 100,000 crazy points, 1000 crazy points, can be assigned to the host's liking, 100,000 sin points, 1x life. Note, every core disciple of the faction must reach 200 favorability points. Ding's main quest step update. First step, fix all heavens immersing. Ancient Ruins Array. Completion reward, 1 to 000 XP, 10 to 00 mastery. Note, the repair must be done by the host alone. Yi Tianyun was shocked as he didn't expect to receive this notification this soon. The one that really got him was the reward for completing the main quest. It will give him 100 million XP. On top of that, 100,000 sin points was just ridiculous. To this point, he never got 4 digits. Sin points at once, so to be able to get his hand to such amount of sin points was really intriguing. After reading the details for a while, Yi Tianyun was filled with excitement once more. Because of the little word that he dismissed earlier. He got another extra life. He didn't expect this at all, an ultra-rare item at a high price. But this was a given. The quest itself was really in great difficulty. Not only to promote the Jade sect into Jade Mansion, but also to relocate the faction to Heavenly Borders continent. He couldn't even recruit a high-level cultivator to achieve this, because the requirement stated that the core disciple must have 200 favorability points. There was no way a new recruit could have that amount of favorability. Even if Yi Tianyun gave a lot of gifts to increase the favorability, he doubted that it would rise that high. But it was better this way. To have a core disciple at that high favorability points surely would secure the disciple's loyalty to Jade Sect. Chapter 170, Improved Lottery, failed to download Chapter Body. Chapter 71, True Meaning. Chapter 71, True Meaning. Deacon Huang arrived with several other people that Yi Tianyun assumed was from Star Pavilion 2. Sadly, Zhu Yuxuan wasn't here. Why are you here? Yi Tianyun asked directly. Deacon Huang, who didn't know the teenager in front of him, was frowning his face from the teenager's rudeness. But he couldn't do anything as this was not his territory. I am a deacon of Star Pavilion from Heavenly Border Continent. Can I have a talk with one of your elders? He said politely. Yi Tianyun was a little bit surprised that Deacon Huang didn't remember him until he remembered that he used a Thousand Faces mask earlier in the Heavenly Border Continent. But Yi Tianyun could somehow guess their reason for coming this far. I am an elder here on Jade Sect. Just state your business to me. Yi Tianyun said casually. You are an elder here? And you said Jade Sect? Deacon Huang said, surprised. All he knew that this place was called Jade Palace. Renaming it to Jade Sect that meant that the faction has recently ranked up somehow. Was that the reason why they were able to annihilate Profound Azure Mansion? Deacon Huang thought to himself. Yes, is there any problem with that? Yi Tianyun said while raising one of his eyebrows. Cut the bullshit, kid. There is no way you become an elder at such a young age. One of the people that come with Deacon Huang said angrily. Did you question our elder Yi? Are you prepared for the consequences for disrespecting our elder? One of the guards of Jade Sect that stationed nearby, who was also following their conversation from the beginning, barged in from irritation, thinking that a stranger dared to disrespect his elder. People from Star Pavilion became speechless, seeing the genuine anger the guard was showing. Deacon Huang immediately raised his hand, indicating to his man to stay quiet. He didn't know the power of Jade Sect. All he knew was the fact that they recently destroyed Profound Azure Mansion single-handedly. Sorry for disrespecting you. We were surprised to see an elder at such a young age. We are here searching one of our people by the name of Zhu Yue. Did you ever hear of her by any chance? That's all we're here for. Deacon Huang said politely. We didn't have any person by that name here in Jade Sect. Yi Tianyun said indifferently. But, in a way, he was telling the truth. Only a few people in Jade Sect knew the real name of Zhu Yue. If that's the case, then we would take our leave. Thank you for your time, Elder Yi. If, somehow, you heard the news of the Zhu Yue, please let us know. We will reward you greatly for it. Deacon Huang said while smiling. Yi Tianyun only waved his hand and turned back. He wasn't interested in the slightest about their proposal. Any reward from Star Pavilion wouldn't be good enough for him, Yi Tianyun thought to himself. Not far from the gate, Yi Tianyun encountered Zhu Yue, who stood behind the gate. Elder Yi, that is Star Pavilion, isn't it? Did my sister come too? Zhu Yue said worriedly. Relax. The only one with high status among them is only Deacon Huang. Your sister isn't there with them. Yi Tianyun said calmly. You want to go out there and take a look at them? I can help you if you want. Yi Tianyun said casually. There is no need for that, Elder Yi. We still have much more to do here in heaven-immersing ancient ruins before it stabilizes. Zhu Yue said casually, but the look in her eyes said otherwise. She absolutely missed her sister. There is no need to lie to yourself, you know. I will be with you if you want. There is no way that I would let you face them by yourself. In fact, I would be going to Heavenly Border Continent in a few days. You could come with me if you are ready to meet them. Yi Tianyun said seriously. He didn't say that just so Zhu Yue would tag along as well. No, he really needed to go there to find a way to cultivate his divine rune mastery. He intended to go to Heaven's top mansion to see is there by any chance they would become allies. Even if Heaven's top mansion's reputation was currently in the mud, they still had some connection to Jade Sect. Old Xuan, besides the great array of fortification, what other great array is there that needs to be fixed? Yi Tianyun asked in advance to prepare himself. There is the great array of flight, but it is currently broken. I don't really know the actual condition of that array. All that I know is that the previous master brings back a divine rune master with him to fix that array, and they failed to fix it. In fact, it has been already broken when the previous owner inherited the status. Old Xuan said, contemplating his memory. Yi Tianyun's eyes were bulging from surprise. There is a great array of flight in here, Yi Tianyun said in a complete surprise. Well, yeah, but I don't know the necessary divine rune mastery required to fix it. Like I said, even a divine rune master failed to fix it. Old Xuan said in reluctance. It was covered in moss and dust over time. No one pays attention to that array afterward. Old Xuan added. Yi Tianyun became silent. He contemplated the integrity of the quest. He didn't have to leave the heaven-immersing ancient ruins, because he needed to move the heaven-immersing ancient ruin itself. Directly controlling the heavens-immersing ancient ruins to fly over to Heavenly Border Continent, this place is a flying fortress. If that was the case, that's more reason I need to go to Heaven's top mansion. Yi Tianyun said nervously. He knew that Spirit King Xuan Tian, who was the first owner of this place, came from Heaven's top mansion, so there was a chance that they might have some clue about it. He was a bit relieved that Heaven's top mansion is in bad condition too right now. If the Heaven's top mansion was still in its prime condition, there was no way that they would consider Yi Tianyun's offer. Chapter 172, Coming Back. Chapter 172, Coming Back. After Yi Tianyun understood the meaning behind the steps of the main quest, he stopped complaining. He finally understood the meaning behind the word, everything has its meaning to the heart. After a few days, Yi Tianyun finally cleared all his schedule for a couple of weeks. He also prepared some material if, by some chance, he needed it in the Heavenly Border Continent. It seems that I need to go by myself. Heaven's top mansion, here I come, Yi Tianyun said sarcastically. He immediately walks out of his room to announce his departure to ch101, but Zhu Yue was already waiting outside of his room, looking nervous and worried. Have you made up your mind? Yi Tianyun asked. Yes, there is no more profound azure mansion, so there is no more marriage. If so, then there is no more reason for them to force me into anything. I also miss my sister. I want to see my family too, Zhu Yue said boldly. Yi Tianyun only nodded and said, That's good, now prepare yourself. Bring anything you need for a few nights. Meanwhile, I will announce our departure to Sect Lord Shi, Yi Tianyun said casually. Zhu Yue nodded and immediately left to prepare for the departure. Yi Tianyun goes to find ch101, and once he found her, he immediately explained to her the reason he was going back to Heavenly Border Continent. Aunt, I am going to Heavenly Border Continent, and I am bringing Elder Zhu with me. I need to go to Heaven's top mansion. This place originally belonged to one of their masters, so I hope that somehow we can become an ally, or better yet, merge together. And Elder Zhu wanted to check her family's well-being in the Heavenly Border Continent too, so I will bring her with me. Yi Tianyun said, explaining all his plans to ch101. Sounds good. Heaven's top mansion wasn't weak. If somehow they really want to join us, then there is nothing wrong with it. ch101 said seriously, and she immediately changed her expression as she said, You need to be careful out there. There is no need to force yourself into anything, and always remember that I will be waiting here for your return. I will always remember that, Aunt. In fact, all that I have been doing up until now is for you. You already helped me a lot in the past, so I will help what is dear to you now. In all due respect, I strengthen this faction only for you, Aunt. If by any chance you no longer cared about this faction anymore, then so do I. Yi Tianyun said boldly. I also use this place to carve your future, Yi Tianyun. Without this, I doubt that you could get any chance to become stronger, ch101 said while smiling warmly. Hearing ch101's reason, Yi Tianyun immediately hugged her and said his thanks for her unwavering support to him. Now go, don't let Elder Zhu wait too long, ch101 said warmly. Yi Tianyun only nodded and immediately left the room. When he made his way outside, he saw Elder Zhu has been waiting for him there. They nodded to each other, and they both climbed into the Black Dragon's back and took their leave to the Heavenly Border Continent. When they left, ch101 also came to see Yi Tianyun off. Yi Tianyun, you've become much stronger than me. I need to become stronger so that I can continue to protect you in the future, ch101 said steadily. She immediately went back inside the heaven-immersing ancient ruins. With the Black Dragon as their mount, they reached the heavenly new city in no time. They quickly landed as they got close enough to the city gate. However, Zhu Yue became more and more nervous as they got closer to the city. When she ran away from the Star Pavilion, she wanted to come back as soon as she became powerful and can protect herself. Now, instead of becoming independent like she said she would, she became dependent on Yi Tianyun instead. She was a little bit embarrassed about that fact, and because of that, she became more nervous as they got closer to Star Pavilion. Let's go, Yi Tianyun said with a smile while grabbing Zhu Yue's hands to the gate of the city. As they passed the gate, Yi Tianyun noticed that some man was eyeing Zhu Yue and immediately ran off somewhere. Yi Tianyun knew that this was a spy, or at least someone who worked for them. Sure enough, as they walked through the city to reach Star Pavilion, they immediately stopped midways. Fortunately, one of the people who stopped them is none other than Zhu Yuxuan, who immediately shouted Zhu Yue's name loud enough and hugged her immediately. Zhu Yue did almost the same thing as they cried in each other's arms. This was reasonable, as they didn't see each other for a long time. They didn't exchange many words, as crying and hugging was the only thing they do. Aren't you the elder of Jade Sect? Suddenly Deacon Huang broke the not-so-silent atmosphere with a smile on his face, looking a little bit surprised too. From Deacon Huang's looks, he already figured out that Yi Tianyun was secretly hiding Zhu Yue inside Jade Sect, as he already flashed the picture of Zhu Yue around Wind City, and the only info that he managed to get was that Zhu Yue was missing after going to help Jade Sect. At first, he was a little bit surprised about how easy it was to gain information about Zhu Yue, and the next moment he realized that somehow Zhu Yuxuan must have clouded this information from Star Pavilion. But he couldn't blame her, as she only did this thing because she really loved her sister. Furthermore, he couldn't reprimand Zhu Yue or Zhu Yuxuan casually, as Zhu Yue was under the protection of Jade Sect, who was capable of destroying Profound Azure Mansion into nothing. Yes, I come back here with Elder Zhu. She has officially become an elder of Jade Sect. She said that she wants to come with me here to Heavenly Border Continent to take a look and visit her family. Yi Tianyun said boldly. The reason that Yi Tianyun was emphasizing that Zhu Yue was one of Jade Sect elder was to make it known that she was under the protection of Jade Sect. Chapter 73, Discontented. Chapter 73, Discontented. So, little Yue already became Heavenly Jade Sect's elder. That is good. Thank you for taking care of our little Yue. Deacon Huang said eagerly. Yi Tianyun knew that the deacon's enthusiasm came from Jade Sect's power. Elder Zhu is a great addition to our Jade Sect. She can manage the sect very well. She had told me everything about herself. I know that Star Pavilion has a good influence, but surely Star Pavilion isn't that strong, Yi Tianyun said condescendingly. His words strike some nerve on the other deacon of Star Pavilion. So arrogant. You are a merely second-level faction. Don't get ahead of yourself just because you already destroyed Profound Azure Mansion. You are still nothing to us, Deacon Lu said irritatingly. So you are saying that you are better than Profound Azure Mansion? So how come you want to marry one of your own to them desperately? Yi Tianyun said while raising one of his eyebrows challengingly. Deacon Huang, however, immediately stopped Deacon Lu from saying another word. Elder Yi, I'm very sorry about our deacon behavior. I hope this wouldn't happen again. Deacon Huang said apologetically. I'll let it slide for now, but because Zhu Yue is our elder, mind your attitude toward her. Yi Tianyun said indifferently. Of course, we would treat her with our absolute respect. Now come, let us come inside. Deacon Huang said with a smile. Once they were led to the VIP room inside the Star Pavilion, Deacon Huang excused himself for a little while. Once he got out of the room, however, he was immediately pulled to the side by Deacon Lu. Deacon Huang, why did you stop me? That brat need to be put in his place for acting so arrogant. If it was not because the mysterious expert in the Jade Sect, I doubt that they could destroy Profound Azure Mansion, Deacon Lu said furiously. That's the thing here. We don't know anything about this mysterious expert, and you decide to make yourself their enemy? Deacon Huang said solemnly. That has nothing to do with him. I don't believe he is that strong. He is still a kid. Zhu family needs help right now, and I don't think a second-grade faction could help us with that, Deacon Lu said, uttering his dissatisfaction. You mean that we should marry her with other strong faction? Deacon Huang asked solemnly. I'm not that sure. Unless this mysterious expert from Jade Sect help us, there is no reason to let them have Zhu Yue, Deacon Lu said with a serious face. Aren't we going to lose face if we go back on our words? Deacon Huang said, unsure about Deacon Lu's way of thinking. No, it's a fair demand. Zhu family has spent so much to train her. By her running away doesn't mean that she completely broke off her responsibility towards us, Deacon Lu said solemnly. Deacon Huang became silent, contemplating Deacon Lu's words. He knew that Deacon Lu was right. Zhu Yue was needed by Zhu family, otherwise Zhu family could be destroyed. I think that we could let Zhu Yue become their elder with some demands. If there really is a strong expert in Jade Sect, he would have to come to help his elder. Deacon Huang said excitingly. I would go inside and tell him this demand now, Deacon Huang said while turning around toward the VIP room door. Wait, I am coming with you, Deacon Lu said while quickly catching up with Deacon Huang. They pushed the VIP room door at the same time, showing their determined faces. Yi Tianyun, who was drinking tea peacefully, put down the cup slowly. What is it now? Is there anything else that you need? Yi Tianyun said unbothered. Yes, we in need of something. You know that our Zhu family is in rather difficult situation here. By letting Zhu Yue become your elder, aren't we losing a fortune with that? Deacon Lu said challengingly. So you need some type of compensation, is that it? So let's hear what you have in mind. Yi Tianyun said casually. I'm glad that you catch on quick. Our demand is simple enough. We would host a divine rune competition soon. There would be division in that competition, since that is the case. We would like you to join this tournament with at least a 4th grade Divine Rune Master, and that you have to at least achieve the top 3 position. If you succeed, we will let you keep Zhu Yue. Deacon Lu said with a serious face. Zhu Yuxuan's face became pale. She hurriedly stood up and said, "Aren't you demanding too much? Even if Yue married to the profound Azure Mansion, the best they could give is just a 3rd grade Divine Rune Master, let alone become top 3. Finishing within the top 10 is already great enough. Yuxuan, whose side are you on?" Deacon Lu reprimanded Zhu Yuxuan. Zhu Yue became even more uncomfortable about the situation. She chose to stay silent and let Yi Tianyun say something first. No wonder Yuxuan didn't want her to go back. These people still intend to sell her to gain reputation. Yi Tianyun, however, still smiled to the 2 deacon, unbothered by the demands. Chapter 174, Eat the Table. Chapter 174, Eat the Table. Zhu Yuxuan, seen bothered by the 2 deacons' attitude, she could bear it before, but after seeing her own sister in front of her threaded like a piece of goods, she couldn't just stand aside anymore. Zhu Yue, on the other hand, really become furious by their word. Sure, I was trained by the Zhu family, but what has you done for us exactly? You gave me the worst training so that you don't lose money. Then what you did to my sister after? Even so, she got the normal training like everyone else. You still sold her off to some faction and abandoned her. Deacon Lu's face become red from anger. He wants to say something to Zhu Yue, but Yi Tianyun quickly blocks him with saying that he would agree to their condition. The 2 deacon was clearly surprised to see Yi Tianyun agreed to their condition. They knew this condition wasn't an easy one. You really agreed to our condition? Deacon Lu said, slightly trembling from excitement. If they could win this game, their Zhu family wouldn't be abandoned by the Star Pavilion. Yes, I will, but I have some condition myself. Yi Tianyun said calmly. What is your condition? As long as it is reasonable, I will try to abide. Deacon Lu said excitedly. It's a simple one. If I successfully gave what you want, I want the 2 Zhu sisters to become part of my Jade sect, and sever your connection with them. I want you to leave them alone in the future. Yi Tianyun said while sitting back down and drank his tea. Sure, you can have them both if you win the top 3, Deacon Lu said without hesitation. Zhu Yuxuan was saddened a little by the fact that Deacon Lu didn't even consider her feelings and just agreed to sell her off again. But she knew that it is for her best interest to leave this place. However, Zhu Yue didn't hold her anger one bit. How can you agree to it so quickly? My sister has done many things for you in the past, she said furiously. Stop whining. If it's in the Zhu family's best interest, we have to do it. Deacon Lu said, silencing Zhu Yue immediately. Yi Tianyun immediately realized that the 2 Zhu sister wasn't actually born in the Zhu family. They must have been adopted from some point. There is no way that an original family member would be sold off like this without even having a slight consideration whatsoever. Can I add one more condition to that? Yi Tianyun said with a smirk. Yes, as long as it is reasonable, then that is okay, Deacon Lu said. It is also a very simple demand. In the end of the tournament, if I win, I want your life. Yi Tianyun said while smirking to Deacon Lu. What the fuck did you say? Deacon Lu said while punching the table next to him and broke the table completely. Seeing the deacon was angered by his demand, Yi Tianyun just laughed it off. Deacon Lu, on the other hand, felt like a fool. He just realized that Yi Tianyun was only joking. You are so easy to provoke. Why would I want a senile old man's life? Yi Tianyun said while smiling. Zhu Yue chuckled a little. She found Yi Tianyun's way of thinking was very hilarious. Sister, he will provoke Deacon Lu at this rate, Zhu Yuxuan said with a face full of worry. It's okay, sister. Everyone who becomes his enemy will not end well, Zhu Yue said, calming her sister a little bit. Those condition is unacceptable. But you could have them both no problem, if you could find a 4th grade Divine Rune Master and win in the top 3 of the tournament. Deacon Li said while calming himself. No problem, top 3 is easy, Yi Tianyun said casually. He was confident on his own ability, and with the help of Heavenly Eyes' power, he doubted that he could lose to another 4th grade Divine Rune Master. We will arrange the condition for the Divine Rune Master arrival. When will he come? Deacon Lu said calmly. There is no need to arrange anything. The 4th grade Divine Rune Master is me, Yi Tianyun said casually. Everyone was shocked by Yi Tianyun's word. Not even Zhu Yue knew about this fact. Stop joking, kid. You are too young to be a 4th grade Divine Rune Master, Deacon Lu said, irritated by Yi Tianyun's avowal. Do you think I am joking? What would you do if I am really a 4th grade Divine Rune Master? Yi Tianyun said challengingly. If you really are a 4th grade Divine Rune Master, I will eat this table, Deacon Lu shouted as he pointed his finger to the broken table. Nice. Don't you go back on your word later? Yi Tianyun said while quickly took a piece of paper and the Divine Rune stroke. He quickly drew a rune on the paper and a spiritual power was gradually concentrated in the room. After he was done drawing the Divine Rune, he quickly handed it over to Deacon Lu. Now, swallow that table like you said you would, Yi Tianyun said while smirking. The 2 deacon looked at the Divine Rune Yi Tianyun made carefully and was dumbfounded by the truth. It really was a 4th grade Divine Rune Master. Deacon Lu's face turned pale as he looked at Yi Tianyun. He didn't expect Yi Tianyun to be a 4th grade Divine Rune Master. Now, how will he get out of his predicament? Chapter 175, 2 Sisters. Chapter 175, 2 Sisters. Yi Tianyun drew the simplest rune that he could, But as simple as it was still a 4th grade divine rune, and cultivator above spirit refinement surely will be able to distinguish the level of the rune. To fix the great array of flight in the heaven-immersing ancient ruin, Yi Tianyun had to become a top-grade divine rune master. Or so old Xuan said anyway. Deacon Lu was extremely embarrassed right now. He really didn't want to eat a table. I am horribly sorry for ever doubting you. Please forgive me. I would send you a gift as my apology later, but please don't make me eat a table. Deacon Lu said while bowing his head. Eat the table, Yi Tianyun said with a low voice. There is a word that you can't go back on after you said it. This is, after all, for your Zhu family, isn't it? Or did you want me to change my mind about the deal too? Yi Tianyun added. Deacon Lu was panicked a little bit. If Yi Tianyun changed his mind to help them, Zhu family would be destroyed. After losing so many times to other families, their influence in Star Pavilion would dwindle exponentially. Elder Yi, please let this slide for once. Deacon Lu doesn't mean what he said. He simply thinks that you are too young to reach a 4th grade divine rune master, Deacon Huang said, trying to persuade Yi Tianyun to forgive Deacon Lu. Now, after they know Yi Tianyun has some worth, they began to sugarcoat their word. Yi Tianyun was just not having it. He didn't care about anyone who hurt people he cares about, and clearly, they already hurt Zhu Yue. This is not my problem. This is your own fault for looking down on me. I have said that I am a 4th grade divine rune master, and you thought that I am joking? Did you think that I would make light of Elder Zhu's freedoms? Any other 4th grade divine rune master would have turned their back on you right now, Yi Tianyun said solemnly. Deacon Lu became silent. He seemed to be thinking about the words from Yi Tianyun just now. Okay, I will eat the table, Deacon Lu said while picking a piece of wood. He released his aura of core condensation to strengthen his teeth and organs to chew and swallow the woods. He felt humiliated for doing this, even if there are just small amounts of onlookers, but he couldn't help but felt incredibly embarrassed. Zhu Yue and Zhu Yushuan that stood beside Yi Tianyun couldn't help but laugh, as they couldn't stand it anymore. They thought Deacon Lu deserved this, as he was too arrogant for his own good. I am done. Can I leave now? Deacon Lu said as he was finally done eating the piece of wood from the wooden table. Yes, now go and prepare anything that I need for the tournament. Let me know when you are done, Yi Tianyun said indifferently. Yes, of course, Deacon Lu said while clenching his teeth, and immediately left the room with Deacon Huang following him. Ding received a side quest. Win the Divine Rune Tournament. Save the 2 sisters. Reward 1W00 XP, 1X Enhanced Lottery Roulette Tickets, 5W0W Tickets, 5W0N Divine Rune Proficiency Mastery, 100 Favorability for Zhu Yue and Zhu Yuzhuan. Yi Tianyun felt a wave of excitement. He didn't expect to find a side quest here in the Star Pavilion. You two wait here for a while. I want to check something, Yi Tianyun said while quickly left the room, leaving Zhu Yue and Zhu Yushuan for themselves. When he was convinced that he was far enough from Yi Tianyun's room, Deacon Lu angrily said, "That son of a bitch really made me eat the wooden table. If he is not the 4th grade Divine Rune Master, I would have hung his head right now. No wonder he becomes an elder for Heavenly Jade Sect. It looks like the Jade Sect is a real deal. Having a 4th grade Divine Rune Master as one of the elder clearly suggests that they are strong," Deacon Huang said. But how come they suddenly become powerful? Deacon Huang added while wondering about Jade Sect's power. It's better if he doesn't win the top 3 later in the tournament, I think. If he doesn't win, he has no choice but to help us on, and the 2 sisters can't escape our clutch, Deacon Lu said, dissatisfied by Yi Tianyun's arrogant act. That's true, I'm with you on that one. A 2nd grade faction dares to be that arrogant towards us. They need to be put into their places, Deacon Huang said, clearly unhappy with Yi Tianyun's act. A dark figure looming in the corner quickly left the premise after hearing the 2 talked, immediately returned to Yi Tianyun's room. Elder Yi, where have you been? Zhu Yue wondered as Yi Tianyun came in. Just a random stroll, looking for anything that interests me, Yi Tianyun said, hiding the truth from the 2 for now. Yi Tianyun knew that even if he lost the tournament, Zhu family would still be here. Maybe Star Pavilion voiced their dissatisfaction toward them. If Zhu family really acquired a young Divine Rune Master, they would have to support them by any means as to not embarrass themselves for turning down a child prodigy. Yi Tianyun also didn't want to put a spotlight into Jade Sect. For now, he needed to prepare things first. Jade Sect wasn't ready for any disturbance yet. Elder Yi, thank you so much for helping us. As long as I can get my freedom back, I don't need anything else. If you don't really mean for me to be part of Jade Sect, it's okay for me. I would serve you for a lifetime as my gratitude, Zhu Yushuan said while kneeling in front of Yi Tianyun. Zhu Yue soon also followed her example and also kneeling in front of Yi Tianyun. Like I said before, I really want you to join Jade Sect. You two are really capable. If you didn't join us, that would be our loss. There is no need to worry. I will win the top 3 of the tournaments and free you from this pavilion, Yi Tianyun said with a smile. The 2 sisters' eyes shone from the unshed tears. They truly felt grateful for meeting Yi Tianyun. They were loyal people, but the Star Pavilion is the one who took them for granted. After a while, they looked at each other and nodded. We 2 sisters promised to serve Elder Yi with our heart and only listen to Elder Yi order. We will give everything to Elder Yi with no regrets. Their words extremely surprised Yi Tianyun, as he never expected them to form this pact. Chapter 17.6, Zhu Family Lord. Chapter 17.6, Zhu Family Lord. The two sisters' resolve really became somewhat of a shock to Yi Tianyun. He knew that the two really meant every single word that they said. Their favorability to Yi Tianyun was already raised beyond 200 points. This fact alone makes the quest he just got became irrelevant. That is not necessary. I never want you two to go that far, Yi Tianyun said while smiling and feeling very embarrassed. No, this is our will. You help us out from this horrible place. So, our loyalties are yours, Zhu Yuxian said sincerely. We believe that you would lead us to a better path. You should rest for now. We will wait for the tournament together before you go off saying stuff. Yi Tianyun said while smiling. Okay, I believe that you would be able to solve anything thrown at you, Zhu Yue said, smiling. Yi Tianyun only shook his head from Zhu Yue's word, but didn't refute anything for now. After moving to a private room arranged by Zhu family for this tournament, for the time being, while waiting for the tournament, Yi Tianyun asked for some materials to practice his divine rune skills and leveled up while he can. Soon, a sound of door knock was heard on Yi Tianyun's room door, signaling that it was already time for the divine rune tournament. As soon as Yi Tianyun walks out of his room, he was welcomed by the two sisters. Are you ready for the tournament, Elder Yi? Did you need anything else for the tournament? Zhu Yue asked. No, I am ready. Let's go, Yi Tianyun said with a serious face. Zhu Yue just nodded and followed Yi Tianyun from behind with her elder sister. They walked outside of the pavilion to be met with several feather cars and Deacon Huang, who was already waiting for them. They nodded to each other and proceed to enter the car and drive to Pavilion Chief of Star Pavilion's place. This tournament venue was a place that couldn't be entered by normal people even from the branch family. It required an invitation to enter this place. When Yi Tianyun arrived at the place, he was immediately welcomed by many onlookers outside of the place. Even if they couldn't enter the place to watch the match, they were still curious about the people participating in the tournament. As Yi Tianyun looked around, he noticed that many carriages that seemed to be owned by a family in Star Pavilion were decorated luxuriously, and he noticed that one of them was from the Zhu family, indicating that the Zhu family's head was here already. As Yi Tianyun, Deacon Huang, and the two sisters made their way inside, they stopped in front of a middle-aged man that exerted power. He looked at them indifferently, and soon enough his eyes landed on Yi Tianyun. This is the 4th grade Divine Rune Master that you talk about? I don't believe you. He seems too young to be a 4th grade Divine Rune Master, the middle-aged man said to Deacon Huang. Forgive me for being rude, young man. I am the Zhu family's head, and if you could really deliver like he said you would, I would gladly give you what you want. But if you don't, then we will never meet each other again, the middle-aged man said to Yi Tianyun. Rest assured, I won't go back on my words. I am definitely will finish in the top 3 positions. Yi Tianyun said indifferently. If that's the case, go. I will make sure there is no one stopping you. I am sorry for the two sisters' dilemma, but there must be a sacrifice for the greater good of the family if you win. They will answer to you like our deal, and I will make sure that I will punish Deacon Lu for harassing you. Zhu Tianhong, the middle-aged man, said sincerely to Yi Tianyun. Yi Tianyun couldn't find any negative emotion from Zhu Tianhong, but his behavior was just downright rude, and Yi Tianyun didn't like it. Yi Tianyun understood this behavior was because of the need to protect his family, and in such a big family, a sacrifice was necessary once in a while. I understand. Compared to those two in the pavilion, knowing that you are more honest that you could betray me is better, Yi Tianyun said while smiling. I, Zhu Tianhong, promised that I would be fair to my family. You could dislike me, but this is my way of survival. I will not betray you as long as you still have value for me. We are not friends. There is no need for you to come to me if it doesn't suit your interest. The same can be said for me too. But I can promise that I will not provoke you in any way, Zhu Tianhong said indifferently. After all, even if you're done cooperating with me, there is no saying that we will not cooperate in the future. Because of that, I dislike provoking anyone and making enemy. I am sorry if my word came off rude to you, but this is the truth, Zhu Tianhong said indifferently. It's okay, I prefer that way, Yi Tianyun said casually. Even if Zhu Tianhong was rude, at least Yi Tianyun knew that for now, he could be trusted. This person can't be befriended, there is no telling where anyone's value would end. Chapter 177, The Competition Rewards. Chapter 177, The Competition Rewards. At the same time, someone approached Zhu Tianhong and said, Zhu family head, long time no see. How many people did you bring this time? If you did not bring that many, that's fine. Wang family head, don't you worry, we bring some with us today, Zhu Tianhong said with an indifferent attitude. I hope you can win some of the game. Who is that little boy? Don't tell me he is the one you brought today. He has a fine physique, must be 2nd grade Divine Rune Master, not bad. The old man who said that was known to be Wang family head. Yi Tianyun immediately realized the Wang family head has many sin points judging from how easy it was to hate him. You don't need to know his rank, Zhu Tianhong said while keeping his cold attitude. Zhu family head, there is no need to be so cold. I know that the previous aid you brought isn't that good. If by any chance Zhu family lacks some manpower, I can help you with that. I can send you some of my men to help out, Wang family lord said while smirking to Zhu Tianhong. There is no need for you to help. We have everything under control. Zhu Tianhong said while still on his cold attitude. Haha, sure, keep telling yourself that line. Let's go in. They would begin shortly, Wang family lord said while smirking. Zhu Tianhong only nodded his head and started to walk in. Yi Tianyun followed from behind. He now knew that the Star Pavilion really had a bad relationship with their family. Inside the venue, Yi Tianyun looked around and saw many people that was divided into several areas. He noticed that inside each square consisted of a small number of people, not more than 5. It seems that one area is for one family, and they could contribute up to 5 participants for the tournament. He noticed that the age gap wasn't too big. The youngest was around 23 to 24 years old, and the oldest at 30 years old. This is for your family token. It represents our Zhu family. Zhu Tianhong said while giving Yi Tianyun a token that has the word Zhu engraved in the middle of it. This tournament was organized by the main lord of Star Pavilion. He personally checked the level of all branches and conduct the judging himself. With his cultivation level at 2nd level core transformation, there was no doubt that he was qualified to become the judges of the match. Yi Tianyun was a little surprised. This is the power of 3rd grade faction. There was no doubt that they were more powerful than the profound Azure Mansion. Yi Tianyun took the token from Zhu Tianhong's hand and asked, "What is this tournament about?" No one knows except for the main lord of Star Pavilion. He is the one who designs the tournament each year. Zhu Tianhong said solemnly. Soon enough, an old man walked into the stage, followed by several middle-aged men, and everyone became silent at their presence. This old man was the main lord of Star Pavilion with the name of Li Tianlong, and his followers were the main pavilion's deacon. Li Tianlong stood on the high platform and glanced all over his pavilion branch. His gaze held authorities that made some people tremble. This tournament will begin soon, and here is the reward for the top 3 winners, he said solemnly. The first place reward is Heavenly Spiritual Jade Pond 5 days cultivation time. The second place reward is my Divine Rune Cultivator experience. The third place is Divine Rune Stroke for Soul Tool. The reward was undoubtedly attractive. The Heavenly Spiritual Jade Pond was a cultivation place with a high concentration of spirit power. It would be good if he could get his hand on that. Yi Tianyun thought to himself. The second prize was not that bad either, with his Divine Rune Master Cultivator experience. Yi Tianyun believed that his own Divine Rune proficiency would improve significantly. And the final reward was good too. Divine Rune Stroke of Soul Tool was an expensive item that Yi Tianyun still didn't know how to forge. With it, the success rate of his Divine Rune proficiency would be significantly increased. However, after a while, Yi Tianyun didn't think the second reward was that good anymore. His Heavenly Eyes given by Ye Qingxuan was far stronger than any Divine Rune Cultivator experience, and plus the memories of Ye Qingxuan could be said as the essence of Divine Rune cultivation. There was no way that the old man's experience would be any good for him. I need to get my hand on the number 1 prize. With 5 days of cultivation time in that place, I am sure I would be able to absorb many spirit power, Yi Tianyun said to himself. Most of the participants couldn't wait for the tournament to begin. They seemed to be aiming for the top 3 rewards too. There was no doubt that the family that didn't get the top 3 positions will receive some sort of reward too, but it will be an internal reward that wouldn't be any good to Yi Tianyun. Li Tianlong on the high platform seemed satisfied with the excitement of the contestant. Although he thought that the reward wasn't that good, apparently the contestant didn't feel that way. Chapter 17.8 Taunt. Chapter 17.8 Taunt. This reward is good. Zhu Tianhong said to Yi Tianyun, "As we agreed upon, if you achieve the top 3, you could keep the reward to yourself. I will not touch any of it." Yi Tianyun nodded and proceeded to prepare himself as the tournament was about to begin. Now, for the first stage of the tournament, the Strength stage. You will draw a Divine Rune on top of armor or shield to increase its defense. At the end of the time limit, I will send some cultivators to test out your Divine Rune strength. There is no rank limitation on the Divine Rune, as the strength is the only aspect that will be judged in this stage. The time limit is 1 hour, and those who couldn't finish until the time limit would be disqualified immediately. "And the time start now," he shouted as he signaled one of the deacons to flip the sand clock to indicate the time limit. Ding random quest. Complete the first stage of the tournament is now accepted. Reward 500 Divine Rune Proficiency Mastery Point. With the surprising new side quest, Yi Tianyun became more excited. Not only he had the top 3 reward as his goal, now he could get an additional reward from his quest too. The first stage is a strength test. "Could you do it?" Zhu Tianhong asked solemnly to Yi Tianyun. "No problem. This will be a walk in the park," Yi Tianyun said confidently. Zhu Tianhong only nodded his head and left Yi Tianyun to concentrate on his own. Soon, all of the contestants were faced with a rack of armor and shield. They could choose what equipment they prefer to draw on. Most of the contestants chose a shield, as it is relatively good equipment to draw Divine Rune on, but Yi Tianyun chose armor on this stage. Even if the rank of the Divine Rune wouldn't be judged, Yi Tianyun knows that to make a strong defensive rune, the higher the rank, the stronger the equipment will be. Every contestant immediately pulled out their Divine Rune stroke and immediately began to draw the Divine Rune on their equipment. According to the tournament's rule, you could fail once, and more than that, you will be disqualified from the tournament. So, he couldn't afford any mistakes now. On the spectator side, people began to talk among themselves. Zhu family head, did you invite many helpers this time? Wang family head said to Zhu Tianhong, I heard that you bring 2 good divine rune master this time. Is that true? Yes, it's true. Is there a problem? Zhu Tianhong said indifferently. No, there is no problem. I invited 2 divine rune master on my own. Unfortunately, only one could perform now. Even from the number alone, I'm already at a disadvantage here. Wang family lord said mockingly. Another family lord come along and started to talk to them too. Wang family lord, you really have a nasty personality. Even if you only brought one person, but that person is from the Divine Runes Mansion, you can't compare him to the ones Zhu family lord brought. No one knows where he came from. Zhu family must be able to find someone that meets their standard. Look at the boy he brought. So young, yet he already had the guts to participate in the tournament. He must be a genius, right? Wang family lord said mockingly. Wang family lord, I dare to say that if such a genius really exists, we would have heard about him already. There is no way he is a genius, another family lord said mockingly. This mockery was really getting to Zhu Tianhong. He was so embarrassed that he couldn't speak up because he didn't know the extent of Yi Tianyun's capabilities himself. Wang family lord, are you saying that you already won? Zhu Tianhong said coldly. No, I never said that, but my chances of winning are good. I don't know about you, but I feel that I would get first place on several stages, Wang family said confidently. I don't know, but I am sure that we would accomplish better than your Wang family, Zhu Tianhong said coldly. Well, we should see what happened in the future. Just wait and see, Wang family lord said, still in mocking tone. This mockery to Zhu family was already happening long Zhu sisters' problem. Their declining power only made it worse. However, Yi Tianyun on the tournament sites had a light but serious expression on his face. This tournament was just another quest for him. Also, a quest that would give him many good rewards. Chapter 179, Comedy, Chapter 79, Comedy. While everyone was busy talking to each other, the time passed quickly and soon enough, someone already finished drawing his divine rune. It is none other than Lin Li, the genius brought by Wang family head from Divine Rune Mansion. Wang family lord, the one you brought here this time really has an outstanding skill. The family head around Wang family lord complimented him. Sure, who doesn't know about the skill of Divine Rune Mansion? They really live up to their name, a true third-grade faction. Wang family head said while blinking to Zhu family head. Zhu family lord face became gloomy. He hoped that Yi Tianyun also finished soon. Lin Li, who happened to be right beside Yi Tianyun this entire time, looked at Yi Tianyun with a mocking face. What family is desperate enough to send a boy up here? I guess he is good enough to be a second-grade divine rune master to be up here, he said to himself. But as the time goes, he couldn't help but laugh, seeing that Yi Tianyun was too slow to draw the divine rune. Moreover, he was laughing when he saw the first-grade rune that Yi Tianyun drew. Yi Tianyun didn't pay attention to Lin Li at all. He continued to draw his divine rune even after almost all contestants already finished their works. This situation made Zhu Tianhong frowns. He got really curious about what was Yi Tianyun doing. With his level of skill, Yi Tianyun was supposed to be finished already. Even the contestant that he brought here personally already finished. Weird, what is that brat doing now? Deacon Lu said. Couldn't help but worry a little bit. But deep down, he was still hoping that Yi Tianyun lost and failed to get the top 3 finish. What is Elder Yi doing? This is not supposed to be that hard, Zhu Yuquan said as she became worried over time. Relax, there must be a reason why Elder Yi chose to be slow, Zhu Yue said, completely trusting Yi Tianyun. Finally, Yi Tianyun finished his last stroke and put away his divine rune stroke. He looked completely satisfied by his own works. Soon after he finished, the hourglass showed that the time was finally over. As Yi Tianyun looked around, he noticed that everybody finished their works somehow. The deacon that came at the same time as Star Pavilion Lord Li Tianlong began to call the contestants' name one by one, starting from the fastest to finish their works. It means that Lin Li got to go first. Third grade divine rune, said the deacon as he examined Lin Li's work. He proceeds to punch the armor starting from the first level body refinement and gradually increased until the armor broke. Lin Li's armor broke at 7th level spirit refinement, which was high according to the tournament standard, amazed all spectator. Soon everyone else went through the same process to determine their tournament rank. Some went through as high as 5th level spirit refinement, and some got really low as 8th level body refinement, but nobody beat Lin Li so far. This is the power of Divine Rune Mansion's disciple. He is so much better than other contestant. Several family heads said to Wang family head, bringing up his ego some more. Wang family head couldn't help but look at Zhu family head with a sarcastic look on his eyes. Zhu family head couldn't help but stay silent. He couldn't refute anything as Yi Tianyun's works wasn't assessed yet, as his other contestant was at 2nd grade Divine Rune Master, which was not giving any spectacular result. Zhu family head, there is no doubt that the people you brought with you today is very high-leveled. Wang family head said sarcastically to Zhu family head. Zhu family lord just remained silent as he didn't know how to refute the ridicule pointed at him. As it came to Yi Tianyun moment to be graded, the Zhu family head and Wang family head watched silently. First grade divine rune? Said the deacon confusedly. First grade rune was not particularly surprising, but it was mostly used as a last resort by the people who kept failing to draw any higher grade divine rune. The thing that the judge was lost about Yi Tianyun's divine rune was that he didn't fail anything, and he drew the divine rune rather slow for it to be a mere first grade divine rune. Wang family head at the side was laughing so hard to Zhu family head's face. He couldn't help it, as he thought that there was no way Yi Tianyun would beat his Lin Li now. Zhu family head felt the same way as his face turned a little bit pale. Yi Tianyun noticed that almost everyone laughed and ridiculed him for his low-grade divine rune, but he didn't care. Please test it to your heart content, Yi Tianyun said confidently. Chapter 180, Scared, Chapter 180, Scared people laughed because of the anticipation that Yi Tianyun gave off as he drew his divine rune slowly. As the judge said, it was just a first-grade divine rune. The spectators couldn't contain their laughter anymore. Please test it, Yi Tianyun said to the judge confidently. The judge just shook his head after seeing that Yi Tianyun still felt confident after drawing such a low-grade divine rune. All right, I will start at 5th level body refinement, the judge said, and he proceeded to make a stance and punched the armor Yi Tianyun used as the media to his divine rune. Yi Tianyun smirked a little bit after seeing that his armor didn't receive any damage. What the? How can it not receive any damage? The judge said, feeling a little astounded. A first-grade divine rune should at least receive some damage if not broken after receiving an attack at this level. He used advanced divine rune strokes. It must be at the spirit tool rank at the very least, someone shouted from the crowd stand. Everyone began to murmur about how wasteful it is to have someone with a low-graded divine rune mastery to hold such a high-grade tool. Moreover, they began to degrade Zhu family head for giving a low-grade divine rune master such a high-grade tool. Okay, I will increase my power by 1 level, said the judge to Yi Tianyun. Yi Tianyun only nodded and let the judge punch it once more. After the judge punched the armor, it still didn't receive any damage. The judge gradually increasing his power by 1 level each time, and the armor still didn't break even until the 1st level spirit refinement. Everyone became shocked by the fact that Yi Tianyun's first-grade divine rune could withstand that level of power easily. There's no way that kid's divine rune is at first-grade divine rune. At least it must be second-grade divine rune or above, a man from the crowd shouted to the arena, followed by several others that agreed with him. The deacon who served as the judge was overwhelmed in no time by the noise that the crowds made accusing him of assessing Yi Tianyun's divine rune incorrectly. Li Tianlong immediately walks down to the arena, silencing everyone else, and asks the judge about what is the problem. Pavilion Lord Li, I am very sure that this is a first-grade divine rune, but I can't break it even a first-level spirit refinement power, the deacon said worriedly. Li Tianlong immediately took a look at Yi Tianyun's work, and he went quiet for several seconds, shocked by what his eyes saw in front of him. This divine rune is a work of art. It is indeed a first-grade divine rune, but it is 3-layered first-grade divine rune, making it equal or more powerful than a peak 3rd-grade divine rune. This is a very peculiar divine rune. There is no way a normal attack would break it, Li Tianlong said, voicing his excitement. Everyone was dumbfounded after hearing Li Tianlong's explanation. Zhu Tianhong just stared at Yi Tianyun and Li Tianlong with a wide eye. Nobody expected Yi Tianyun to use such a complicated rune. In fact, nobody would make such a risky divine rune, because if you fail at the 2nd or 3rd layer of the divine rune, the previous layer would be destroyed, leaving a huge mess behind, making it almost impossible to fix. The most important thing is that the complicated divine rune was drawn by none other than Yi Tianyun, who previously get ridiculed and laughed at. Now everybody was speechless. They couldn't say anything as they felt some sort of shame for ridiculing such genius. You failed to notice this complicated divine rune? It seems that you are not that qualified to become a judge, Li Tianlong said as they almost made a serious mistake for lowly grading this divine rune. There's no need to test this divine rune any further. By my authority as Star Pavilion Lord, I granted this divine rune a perfect score. Forgive my deacon's mistake for not noticing the grade of this divine rune. Li Tianlong said solemnly to Yi Tianyun. You are a contestant from Zhu family, right? Great, I would like some time to catch up with Zhu family head later, Li Tianlong said excitedly. Everyone became more shocked as a result was given by Li Tianlong in person, and mostly from the grade of the divine rune that required a high innate ability to draw successfully. Lin Li, however, became furious. Yi Tianyun completely stole his thunder. He thought that Yi Tianyun was going for a first-grade divine rune, and suddenly he drew a 3-layered divine rune. What a joke. Chapter 18:1, Second Chapter 18:1, Second, we did bring this young man. It is a first-grade divine rune, but it is not your average first-grade divine rune now, is it? Zhu Tianhong said to Wang family head mockingly. Both Zhu Yue and Zhu Yuxuan on the side seemed to be pleased by the outcome of Yi Tianyun's first tournament stage. How is this possible? A powerful young divine rune master? Wang family lord couldn't believe Yi Tianyun somehow beat Lin Li in a divine rune match like this. On the stage, Lin Li himself was shocked by Yi Tianyun multi-layered divine rune. How can you engrave something so complicated? He asked to Yi Tianyun with contempt. You said it yourself. I am only capable of engraving a first-grade divine rune. If you compare me to a pathetic child, then you are a baby, Yi Tianyun said with a smirk on his face. How dare you, Lin Li said, angered by Yi Tianyun's word. I only told the truth. You said it first, so I'll follow your example, Yi Tianyun said mockingly. Don't get ahead of yourself. Multi-layered divine rune just catch me off guard. This is just the beginning. You will not best me again, Lin Li said, frustrated. Lin Li didn't know the extent of Yi Tianyun's skill yet. To engrave a multi-layered divine rune, they need to have a strong understanding of the divine rune itself. There is no telling in what level Yi Tianyun really is. By winning the first stage, Yi Tianyun received much attention from the spectator seat. No one thought that a young boy would beat a divine rune mansion's disciple. As the scores are recorded, Yi Tianyun won the first place position and Lin Li in the second place position. They both have a full score on the first stage, but Yi Tianyun was deemed slightly better with his multi-layered divine rune. Li Tianlong suddenly spooks, causing the chattering around the spectator seat to stop. I didn't expect to see someone to engrave a multi-layered divine rune on the first stage. Because of this unprecedented event, I will change the rule of the next stage as well as the rest of the tournament. This outcome really pleased me. The family around the Star Pavilion still has fought in them after all, Li Tianlong said, made a sweat drop on a few family lord on the spectator seat and the main pavilion's deacon faces. Usually, the tournament was organized by the Lord of Star Pavilion, Li Tianlong himself, but few deacons knew what the rule was, as they had to prepare for the tournament accordingly. Because of that, some family lord bribed deacon to leak rules and details of the stage, so they could become the best on each stage. This change of rules would result in the deacon losing their credibility on the tournament, and the family lord would not win the tournament like they predicted. They could only pray that the tournament rules and content didn't differ too far from the original rules and content. They couldn't protest regarding this change because of Li Tianlong's authority. He couldn't be bribed, nor could be challenged. After he made a decision, it would be hard to change his mind. The second stage would be themed speeds. In 1 hour, the more divine rune you engrave on a piece of rune paper, the more point you would get. This time, the grade of the divine rune would be assessed as well, as the lower the grade, the lower the point you would get, and vice versa. Now, a first grade divine rune is 1 point, second grade divine rune is 2 points, third grade divine rune is 5 points, and the fourth grade divine rune would get 10 points. And the special divine rune, like multi-layered divine rune like the previous one, is graded the same as their potential grade. Like the previous 3-layered divine rune would get 5 points as it is potentially the same as a third grade divine rune. Let the best wins, Li Tianlong said as he explained the second stage rules. The second stage is not that hard to understand as the theme was speed. All you need to do is engrave as many divine rune as you possibly could. But this meant that Yi Tianyun wouldn't be able to use a low-grade divine rune as his points were worth less than a high-grade divine rune. Yi Tianyun would have to think of other strategies to win the second stage. Yi Tianyun had to consider the 1-hour allocation time as best as his skill would allow. There was no need to go for a high-grade divine rune if he took too long to make it. Ding. Successfully took first place the first stage of the Divine Rune Tournament. Reward, 500-00 Divine Rune Mastery. Ding. Took first place on the second stage of the Divine Rune Tournament. Completion would receive 500-00 EXP, 1-00 Divine Rune Mastery. The quest continued to develop. This fact made Yi Tianyun smile. He could get a develop. This fact made Yi Tianyun smile. He could advance to the next level of Divine Rune Master soon. Chapter 82, as usual. Chapter 82, as usual, Yi Tianyun was satisfied to receive the Divine Rune Mastery as his quest reward, but he thought that if he reaches an advanced level Divine Rune Master, this tournament would be like a walk in the park. This second stage was very different from the previous stage, but it was still easy for Yi Tianyun. This stage won't be only about the speed. The level of the constitution you have would be tested as well, Li Tianlong said. I am sure that some of you would do great, Li Tianlong said this time with a smile plastered on his face. He didn't speak for several people, but he talked to all of the participants in the arena. During his speech, everyone in the arena already thought of their own strategy to get a better result. As Li Tianlong finished his speech about the rules, the deacon started to distribute the Divine Rune paper to be used for the second stage. They distributed it fairly to all of the contestants on the stage. I am looking forward to seeing your struggle on the first grade Divine Rune again, Lin Li said mockingly to Yi Tianyun. Don't worry, I am not as stupid as you, Yi Tianyun countered, irritating Lin Li even more. Let's see what you're actually capable of then, Lin Li said spitefully. After everyone received their Divine Rune paper, Li Tianlong gave the signal to the deacon to flip the hourglass once again, signaling contestants that the second stage is already started. Everyone started to draw their divine rune as fast as they could, releasing spiritual power at the same time, filling the arena with spiritual power. However, a lot of the spectators' eyes were still on Yi Tianyun. They were curious about what would Yi Tianyun do on the second stage. Yi Tianyun casually grabbed his divine rune stroke and began to draw his first divine rune. Much to everyone's disbelief, Yi Tianyun once again drew a first-grade divine rune leisurely. First-grade divine rune? Everyone said in disbelief. Wang family head wasn't really trying to hold back his laugh in front of Zhu Tianhong. It seems that kid only knows how to draw first-grade divine rune. No wonder he could draw a multi-layered divine rune on the first stage. His understanding on the first-grade divine rune is remarkable. Wang family head said mockingly. Yeah, first-grade divine rune is too low. There is no way he can win against Lin Li with that, another family head said, backing Wang family head's word. Everyone on the spectator seat looked at Yi Tianyun and Zhu Tianhong with ridicule. They looked down on him for drawing such a low-grade divine rune on a high-demand tournament. Wow, I really overestimated you. I guess all you could draw is first-grade divine rune like I predicted, Lin Li said with an eye full of pity. Zhu Tianhong just sat at his spectator seat speechless. He didn't know what was Yi Tianyun thinking, for once again drew first-grade divine rune now. He knew that Yi Tianyun was able to draw a higher-grade divine rune. The rest of the spectator badmouthed Yi Tianyun as well. They thought that Yi Tianyun was a one-trick pony who didn't know when to give up. They laughed on their own joke about Yi Tianyun, thinking that Yi Tianyun wasn't a notable participant like they thought he was. Yue, why would Elder Yi draw first-grade divine rune again? He wouldn't be able to catch up this way, Zhu Yuxuan said worriedly to Zhu Yue. I don't know why myself, elder sister. Elder Yi is known for his unpredictability since he chooses to draw first-grade divine rune. There must be a reason why he does that, Zhu Yue said confidently. Zhu Yue completely trusted Yi Tianyun's decision no matter what. Zhu Yuxuan also believed Yi Tianyun, but she didn't know Yi Tianyun as well as Zhu Yue, as her time with Yi Tianyun was brief. Chapter 83, Need More. Chapter 83, Need More. Yi Tianyun continued to draw first-grade divine rune despite everyone's mockery. Everyone thought that there was no way that Yi Tianyun would be able to catch up with their representative now. As with his speed, he will only be able to draw up to 5 first-grade divine rune. Li Tianlong just shook his head on his seat. At first, he thought highly of Yi Tianyun's skill, so he made a specific change to bring out Yi Tianyun's skill. He never expected Yi Tianyun to draw a first-grade divine rune again. He was really disappointed. Some spectators also shared the same feeling with Li Tianlong, who thought that Yi Tianyun would do something remarkable. Even Zhu Tianhong himself thought that Yi Tianyun would do anything to win. Yi Tianyun quickly proved them wrong. After he was finished drawing his first-grade divine rune, he felt that he could draw them faster with a 100% success rate. So he started to draw the first-grade divine rune like crazy. The divine rune paper was rapidly filled as Yi Tianyun increased his pace. This change in Yi Tianyun's speed was quickly noticed by others. Seeing Yi Tianyun's drawing speed really astonished them. They've never seen anything like this before. After a short amount of time, Yi Tianyun already amassed 5 to 6 divine rune, compared to others who were still working on their first divine rune. What is going on? How can he suddenly draw that fast? One spectator said, surprised at seeing Yi Tianyun's speed. No one could answer his question as everyone was in shock, seeing Yi Tianyun surpassing everyone's score. Lin Li also began to notice what was going on, and once he glanced toward Yi Tianyun, his face changed from happy to gloomy in an instant. He saw Yi Tianyun was drawing his divine rune with a speed that defied all common sense. Li Tianlong was shocked beyond belief. He jumped off his seat and looked at Yi Tianyun's work up close. Even he couldn't believe how intrigued he was at someone like Yi Tianyun right now. Sorry, but can I have more divine rune paper here? I've already used up the first batch, Yi Tianyun said calmly to one of the deacons standing near him. Oh God. The deacon snapped back into reality and immediately ran to retrieve some stack of divine rune paper. Afterward, he quickly gave them to Yi Tianyun. Yi Tianyun immediately drew more of first-grade divine rune once he got his hand on more divine rune paper. His speed quickly cut through the fresh batch of divine rune paper. That is not normal. How could that be compared to the others? One contestant said worriedly. He already surpassed us all merely by using first-grade divine rune. Another contestant said, who got cold feet after how fast Yi Tianyun drew. Other contestants only shook their heads. They couldn't compare themselves to Yi Tianyun. They decided to focus themselves on their own divine rune, as they didn't want to be left behind too far by Yi Tianyun. Lin Li, that was stunned by Yi Tianyun's speed, unknowingly failed his divine rune drawings as he didn't pay attention to it. The paper he used was immediately burnt out as proof of his fail attempt. Excuse me, are you giving a handicap just now? Yi Tianyun said mockingly to Lin Li. Lin Li was clearly furious from Yi Tianyun's taunt, but he kept his calm for now as he needed to finish his divine rune as fast as possible. Time passed by quickly, and as all the sand of the hourglass flipped to the other side, the deacon immediately showed a sign to the contestants, meaning the time was up. Everyone quickly stopped with the divine rune stroke still in their hands. Yi Tianyun already had a thick stack of divine rune in his hand, which was incomparable with others' thin stack of divine rune. Everyone who looked at Yi Tianyun's stack knew that there was at least 30 divine rune there. Chapter 18.4, Score. Chapter 18.4, Score. Everyone was still in shock after seeing Yi Tianyun's thick stack of divine rune. They still can't believe it. Ahem, assess the divine rune, please, Li Tianlong said, breaking the silence from the shock. The deacon immediately ran over to the contestant and assessed their divine rune and gave the scores accordingly. They started from Lin Li, and Lin Li got a 15 points from the 3 third grade divine rune he drew. Then the next contestant got 14 points from 2 third grade divine rune and 2 second grade divine rune, and the next contestant tied with Lin Li with 2 third grade divine rune, 2 second grade divine rune, and a first grade divine rune. Lin Li felt insulted to have someone else tied in their score with him. How could a divine rune mansion disciple such as himself to be compared with these nobody? Lin Li thought to himself. Subsequently, all other contestants were already scored by the deacon, and Yi Tianyun is the last one that would be scored by the deacon. 32 first grade divine rune, a total of 32 points. The deacon said as he finished counting Yi Tianyun's thick stack of divine rune. Everyone became silent once more. As the score was announced, everyone knew that Yi Tianyun wouldn't lose the second stage no matter what. Even if Lin Li didn't fail one of his divine rune, he would be still short 12 points from Yi Tianyun. There was nothing Lin Li can do to win in this stage. Wang family head, thank you for letting me win this stage too, Zhu Tianhong said while smirking. Wang family lord just glared at Zhu Tianhong as he didn't have anything to say to that. However, he felt great hatred towards Yi Tianyun. There is still another stage to play. Don't be too happy now, Wang family head said with contempt. Well, no matter how many stages more left, we'll end up victorious anyway. Tell me, am I wrong, Wang family lord? Zhu Tianhong said with a smile. If the next game is the evaluation of high-grade divine rune, you think he would win with a first-grade divine rune? Lin Li has the skill to draw a fourth-grade divine rune. Do you think your boy there would still win? Unless he draws a fifth-layered first-grade divine rune, there is no way he would win, Wang family lord said with spite. Fifth-layered first-grade divine rune sure was higher, or at least the same as fourth-grade divine rune, but it was way more difficult. He will make something from the high-grade divine rune, I am sure of it. No one tells him to keep making a first-grade divine rune here, Zhu Tianhong said confidently. Of course, let us wait and see, Wang family lord said, still didn't believe that Yi Tianyun was capable of making a high-grade divine rune. Zhu Yuxuan and Zhu Yue were very happy that Yi Tianyun won another stage. Elder Yi won again. Even the score gap between him and the second place was pretty huge, Zhu Yuxuan said excitedly. Yeah, Elder Yi is amazing. I didn't even know that he is a divine rune master, Zhu Yue said cheerily. They kept watching Yi Tianyun excitedly on the spectator seat, ignoring everybody else. However, Lin Li on the stage couldn't accept that he lost against Yi Tianyun. This is impossible. How can someone draw a divine rune that fast? There is no way, he said as he became more furious to Yi Tianyun. Didn't you say I am a one-trick pony? Well, you are losing to me. So what does that make you? A zero-trick pony? No, you are a baby that needs to cultivate more on his mother's womb. Ha ha ha, Yi Tianyun said while smirking. Lin Li was so furious when he heard Yi Tianyun's mockery, he never thought that Yi Tianyun could talk back to him like this. The result is astonishing, as I never expect first-grade divine rune will end up winning 2 stages in a row. I guess even a low-grade divine rune could be winning too. But the next stage is the real challenge. It is time for you all to reach your full potential and show your strongest divine rune on your arsenal. We will judge the score by the level and complexity of the rune. So, let the best wins. Li Tianlong said seriously. This next stage needed a strong divine rune to win. The stronger the divine rune, the higher the score will be. The test was not only about the grade of the divine rune itself, the complexity of the rune, meaning that the personal attribute or personal status could be utilized to make the divine rune more powerful and complex. Hearing this explanation from Li Tianlong, Lin Li's face was cheerful again. He knew that with his skills, he could do something Yi Tianyun couldn't. Chapter 18.5, Yi Tianyun. Chapter 18.5, Yi Tianyun Dings successfully completed win the second stage. Reward, 500 Nurzeron XP, 1 Nurzeron Divine Rune Mastery. Yi Tianyun smiled, knowing he got another Divine Rune Mastery from this tournament. Drawing a low-grade Divine Rune didn't really give him anything at this moment. He could draw a high-grade Divine Rune any time, but he liked seeing his opponents' faces when they lost to a low-grade Divine Rune. To put it simply, he just had a nasty personality. Li Tianlong was delighted seeing that everyone on the arena still had so much vigor to go on. He didn't expect the spectator would be this enthusiastic since he changed the rules. The content of this tournament changed so that it became a battle of attrition at this point, and that is not what he wanted himself. Now, this next stage would be scored respectively. First grade Divine Rune will be divided into 3 categories, which are low, medium, and high. That would get a 1, 2, and 3 points respectively. Second grade Divine Rune will also be divided into the same category, which has 4, 5, and 6 points respectively. Third grade Divine Rune would also be the same with 9, 14, and 19 points respectively, thus leaving fourth grade Divine Rune with the scores 20, 40, and 60 points respectively. This scores indicated the difficulties of each rune. If you draw a multiple Divine Rune, the scores would be equal to the potential of the Divine Rune you drew, as such a triple-layered first grade Divine Rune would have the scores of medium to high third grade Divine Rune would. Li Tianlong said, explaining the scoring system, This stage of the tournament would have a different time limit from the previous one. This stage would have 5 hours time limit. It is your own choice what you will do within the time limit, whether to rest for a certain duration and draw later, or continuously draw the rune from the very beginning. I hope that you can show me an amazing divine rune at the end of the tournament, Yi Tianyun said, explaining the rules further. This stage would take a great amount of spirit power from the contestant, but it was still not worth using an elixir or a spiritual medicine to recover, Yi Tianyun thought to himself. Tianyun thought to himself. The third stage of perfection. Win the stage to win them all. Reward for completion, 500 XP, 1W0 Divine Rune Proficiency Mastery Point. The reward is still the same as the previous quest, but this is already good enough for Yi Tianyun, as all that he needed was just the Divine Rune Mastery at this point. The Deacon of Main Star Pavilion came out with a larger hourglass this time to provide the time limit necessary for the stage. They immediately turned the hourglass over as they put it on its place, announcing the beginning of the stage. Most of the contestants went straight to draw their respective divine rune, and some of them chose to rest and meditate to recover their spiritual power. Do you still intend to continue drawing a first-grade divine rune at this point? Lin Li asked to Yi Tianyun rudely, as he didn't believe Yi Tianyun would be dumb enough to do so. Why would I leak my strategy to my enemy? This is none of your business, Yi Tianyun said as he sat down and closed his eyes to meditate. However, Lin Li was furious hearing Yi Tianyun's words. If there were no one else here right now, he would have burst out and attacked Yi Tianyun on the spot. Lin Li tried to calm down his anger and proceeds to meditate to recover his spiritual power too. There was no doubt that the 2 previous stages consumed a lot of his spiritual power. In 2 hours, there were already several contestants that finished their divine rune, but Lin Li and most of the contestants began to draw their divine rune as the clock reaches the 3rd hour. Lin Li's moves attracted many attention from the spectators, but soon enough the attention diverted towards a woman not so far from him. Look, that's the representative from the Hua family. Her divine rune looks strange, one spectator said. Yeah, while everyone else's was in a golden hue, hers had a strong red hue. It's nothing like an average divine rune, another said excitedly. Because of this conversation, many spectators turned their attention to this woman, forgetting about Lin Li altogether. The woman herself was on the verge of failing her divine rune. She was covered with sweat and her teeth were constantly clacking from extreme nervousness. Yi Tianyun couldn't help but shift his attention to her as he became more and more curious about the woman who suddenly became the center of attention. Ah, this one is an interesting rune indeed. A 3rd-grade divine rune with dual attribute with a fire-based attribute. This one is a rare divine rune I see, Yi Tianyun said as he too was attracted to the woman's unique divine rune. This divine rune that the woman was drawing could enchant a weapon to imbue it with fire attribute, or enhance a fire-attributed weapon to become more powerful. This divine rune was highly valued for an elemental swordsman. Now, this divine rune would have the potential to be equal as the low-level 4th-grade divine rune, so she would at least score 20 points with this divine rune. This would also announce that the woman was very skilled. Chapter 86, Try to Not Know. Chapter 86, Try to Not Know. The spectators didn't pay much attention to anyone else except the 3 of them. Now that Yi Tianyun has joined the fray, Yi Tianyun kept an eye on her while he was still meditating. She is quite skilled, but I wonder who she is. Maybe she is a divine rune master specifically trained by Hua family, one of the spectators said. No, she wasn't trained by Hua family. She was invited here by Hua family. She is from the Heaven's Top Mansion. Another spectator said to clarify her information. Heaven's Top Mansion? Yi Tianyun was surprised as he overheard the spectator talked among themselves. He never expected to encounter them this fast. Yi Tianyun's hand was beginning to shake as she gradually lost her control over the rune. Everyone watching realized that she was about to fail this one. Wang family head smiled when he saw Yi Tianyun's mistake as he couldn't afford to let else steal Lin Li's spotlight. Is this how it's going to end? Yi Tianyun said as she was biting her lips from frustration. Calm down. You have to watch the inner line of the rune as it is the key to overlay the fire attribute effect. Yi Tianyun said, surprising Yi Tianyun. She looked over her divine rune one more time, and now she finally recognized where she needed to draw, and she finally stopped trembling and proceeded to finish her divine rune. I am done, Yi Tianyun shouted merrily. Hua family head couldn't help but give her a standing ovation. They were satisfied by Yi Tianyun's result. Yi Tianyun himself walked toward Yi Tianyun and was satisfied as he observed the divine rune that Yi Tianyun drew. This is an improved fire attribute divine rune. The effect is very good for weapons. I will give you 25 points for this divine rune, as it is equal to low-level 4th-grade divine rune, and the extra 5 points for the fire attribute. Yi Tianyun said while smiling excitedly. Thank you very much, Pavilion Lord Li, Yi Tianyun said with respect. And she turned around to face Yi Tianyun and thanked him too. It's okay. Besides, it's all because of your good foundations. I have nothing to do with it. Yi Tianyun said politely. Yi Tianyun was grateful to meet Yi Tianyun. She felt that Yi Tianyun was not your average teenage genius. There was more to him, she thought. Look at Lin Li's divine rune, Wang family head said as he pointed to Lin Li's direction. Zhu Tianhong, who was confident over Yi Tianyun's skill, was suddenly nervous as he saw Lin Li's divine rune. His divine rune was already formed to some extent, and it was a mid-level 4th grade divine rune. It was not a usual divine rune too. The divine rune Lin Li was making has already been improved, so the point will worth higher than 40. If Yi Tianyun couldn't come up with something, he won't be able to catch up with these points. The spectators were all amazed by Lin Li's display of skill. They quickly forgot about Yi Tianyun's divine rune, as Lin Li showed more amazing performance than she was. On the contrary, Yi Tianyun hasn't even started to draw his divine rune yet. As he felt pressured from all the stare and glare that has been directed to him, he finally stood up from his meditation position and started to draw his divine rune. But as to make it more insulting, he began to draw a 1st grade divine rune. Again, how could he compete against a 4th grade divine rune with a 1st grade divine rune in this stage? Is it going to be a more complicated divine rune than before? To reach an equal ground against a 4th grade divine rune, Yi Tianyun needed to draw a 5-layered 1st grade divine rune, or it won't be enough to catch up with Lin Li's score. The spectator thought that Yi Tianyun was really dumb to keep drawing a 1st grade divine rune this late in the tournament. They thought that Yi Tianyun was such a waste of potential. Still drawing a 1st grade divine rune, I see. Now I really am convinced that you are not a divine rune master, as all you ever draw was a 1st grade divine rune, Lin Li said while watching Yi Tianyun pitifully. Just you wait and see, Yi Tianyun said while smiling at Lin Li. Chapter 18:7, Success. Chapter 18:7, Success. Go on then, let's see if you can surpass me, Lin Li said while sneering to Yi Tianyun. Lin Li was so sure that he would win this final stage by a mile. The difference in score from the previous stages would be covered in this stage. There was no way Yi Tianyun would be able to successfully draw a 5-layered 1st grade divine rune. Yi Tianyun ignored all the judgmental eyes of others around him. He focused on drawing his divine rune, which consisted of high-level 1st grade divine rune. Everyone watched both of them closely, as they are considered to be the geniuses of this tournament. As time passed, Lin Li finished drawing his divine rune with success. Meanwhile, Yi Tianyun has just started to draw the 4th layer on his divine rune. He really can draw a 4th grade divine rune. He really is a genius, a spectator said as they looked at Lin Li in awe. They started to murmur in the spectator seats, as they were clearly impressed by Lin Li's skill. They began to talk about Divine Rune Mansion as well, as they thought that they could cultivate their disciple into a 4th grade Divine Rune Master at such a young age. Lin Li was satisfied by how much attention he gets from the spectator. He turned his attention to Yi Tianyun, who was drawing his 4-layered 1st grade divine rune. It seemed that his divine rune was stable, and there was no noticeable change in Yi Tianyun's face. It seems that he really was able to draw a 5-layered 1st grade divine rune. Those who favor Yi Tianyun held their breath as Yi Tianyun began to draw his next layer, as the starting point of each layer was the crucial part in drawing multi-layered divine rune. Zhu Tianhong watched Yi Tianyun with so much expectation, he didn't even care about people bad-mouthing him or Yi Tianyun at this point. He just wanted Yi Tianyun to succeed drawing his divine rune. Consistently using 1st grade divine rune from the beginning until the end, there is no doubt that 1st grade divine rune is all he could draw now. I don't believe that he would be able to draw a 5-layered 1st grade divine runes. There is just no way that could happen. Wang family head said while sneering to Zhu Tianhong. In fact, most of the spectator didn't believe that Yi Tianyun would be capable of doing that. As time continued to pass, Yi Tianyun successfully drew his 4-layered and about to draw his 5-layered carefully. The divine rune stroke in his hand steadily traced the divine runes. The divine rune paper that Yi Tianyun was using gradually shone brightly. The divine rune that Yi Tianyun was drawing has the most brilliance shown out of all the contestants in the stage. As Yi Tianyun finished half of the 5-layered, everyone began to doubt themselves. Could Yi Tianyun really finish the drawings of 5-layered 1st grade divine rune? However, Lin Li was anxious that Yi Tianyun might really be able to pull it off. Deep down, he kept cursing Yi Tianyun to fail. If there was no one watching them right now, Lin Li would surely intervene with Yi Tianyun's progress. With a single touch, the stroke would fail and the paper would burn. But he couldn't afford to do so as there were so many people watching and he would be disqualified immediately if he did that, and that was not good. Finally, Yi Tianyun finished his divine rune as he put down his divine rune stroke and sighed with relief. The divine rune paper began to glow very brightly, making a pillar of light that shot out to the sky. This light was the sole proof that everyone needed to know that Yi Tianyun succeeded in drawing his 5-layered 1st grade divine rune. Lin Li turned pale, and he constantly rubbed his eyes as he didn't believe that Yi Tianyun really pulled it off. He was ashamed losing to Yi Tianyun with his 1st grade divine rune. He worked really hard to draw his 4th grade divine rune, whereas Yi Tianyun won by a mere 1st grade divine rune. Wang family head complexion changed all of a sudden. He felt insulted for losing to Zhu family above all else. Impressive, Li Tianlong said as he observed Yi Tianyun's divine rune very closely. Li Tianlong began to clap, and everyone else on the spectator did as well with respect for the pavilion lord. They began to applaud Yi Tianyun themselves as they awakened from their trance of surprise from Yi Tianyun's success. How could he draw that insanely meticulous divine rune successfully? Everyone asked that question on their hearts. Chapter 18.8 Hit the face maliciously. Chapter 18.8 Hit the face maliciously. Dings successfully draws 5-layered first-grade divine rune. Reward 5200 ZXP. 100 divine rune masteries. 100 divine rune masteries. 100 divine rune mastery points from successfully drawing a complicated divine rune. However, everyone else was still in shock over his success. His accomplishment was equal to a 4th-grade divine rune master skill, or maybe better. It was a breathtaking experience to witness something like this, knowing that he didn't even draw a 4th-grade divine rune himself. Zhu Tianhong, who has already known the truth that Yi Tianyun was a 4th-grade divine rune master, was not as shocked as everyone else, but he was surely surprised over Yi Tianyun's accomplishment. Li Tianlong walked over to Yi Tianyun and picked up Yi Tianyun's divine rune paper. He carefully observed Yi Tianyun's divine rune and nodded in satisfaction. Impressive divine rune. I thought you would fail on the 5-layered there for a second. Nonetheless, you have succeeded, and this is indeed equal to 4th-grade divine rune. Maybe this divine rune's complexity is much higher than an ordinary 4th-grade divine rune, but as per the rules, I can't give you more points than 40, Li Tianlong said solemnly. It's okay, I am already satisfied with that, Yi Tianyun said respectfully. Yi Tianyun looked at Linli with a smirk. With that point, even though the 3rd stage was for Linli to take, Yi Tianyun knew he still won the tournament after the overall score calculation. The tournament has ended. The ranking is as follows. Yi Tianyun from Zhu family taking the 1st place, Linli from Wang family taking the 2nd place, He Qianhan from Hua family taking the 3rd place. Process asks, Li Tianlong said, announcing the tournament rankings. Zhu Tianhong walked over to Wang family head and said, Wang family head, this is unexpected, our Zhu family won, he said excitedly. Wang family head's face seemed to darken from Zhu Tianhong taunt. He turned and walks away without saying anything back. After the announcement was over, Yi Tianyun was given his tournament reward, which was 5 days uses of the heavenly spiritual jade pond and a token to access the pond whenever he wanted. Ding successfully completed the 3rd stage of the tournament. Reward 500 divine rune masteries. Yi Tianyun was happy with the development of things. With the completion of this quest, he got one more step toward his goal. At the very same time, Linli walked over to Yi Tianyun and confronted him for insulting him with using only a 1st-grade divine rune. How was it related to insulting you? Yi Tianyun said casually. He didn't want to be bothered by Linli again, as he thought that Linli was just a waste of time. Prove it to me that you can draw a 4th-grade divine rune, or are you really just trash that cheats on this tournament? Linli said while fuming, holding his anger in. What would I get on proving this to you? Just go away, would you? Stop wasting my time, Yi Tianyun said indifferently. If you can draw a 4th-grade divine rune, I would give you Pavilion Lord Li's divine rune experience that I got from this tournament and my storage ring, Lin Li said confidently. Yi Tianyun thought this over for a second. The experience itself had little to no value to him, but Lin Li's storage ring? No one really knew what was inside that. Maybe there was a treasure there that had some value to Yi Tianyun. Okay, I accept your challenge, Yi Tianyun said while pulling out his divine rune paper and divine rune stroke. Everyone who was still in the arena saw this moment and began to wonder what Yi Tianyun was doing and came closer. They saw that Yi Tianyun was drawing the 4th-grade divine rune quickly. He finished the 4th-grade divine rune in 30 minutes or less, making it seem like drawing a 4th-grade divine rune was very easy. Everyone who was watching Yi Tianyun did this was stunned beyond belief. There was no denying that Yi Tianyun emitted 4th-grade divine rune aura, and since everyone saw how Yi Tianyun draws it, there is nothing Lin Li can use to bring down Yi Tianyun. You set me up. You said you only draw a 1st-grade divine rune, Li Lin said, surprised. I never said that. You only assumed it for yourself. Yi Tianyun said while smirking, satisfied with Li Lin's expression. Chapter 89. Finished. Chapter 89. Finished. Yi Tianyun's word was like a slap on the face for Lin Li, infuriating him more than he already was. The spectator looked around and saw the disbelief in their own eyes. Li Tianlong, who saw everything, walked over to Yi Tianyun and tapped his shoulder. Magnificent display of skill. If you can do this from the beginning, why would you make it harder for yourself by drawing the 1st-grade divine rune from start to finish? He asked Yi Tianyun a question that everyone else direly needed the answer of. At first I actually intended to draw a high-grade divine rune, but as everyone else looks down on a 1st-grade divine rune, I just couldn't leave it alone. I want to prove a point that a 1st-grade divine rune was as powerful as 4th-grade divine rune if it is used properly, Yi Tianyun said with a light smile. Don't you think that a 1st-grade divine rune is only good for enhancing power? Look at a 4th-grade divine rune. You can add an attribute to it, or enhance it with something else completely different, Li Tianlong said, reprimanding Yi Tianyun. Yes, I am aware of it, but as I said before, I can win with just a 1st-grade divine rune as it is, Yi Tianyun said casually. Ha ha ha, I like your attitude. There is no more doubt that you are clearly a high-level divine rune master, Li Tianlong said excitedly. I heard that you are invited by Zhu family head. Which sect or school are you from? But why not come over to Star Pavilion and become our official guest? You clearly have the talent for it, Li Tianlong said while smiling from ear to ear. Thank you very much for the offer, Pavilion Lord Li. But for this moment, I am afraid that I can't take your offer, Yi Tianyun said, rejecting Li Tianlong's offer politely. That's a pity, Li Tianlong said sadly. I hope you reconsider our offer sometime later. We will leave our door open for you if you ever change your mind, Li Tianlong said solemnly. Yi Tianyun only nodded his head to ease Li Tianlong's mind a little bit. Li Tianlong proceeded to leave the arena with his deacon after Yi Tianyun rejected his offer, leaving Lin Li and several other bewildered. Not only Li Tianlong ignored Lin Li's existence, but invited Yi Tianyun in front of his face. As promised, I will be taking this out of your hand, Yi Tianyun said while taking Lin Li's storage ring out of Lin Li's hand, breaking him from his trance. Lin Li's face was blue from holding in his fury for this long. Afraid to explode in front of so many people, Lin Li chose to leave the arena and headed back to Wang family's place. As he arrived and met Wang family head, he immediately apologized for his shortcomings in the tournament. Wang family head only stared at Lin Li with an unreadable expression. This is not your fault. That kid was surely the one to be blamed here. It is good enough to get the second place, but that kid has to pay for insulting us, Wang family head said furiously. Lin Li only nodded his head in understanding, as he knew what to do next. In the vicinity of the arena, Yi Tianyun walked over to Zhu Tianhong's location, and once he arrived, Zhu Tianhong congratulated him and informed him about Wang family head leaving with his tail between his legs. Yi Tianyun only smiled because he knew that Zhu Tianhong wouldn't back out from his own words. The Zhu sisters was now free from the shackles of Zhu family. Zhu Tianhong immediately called Deacon Huang and Deacon Lu over to their location, and immediately told them to fulfill their promises with a glaring stare on their faces. The two deacons immediately apologized to Yi Tianyun for their rude behavior from before. Yi Tianyun knew that the two didn't do it out of ill intention, but Zhu Tianhong has commanded them to do it, leaving them no choice. Yi Tianyun looked at them both coldly and said, "Now that my job was done, I hope that you guys don't bother Zhu Yue and Zhu Yuxuan anymore. Of course, a promise is a promise. I never had the intention to break them. I hope that we can still cooperate in the future," Zhu Tianhong said with a light smile. "Maybe if the opportunity arises," Yi Tianyun said with a light smile. Zhu Tianhong knew immediately that Yi Tianyun's word was a form of rejection. He shook his head in disappointment because they lost a reliable person for such an unnecessary ordeal. He didn't want to force Yi Tianyun into anything, as he didn't want to make enemies of him. Chapter 190, Pavilion Lord. Chapter 190, Pavilion Lord. After Yi Tianyun left, Deacon Lu confronted Zhu Tianhong on why would he let them go. "Zhu family head, he is a 4th grade divine rune master. Why would you let them leave just like that?" he said frustratingly. Zhu Tianhong only glared at him and slapped his face hard, breaking some of his teeth on the process. "Do you have no shame? If it weren't for your stupid mistake, we would have him as our official guest right about now. Force him? Don't you know that he is a young 4th grade divine rune master? We don't even know what kind of backing the kid has, considering he's that genius. If they could destroy Profound Azure Mansion, they could destroy us even easier. If you're that eager to die, then don't drag me along with your idiotic way of thinking," Zhu Tianhong said furiously. Deacon Lu finally realized the dire mistake that he had done and bowed his head in shame in front of Zhu Tianhong. "In any case, as the issue has been resolved, I hope that the damage done is not that great and we can cooperate with him again in the future. This is all because of my own incompetence that we lose him," Zhu Tianhong said, and then he left the place with Deacon Lu. A shadow emerged from the corner of the place that Zhu Tianhong stood not too long ago. The shadows formed quickly into Yi Tianyun. He decided to eavesdrop on Zhu Tianhong to know if he possessed a threat to Yi Tianyun and the two sisters in the future. From the conversation that he listened in, he knew that Zhu Tianhong was upright like he thought himself. Yi Tianyun knew that Zhu family wouldn't be a threat anymore. Ding successfully completed wins the Divine Rune Tournament. Save the two sisters. Quest. Reward 1.000 XP, 1x Enhanced Lottery Roulette Ticket, 5.00 Divine Rune Mastery Points, 100 Favorability for Zhu Yue and Zhu Yushuans. To the host, Middle Level Divine Rune Mastery has been upgraded to Advanced Level Divine Rune Mastery. Finally, Divine Rune Mastery has leveled up. Yi Tianyun was trying his best not to scream as he felt delighted to be able to increase his Divine Rune Mastery this fast. To level up his Divine Rune Mastery again, he required another 100.00 Mastery Points, which could be very tricky to achieve. He immediately walked out and proceeded to meet up with the Zhu sisters. After walking for a while, he bumped into He Qianhan. "Young master, thank you for helping me finish my Divine Rune earlier. I am He Qianhan of the Heaven's Top Mansion. I forgot to introduce myself to you earlier. Can I know your name, young master?" He Qianhan said politely. "Sure, my name is Yi Tianyun of Heavenly Jade Sect," Yi Tianyun said with a light smile on his face. "There is no need to thank me. I don't deserve any credit. Your skill made it possible, not me," Yi Tianyun added. "Yeah, but I still need to say my thank you nonetheless, young Master Yi. I didn't expect a second-grade faction would have such a genius like you. If you ever have free time, come over to our Heaven's Top Mansion. We will throw a banquet on your arrival." Yi Tianyun said while smiling excitedly. Sure, I will stop by in the future. As of now, I still have something to do. Yi Tianyun nodded as to agree with Yi Tianyun. Then I will be waiting for you at Heaven's Top Mansion, Yi Tianyun said as she walked away cheerily. Yi Tianyun proceeds back to his lodging to meet up with the two sisters. As he arrived, he was a bit startled to meet the two sisters exchanging a meaningful look. What's wrong? Why do you two look at me like that? Yi Tianyun said wonderingly. It's nothing, Elder Yi. We were just wondering, can we talk about our surname? Zhu Yue said wonderingly. We were orphans when we were adopted into the Zhu family. Now that we have been freed from them, we don't want to use their surname anymore. Zhu Yuxuan said with a serious face. This is unexpected. Sure, I think. I don't really mind if you change your surname. Yi Tianyun said casually. If you don't mind, I would like to be called Yi Yue in the future, Yue said excitedly. Then I would be called Yi Yuxuan, Yuxuan said, as excited as her sister. We both would listen to Elder Yi's order, and what's ours also belong to you, Elder Yi. The both of them said simultaneously energetically. Okay. Calm down, you two, Yi Tianyun said, while helplessly watching them jumped around him energetically. After setting up the condition to the two sisters, Yi Tianyun took out his Pavilion Chief's token and proceeded to go to Main Star Pavilion to redeem his reward. As he arrived at the Main Star Pavilion, he couldn't help but look to the decor of the place. The decoration was like heaven and earth if this place was compared to the Star Pavilion division when he was in the Zhu family's place. Inside the Main Star Pavilion, there was a city called Star City, a city built for Star Pavilion official guests' family and the members' family. Yi Tianyun walked to the main building by showing them the Pavilion Chief's token to the guard. As the guard saw his token, they immediately sought out an elder to guide Yi Tianyun. An elder of Star Pavilion immediately approached Yi Tianyun and asked him regarding the reason for his visit. Yi Tianyun answered casually that he wanted to redeem his reward from the Divine Rune Tournament. The elder seemed to be surprised. Like everyone else, he didn't expect the winner to be so young. From the looks of it, Yi Tianyun knew this elder didn't come to the tournament like everyone else does. Yes, I am the first place winner, here to redeem my reward for using the Heavenly Jade Pond, Yi Tianyun said casually. Forgive my rudeness, young master. I got startled to know that the winner is so young. Come with me, young master. I will show you the way to the pond, the elder said respectfully. Yi Tianyun nodded and followed the elder inside. He couldn't help but think that this world really operated with strength as its base. If one wasn't strong enough, they would be ignored and receive the short end of the stick. Chapter 19.1 Heavenly Spiritual Jade Pond. Chapter 19.1 Heavenly Spiritual Jade Pond. Yi Tianyun followed the elder through a long pathway inside the chief's pavilion. Soon enough, Yi Tianyun entered a special path different from the other path he has crossed. The surrounding looked totally different. There was divine rune engraved along the side of the pathway, which seemed to be a countermeasure for an intruder. But Yi Tianyun didn't know for sure what the divine rune was used for, as he didn't have any interest on them for the moment. Beyond here lies the Heavenly Spiritual Jade Pond. Come, let's get you inside. The elder took him to the door where two guards at core condensation cultivation stage were standing by. Elder Yun, what's the occasion? Asked the guard to the elder. This is the winner of Star Pavilion, Divine Rune Tournament. He is here to redeem his reward, Elder Yun said while taking out the token previously given by Yi Tianyun to him. He's eligible for using the pond for 5 days. Pavilion Lord Li himself is the one who issues this reward. Elder Yun explained the situation to the guards. The guards took the token from Elder Yun and scrutinized it. This is indeed the token from Pavilion Lord Li. According to the reward, you can freely use the pond for 5 days, the guards said while pushing the double door behind them. As the door opened, a strong wave of spiritual energy hit Yi Tianyun. It was a refreshing wave, as if encouraging Yi Tianyun to enter immediately. The spiritual energy here was clearly purer than in the heavens immersing ancient ruins. It was more powerful and concentrated here. As the door opened enough for one person, the guards hurriedly urged Yi Tianyun to enter and promised to open the door again in 5 days. Yi Tianyun nodded his head in understanding and entered the place immediately. As Yi Tianyun arrived inside the pond, he felt in awe. The place was undoubtedly beautiful and full of spiritual energy. The pond itself wasn't a pond at all, it was a lake. The surroundings of the lake were full of beautiful plants that seemed to be a high-quality spirit medicine plants. Some of them were even 5th-grade medicinal pills. Yi Tianyun immediately observed the place with his appraisal eye, and the info immediately appeared. Heavenly Spiritual Jade Pond, 5th-grade spiritual veins. Produce 5th-grade spirit medicine. The abundant spiritual energy surrounding the veins made it suitable for the cultivation of Spirit Core stage. Only 5 days, I can't waste any more time, Yi Tianyun said to himself. He immediately sat and started to meditate. While doing so, he quickly gained XP 500 XP, 300 XP, 400 XP. The spiritual energy gradually poured onto him. He hasn't even begun yet. He activated his crazy mode and absorbing star's great technique, and immediately he received a huge amount of experience at once. 32W0 XP, 35W0 XP, 34W00 XP. While absorbing the spiritual energy, Yi Tianyun thought to himself on how to obtain more experience quickly. He thought that he needed to level up absorbing star's great technique, but it required too many crazy points to do so. He immediately noticed that the absorbing star's great technique wasn't his main source of X. Most of his XP was from Dark North Divine Art. Without it, the absorbing star's great technique wouldn't turn spiritual energy into X. He waited it all over while absorbing the spiritual energy inside the pond. As the day passed, pleasant info suddenly appeared. DINGs, congratulations to the host, successfully promoted to 7th level Spirit Core. After he leveled up, Yi Tianyun gave up on using the crazy mode as it consumed too many crazy points. He inspected the Dark North Divine Art to see what he could do right now. He noticed that the skill required 7 Neuro Zero more mastery points to level up. If it's just 7 Neuro Zero mastery points, I can level it up myself, can't I? Oh well, I'll set that aside. I needed to continue absorbing XP for now. Yi Tianyun thought, as he still hasn't made up his mind just yet. At the end of the day, he rechecked the skills to plan his next move. He noticed that the skills had 3,000 more mastery points than before. This info surprised Yi Tianyun a little bit, even though he gained mastery points relatively fast, but it was still not enough for him. Forget it, I need to level this up fast, he said while opening the shop and purchased the middle-grade Earth-level Dark North Divine Art for 300 crazy points. He immediately fused the one he bought just now with his own. Ding successfully fused Dark North Divine Art. Received 5000 points. Ding successfully promoted Dark North Divine Art into high-grade Earth-level martial art. Enhanced the absorbing speed 6 times. The next level required 1W0 mastery points. Great. Finally, level up the damn skill. I am eager to know the effect now, Yi Tianyun said excitedly. Chapter 192, Keep Increase. The XP rate. Chapter 192, Keep Increase the EXP rate. The effect of Dark North Divine Art has tripled compared to before Yi Tianyun level up. It now had the effect of absorbing 6 times the experience. Yi Tianyun was really happy about this development and immediately absorbed the spiritual energy again, the amount of energy being absorbed causing a vortex of spiritual energy constantly spiraling toward Yi Tianyun with great speed. 12.2W0 XP, 13.2W0 XP, 2.2W XP. The amount was really on a whole different level than before. But Yi Tianyun thought that Dark North Divine Art still had some untapped potential that he couldn't access right now, because the Absorbing Star's great technique couldn't keep up with the amount of ESP provided by Dark North Divine Art. He frowned upon realizing this piece of information that was crucial. As of now, he was in a place that could provide him a bountiful of experience. He immediately realized that he had another type of energy collector skill that he hasn't used yet. I forgot, I still have the Heavens Devouring Divine Secret Art. The description says that this skill could enhance the amount of spiritual energy I can absorb. Well, now is the time to try it out, Yi Tianyun said while immediately activating the skill. Almost instantly, the vortex of spiritual energy that's spiraling toward Yi Tianyun became faster and a lot wider than before, meaning that the amount of XP he absorbed now has been enhanced by several times. 2300 XP, 2400 XP, 2200 XP. This is the maximum amount that he could absorb as of now. But Yi Tianyun didn't want to waste this precious chance, considering he didn't know when the opportunity to enter a place of high density of spiritual energy like this would happen again in the future. Crazy mode, activate, he shouted. 180 to 0000000, XP E17A to 00000, XP E90 to 000. He didn't stop there. He immediately activated all the EXP card that he had at the moment. He used a 20x XP card and a 10x XP card, making the EXP he got skyrocketed once again. 128900 XP, 128900 XP, 960 to 00 XP, 100 XP, 100 XP, U0100 XP 90. However, as Yi Tianyun excitedly absorbed a crazy amount of spiritual energy on the pond, the spiritual energy on the place itself began to diminish and dried out. The water at the pond began to recede, and the grassland around it gradually became barren. As the day passed, a sweet sound was finally heard by Yi Tianyun. Ding, congratulations to the host successfully leveled up to 8th level Spirit Core. After almost 4 days, he successfully leveled up twice in this place, which was totally an excellent outcome for Yi Tianyun. But he still felt kind of bad, that he didn't have XP card anymore that he could use to increase the amount of XP he could get. He kept thinking of a way to increase the amount of XP rate he could get when suddenly he remembered that he still has an unused enhanced lottery roulette ticket he could use. He immediately activated his lucky aura to increase his luck, and then he used the enhanced lottery roulette. After spinning quite rapidly, the arrow slowed down to a standstill point and it stopped at special item. Yi Tianyun suddenly received a box in his inventory, which took him by surprise. He knew that a special item really was special, as in only below divine abilities, kind of special. He couldn't wait any longer and immediately opened the box, revealing the item inside. Phoenix Wing, not upgradable. Effect, enabling the wearer to fly at a certain speed. Yi Tianyun was shocked. He didn't expect to get a special item that would allow him to fly. Normally, the ability to fly wasn't available in the lower level. It will be usable after reaching a core transformation, which was still far away for Yi Tianyun. Yi Tianyun was satisfied. Even though he didn't get the XP card, he still found something precious. When he walked toward the pond, he suddenly slipped and immediately sunk into the bottom of the pond. He was trying to swim upward when the water began to form a vortex that sucked him into a tunnel. After a while, he finally was thrown outside by the water vortex. Yi Tianyun was confused as he didn't sense any danger earlier. After opening his eyes, he was surprised once again. He was in a whole new area. He didn't recognize the place he was currently in. The place was adorned in a beautiful flower patch and a jade stone door. Yi Tianyun looked around the place, and he couldn't find any exit except for the jade stone door. He immediately noticed that his lucky aura was still activated, meaning that he entered this place by a stroke of complete luck. He already explored all the nooks and crannies of the heavenly jade pond, and not once that he found this place. Yet once he activated his lucky aura, he somehow found this place. Chapter 19.3 Water Crystal Coffin. Chapter 19.3 Water Crystal Coffin. Within the next few moments, a hole appeared once again in the spot that he was thrown out from the water vortex before. This meant that the hole could be used to return to the pond. From the look around this place, he knew that Star Pavilion didn't know about this place, the amount of wild grass and the lack of guards completely affirming that. Unlike the previous area, the amount of medicinal herbs in this place was blooming plentifully. Yi Tianyun couldn't stop himself from collecting all that he needs, as no guards were telling him otherwise. Once he was done harvesting medicinal herbs, he knocked on the door and shouted for any kind of answer from behind the door, and he got nothing but silence from it. Once he was sure there was no one behind the door, he opened it carefully to anticipate any sort of traps that could be waiting for him. Once he was convinced that the entire place was saved, he walked in the room, and the room immediately lit up brightly. The light was coming from the jade spiritual stone that adorned the room. Yi Tianyun thought to himself that no wonder the pond had so many spiritual energy. This place was covered in jade spiritual stone. As he proceeded further into the room, he noticed a separate room that is much colder than the one he was currently in, while the cold was not freezing for Yi Tianyun. This, for an average human, even a body refinement cultivator, will freeze in no time on this temperature. He walked inside to examine the cold room, as to find anything for himself. He immediately noticed that in the center of the room laid a water crystal coffin, the same as the one used by the old ancestor of the profound azure mansion. Yi Tianyun immediately checked the coffin to know about the person lying inside, only to find a body inside the coffin. The body was of a beautiful woman, and she was surrounded by a white lotus inside and outside the coffin. As Yi Tianyun inspected the white lotus, he noticed that the white lotus was a very rare lotus called Ice Heaven's Snow Lotus. This lotus was an ingredient for a 5th grade spirit medicine. Yi Tianyun didn't know what the use of these flowers for a lifeless woman was. She didn't exert any spiritual aura at all. It seemed that whoever put the body here was trying to preserve the body. The Ice Heaven's Snow Lotus and an abundant amount of spiritual energy would maintain the woman's body until the vein was destroyed. Yi Tianyun immediately paid respect to the woman in the coffin, as he didn't want to disrupt someone else's grave. He stopped looking around the coffin, respecting the grave. He instead roamed around the room for something else he could find. He immediately noticed some words engraved into the wall. The words written were, "Snow Lotus opened and life restarted." Yi Tianyun read the words loudly, as he didn't know the meaning of the word itself. Suddenly, a sound of ice breaking could be heard closely behind his back. Yi Tianyun quickly turned around and see that the Ice Heaven's Snow Lotus outside the coffin was starting to bloom. He was surprised. He didn't know what the meaning of this blooming lotus is. Yi Tianyun thought over the words carefully, leading him to the conclusion that when the lotus was blooming, the woman will come back to life. But that was impossible. The dead couldn't be brought back to life. But he couldn't help himself to think about what would happen, and what will he do if the woman actually come back to life. He was just smiling to himself, thinking how silly his train of thought was. He started to walk toward the exit of the room when suddenly a loud crack was sounded in the direction of the coffin. Yi Tianyun reflectively turned around and saw what the source of the sound was. Yi Tianyun immediately turned pale once he noticed that the coffin lid was wide open. He also noticed that the woman inside was slightly moving, like a waking up movement after a slumber. Yi Tianyun was asking himself, what would he do now? Will he run outside and return to the pond and left this woman alone, or will he dare to confront the woman and fight her if she turned out to be an enemy? When he was busy thinking about his next move, the woman was finally able to open her eyes. Her blue eyes were staring right to Yi Tianyun. She immediately sat and looked at Yi Tianyun with confusion. This look that the woman gave slightly gave Yi Tianyun chill. He couldn't help but think what the woman truly was. Was she a human, or was she a ghost? Chapter 194, I Am Not Your Brother. Chapter 194, I Am Not Your Brother. The woman began to stretch out her body like a normal person who just woke up would, and Yi Tianyun immediately could feel an aura coming from her like a living person had. The woman looked around a little bit and returned her gaze back to Yi Tianyun, and she immediately smiled when their eyes met. Her smile was so beautiful, Yi Tianyun even unconsciously let his guard down in front of this woman. "Brother, you finally came," the woman said to Yi Tianyun excitedly. Yi Tianyun was confused about her word. He didn't know her, and why would she think of him as her brother? "Brother? Who? Me? I am not your brother, lady," Yi Tianyun said to the woman politely. "Why would you say something so stupid, brother? Of course you are my brother. If not, why would you even guard me while I am asleep?" the woman said cheerily. "I am so sorry, lady. I am here only to sightseeing around. I am truly not your brother," Yi Tianyun said, still feeling confused by the woman's eagerness. "Stop joking, brother. I am happy that you are here," the woman said while eagerly trying to stand up from her coffin. However, she immediately falls afterward as she was in slumber for too long. Luckily, Yi Tianyun was fast enough to catch her. He grabbed the woman and leaned her over to her coffin once more. "Are you okay?" Yi Tianyun asked worriedly. "I am fine. It's just that I'm a little bit tired." "Where are we going now?" the woman asked enthusiastically. "Lady, I really am not your brother. You are mistaking me for someone else," Yi Tianyun said while looking serious this time. "How is that possible?" "I remember you said that we would be going to find my happiness, and I am only happy while I am with you," she said speedily. She suddenly stopped and reached out her head as if trying to say that her head hurt. "Lady, are you okay?" Yi Tianyun said while looking her up with his appraisal eye. Yi Tianyun was shocked by what he saw. The woman in front of him already reached 5th level core transformation. She didn't seem to be older than ch101, and she already reached this level. "This is very strange. You really are not my brother?" the woman said while holding her head up. "No, I am not. I already said it from the beginning," Yi Tianyun said in a hurry. "Then who am I?" the woman said while looking so sad and gloomy. Yi Tianyun didn't know what to think of this situation, but he immediately noticed the blooming Ice Heaven Snow Lotus on the coffin, and he immediately reached out to one of them and stuck it to the woman's hair. A cold aura was quickly emanated from the flower, and the aura seemed to be stabilizing her condition a little bit. "Thank you," she said while looking a bit surprised herself, probably because her headache suddenly disappeared. "I remember a little bit about myself. My name is Ren Zero from," she said while closing her eyes, trying to remember her memories. She looked in so much pain while doing so. "Slow down, don't rush yourself to remember. You might hurt yourself in the process," Yi Tianyun said while trying to comfort her. "Brother, my head is hurting again," the woman said while holding up her head again. Yi Tianyun immediately laid her down on her coffin. "You should lie here for a while. You're just awake from a long slumber here, so your memories may be jumbled now. Rest and try to remember later," Yi Tianyun said with an authoritative voice. Renjiro only nodded her head and lay down once again inside the coffin. After she fell asleep, Yi Tianyun didn't leave the room like he initially would. Instead, he continued absorbing the spiritual energy around him inside the room itself. He couldn't waste any more time wandering around the place. Yi Tianyun was really satisfied to level upon this place. He will ask the elder or the guards outside later regarding how to enter this room again in the future. He looked at Renjiro, and it seemed her headache has already subsided. But he was almost out of time. He has been here for 5 days. He had to get out of this place as soon as possible. Fortunately, Renjiro woke up again not too long after. "Brother, I already feel much better. Where are we going now?" Renjiro asked Yi Tianyun excitedly. "Where do you live? Did you remember anything else from your past?" Yi Tianyun asked politely. "Where do I live? I don't think I remember. Don't you know our home, brother?" Renjiro asked Yi Tianyun excitedly. "I don't know anything," Yi Tianyun said straightforwardly. "We need to figure this out later. For now, I need to get back to the pond." Renjiro only nodded her head and followed Yi Tianyun through the path leading back to the hole in the ground. "Brother, is this the place where you came from? Can you really go out that way? Isn't the exit over there?" Renjiro said while pointing toward a wall. Yi Tianyun thought over his way of thinking and chose to follow Renjiro's word. They jumped into the water near the wall that Renjiro pointed to, and Yi Tianyun could feel that he was immediately sucked in by the vortex again. He arrived at a small pond that seemed to be near the chief pavilion's place. The small pond was covered by rather thick vegetation, so it was a little hard to find by the people intentionally tried to find it. "This is so cool, now I could level up inside whenever I want," Yi Tianyun said while getting excited himself. Become a patron, read up to 30 chapters ahead for all novel in this site. Good deal, right? Chapter 195, Invitation. Chapter 195, Invitation. Yi Tianyun found another exit. He felt a surge of excitement from this, because the Star Pavilion didn't know about this entrance, so he could abuse the pond to level up in the future. He planned to get back here once he was in the Peak Spirit Core, so he wouldn't waste any item before that. "You stay here. I will return shortly," Yi Tianyun said to Renjiro as he descended back into the water. "Sure," Renjiro said while frowning a little bit. She has just woken up. There was so much she wanted to know, and so far, Yi Tianyun only ignored her and told her to wait. As Yi Tianyun left the room, he immediately went back to the pond using the water tunnel, and as he returned to the pond, he could hear Elder Yun called him from outside as the time limit has passed. Elder Yun was a bit relaxed as he saw Yi Tianyun swimming towards him from the water. "This place is too fascinating. I am sorry for forgetting the time," Yi Tianyun said politely. It's okay, young Master Yi. But you already absorbed almost all of the spirit energy here. This place would need time to regenerate after this. Elder Yun said, sounding a little bit helpless. Yi Tianyun looked around, and sure enough, the spirit energy in here already thinned out considerably from when he first arrived. I didn't think that I absorbed that much, really, Yi Tianyun said as he thought that the place was already thinned out to begin with. Yes, Heavenly Jade Pond wasn't like what it was before. The recovery of the spiritual energy was getting slower significantly. By the rate you are absorbing the spiritual energy in this place would deplete soon, Elder Yun said to explain the pond's problem. He then directed Yi Tianyun to exit the place. Elder Yun, how could I enter the pond again in the future? Yi Tianyun asked politely. We usually charge the cultivator who wants to enter by demanding a soul tool. A low-grade soul tool for half a day, and a middle-grade soul tool for 2 days. Elder Yun said while smiling lightly. The price is reasonable. Yi Tianyun said also looked like he was thinking of something. The price is surely not high, but there is a maximum time limit in place here. The spiritual energy in the pond was limited for 10 days top, and considering the slow recovery speed of the pond now, after the 10 days limit was reached, we have to wait for a few months before letting another person enter the pond. Elder Yun explained solemnly. Well, that is unfortunate, Yi Tianyun said while sighing. He thinks that his plan to use the pond sneakily was a little bit ruined. The pond's state was already in tatter. There was no way he could use it without coordinating with Star Pavilion. Yes, that's why the place was becoming restrictive over time. Without special permission from Pavilion Chief Li, it's becoming a little impossible to enter, Elder Yun said with a smile. But young Master Yi does not need to worry. Pavilion Chief Li told me to give you this token once you came out of the pond, Elder Yun said while giving Yi Tianyun a token. This token is a guest elder token. He and I hope that you can become our guest elder, and we wouldn't expect anything in return, Elder Yun said while smiling warmly. It seems like just you got a new guest elder in the house, Yi Tianyun said while smiling lightly. Although Yi Tianyun got a bad first impression from the Zhu family, the Chief Pavilion Li himself wasn't that bad, and he needed to make a good relationship here in Heavenly Border Continent, and Star Pavilion was a good place to start. Guest Elder Yi, I welcome you to Star Pavilion. From now on, you are the youngest guest elder here in Star Pavilion, Elder Yun said brightly. It's my pleasure, Yi Tianyun said. Yi Tianyun already expected this kind of treatment. With his age, there was no one else who was as good as him in Divine Rune Mastery. Pavilion Chief Li also wishes you to stay a little bit longer and attend the VIP dinner that would be held tomorrow night, Elder Yun said expectantly. Ah, I am very sorry. There is another thing that I still need to do later, Yi Tianyun said apologetically. If that is the case, it's fine. You can participate again in a few months. This VIP dinner is very grand. Even the Netherworld Empire will attend the dinner. So, I wish that guest Elder Yi could participate next time for this rare opportunity, Elder Yun said with a smile. Netherworld Empire? Yi Tianyun said, a little bit surprised. The Netherworld Empire was known for its strong and demanding behavior. If they came to this VIP dinner, it would be interesting. Yes, they usually sent their minister here as a delegation, and it seems that tonight they have something important to announce, Elder Yun said wonderingly. I will try to attend the next time. Yi Tianyun said solemnly he really wasn't able to attend tomorrow, but if it was next month he maybe could attend. Chapter 19.6, Coercing. Chapter 19.6, Coercing. After saying his goodbyes, Yi Tianyun quickly returned to the bamboo forest, where he told Ren Zero to wait earlier. When he arrived at the small pond, he was a little bit surprised to find 2 unconscious muscular men by the pond. He immediately asked Ren Zero for what was going on here. She just shrugged her shoulder and said that she only defended herself as the man tried to drag her somewhere, and she already said that she must wait for Yi Tianyun's return first. These people here are bandits. You didn't do anything wrong, but next time tying them up would be sufficient. Yi Tianyun said to Ren Zero, this couldn't be helped. Ren Zero was already at 5th level core transformation. No matter, let's go back, Yi Tianyun said while taking Ren Zero by hand and walked toward where Yi Yue lived. Yi Tianyun already explained to the Yi sisters that he would be going to Star Pavilion to receive his reward. He couldn't find any good reason to tell them for taking someone back with him. As they walked toward Yi Yue's house, Yi Tianyun noticed that Ren Zero was thinking of something. What are you thinking of? Yi Tianyun asked casually. There is something that I vaguely remember but can't place it just yet, Renjiro said wonderingly. It's okay, just think slowly. We can't have you hurt your head again, Yi Tianyun said, reprimanding Renjiro. When they arrived at the house, Yi Tianyun immediately felt something was off. He couldn't feel the 2 sisters' aura anywhere near the house. As he entered the house, he found a trace of struggle in the rooms. He instantly looked Gloom, who dared to attack his place and took his people. He looked around, and sure enough, he found a message directed to him saying that the 2 sisters were brought to the Rainy Mountain, and Yi Tianyun must come alone to save them. There was no signature as to who was doing all this, but all he could think of was either Lin Li or Wang family head was the one behind all this. They are the only ones Yi Tianyun could think of. Just you see, if the girls were hurt even just slightly, I would kill all of you, Yi Tianyun said while his eyes were burning in hatred. Brother, what's wrong? Renjiro said as she finally entered the house. I want to kill someone bothering me. Are you coming? Yi Tianyun said fiercely. Of course, brother. If you want me to go, I will go, Renjiro said lightly. Yi Tianyun nodded his head and then flew off using his phoenix wing to the rainy mountain with Renjiro in his arms. He wanted to end this as soon as possible. He immediately landed on the corner of the rainy mountain and put away his phoenix wing. He immediately covered the whole mountain with his spiritual aura as he searched Yi Yue and Yi Yuxuan in anger. Soon enough, he found where they were and the captor that held them. He noticed that one of the captors was none other than Lin Li, as he predicted. He quickly rushed to their position, as he didn't want to waste any time. As he closed in on their position, he could hear a loud cry by one of the sisters inside the cave. Stop that! We still need them for the brat, Lin Li said in anger. Why? I really want to touch them, Wang Shui said, feeling dissatisfied by Lin Li. Young Master Lin, as you said yourself, the brat's cultivation was weak. Why would you look at him with high regard? Wang Qing said in disdain. I suspected that the brat has a helping hand. There is no way he could reach such level without someone helping him, Lin Li retorted. Anyway, we aren't getting anywhere by standing here. He wouldn't come, Wang Shui said coldly. What do you want to do to Elder Yi? Yue said coldly. Who said you can talk? Lin Li said as he slapped Yi Yue's face. That brat sure has good eyes. These girls were the flower of Zhu family, Wang Qing said creepily. We are no longer related to the Zhu family. We already abandoned it and joined the Yi family instead. If Elder Yi comes, you guys are dead, Yue growled. Sure, if he doesn't come, I will thoroughly enjoy you two, Lin Li said while grinning. Go ahead, I want to see you enjoying your life while you still can, Yi Tianyun said as he finally arrived at the mouth of the cave. The sudden appearance of Yi Tianyun surprised everyone, as nobody in the room sensed him coming. Elder Yi, Yi Yue shouted as she was relieved to see Yi Tianyun came to save them. But she couldn't deny that she was worried about Yi Tianyun's safety. These three had high cultivation. You came really fast. Did you come with someone? If you do, don't blame us for killing these two flowers, Wang Shui said while chuckling evilly. If you hurt them even slightly, you are all dead, Yi Tianyun said while releasing his killing intent. Chapter 197, Instantaneous Suppression. Chapter 97, Instantaneous Suppression. So, what now, kid? If you don't obey me, I will kill them, Wang Qing said with a sneer. Elder Yi, don't listen to them. If they capture you, it's all over, Yi Yuxuan and Yi Yue said at the same time. Yes, don't listen to me. An elder should save themselves first, aren't they? Wang Qing said tauntingly. I will do what you say, so don't hurt them, Yi Tianyun said coldly. He used his appraisal eyes to assess these three enemies in front of him, and noticed that Lin Li was the weakest at second-level core condensation. Meanwhile, the Wang brothers at first-level spirit core. Wang Shui gave a sign to Wang Qing to check their surroundings. He was still suspicious that Yi Tianyun brought someone with him. But Wang Qing didn't notice anyone near them, as it was hard to hide one's spiritual power. The kid is courageous. He really came alone, Wang Qing said, sounding a little impressed. Now, don't do anything stupid as their life is in your hand, Wang Qing said while approaching Yi Tianyun. I would not do anything if you let them leave, Yi Tianyun said coldly. Elder Yi, don't believe them. They would kill you and us even if you surrender, Yi Yue said while shouting loudly. She was immediately slapped by Lin Li, as Lin Li wanted to, slaps her the second time. Yi Yuxuan immediately jumped in and took Yi Yue's from getting slapped again. Don't hit my younger sister, Yi Yuxuan said coldly. A good sister, but not a good slut. Your husband didn't even care about you and abandoned you back to Zhu family, Lin Li said while laughing at Yi Yuxuan. Seeing Lin Li's action towards Yi Yuxuan, Yi Tianyun almost snapped. He really wanted to beat the crap out of Lin Li so bad right now. I said, I will do what you say, so don't harm them, Yi Tianyun said coldly. Fine, Lin Li said while backing away from the sisters. Lin Li signaled Wang Qing to capture Yi Tianyun immediately. Wang Qing rushed over and immediately tied Yi Tianyun's hands and brought him over to Lin Li. There, I have been captured, so let them go, Yi Tianyun said coldly. Lin Li looked at Wang brother and began to laugh out loud. Can you believe this brat? How can he be so naive? Wang Shui said while wiping his tears from laughing loudly. Younger brother, you can't mock him like that. He is just a kid. He still doesn't know how ruthless this world can be, Wang Qing said while also wiping his tears from laughing. Your divine rune skill is excellent, but what about now? Lin Li said mockingly. Yi Tianyun could no longer hold back his anger and immediately activated his crazy mode. As the crazy mode was activated, Wang Qing was pushed back forcibly toward the wall and was slammed hard towards it. Yi Tianyun immediately kicked Lin Li on the chest, sending Lin Li flying and slammed the wall as well. You brat, I will kill you, Wang Qing said as he tried to stand from the shock. Yi Tianyun didn't bother to wait and kicked Wang Qing hard. The kick broke Wang Qing's hand, and he screamed hard due to the excruciating pain. Seeing the chaos Yi Tianyun made, Wang Shui immediately tried to grab Yi Yuxuan to threaten Yi Tianyun. But he never got the chance as the next second he was burning from an unknown fire that he hasn't even seen before. The terrifying flame quickly devoured his body, and with his screams slowly become quieter, his body was covered entirely by the flame. DING successfully killed Wang Shui. Reward, 50 W0 SP, 2400 crazy points, turning the Heaven Step martial art, Heaven Ruining Swords. The system notification proved that Wang Shui has finally died. Yi Tianyun immediately went to the sisters and untied them from the ropes. These ropes that Lin Li used are a high-grade spirit tools, which could hold an absurd amount of strength. Elder Yi, we are sorry for causing you so much trouble, Yi Yue said with apologetic eyes. This is not your fault. If anyone were blamed, that would be me. I brought this trouble to you, Yi Tianyun said while shaking his head and smiling lightly to the sister. After that, he turned his attention towards Lin Li and prepared himself to torture Lin Li so much that he begged to be killed instead. Chapter 19:8 Solo Duel. Chapter 19:8 Solo Duel. Yi Yushuan and Yi Yue were startled by Ren Jiro, who suddenly appeared beside Yi Tianyun. Yi Yue suddenly remembered Shi Shuiyun as she was the most beautiful woman who has stood beside Yi Tianyun, but after seeing Ren Jiro, she wasn't so sure which one was more beautiful. You, who are you? Lin Li said as he was also surprised to see a beautiful woman so suddenly. Yi Tianyun ignored Lin Li for now and turned his attention towards Wang Qing. Seeing that Wang Qing was in his death door, Yi Tianyun threw the eternal fire to Wang Qing, and the flame completely engulfed Wang Qing in no time. Dianyang successfully killed Wang Qing. Reward: 250W00 XP, 3400 crazy points. Flowing Cloud Palms martial art, turning the heaven step. Martial art. Seeing Wang Qing was engulfed in flame, Lin Li cowered in fear. Now it's your turn, Yi Tianyun said indifferently towards Lin Li. Hearing Yi Tianyun's word, Lin Li was getting a chill down his spine. He didn't expect Yi Tianyun to be this strong. Yi Tianyun's power was equal to a family chief, if not more. Let me go. I won't bother you again. I have a strong influence, you know. I am from Divine Rune Mansion. If you kill me, you will make Divine Rune Mansion your enemy, Lin Li said while begging for Yi Tianyun to let him go. Divine Rune Mansion? Did you think they would know of what happened here? You choose the best place to die after all, Yi Tianyun said with a sneer. They would have someone check things out for sure. Anyway, just let me go. I would even introduce you to Divine Rune Mansion after this, Lin Li said to persuade Yi Tianyun to let him go. Me? Join Divine Rune Mansion? Are you blind? Or are you just that stupid? I am doing fine. I don't need your stupid sect to achieve anything, Yi Tianyun said coldly to Lin Li. Lin Li's face becomes gloomy as he knew that Yi Tianyun wouldn't let him go no matter what. If that's the case, I want a fair duel. You have to wait for my recovery first, Lin Li said desperately. Oh, now you want a fair duel? What about your two dead helpers just now? Yi Tianyun said coldly. I, Lin Li, challenge you to a solo duel, Lin Li said while standing up and consumed several recovery medicinal pills to recover. He evidently felt ashamed that he had to survive this way, but there was nothing else he can do. Wow, such determination. Okay, I accept your challenge, Yi Tianyun said mockingly. She would have nothing to do with this duel. It is just you and me, Lin Li said while pointing towards Ren Zero. Of course, as long as you win, you can walk out of here as if nothing happened, Yi Tianyun said, assuring Lin Li to his challenge. As Yi Tianyun finished speaking, Lin Li immediately rushed over towards him and quickly pulled his longsword and swung it toward Yi Tianyun. His sword glowed brightly as Yi Tianyun blocked it with his own sword. The bright glow blinded Yi Tianyun for a while, and Lin Li immediately saw this as an opportunity to strike. Lin Li made a move to strike Yi Tianyun's throat to end his life. He immediately used all of his strength on this one final strike. Yi Tianyun noticed the change of spiritual power around him, and he immediately released his aura to detect Lin Li's movement as he couldn't see at the moment. Yi Tianyun immediately parried Lin Li's strike and punched Lin Li in the stomach. Lin Li couldn't hold Yi Tianyun's punching power, as he was thrown back towards the wall roughly, disarming him of his sword. The power gap between the two was too big. There was no way Lin Li had a chance to win here. How can you be this powerful? Lin Li said. Fear was constantly playing in his eyes. Son of a bitch, Lin Li retorted, and he immediately released a gust of wind to throw Yi Tianyun away. But Yi Tianyun released his own wind that quickly overpowered Lin Li's wind and cut one of Lin Li's arm off. Lin Li screamed so hard, and he grabbed his severed arm. The pain made him sweat profusely and shivering non-stop. He looked at Yi Tianyun with empty eyes. How could a teenager be this strong? Why would he make enemies of this monster? The question kept popping in Lin Li's head as he didn't have any hope left to live. Chapter 99, Kill. Chapter 99, Kill. Yi Tianyun looked at Lin Li coldly, who was pathetically crawling in the ground, dripping in his own sweat. But Yi Tianyun has never shown mercy to his enemies, especially the one who successfully anger him. Isn't this a duel, you said? Now get up, Yi Tianyun retorted. Lin Li had no other choice, and he tried to stand back up. He was in shock at how powerful Yi Tianyun really was. If he knew this, he wouldn't make an enemy out of Yi Tianyun ever. How can you be this strong? Lin Li asked with his hoarse voice. Yi Tianyun didn't answer his question and proceeded to grab Lin Li's other arm and twisted it until it came off. Lin Li screamed in pain again. Now he didn't have any arms to fight back. Kill me, and Divine Rune Mansion would make sure you regret it, Lin Li said angrily. Don't you worry, if they came after me for this, I would make sure to destroy them too, Yi Tianyun said with a mocking smile. Destroy Divine Rune Mansion? Are you crazy? Don't get ahead of yourself just because you win against me. Who do you think you are? Lin Li said, mocking Yi Tianyun once more. Whether I can or can't is none of your business. There is no way you would know what will happen next, as you would be dead here and now. Yi Tianyun said as he took out his eternal flames. No, stop, you can't do this, Lin Li said, yelling to stop Yi Tianyun. His body was trembling from the fear of death in front of him. If the afterlife does exist, I hope you can see what I would do next, Yi Tianyun said mockingly. Even in death, I would surely exact my revenge, Lin Li said as his body burned in eternal flames. Ding successfully killed Lin Li. Reward, 70 to 00 XP, 400 crazy points, 500 divine rune mastery, heaven cloud palms martial art, 1x high grade divine rune paper, 1x energy pill. Yi Tianyun was a bit surprised. He didn't know that killing a divine rune master will give him divine rune mastery. Now, he hoped that Divine Rune Mansion really went after him. He wouldn't mind killing them all for the mastery. Yi Tianyun signaled the sisters to come over and go home. Elder Yi, thank you very much for coming here and save us. Yi Yuxuan said gratefully. It's okay, this was my fault, to begin with. I was the one who dragged you both to my business. Yi Tianyun said while showing his anger towards Lin Li. Even though he already killed Lin Li, his anger hadn't fully subsided. It's okay. We are okay, aren't we? Yue said, smiling lightly to Yi Tianyun to ease him a bit. Even though she knew that Yi Tianyun was very powerful, she couldn't help but worried about him. You guys can go back now. I have something to do first. Ren Zero would accompany you just in case. Yi Tianyun said solemnly. Ren Zero only nodded her head and gave Yi Tianyun a smile, while Yi Yue still worried about Yi Tianyun's safety, but nonetheless, she obeyed Yi Tianyun's order. After they left, Yi Tianyun summoned the Black Dragon and quickly flew towards Wang Family Pavilion. Wang Family didn't know the demise coming toward them at high speed. I wonder what happens over there. Has Lin Li finished the brat already? What took him so long? Wang Family Chief said worriedly. He was accompanied by Elder Wang Qing. There is no way they would fail, Elder Wang Xiaohua said while sneering menacingly. Yeah, it's supposed to end quickly. He brought this on himself by allying with that Zhu family. I would crush anyone dares to stand in my path, Wang Family Chief said coldly. As they finished speaking, a booming voice came from outside. Wang Family Chief immediately felt something was wrong. What is that? Let's check it out, he said to his elder. When they came out of the pavilion, they saw that their buildings were in flames. They saw their disciple running out of the building in terror, and the one who caught on fire immediately burned out to ashes. What is this? What happened? They all said while staring at the flame wide-eyed. One of the guards immediately rushed over to them and said in a voice full of terror that a man riding a black dragon was coming in and burned all the building with his black dragon's flame. Black Dragon? They were all stunned again. A divine beast was not supposed to be here if they were here. That meant a powerful individual was nearby. Chapter 200, Fight Chapter 200. Fight the Black Dragon caught them by surprise. Although Wang Family was considerably strong, they wouldn't provoke a powerful sect that has a dragon on their side. Take a look and clear this misunderstanding. Wang Family Head ordered his elder. The elder rushed out to check who is their enemy right now, and they saw a young man killing the pavilion guard effortlessly. There you are, Wang Family Head, the young man said coldly. The black dragon kept spouting fire from its mouth, and now it already burned more than half of Wang Family building. They didn't know this young man at all, so they didn't have a clue about how or when did they offend this young man. Yes, I am the head of Wang Family. I don't know what my family has done to you, so why don't you tell me your reason first, Wang Family Chief said humbly. He couldn't be too aggressive as he will not win. Your offense is too many to count, Yi Tianyun said while giving order to his black dragon to attack. You have made a serious mistake here, boy. Don't blame me if you get injured or worse, Wang Family Chief said while releasing his 6th-level Spirit Core aura while also pulling out his spear. He pointed his spear toward the black dragon and threw it immediately. The black dragon saw the spear coming, but it didn't budge. Instead, the black dragon continued to rush over to the elders and attack them. The black dragon turned its attention toward the Wang Family Head and attacked him with its claws. The disarmed Wang Family Head couldn't defend himself from the dragon's attack and spontaneously used his arms to protect himself, resulting in his arms broken. Wang Family Head screamed from the pain on his arms. He couldn't use his arms anymore as a deep gash could be seen on both of them. Wang Xiaohua, one of Wang Family Elder, released his 3rd-level Spirit Core aura and rushed over to his elder to help. But as he rushed over, a figure kicked his chest, sent him flying, helpless. What is this power? So strong for such a young age, Wang Xiaohua said with blood dripping from his mouth. The 2 most powerful cultivator in the Wang family has already been incapacitated. Now they couldn't fight back anymore. Quick, call support from the Star Pavilion immediately, Wang Family Head said to one of his remaining elders. As his elder pulled out a jade pendant, possibly for communication purposes toward Star Pavilion, the black dragon roared again and attacked them with its fire breath. The elder was covered by flame before they could contact anyone. The black dragon rushed toward Wang Family Head and then held him down between its claws and burns him alive. Wang Family Head screamed loudly again and rolled over the ground to put out the fire, but the fire couldn't be put out regardless of what he did. Wang Xiaohua on the side couldn't come over to his family head as he was under a relentless attack from Yi Tianyun. He turned his body into a shield, making Yi Tianyun's attacks has a little to none impact to him. But as Yi Tianyun amped up his power, Wang Shouhua couldn't hold it anymore, and he was surprised to see Yi Tianyun's attack pierced his defenses and knocked him up into the air. After the fire on Wang family head's body was finally put out, an elder rushed over to help him. The elder pulled Wang family head inside to retreat as he didn't know what to do. Once the Wang family head caught his breath, he shouted at his elder standing around him. Kill them all, he shouted while coughing. At the same time, Yi Tianyun and the Black Dragon walked toward Wang family chief and heard him shouting. You really believe you have a chance against me? Yi Tianyun said as he signaled his dragon to attack the elder. The dragon rushed over to attack once more, annihilating every single elder around there. They couldn't hold down the Black Dragon as their attack didn't have any effect on the dragon. Ding! Successfully killed Wang family elder. Reward, 40 to U00 XP, 3 to 100 Crazy Points, 30 Sin Points, 500 Divine Rune Mastery, Yellow Heavenly Palm Martial Art, 1x High-Grade Divine Rune Paper. Ding! Successfully killed Wang family elder. Reward, 50 to U00 XP, 3 to 200 Crazy Points, 3 to 200 Crazy Points, 500 Divine Rune Mastery. The system confirmed Yi Tianyun's kills, so he didn't have to check on them himself. He was excited and extremely happy to see that the elder themselves gave a Divine Rune Mastery. Now he was glad that Lin Li provoked him, otherwise he wouldn't have any reason to attack this place.